Summary. The way to come in workshop, we fell into a world of immortal cultivators while still in the car. Those with spiritual roots and unique abilities were all called to join cultivation sects, living prosperously. But I, having neither spiritual root nor special abilities, lived as an ordinary mortal for 50 years, complying with fate until my death. That's what I thought. Until I regressed. Chapter 0, Prologue. Prologue. I am an earthling from a civilized society. This was the mantra I repeated whenever I had a moment. I am from a civilized society, Kofov. If I hadn't kept reminding myself of that, I might have gone mad. Oh dear, Miss Seal, my mother sent this for you. Thank you. Not at all. Please get well soon and make some more soap. The daughter of the Jew family next door placed a basket of boiled potatoes beside me and hurried back to her house. 50 years. It's been 50 years since I fell into this current world. Cough, cough. I lie down coughing. Yes, it was the day we were going to come in workshop. I was on my way to the workshop with Direct Kim and other company employees. We were swept away in a landslide, and when we came to our senses, we found ourselves in a strange world. Fox as big as a house with 3 tails. Large red-scaled snake with 2 heads. And being wielding swords flying through the sky. It was a world like the martial arts novels I occasionally read. Although it was a strange world, we adapted well. Most of my colleagues probably did quite well. Except for me. Direct Kim, Chief O, Section Chief John, Deputy Manager Kang, Deputy Manager O, and Manager Kim, who were in the Simhar. Within 3 days of arriving in the martial world, Section Chief John, Deputy Manager Kang, and Chief O caught the eye of the seniors of cultivation sects and became their disciples. Deputy Manager O was taken away by a man from a mysterious background on the 4th day, claiming her as his kin. Manager Kim was taken away by an old man riding a giant mechanical puppet on the evening of the 4th day, after he noticed Manager Kim's unique abilities. Eventually, everyone except for Direct Kim and me were chosen by some cultivation sect or cultivators. But for some reason, Direct Kim had a natural talent for martial arts. He didn't learn cultivation methods, but after working menial jobs with me for 6 months, he bought a third-rate martial arts technique from a street vendor, and with his tremendous talent, he became a top-notch master and left the martial world. 10 years later, I heard he had become one of the top 10 martial artists in the world. 20 years later, he was known as one of the top 3 masters in the martial world. And after 30 years, he became the #1 in the world, established the Woolen Alliance and became its first leader, then disappeared after stabilizing the martial world for 10 years. Rumors say he ascended to a higher realm. Just like that, the 7 who fell into this world of martial arts became disciples of famed cultivation sects. One became the kin of Strange Man. One was recognized for her talent by a monster. And one unleashed his martial arts talent. Everyone had a happy ending. Except for me. Cough, cough, cough. I have no talent qualities or spell abilities. Section Chief John. He was born with a special constitution called Heavenly Golden Thunder Body. Deputy Manager Kang also awakened a special root called Ghostly Yin, transforming a mortal root. Chief O had a body known as Unique Holy Body. And on the 4th day, Deputy Manager O awakened a strange ability to summon the rain and clouds. After Deputy Manager O left with a man with mysterious origins, Manager Kim also awakened a unique ability to see everything within a 10-mile radius, even with her eyes closed. Kim and I were amazed by these fateful encounters and special privileges from another world. We too were left behind, hoping that something similar would happen to us. But neither Direct Kim nor I gained any special roots or unique abilities. In the end, without knowing anything about the situation in this world of martial arts, the 2 of us worked menial jobs in the marketplace for 6 months. And on the 6th month, Direct Kim couldn't stand living like that anymore, spent all his savings on a third-rate martial arts skill for physical strength, and learned it. In 3 months, he mastered the martial art and became a martial artist. After becoming a martial artist, Direct Kim worked at courier service, learning more advanced martial arts, and quickly became a powerful warrior, leaving for the martial world. Leaving me behind. I, too, hoped that maybe I would have some fateful encounter. Discover hidden talents, awaken a unique ability, or develop a special spiritual root. I lived in this world with that small hope. But 10 years passed, 20 years passed, 30 years passed. Nothing happened to me. 40 years passed, 50 years passed. Cough, cough. I'm just an old man dying of cold. I am Earth. Now, just so I don't forget that I'm an earthling, I babble to the air. Noisy old man I've become. Huff and huff. Why did we come to this world? Why did they all awaken unique bloodlines, roots, abilities, and talents? Why didn't I? Did I gain nothing for all? For 50 years in this world, I learned the language. Learned to read and write, work as a laborer, and barely managed to settle down. Made a living by making soap from lye. The soap was useful for the people of this world, which wasn't much different from medieval China, but after some thieves stole the method of making my soap and started producing their own, my soap barely sold anymore. So, in addition to making soap, I had to forage for medicinal herbs, brew liquor, and take on all sorts of odd jobs to survive in this world. I was overwhelmed. For some reason, I can't stop the tears from flowing. Why me? Was it simply because I wasn't chosen? No, it wasn't that. Even though I wasn't chosen. Even though I wasn't a special human being. I used everything I could and lived my life to the fullest. My past life briefly flashes before my eyes. The difficulty of learning the language of this world. The struggle to learn to read and write. The hardship of earning money to buy a small piece of land. The difficulty of building a house on that land. Settling down in the village and getting to know the villagers. Applying my knowledge from earth to make and sell soap. Even setting up a small soap shop. But after a few third-rate martial artists stole my soap-making technique and opened similar shops, not one but a few regulars came to my shop anymore. After that, life got harder, and I had to gather herbs and chip wood. Just when life was stabilizing, bandits raided the village and took all my money. I spent my days doing all sorts of odd jobs, barely scraping by. Why did I, who worked so hard, have to be robbed? In this world I did my best. But this world denied all my efforts. What do you want from me? I shed a tear of injustice, sniffling softly on my bed. It's winter today. I'm sick with a cold. My body is as weak as it can be. My eyes are closing. If only I had more opportunities, even just a little. In the cold winter, I lie in bed sick with a cold, ending my persistent life of 50 years. That was my first return regression. Cough, huff. Open my eyes and hastily get up. I can clearly feel it. The moment I closed my eyes and lay on the bed, slipping into darkness. The moment when the life in my body grew cold and passed away. I had died. But why am I alive? Startled, even as I speak, I'm surprised for a moment. This voice. I slowly look down at my body. It isn't a hand full of wrinkles and lines. It's a young hand full of vitality and life. I'm wearing something clearly different from the clothes of this world. The blue shirt and sweatpants I had worn on. I look around, trying to grasp the situation. Oh my, do ya? What's happening? WH, where am I? Direct Kim, Chief O, Section Chief John, Deputy Manager Kang, Deputy Manager O, Manager Kim. I realize I've returned, regressed. At the same time, I know. Shivar, I hadn't come to this world without any abilities. I have awakened the ability to regress, return. Chapter 1, Regress First Day. Chapter 1, Regress First Day. What's happening? We were just on our way to a workshop. Direct Kim, with half his hair scraped off, looks around and stands up. I try to recall my memories, figuring out where we were in time. The first day. It's the first day we landed in this bizarre world. I remember how we ended up here. We were in an SUV going to the workshop, then a landslide. We got caught in a landslide, and then something flashed suddenly. It's a 50-year-old memory, so it's a bit hazy. I can't remember clearly. Hey, Deputy Manager CO. Now that I've regressed, how should I live? Deputy Manager CO. Usually, in regression novels, people laugh while using their future knowledge, but all I know about the future is trivial stuff like Miss Jew's daughter being born 30 years later. CO Yoon Hyan, Deputy Manager. Second Chief John. Sorry, I was a bit startled. I snap out of my daydream at Section Chief John Myung-hoon shouting. Deputy Manager. It's a title I haven't heard of in so long. I couldn't help but be startled. Then, I remember the face I haven't seen in a long time. Second Chief John Myung-hoon. John Myung-hoon. The nephew of John Myung-hyol, the executive director of the company I worked for, SJD Company. He's 32, 3 years older than me, but I'd already snagged the section chief position through nepotism. I remember disliking him quite a bit 50 years ago. But thinking of it as a face I haven't seen in 50 years, I'm actually quite happy to see him. After all, isn't he a fellow countryman from my homeland that I'm seeing again after 50 whole years? It's time to get along well, I thought. Swishing. Suddenly, Section Chief John slapped me across the face. Deputy Manager CO, you bastard, didn't you drive the car properly? I stand there dazed, having been slapped, and quickly erase the thought of him as a fellow countryman. I had forgotten. The guy is a bastard. You bastard, it's because of you that we're in this mess, stranded, this bastard. It's when John Myung-hoon is about to charge at me in anger that Chief O stands up and steps him. Look here, that's enough. That landslide wasn't something Deputy Manager CO could have done anything about. I remember that incident from 50 years ago. Yes, I was definitely assigned the role of driving the company SUV. Aren't you angry, Chief? Because of this jerk Deputy Manager CO, we're in this disaster. Where are we now, and where did our SUV go? We're stranded here because of this guy. And then I remember. I definitely dozed off while driving. But the reason I was dozing off was John Myung-hoon. The guy dumped work on me the day before the workshop, work he had been putting off, forcing me to stay up all night. If you were going to doze off, you should have handed the wheel to someone else. What kind of mess is this? Thinking about it again. Was John Myung-hoon originally the one in charge of driving? That's right. Originally, John Myung-hoon was supposed to drive, but he, wanting to hit on the female employees in the backseat, forcibly put me in the driver's seat. The stupid bastard were stranded because of him. The memories from 50 years ago are coming back clearly. Back then, I was so flustered and didn't understand what was happening. So, unwittingly, I apologized to John Myung-hoon. I even thought it was my fault. But looking back on that memory from 50 years ago, John Myung-hoon never felt anything like conscience or shame. I definitely asked John Myung-hoon and the female employees a few times to take the wheel for a while. But John Myung-hoon, who refused to drive, also prevented the female employees from driving, even though he knew I was sleepy due to overnight work. As the deputy manager, I couldn't ask the chief and direct the drive. I had to drive for 4 hours without rest, despite being sleepy, because of John Myung-hoon. So, Section Chief John, I have something to say. Look at him, acting all high and mighty. Yes, and we're stranded because of Deputy Manager CO. If you have any hunts, you should apologize. I was extremely sleepy, yes, but to my recollection I drove the car correctly until the end, even fueling myself with coffee. When the landslide happened, I tried to avoid it, but it was too big to evade and our car was swept away as it was. I definitely tried to stop and reverse the car when I saw dirt falling in front of us. But the side of the mountain next to us almost completely collapsed. It was disaster I couldn't have avoided no matter how much I tried. Section Chief John, I understand you're angry, but it doesn't seem like the time to blame someone. This guy, giving lectures in front of who? You don't even know what you did wrong. Sigh. I take a deep breath. Life where I didn't know about regression. 50 years, I learned how to endure while living tenaciously. Learning to endure when strong bandits trampled over me and took my money. Learning to endure when vicious martial artists insulted me. Learning to endure when local officials took everything I had, even things I didn't have, collect taxes. Yes, in front of those I couldn't handle, enduring was the truth. But, hey, what hey, see you and you bastard, what now? Backing down unnecessary in front of those I can handle. It's not what a man does, I learned that too. I said it wasn't my fault, enough is enough. Chief, let go of me, the guy is really. Thud. John Myung-hoon charges at me and strikes my face. But as soon as he attacked me, I step forward and headbutt him. Boom. In my past life, how many times have I been beaten by martial artists? How many times have I been beaten while gathering herbs in the mountains and encountering bandits? How many times have I been beaten when a band of robbers invaded during a famine? Beaten, and beaten again. During that senseless violence, I learned something that John Myung-hoon and others didn't have. Violence. Boom. Thump. Boom. As soon as the first headbutt connects, I charge and mercilessly pummel John Myung-hoon. Ugh, wait. You bastard, I said it wasn't me. When beating someone, when you hit someone in the face, the person being hit feels an immense sense of fear. The sight obscured by a fist and the pain that follows in that moment. The terror of the merciless attacker. I punch around the eyes of John Myung-hoon to obscure his vision. If you don't know what you did wrong, at least keep your mouth shut. With every punch, the grudges I have against John Myung-hoon, without even realizing it, seem to be refreshingly resolved. And though 50 years have passed, the vicious bullying John Myung-hoon inflicted on me and the company was still unforgettable. I did something wrong. Sigh. By the time an apology came out of the arrogant John Myung-hoon's mouth, I stopped beating him and looked around. Director Kim, Chief O, Deputy Manager Kang, Deputy Manager O, Manager Kim. Everyone is looking at me with fearful eyes. Among them, Director Kim speaks to me with a trembling voice. Deputy Manager CO, no matter what, beating a fellow colleague to that extent. Yes, you're right, I'm sorry, but I was so angry at the moment. I apologize for startling everyone, and after all, I was the driver, so I apologize for not doing more at that time. I bow neatly to Director Kim and the other employees and apologize. In fact, except for Director Kim, I will see none of the other people again. But Director Kim, I will stay to get with. Director Kim, if you learn martial arts, you will reach the pinnacle of the world. Of course, only in the world of martial arts. Even though I have returned to the past, I gave up on the idea of joining Cultivation sect. With Cultivation sect, I don't have that ability. The ability, also known as spiritual roots or spiritual nature. Without it, it's impossible to learn the methods of immortal practitioners, or even to sense the spiritual energy they cultivate. There is something I wish for in the life. I hope I get even a little more opportunity to work harder than in my previous life. In the previous life, after Director Kim learned martial arts and left, he would come to drink with me occasionally. And that stopped completely after he reached the peak of his skills. But this life is different. If I actively support Director Kim, maybe some benefits will fall to me. To do so, I need to be good to him from now on. Right? Everyone is in a confusing situation and Section Chief John pushed too hard. Of course, Deputy Manager Seo also reacted too harshly. Apologize. Yes, Director, you are right. Bowing to Director Kim again, I help Section Chief John up and say, I'm sorry, Section Chief John, I was too harsh. I truly apologize. You son of a... As I show humility again, John Myung-hoon, who seems to have regained his spirit, glares at me. But as my eyes turn fiercely cold, he eventually avoids my gaze and shuts his mouth. Anyway, it looks like a forest for now. How about we walk out and find a nearby village? Director Kim looks around and digests. The sky is dyed crimson, looking like the sun would set soon, and the wind is getting colder. Logically, Director Kim's words make sense. But in this place, conventional wisdom must be discarded. In a world where cultivators become immortals and fly around, and martial artists fight for wealth and honor. That is this world, and the forest we have fallen into. I recall the memories from 50 years ago, and think of the name of the forest. Ascension Path, ascending to immortality. It's said to be the best place for many demons and cultivators to ascend to immortality. A place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers the most. There are no villages, cities, or state near Ascension Path. Therefore, what Director Kim is trying to do is meaningless. What's more important right now is, night is coming, we need to start a fire. I finish my thoughts and speak to Director Kim. Director, do you have signal? It seems the signal is dead. I think if the signal is dead, it will be hard to get rescued and hard to find our location. Since it's getting dark, instead of looking for a village we don't know the location of, it might be better to prepare to stay here at night. Hearing my words, Section Chief John, who had been quiet, refutes softly. What are you talking about, Deputy Manager CO? On the contrary, it's more dangerous at night, so we need to find a village. In my opinion, it's more dangerous to move recklessly. How about this? I point to a tall tree nearby. Don't you go up that tree and see if there's a village or even a road nearby. If there's nothing around, how about we do as I say? Go up that tree, who's going to climb? It you, Deputy Manager CO. Well, if no one else knows how to climb a tree, then I'll do it. I nod easily and grab the trunk of the tallest nearby tree, slow climbing up. I once encountered a wild boar while picking herbs in the mountains. At that time, I climbed a sturdy tree nearby in a life or death situation. Modern people don't usually climb trees, but having experienced all sorts of hardships in my previous life before returning, I easily climbed to the top of the big tree. What do you see, Deputy Manager CO? Below, Director Kim shouts. As expected, the vicinity is an endless forest. There are no roads or villages, let alone any trace of humans. Rather, monsters and demons are probably swarming among those trees. Instead of shouting back from the tree, I pretend to look around for a while and then climb back down. Deputy Manager Seal, you're really good at climbing trees. That tree looked about 11 meters high. By the way, what kind of tree is this? It looks unfamiliar, like it's not from around here. Kim pats me on the shoulder, and Manager O looks curiously at the tree I had climbed. I dust up my hands and tell them what I saw. There are no roads or villages nearby. That's strange. Even if we were swept away by a landslide, there should be a highway nearby. Kim strokes his chin as if it's strange, and Second Chief John looks at me suspiciously. Deputy Manager CO, did you really see properly? Are you sure you're not just saying there's nothing there, on purpose? Why would I lie about that? I'd rather sleep in a house than camp in the forest. If you don't believe me, Section Chief John, you can climb up and look for yourself. Section Chief John backs off with a face like he had eaten something bitter. I think even if we explore the surroundings, we should first set up a base and light a fire, since it's getting dark. That makes sense. Then, let's look for our SUV too. We were swept away by a landslide in the car, but logically, our car should be nearby. Director Kim claps his hands and says, but there's a place where common sense doesn't apply. Our SUV is gone. It won't be anywhere. How about looking for the car and sleeping in it? There are a lot of supplies in the car since we were going on a workshop. The workshop was practically a picnic. So, there were lots of camping tools and food loaded in the SUV. However, the car is gone. Of course, I know because I returned to the past, but they wouldn't believe me if I said the car is gone. Instead of draining my energy trying to convince them, it's better to just let them look. And let's split into teams. One team will look for a place to stay, and another team will look for the car. Let's meet back here before the sun completely sets. That's just dividing into teams. Deputy Manager O and Manager Kim are in the team looking for a place to stay. Direct Kim, Section Chief John, Chief O, and Deputy Manager Kang are in the team looking for the car. We split up and look around. Deputy Manager CO, you said to look for a place to stay, but how do you usually find such a place? Deputy Manager O cautiously asks. It seems a bit awkward because I beat up John Myung-hoon. Sleeping in the mountains or forest is dangerous. Wild animals and beasts can attack, and if you light a fire just anywhere, it could cause a forest fire. The best thing would probably be a small cave. Like that place over there. Oh my, a cave. Found it right away, you're lucky. Of course, the cave I had naturally led them to was one I had visited 50 years ago. In my past life, it was a refuge I had barely found after wandering for hours. Deputy Manager O and Manager Kim, it seems like good luck, but in reality, it's not a coincidence but an inevitability. Even in my past life, it was the perfect place to stay without any danger inside. Look at the cave and gather twigs and leaves from nearby. Wow, Mr. CO, you're really skilled. Did you do something like Boy Scouts? Well, something like that. Though it isn't Boy Scouts, but rather a 50 years experience in Old Scouts. We can light the fire later with Direct Kim's later. Shall we gather some firewood for the bonfire? Oh my, it feels like when I went to training camp as a kid. Right, it feels just like that time. The two female employees chatter happily as they join me in collecting dry sticks and branches for firewood. Later, the sun is setting. Now, let's slowly head back to the clearing we were at earlier. The others will be gathering there too. All right, Tilda. Yes, Tilda. Head back to the clearing with the two female employees. Soon after, we are reunited with Direct Kim, Chief O, Section Chief John, and Deputy Manager Kang. Did you find the SUV? Director Kim shakes his head with a gloomy expression. Chief O and Section Chief John also have worried looks on their faces. Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee also speaks with a tense face. There's no sign of it anywhere. We circled around looking for it, but it's like it vanished in thin air. Logically, if the car was swept away by a landslide, why are we out of it and the car gone? It looks around with a worried expression, as if the force itself is frightening. There's nothing we can do now. We found a place to spend the night, let's stay there. We'll continue the detailed search tomorrow. Okay. 6 of them follow me to the cave with solemn faces. Oh my, what's this? Mr. Seo made it. Seo Yun-hyan is really capable. Did he live in the wild or something? Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee is surprised by the windbreak and cave door I made. Chief Oh Hyun-seok quietly expresses his admiration and praises me. Direct Kim also nods in satisfaction, and Jung Myung-hoon. He seems unsatisfied, but too tired to say anything, just enters. Director, the light, please. All right. Direct Kim takes out a lighter from his pocket and lights the dry sticks I had gathered. We sit around the fire inside the cave. The smoke perfectly escapes through the hole I had made in the windbreak. Wow, what a situation we're in. This is hardly logical. Everyone sits with gloomy expressions, seemingly worried. That's when it happened. Gurgling. The sound came from Manager Kim Yeon-suk. Her face turned red with embarrassment. Oh, that's... it's okay, we all missed dinner. I grin and take out berries I had picked while gathering branches. Everyone must be hungry, try these. I picked them earlier. Are these safe to eat? They're not poisonous, are they? Jung Myung-hoon, his tension easing, casually asks me. I smile and eat one of the berries. I learned about herbs when I was young. I know what's safe to eat and what's not. Although saying when I was young is a bit of a stretch, I had indeed learned it in the past. Seeing me eat the berries without hesitation, Kim Yeon also cautiously tries one. Wow, these taste like raw chestnuts. They're crunchy, right? I picked plenty so everyone can have some. Watching this, Direct Kim and Deputy Manager O start eating the berries I had picked. Deputy Manager Kang and Chief O also happily ate them. John Myung-hoon looks at the berries with displeasure and lies down first, claiming he's tired. This is something. We should be serious, but thanks to Deputy Manager CO, we're having a good time. I always knew from the company how diligent he is. I heard he was tired from driving because he worked the night shift the day before. Our Deputy Manager is really diligent, Hilda. Thanks to Deputy Manager CO, it feels like we're camping. Indeed. We all spend the night in a lively and friendly atmosphere. I too laugh heartily, chatting with my colleagues. It's a night to laugh and chat because it might be our last. The next morning, as soon as I smell the dawn air, I wake up earlier than anyone else. Memories from 50 years ago begin to come back vividly. First day, after wandering through the forest all night, we barely found the cave and collapsed. The next morning it came. Despite 50 years passing, the fear, shock, and pain from that time is still vividly terrifying. I open the windbreak outside the cave and start heading out. It's just before dawn. I wander nearby, gathering herbs good for stopping pain and bleeding. The herbs are in incredible condition, thanks to the forest full with energy from the heaven and earth spiritual energy. These are more like spiritual herbs than just medicinal ones. And after a while, the owner of this territory arrives. With a leap, a creature as big as a house. With 3 tails and eyes burning with blue fear, it's a white-furred fox. Shiver. The intimidation of the forest's owner and the events from 50 years ago make my body tremble with fear. However, having experienced the future is an enormous advantage in itself. GR greetings to the owner of the forest. I stutter, biting my trembling lips and slowly bow to the fox. Once, twice, 3 times. It's a triple bow required when meeting the owner of the forest. The fox, as large as a 2-story house, looks at me with its fiery blue eyes and speaks. There's click, clack, click. I tremble in anticipation of what this monstrous fox might do. That's when it happened. The fox present wakes the others. Director Kim, Chief O, Deputy Manager Kang, Section Chief John, Manager Kim, and Deputy Manager O emerge from the cave and turn. What follows is inevitable. A monster. It's a monster. At that, the monstrous fox rolls its large eyes into player. Shiver. The monstrous fox gazed far as on me, who had knelt and respectfully bowed. Everyone, show respect to the owner of the forest, don't just stand there, kneel down. As I shout, the others blank stand there and then awkwardly kneel down like me. Fox's eyes meet mine. Drip, drip. From the corner of the fox's mouth, a sticky liquid flows. Saliva. Chapter 2, Scattering Destiny 1. Chapter 2, Scattering Destiny 1. Deputy Manager CO, what is this? What is that? Kim and Deputy Manager Kang each whisper. But I have more focus on the drool of the fox falling in front of my eyes than on that. Right, and it has come to this. I will not offer it. Trembling, I stretch out my left arm. In my past life, when I knew nothing, everyone screamed at the sight of the fox. And everyone was left dying with their arms and legs torn apart, eaten by the fox in its fury. Vying that was a miracle in itself. But now, I know the etiquette of the forest and have gained the fox's favor. Not everyone's limbs. Not all limbs. Just one person's limb. Only one of them needs to be offered. And that will be healed by the cultivators who will arrive in 2 days. The fox opens its wide mouth and bites into my arm. My flesh is torn apart by its large teeth. Bones crushed, blood veil ruptured. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Snap. Rip. After chewing on my arm for a while, the fox violently tears it off my body. A large writhe in pain, half out of my mind, and grab a handful of pain relief herbs I had prepared in advance. Put them in my mouth, roots and all, and swallow them. The dirt and sand in the roots get stuck in my teeth, but that's the least of my concerns. The pain is unbearable. After consuming the herb for a while, the pain starts to subside as their effects kick in. Crunch, crunch, munch. Later, the fox that swallowed my entire arm licks its lips with its tongue. I offer this humble tribute. Saying so, the fox leaps away and disappears into the forest. Hoot hoot, ha ha. I chew on a hemostatic herb, apply its juice to where my arm has been torn off, and the bleeding stops, the pain gradually subsiding. GR Lug. Deputy Manager CO. Deputy Manager CO Yunhan. Director Kim and Deputy Manager Kang hurry over to help me. What is all this? What was that just now? First, let's go inside, I'll explain. Supported by the two, I return to the cave. Then, I mix truth and lies to tell them what happened. This morning I met the fox when I went out early, it told me. They will find out in a few days anyway. I pretend the knowledge I already have was what the fox had taught me. This is not the world we used to live in, but a complete different one, inhabited by immortals, cultivators, and martial artists. Martial world, this is thrilling. Never thought I'd experience something like this. Director Kim and Chief all make jokes about the martial world, trying to lighten the mood despite their disbelief. Deputy Manager CO, if it's about the martial world, I'm an expert, so you see. Director Kim's voice trembles, revealing his attempt to hide his emotions. Don't die if you die. It isn't excitement about the martial world, but a forced attempt to divert attention from my pain. Kim and Chiefo are trying to lighten the mood because they are the olds here. It's okay, I won't die. The fox said so with its divine power, I won't die from this wound. In my past life, when we didn't perform the ritual, everyone's limbs were torn apart. Despite the pain that made us wish for death, none of us actually died. No, we couldn't die. But what about immortals and cultivators? At that moment, when Chiefo was puzzled by my mention of immortals and cultivators, Section Chief John stepped forward. There are a novel called Zhangxia, not just martial arts fiction. John Myung-hoon explained the concept of Zhangxia to Director Kim and Chiefo. I see. Section Chief John, you know some interesting things. I've been interested and have looked into it. I guess he spent his work hours reading Zhangxia novels instead of working. So that's why he dumped his work on me. I almost exploded in anger, but quickly let it go and continued speaking. Anyway, the owner of this forest demanded a tribute to allow us to stay here temporarily, so I offered my arm. This should keep us safe in the forest for a week. A week? What happens after a week? We'll have to offer another tribute. At this, everyone's gaze turned toward my shoulder. Faces are all pale to death. By the way, could you bring me some pain relief herbs? It hurts a lot. Ah, sure, the one. Thank you. Chew on another root of the pain relief herbs I had dug up earlier. I'm going to sleep for a bit, please understand. Due to the shock, I naturally fell asleep as the tendon released. Praying the pain with the herbs, I fall into a sweet sleep. It said that hearing is the last sin to go. Perhaps that's why, as I regained consciousness, I could hear the voices of others. What a tribute, that's absurd. After a week, we have to offer another tribute like that. We should think about leaving this place within a week. How can we let Deputy Manager Seal suffer like this? Deputy Manager Seal was the first to encounter that thing and almost got eaten. Rather, he's the first to sacrifice. In a half-asleep state, I continue to listen to the ongoing conversation. But what if we can't leave the forest after a week? Jang Myung-hoon asks in a cold voice. No one answers. Then who will have their limb torn off next? Silence hung in the deep part of the cave. In 3 days, the immortals will appear and kidnap them, so it doesn't really matter. There's no need to mention anything about my regression. That's when it happened. Rather annoying sound came to my ears. The Deputy Manager Seal sleeping well. Yes, he's completely knocked out. Deputy Manager Seal, if you're awake, I have something to tell you. Please wake up. Keep my eyes closed and pretend to sleep. Jang Myung-hoon checks that I'm asleep and then stands up. Come to the entrance for a moment. Can't we just talk here? No, come outside. Eventually, Jang Myung-hoon leads the others to the cave entrance. A while later, I hear whispers from the entrance. Simultaneously, there are voices criticizing Jang Myung-hoon. Section Chief John, how can you think of something like that? Deputy Manager Seo sacrificed his arm like that. Section Chief John, I really can't approve of that. Outside the cave, Jang Myung-hoon raises his voice. Well, who will offer their arm or leg to the Munchflex after a week? Even so, Chief O, what do you think? I think it's reasonable. I don't know, and Deputy Manager Seo is capable. He knows a lot about herbs and food. Then let's learn as much as we can from Seo Yoon-hyun for a week. Though I couldn't hear clearly from outside the cave. I can roughly guess. So they're thinking, since I've become disabled, let's cut off my limbs and offer them to the fox every week. Not going to happen, but it still feels disgusting. Very, very much so. Should I kill him? With one arm, the violence I have learned over the 50 years in my past life is considerable. I could easily kill someone like Jang Myung-hoon, who hasn't fully escaped modern civilization. No, that's not it. The immortals who will find us in 2 days didn't come for us. They came because they found talented beings. Chief Oh Hyun-seok, Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee, and Section Chief Jang Myung-hoon, they were surprised by the qualities of these three. If even one of them is missing, I can't be sure if they'll come. Should I beat him to the brink of death, make him disabled? Anyway, the immortals came to us in the past even when their limbs were severed. It's likely that they would come even if this guy's limbs are broken. However, I soon stopped thinking and shake my head. Everyone must be paralyzed in their head with emotion due to fear. They are all originally good people. It's just that the situation is too sudden and nonsensical. If I want to rely on Director Kim later, it wouldn't be good to show too cruel a face right now. Better be seen as a subject of protection or sympathy. Also, if Director Kim joins in this plot, he will take more care of me in the future due to guilt. It's rather good. Everything will be resolved on the 3rd day anyway. 2 days, Jang Myung-hoon, Oh Hyun-seok, and Kang Min-hee will be people I never see again. 3 days later, Oh Hae-seo and Kim Yeon will be separated as well, and Director Kim Young-hoon and I can leave a sentient path with the help of Monster. I quietly continue to pretend to sleep on the floor. For a while, people with dark expressions as if they had reached some dirty agreement enter the cave. Hey, Deputy Manager Seo, are you okay? Try getting up. Jang Myung-hoon deliberately wakes me up. Deputy Manager Seo, sorry about that. I didn't know you were such a self-sacrificing person. From now on, I'm counting on you. Jang Myung-hoon looks at me with a smile I have never seen before and pets my back. I look around at the people nearby. Everyone's expression is dark. The garbage, I see how he persuaded everyone with his silver tongue. For a moment, annoyance surged, and I even consider strangling and killing the guy who hugged me. Endure a few, just hold on. Yes, we all need to survive together in a difficult situation. Right, so about the fruit you picked yesterday, do you know where to find it? The bastard, so he woke me up for this. I can teach you. Actually, I was planning to teach you, Section Chief John in particular. Really, thanks, thank you. Don't worry about surviving in the forest. I'll teach you everything. Give him a sly smile. Yeah, I'll teach you all the knowledge. After all, it's knowledge you won't need for the rest of your life once you join a cultivation sect. Jang Myung-hoon, how many times have I told you it's not that fruit? You're not focusing on my words, are you? No, but surely. The one with the split top is a different fruit. Eating this fruit will kill you. Do you understand? While teaching Jang Myung-hoon about herbs and edible fruits, I no longer called him Section Chief. He's learning about herbs while grinning, even though I'm scolding him. I wonder how frustrating it will be when he realizes these are low-grade herbs useless for a sect disciple. No, Jang Myung-hoon, can't you understand? I've explained several times. You have a problem with concentration. I get it. Jang Myung-hoon's face turned as red as raspberries. Jang Myung-hoon is being tormented the same way he used to torment me when I first joined the company. He must be enduring it with the thought of extracting as much knowledge as possible in a week. Sorry, but we won't see each other again in 2 days. Look here. This is called green-leafed ear, and it emits a unique fragrance when chewed. It can be used for brushing teeth and repelling insects. Green-leafed ear, green-leafed ear. But I've never heard of these in Korea. Deputy Oh Hyun-seok tilts his head, looking a bit confused. They are somewhat specialized plants, and since they are not native species, you may not be familiar with them. Of course, they don't exist on Earth. using the knowledge of herbs I learned in this world. But Deputy Ohiansiak, not being an expert, seemed to believe it roughly. That's right, please continue. This is called blue baby's hand vein, also known as blood purifying grass. Ah, John Myung-hoon, you're not listening to me now, are you? Sorry, right? I continued giving John Myung-hoon notable looks while persisting with the herbal medic class. The day passes by just like that. And the next day, we have to confront a huge red snake with two heads staring at us in front of the cave. Hi, Hick. Who? The others tremble in fear, holding things like brands inside the cave, and I cautiously speak to the snake. What brings you here? The snake replies, though not as much as the fox, this snake is quite fearsome to me. Of course, compared to the fox, it isn't really hermetic. The snake licks its lips with its two heads. Like the fox that tore up my arm, the snake is quite moderate. Even in my past life, when I wasn't recognized by the fox, this two-headed snake just came, bit in Chivo body, sucked his blood, and left. But now, it's even asking for our permission to take some blood. It should be fine. Our bodies, being modern people, are full of cholesterol and fat. Thanks to that, in my past life, the snake left after tasting Chivo blood, saying it's tasteless. How much blood do you want? I smile and look at John Myung-hoon. Mr. John Myung-hoon, could you give this gentleman some blood? What? It's not like I'm asking you to sacrifice an arm, just a handful of blood. That should clot quickly. Aye. Ah, Miss John Myung-hoon, don't you need knowledge of herbs? All right. With a flushed face, John Myung-hoon cuts his hand with a sharp stone knife he had made. Drip, drip. The snake joyfully consumes John Myung-hoon blood. A little later, the snake shakes its two heads and retreats. The blood of a 21st century office worker, laden with cholesterol and nicotine, is not tasty. After the snake left, I applied hemostatic herbs to John Myung-hoon's wound. John Myung-hoon was quite annoyed, probably feeling dirty from being licked by the snake. Mr. C.O. Yoon-han, I know I bullied you a lot in your early days at work, but isn't that a bit too much? What can I do? It's hard to ask the ladies or older executives like the chief and the director to give blood. A handful of blood should have been enough for you. I just had an arm severed yesterday, and I'm a bit short on blood. Even a handful is a lot for me. Kook. John Myung-hoon bites his lip and takes a breath. Funny guy. He plans to sell me to the fox in a week. He's just resentful because I sacrificed him. Anyway, he can't do anything to me. Well, I won't see him after tomorrow. I think I should take advantage while I can and start to hassle John Myung-hoon more. Thus, 3 days passed since we fell into the forest. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind has been strong since dawn today. Zap, zap. At the same time, the air feels turbulent. I smile and wake up John Myung-hoon early in the morning. Miss John Myung-hoon, let's go pick some herbs in the morning. Right from the morning. Ah, hurry up. All right. Take John Myung-hoon around, searching for herbs. And a little later. Oh, I found it. Is this a good herb? Yes, it is. It does look like ginseng. John Myung-hoon swallows his saliva, looking at the plant, resembling wild ginseng in front of him. The plant is a type of ginseng called yellow bamboo root. It isn't particularly rare. But what matters is the size of the ginseng. Perhaps because it absorbs spiritual energy, the yellow bamboo root, normally the size of pinky, is now as thick as my forearm. Oh, this is incredible. Is it really okay to dig up so much wild ginseng like this? John Myung-hoon seems to feel exhilarate, but I'm chuckling to myself. After all, you won't have the chance to eat such things in the future. From the yellow bamboo roots that John Myung-hoon digs up with his own hands, he won't be able to eat. Cultivators, yellow bamboo root is just a low-grade medicinal herb for mortals. Of course, it's used by martial artists for internal energy enhancement. I should give it to Direct Kim later. You can try the ginseng later. First, put them here. I hand over a pouch I made from tearing my clothes. John Myung-hoon carefully puts the ginseng into the pouch. Let's return now. It's about time to head back. We went back to the cave, had John Myung-hoon start a fire and sat down. And it was when I was quietly sitting and looking up at the sky. Clapping, clapping. Suddenly, there's a flash and something collides in the sky. It seems like a collision of black, golden, and pure white lights. And then, at that moment, Q-hug, Q-hug. Suddenly, John Myung-hoon spots blood and collapses. Yak. Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee also screams and collapses. Her screams echo around like a ghostly wail. Additionally, Chief Oh-hyun-seok also collapses, clutching his heart. It's time. A little while later. Pad. Above the cave we were in, 3 orbs of light fly down. From within the orbs of light, a middle-aged man in a golden robe, a figure in black robes that made it unclear whether they are male or female, and a giant in blue arms see out. Yo, you are, it's who? Direct Kim asks them with a fearful voice. However, they glance at Direct Kim and ignore him. Their gaze sweeps over each of us in turn. Kyung. The giant in blue armor stomps his foot, and a faint turquoise light ripples outwards. At the same time, when the light touches my body, something amazing happens. My arm, enveloped in a sky blue light, regrows. T.H. thank you. I bow deeply to the giant, overwhelmed with gratitude. The giant laughs heartily and speaks. Click. The giant in blue armor flicks his hand towards the air. At the same time, my body is pushed back, and John Myung-hoon, Chief O, and Deputy Manager Kang's bodies are pulled forward. The middle-aged man in the golden robe steps forward and extends his hand. Golden sword then floated above his hand. Wuang. Padajik. Simultaneously, golden lightning roars in the sky, and John Myung-hoon collapses again, spitting blood. The figure in black robes, ambiguous in gender, pushes the man in the golden robe aside and takes out a black pipa. Tongue. The peep string is plucked. Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee clutches her head and screams. Ek. The scream once again echo like ghostly wails. The figure in black robes show a slight smile. The giant in blue armor walks past the figure in black robes and approached Chief O Hyansiak. What is it? Chief O seemed fearful, but the blue-armed giant with pride injects his pulse, holding his wrist calmly. And after a little while later, the three, seeming shocked, calmed their hearts and then asked the three. The middle-aged man in the golden robe speaks to John Myung-hoon with a gentle expression. The figure in black robes looks at Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee with a lingering gaze. The giant in blue armor openly approaches Chief O Hyansiak and speaks, massaging his body. While the three cultivators seem to be giving them a choice, in reality, it's no different from a forced threat. The giant in blue armor, known as Chang Ho, is practically crushing Chief O Hyansiak's shoulder. The gender ambiguous figure in black robes, the white bone ghost devil, is doing something suspicious while making eye contact with Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee. Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee's eyes are gradually becoming dull. Jin Byako seems to be pressuring John Myung-hoon with an invisible force, as if threatening to kill him if he doesn't choose him. For a while, John Myung-hoon, Chief O Hyansiak, and Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee are forced to join the three cultivation sects. The three cultivators are about to take off with the three people. Just then, Direct Kim, who was watching the situation in a daze, suddenly regained his senses and runs out. Wait a moment, excuse me, can you possibly help us out of this forest? If we stay here, we're all going to die. The giant in the blue armor, Chang Ho, laughs and speaks. No, look here, Section Chief John, Chief O Deputy Manager Kang say something. We don't even know how to get out of here. In reality, John Myung-hoon is already captured by Jin Byako in a golden bottle like Pokemon. Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee is completely entranced by White Bone Ghost Devil. Chang Ho just laughs off whatever Chief O Hyansiak says, seemingly uninterested. It was like this 50 years ago. Those three were irresponsible and out of their minds. No matter how loudly we shouted, they didn't pay any attention to us, as if we were just insects and went on their way. Instead of calling out hoarsely to the three cultivators, I touched my arm that has been restored. Well, at least they restored my arm. Sigh and thanks for Chang Ho inwardly. Direct Kim shouts till his throat is hoarse as he watches the three orbs of light disappear, but there's no response. Ugh, damn it. Eventually, Director Kim just collapses. What are we supposed to do in this forest? Now only 4 of us are left. Me, Director Kim Young-hoon, Deputy Manager Oh Hae-seo, and Manager Kim Yong. Tomorrow, Deputy Manager Oh and Manager Kim will probably be kidnapped too. My time alone with Director Kim is coming shortly. Director Kim is momentarily disheartened, but is overjoyed and congratulates me upon seeing my arm had been restored. It's really a relief, truly a relief. Exactly. Moreover, the Chang Ho said he'd catch the fox too. If we only aim to survive, it seemed we can make it. Who am I see? When Deputy Manager Seo's arm was torn off, I thought I was going to lose my mind. But even now, it's really shocking to see 3 of our colleagues disappear like that. Deputy Manager, it's truly fortunate. We, who had lost our colleagues yet had our lives assured in this strange situation, sat there, unable to cry or laugh. And then, a little later, like a meteor passing through the sky, a pure white light streaks across the sky. Oh, what? It isn't just that. After the white light, several dozen of lights fly across the sky like a meteor shower. All are headed in the direction where Jin Byako, the white bone ghost devil, and Sir Chang Ho had flown. What is this? Is there something in that direction? Direct Kim looks in that direction in confusion, and I start to gather fruits to eat for the day, lighting a fire to roast them. Tomorrow, it will be time to part ways with Deputy Manager O and Manager Kim. The next day came. The day as unusual as it rained. Dark clouds fill the sky and thunder rumbles. With this weather, it'll be hard to go out for fruits. What should we do? Manager Kim looks at us with a worried expression. Especially since Deputy Manager O isn't in good condition. It's true. Deputy Manager Oh Hae-seo was lying down with a high fever, looking at the sky with a vacant expression, and muttering to herself. Let's wait a bit longer. I speak looking up at the sky. Who knows, maybe another miracle like yesterday will happen today. Is that really a miracle? Oh, of course your arm coming back is really, like a miracle, but... I chuckle and say to Manager Kim. Who knows, someone might appear and cure Deputy Manager O's illness completely. I look up at the sky with Manager Kim and Director Kim. It's lunchtime. Quarrung. Thunder roars. Cough, cough. Deputy Manager O's cough and fever worsens. Blood flows from her nose. Deputy Manager Seo, is there any herb we can use for this? What should we do? Let's try giving her some fever-reducing herbs for now. That's when it happened. Thud, thud. Someone enters the cave. He's a handsome middle-aged man dressed in blue robes. The middle-aged man with a top-knot hairstyle has a pair of small deer-like horns on his head. Who are you? Direct Kim, vigilant, guards against this new figure. The man in blue robes smiles wryly and introduces himself leisurely. The man introduced as COH points to Deputy Manager O. Sintormer. Peculiar indeed. Curious, I asked COH a question that had been on my mind. In fact, we've experienced more peculiar events. Yesterday, 3 incredible cultivators took away members of our group who were perfectly suited as their disciples. And today, you came to take a look at Deputy Manager O. Why do people as great as you come to us so specifically? To my question, COH looked puzzled for a moment, then burst into laughter. COH asked me as if amused. From what I've heard, it seems to be called Ascension Path. Ascension Path, also known as the Path of Ascension, a gateway leading to the upper realm, and in a few months near Ascension Path, a space rift called the Gateway to Heaven, the Ascension Gate will open. It's a once-in-1,000-year event. During this time, the surrounding space becomes unstable, and many cultivators and demons flock to the vicinity of Ascension Path, all to ascend to the upper realm. All high-level cultivators existing in this realm would have gathered. So, it's not impossible that masters specifically suited for you appeared. The same is likely for that one. If not me, other high-level cultivators or demons would have found her. Is that so? I thought that some entity that sent us to this world intended to scatter us quickly. But it seems in reality, it's just a matter of probability. But the cultivators took my colleagues away. Director Kim, seeing me initiate a conversation with COH Wall, seemed to relax and also asked a question. They talk about joining their sex and inheriting their methods, but if you ascend to that upper realm, how do they get people to join their sex? Hearing COH Well's response, I'm astonished. Done by his incredible words, both Director Kim and I are at a loss for words. Swoosh. Then, COH Well approaches Deputy Manager O and strokes her forehead. Her condition, previously feverish and gasping for air, quickly stabilizes. Swoosh. While talking, COH Well picks up Deputy Manager O. Director Kim, flustered, tries to stop him but is repelled by an invisible force. Ugh. Flash. COH Well pupils slit vertically. Cough choke, larg. Gum lug. Both Director Kim and I, who previously asked COH Well questions, collapse under the overwhelming pressure, finding it hard even to breathe. After speaking, COH Well leaves the cave. Flash. Boom. The flash, a thunderous roar echoes, and shortly after we see a blue dragon flying in the sky. The rain still did not stop. Manager Kim looks up at the sky with a hollow look and mutters. Everyone's been taken away. Now I don't even know what's what. Suddenly a landslide, suddenly another world, cultivators, dragons kidnapping my colleagues. Ha ha ha. Covers her face, looking like she might cry. Director Kim Young-hoon also sighs deeply with a gloomy expression. I don't know what to do. We should try to find a place with people, but I don't even know where to go. These cultivators and dragons just spout incomprehensible things and, damn it. I pat both their shoulders quietly. Then suddenly, Manager Kim Young grabs my arm. Deputy Manager CO, you're not going to suddenly disappear too, right? Don't. You can't be kidnapped too, Deputy Manager. If you're taken away too, I won't have the confidence to survive in this forest. I gave a bitter smile. Tonight, lastly, Manager Kim Young will be kidnapped by a strange being. Chapter 3, Scattering Destiny Dew. Chapter 3, Scattering Destiny Dew. Drip, drip, drip. The endless downpour gradually subsided after Deputy Manager O disappeared. After a while, the sky began to clear. Regardless of what happens next, I'll go get some food. I stood up, leaving the two who had become despondent behind. Wait, Deputy Manager CO, let's go together. Yeah, what if some weird creatures kidnap us while we're separated? Well, yes, and I said with a bitter smile. Strictly speaking, since they were taken away as disciples or blood relatives, it's more like recruitment than kidnapping. That's kidnapping. What? Did those strange creatures actually get proper consent before taking them? Director Kim spoke with a grimace. Indeed, it was actually a kidnapping. We stayed close to each other as we gathered herbs and fruits together. Try chewing on this herb. It will warm your body. After the rain, I gave warming herbs to Director Kim and Manager Kim, who were shivering in the cold air. Yes, thank you, Deputy Manager CO. Really, if it weren't for you, we would have been starving from the first day until now. Why didn't the company recognize someone as capable as you? I chuckled bitterly. The only thing I know how to do is survive in the woods for a few days, but I have no other abilities or talents. Don't be modest. It's because of you that we are still alive. You are, in essence, our lifesaver. That's right, Deputy Manager. The two encouraged me with trembling voices. Moved by their sincere words, I could only smile bitterly inside. This is all I can do for you. Right now, I'm like a merchant trying to buy Director Kim's favor with my future knowledge. I'm neither a capable person, a good person, nor someone who can be a savior to others. I'm just paying the maximum price I currently can to buy favor. That's why you should also try this. It'll clear your mind. This herb helps with blood circulation. This fruit is said to be effective for beauty. I wandered around the forest, feeding Director Kim and Manager Kim numerous medicinal herbs and fruits. I've dug up a few more yellow bamboo roots. I've also gathered many precious herbs from my past life, and I made sure they both ate their fill. Thank you, Deputy Manager CO. Feeling full makes the gloominess fade a bit. Deputy Manager, you really can't go anywhere. Of course, I won't be kidnapped. I wanted the forest, gathering herbs and fruits, evening approached. Now it's about time. I took off my shirt and lit it on fire with Director Kim's lighter. Good heavens, Deputy Manager CO, what are you doing? The Deputy Manager. The clothes, having dried after the rain and being worn while wandering outside, caught fire easily. I threw the freshly picked fruits into the fire made from my burning clothes. We couldn't gather firewood because of the rain. It'll be night soon, we need the fire. But your clothes. I'm fine. Didn't I bring a lot of warming herbs? Farewell gift from Manager Kim. I left the two in a panic and, after a while, retrieved the fruits from the fire using a branch. Manager Kim, try this. Director Kim, you do. Thank you, Deputy Manager CO. Really, thank you. The sun had set. We sat in the cave, watching the sunset, eating roasted fruits. This would probably be the last meal with Manager Kim. While eating the fruits, we chatted to hide the sadness of parting with Chief O, Section Chief John, Deputy Manager Kang, and Deputy Manager O. Sometimes lying heartily. Sometimes sniggering quietly. Sometimes feigning disinterest at Director Kim jokes. That way, we spent a long time laughing and talking. The sky turned from red to purple at sunset, the sun almost completely set below the horizon. In the distance, the direction where numerous cultivators and the Sea Dragon King had headed, towards the Ascension Gate. Manager Kim suddenly turned her head. Manager Kim, what's wrong? Director Kim asked Manager Kim Yoon. Seeing her trembling lips, I guessed that the time had come. Azu. She had awakened her abilities. It's strange. Suddenly I can feel everything around me. My senses are reaching out for several kilometers. Manager Kim Yoon, suddenly able to sense her surroundings for several kilometers, clutched her head in pain, moaning. Ugh, grrr. Deputy Manager CO, what should we do? Is there any herb good for headaches? There's one for headaches here, but I doubted it would be useful. 50 years ago, my past life, it was around this time that she was taken. Screamed softly in the direction of the ascending gate. It's coming, something is coming. From the direction of the ascending gate, where the cultivator had headed, a small dot became visible. Soon after, the dot rapidly grew and swiftly approached us. Whoosh! Rising above our cave at an unbelievable speed, it was a giant putt-like beast. Sitting on top of the sinister-looking hut beast was an old man with a hunchback holding a cane. The self-praising hunchbacked old man chuckled for a while, and then asked us, "Leap." The old man jumped down from the puppet and approached Manager Kim Yon, who was suffering from the headache. "Who are you?" Manager Kim is our colleague. Director Kim bravely blocked the old man's path. But with a flick of the old man's chin, Director Kim was helplessly thrown aside. I ran to catch Director Kim, and although my back scraped, I managed to safely catch him. Deputy Manager Seal, thank you. Ha Huff, are you okay? You're back. I'm fine. While we were busy, the hunchbacked old man approached Manager Kim Yon. The hunchbacked old man lifted Manager Kim Yon's chin, grinning. Manager Kim Yon's eyes trembled, and she turned to us. Director, Deputy Manager. Ugh, who? Tears the size of beans began to fall from her eyes. She had worried about being separated from us, after her colleagues were kidnapped just a few days after arriving in this world. The thought of being separated from us again frightened her. Seeing her like this, the hunchbacked old man's face distorted grotesquely and pointed at us. Ugh. Arg. Rick, Kim and I groaned loudly and collapsed on the spot. An overwhelming pressure that made it difficult to breathe squeezed us. No, please, I'll do anything you ask. Please just spare them. Manager Kim Yon, tears streaming, clung to the old man's feet. Seeing this, the hunchbacked old man wrinkled his brow and withdrew his hand from us. The crushing pressure that felt like it would burst our hearts finally subsided. I understand. Just a moment. Whoosh. Crack. Dark rift opened behind Director Kim and me. Startled, Director Kim tried to run in the other direction, and I hurriedly gathered the herbs and medicinal plants I had placed at the cave entrance. As the hunchbacked old man gestured, we began to be sucked towards the rift. Yunhai and Director Young-hoon, no. Manager Kim Yon reached out to us with a desperate look. We lost consciousness on the other side of the rift. Blink. Came to my senses and got up. Where is this? I looked around, recalling memories from 50 years ago. The musty smell. The noisy sounds coming from afar. What? With my eyes, I looked around. It was different from my memory. This place was different from where Director Kim and I had landed in my past life. I found myself in an alleyway, with people passing by on the other side. Why is it different from last time? Then, I remembered the hunchbacked old man saying he would randomly connect the spatial rifts. It was random. Even a tiny difference could have changed the probabilities due to the butterfly effect, sending me to a different place than in my past life. I looked back. Behind me were Director Kim and the herbs I had brought scattered on the ground. Let's go outside for a while. I arranged the herbs and pushed them into the corner of the alley, covering them with a burlap sack. Then I stepped out onto the streets. A cacophony of sounds hit my ears. The best silk in Yangyo, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Day goods are scriptures from Shanghai country, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. If you talk about our pharmacy, it was a bustling area. Fortunately, it was language I was familiar with. I was startled for a moment. I thought I had fallen into a completely different country where I had to learn a new language. Luckily, it seemed I had landed in Yangyo, Chinese letter, where I had lived in my past life. Excuse me, I'm a bit confused. What's the name of this place? I've just come up from the village and I'm a bit mixed up about the name here. I stopped the passerby to ask the name of the place. In my past life, Director Kim and I had landed in Yangyo's Lion City, Chinese letter, a small city located on the border of Yangyo. The passerby, looking at me as if I were insane, brushed off my hand and said, "Are you out of your mind? Asking where this is right in the middle of the capital, ugh, bad luck, meeting a crazy person in broad daylight." The capital. I smiled as I learned the name of the place. King City, Chinese letter. This life, I had arrived in the capital of Yangyo. Chapter 4, Director Kim is a martial genius 1. Chapter 4, Director Kim is a martial genius 1. After confirming my location, I approached Director Kim, who was still unconscious, and shook him awake. Director Kim. Director Kim slowly got up and looked around. Deputy Manager CO, where are we now? Here. I briefly explained the situation to the director. After the hunchbacked old man had thrust us through the spatial rift, we found ourselves in the place. It seemed to be a world resembling medieval China, where martial artists really exist. So many things have happened, I can't even tell what's what anymore. Indeed. I wish someone would tell me this is all just a dream. Kim's face seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. I'm not sure if it's fortunate or not having any abilities or talents. I wonder if it's good that we weren't taken by those monstrous beings, or if we were just abandoned. I had no answer for him either. In my past life, I was just an ignorant herb collector who knew nothing. Even though I had survived comfortably for 3 days with others in that life, it was all thanks to my regression. As a person, I'm not that remarkable. First, we can't stay in this alley forever. Let's go out. Okay. Kim and I went out to the bustling streets of Siakyang City. Siakyang City bustling area, teeming with all kinds of people, was as crowded as a modern-day shopping district. I can't understand what they're saying. It all sounds like Chinese, and why are people glinting at us? Probably because of the clothes we're wearing. I had burned the shirt I was originally wearing at Manager Kim's farewell meal to use fuel, so now I only had an undershirt left. Kim was conspicuously dressed in completely out-of-place hiking gear. This is trouble. By the way, Deputy Manager CO, do you happen to speak Chinese? Yes, fortunately, I've had Chinese language training. Listening to them, it sounds similar to a Southern Chinese dialect. I think communication should be possible to some extent. Wow, that's incredibly lucky. Of course, that was lie. The language of this world, starting from Oracle bone script, was entirely different from Chinese. Whether it's traditional, simplified, or any regional dialects of China, they won't work here. In my past life, I had to beg and cling to nearby beggars for 2 months just to learn basic communication. I wouldn't need to do that now. But since these clothes will attract attention, let's buy new ones. How are we going to buy clothes? I doubt our money will work here. I smiled wryly and replied, money might not work, but wherever people live, medicine is needed. I entered a nearby pharmacy and sold various herbs like hemostatic herbs, warming herbs, and fever-reducing herbs. These were the most common and low-grade herbs I had gathered in a scent path. Of course, these herbs, having absorbed a lot of spiritual energy and not been touched by human hands for a long time in the forest, were 3 to 4 times larger than ordinary herbs, and I received a considerable amount of money from the pharmacy. Haha, Deputy Manager CO, as expected, your ability to work even here. Did you receive a lot? It seems so. Still, I frowned upon seeing the money given by the pharmacy owner. They've really undercut the price. It was because of our suspicious appearance. The herbs were large and abundant, so we received this much, but we might not have gotten anything if they were less. Of course, this amount was enough to buy new clothes. I immediately went to the most shabby-looking fabric store nearby and bought 2 sets of warm clothes. We changed into these plain-looking clothes and stepped outside. The cost of living here is immense. It seemed to be 3 to 4 times more expensive than in London City. As a result, we had to spend all the money we had. So what now, Deputy Manager CO? Just wait a moment, Director. It seems I will need to sell more herbs. I went to another pharmacy and again sold herbs. This time, they didn't cut the price because of our suspicious appearance, but still significantly undercut the price. I once again went back to the fabric store and bought slightly better clothes, then went to another pharmacy and sold herbs again. This time, the owner of the pharmacy, seeing my clothes, bought the herbs at proper price. The last time, I went back to the fabric store and this time bought a silk outfit. Dressed in the new clothes, I wandered around the bustling streets of Siakyung City and entered a considerably large pharmacy to sell the yellow bamboo roots. Ah, my lord, to sell such a precious elixir to our pharmacy. The owner of the pharmacy reverently took the yellow bamboo roots from me, who was dressed in silk. In my opinion, this yellow bamboo root must be at least 800 years old. At the very least, it should fetch 10 pieces of horse-shaped silver. Of course, in fact, it should be worth 15 pieces for such quality. Right, it should be, bring them quickly. I received the owner gratitude and left the pharmacy with 15 pieces of horse-shaped silver. Incredible, Deputy Manager CO, is all. Yes, well, there were still a few more roots of yellow bamboo left. Moreover, the one I sold was the smallest. After buying a silk outfit for Director Kim, I went to the government office, gave a bribe to an official, and obtained a residence permit. Then, after buying a small house and land on the outskirts of Siakyung City, I was left with only 1 piece of horse-shaped silver. Let's live here from today onwards. We've secured basic housing, and I'll teach you how to read and write, Director. Thank you, Deputy Manager CO. No, that's not right. He seemed a bit embarrassed as he spoke. Now that we're not colleagues, it doesn't seem right to call you Deputy Manager. What should I call you? Just call me by my name. Thank you, Seo Yunhan. We decided on the form of address and discussed our feud plans. The reason we could gather such an amount of money so quickly is because we sold the herbs we gathered in the forest. If we run out of herbs, we'll have problems with food and shelter, so we need to find a way to make a living. How should we continue to make a living? How about doing business by selling herbs and buying silver? Certainly, with the substantial initial funds we now have, Director Kim Young-hoon, who was a mid-level executive in a fairly large company, should be able to do business well enough to make ends meet. But that's not enough. Then I've regressed. Shouldn't I aim a little higher? Director Kim Young-hoon is a martial arts genius. He became a powerful warrior by mastering third-rate martial arts sold on the streets in just a few months. He gradually learned advanced martial arts to eventually become the #1 in the martial arts world of Yingyo. What if I taught him advanced martial arts from the beginning? I could advance the birth of the greatest swordsman of my 30 years, and I would benefit as much as possible from his success. Director, this place actually has a world of martial arts and martial skills. If doing business in such a place, we could end up being swept by the competition between martial sects at any time. Wouldn't it be better to learn at least some self-defense martial skills? That makes sense. He asked me, his face lighting up with excitement. But martial arts are usually not taught to outsiders, right? How can we easily learn them? Hearing about learning martial arts, Director Kim used a term from martial arts novels, and his eyes sparkled. I just received 15 pieces of silver for 1 herb. Isn't there nothing that can't be solved with money? Of course, before that, you'll need to learn the language and characters. The next 3 months, I taught Director Kim the language and characters, while living off the money from selling 1 more herb. He seemed to relieve his depression from being separated from his colleagues in this strange world by learning with all his might. At the same time, I taught him a breathing technique called Shinji, Heaven Earth Heart Method, a third-rate internal martial art as a health exercise. And after 3 months, lately, I've been feeling a tingling sensation in my lower abdomen. Even though I just sit at home, I feel bursts of energy. Amazing. I confirmed Director Kim's incredible progress. Shinji Heart Method, literally a basic internal martial art, focuses not on accumulating internal energy, but on feeling it by establishing the foundation in the Danshin. It took Director Kim only 3 months to feel the Kai inside his body, which usually takes ordinary people 8 months with the Shinji Heart Method. He has mastered the Shinji Heart Method. At the same time, I felt a bit of self-deprecation. It took about 13 months to feel Kai using the Shinji Heart method. That means I'm considerably slower than an average person. When it's only third-rate martial arts, the difference is only 4 times, but as we progress to higher-level martial arts, the gap between his talent and mine will become strikingly apparent. Well, since you seem to be getting the hang of the language and characters, let's look for a sect to join. Let's do that. Haha, are we going to learn martial arts now? While I spent 3 months teaching direct Kim letters and language, I researched the martial arts sects of Xiaoqing City in Yangzhou. Demon Slaying Sect, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Self-Binding Temple, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Surpassing Birdhouse, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Seven Mysteries Gate, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Wolf Fang Gang, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Dark Knight Association, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. And Dragon Fighting Stronghold, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, are considered the 7 major sects of Xiaoqing City. I explained each of the sects to him. Demon Slaying Sect, Self-Binding Temple, Surpassing Birdhouse, and 7 Mystery Gate were classified as righteous sects. Wolf Fang Gang, Dark Knight Association, and Dragon Fighting Stronghold were famous unorthodox forces in Xiaoqing City. 4 righteous sects and 3 evil sects were collectively referred to as 4 stars, 3 demons, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, in Xiaoqing City. The Demon Slaying Sect mainly practiced sword and blade techniques. Self-Binding Temple was a religious sect of Buddhism. Surpassing Birdhouse was an information organization like How Moon, Korean Murim organization that consists of thieves, pickpockets, prostitutes, etc. And 7 Mystery Gate had a long history and encompassed various martial arts. Wolf Fang Gang specialized in strong and practical fighting techniques. Dark Knight Association developed stealth and movement techniques through illegal activities in Xiaoqing City. And Dragon Fighting Stronghold primarily focused on unarmed fighting techniques. Director, which sect appeals to you the most? Regardless of the sect, Director Kim's talent would ensure his success. Without any hesitation, Director Kim made his choice. Demon Slaying. Let's go with the Demon Slaying sect. After all, swordsmanship for a heroic warrior, blade techniques for man, is it not? Just like in his path life, he chooses the same path as his first martial art. Good choice indeed. The second coming of the greatest swordsman from my previous life. Together, Director Kim and I headed towards the Demon Slaying sect. The Demon Slaying sect's main branch was located in the east part of Xiaoqing City. Inside the large compound of the sect, loud shouts of energy could be heard. At the entrance, 2 warriors wearing swords and blades guarded the gate. Halt, what brings you to our sect? The guard warriors cautiously inquired, noticing the silk clothes we were wearing. This gentleman here is my elder brother. He has come to learn the martial arts of demon slaying, having heard of its reputation. The gatekeeper's eyes turned towards Director Kim. Middle-aged man with half-balding hair and a plump belly. I apologize, but at that age, it won't be easy to learn martial arts. Still, let us talk to the higher-ups. Even basic self-defense martial arts would be fine. He gently smiled and replied. Although I mentioned self-defense martial arts, within a few months, they will be pleading with Director Kim to learn advanced martial arts on their own. The gatekeepers exchanged looks aside and then opened the gate for us. Shortly after, Director Kim and I were facing the hallmaster of the Demon Slaying Hall, named Hyobi. So, you wish to learn self-defense martial arts? Yes, if possible, the best self-defense martial arts. I handed over a prepared silk case to Hyobi. It contained 15 of the 20 silver ingots I had acquired from selling all the yellow bamboo roots. Hyobi opened the case, checked the silver ingot, coughed, and said, Ichem. I will admit him as an outer disciple of the Demon Slaying sect. If he wants, I can also teach a couple of our inner disciple martial arts. However, he will be treated as an outer disciple. There are no privileges for those who enter through donations. Also, we will only accept one of you as an outer disciple. Director Kim, surprised by the stingy offer, started to rise. I gently pressed his shoulder, studying him, and replied to Hallmaster Hyobi. Thank you for the honor, Hallmaster. That will be sufficient. As an outer disciple, my elder brother here will join. Then come to the Hall of External Disciples shortly. Hyobi left us with a dismissive gesture and went away. Kim Young-hoon, looking confused, said to me, Yoon Hyan, what's the point if I'm the only one learning martial arts? If I knew it would be that expensive, we could have just gone to another sect. No, it might be better for you to learn martial arts. No, you being younger would be more suitable for learning martial arts. I've always been bad at physical activities. I'll support you, Miss Kim, with the remaining silver ingots through business. That's my job and my role. You just need to fulfill your role. But, showing a slightly apologetic face, Kim Young-hoon decisively said, All right, if you say so, I too will do my best to learn martial arts and help you. It would be lucky if this old buddy can even learn the basics. Believe in yourself. Thank you. Thus, Kim Young-hoon became an outer disciple of the Demon Slaying sect. Learning a few outer disciple and 3 inner disciple martial arts is a privilege for his substantial donation. 7 months later, the Demon Slaying sect was in an uproar. Chapter 5. Director Kim is a martial genius too. Chapter 5. Director Kim is a martial genius too. Achieving mastery in martial arts means fully embodying the true essence of those arts. Depending on a martial artist's skill, applying the essence of martial arts in real combat earns them recognition as a formidable warrior. Even if it's a third-rate martial art from the streets, understanding and embodying its essence can elevate one to the status of a second-rate martial artist. Naturally, as one practices higher-level martial arts, the essence embedded in each move requires the enlightenment equivalent to several third-rate arts, making it a hallmark of first- or second-rate martial arts. The Demon Slaying sect was one of those sects with high-level martial arts, a well-established sect in the city of Xiaoqing. And one had mastered their martial arts in just 7 months. Swoosh, swoosh. Kim Young-hoon blade sliced through the air. Absolute Dragon Saber technique, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, of the Demon Slaying sect. Blade technique reputed to even cut down flying dragons. It was a foundation martial art for inner disciples of the Demon Slaying sect. Of course, being a foundation art for indisciples meant it was on a different level than common third-rate martial arts, equivalent to second-rate martial arts. Despite being called second-rate, these martial arts were far from weak. The fundamental art taught to the indisciples of a large sect, its ferocity was formidable. Mastering its true essence meant he's reached first-rate. Kim Young-hoon had just managed to achieve the status of a first-rate warrior. I was astonished watching him perform the blade technique. First-rate, the significance of that title was immense. In field, those labeled as first-rate signify the masters of that industry. Even within the martial world, a first-rate warrior holds positions like an elder or even hallmaster of a large sect. For a small to mid-sized sect, they might even be the sect leader. Become first-rate in just half a year. And warriors train rigorously and achieve enlightenment to barely reach this level. But Kim Young-hoon, defying all norms, had boldly reached first-rate in just half a year. No wonder the demon-slaying sect is upside down. Rumor had that the sect was in chaos because an hour disciple had achieved the skill level of an elder in just 7 months, leading to suspicion of him being a spy from another sect. Eventually, due to this, Kim Young-hoon, along with another suspected spy, me, was confined to our residence. I don't even know martial arts. Why am I suspected of being a spy? But of course it made sense. A middle-aged man with a bulging belly comes to learn martial arts, and after being taught, he becomes a first-rate expert in just half a year. It's understandably suspicious, and it defies all logic. Mr. Kim, aren't you worried? Ha, what do you mean? If they suspect us of being spies, aren't they likely to block our meridians or destroy our dungeon? It's not uncommon in these kinds of martial arts things. That is true. Buzz. He swung his sword one last time and wiped off his sweat. But somehow, I feel like I can see the next barrier. If I overcome it, I believe I'll reach the next level. He's a monster. How long has it been since you've become a first-class warrior, and you're already feeling the next level? First class is a peak master. Peak master, one can be the sect leader of a major sect, or a grand elder level strength. In Yangyo, this level is also called the Pinot realm, and just being a peak master puts one in the fearsome position of being within the top 1,000 in Yangyo. In fact, within the martial arts world, there is hardly any discussion about a level beyond the peak. Thus, it's essentially the final reach of martial artists can attain through their martial arts training. Think, just mastering some high-level martial arts and in 7 months a peak master. My expectations were wrong. With this momentum, the return of the world's greatest swordsman could be accelerated by not 30 years, but 50 years. No, 50 years might be too much. Let's say 40 years. Such was the insane level of growth of Director Kim. Haha, if you're a first-class warrior, you might be treated as a spy. But once you pass the wall into the peak, even if you're suspicious, they have to accept you. Besides, Seo Yun-hyun still has a ginseng root from what he dug up right. He continued practicing his swordsmanship while hawing. Indeed, I had left a root of the yellow bamboo that I had dug up in Ascension Path. The yellow bamboo root was prepared for when Director Kim grew enough to increase his inner energy. It won't be long before I give it to him. By then, Director Kim's inner energy would also match that of Peak Master. But Director, your sword technique seemed completely different from just before. Haha, it's Hallmaster Hyobeek's sword technique. Was it the true demon-slaying sword technique? I saw it once unfolded and learned it. Now I'm trying to adapt it into my swordsmanship. It was truly a heavenly martial talent. It was truly terrifying. Come to think of it, from the beginning, Director Kim had an unusual stamina for hiking and incredibly fast footwork when playing foot volleyball. Whenever he did something physical at work, he always came in first, which was suspicious. Was his talent always there? Then, maybe our qualities and abilities weren't awakened in this world but were already present from our original world. Then, my regression ability too. It was a conjecture. I shook my head, dispelling the thoughts that had risen in my mind. So, 7 days and night passed. Director Kim had become a peak master. That has been overcome. I handed Director Kim the last 900-year-old yellow bamboo root, astonished. You have an unexpectedly incredible talent. I prized myself. I never knew I had such a talent for martial arts. Maybe it was for this reason that I liked martial arts since I was young. While exchanging such trivial jokes, Director Kim chewed and swallowed the yellow bamboo root I handed him, then began internal energy cultivation in a sitting posture. Kuu. Shortly after, 3 flowers of Kai formed above Director Kim's head and scattered into his nose and mouth. That's 3 flower gather at the summit, ko sandwich we dung in us. Sua. Director Kim's eyes sparkled. He stood up with a confident expression. Now, even the hallmaster is not so scary. By the way, when will this house arrest be lifted? He approached one of the elders who was supervising our house. Excuse me, when will the house arrest be lifted? Until your suspicion of being a spy is cleared. All right then. 3 more days passed. People from the sect came. Hear this. The hallmaster of the demon-slaying hall ordered to sever ties with Yoon Young-hoon. Yoon because there is no Kim surname Yang-yo, a spy from another sect trying to steal our martial arts and cut the meridians of his limbs. 3 elders from the demon-slaying hall surrounded Director Kim, and a second-class warrior, a law enforcer, approached me. Didn't I say I'm really not a spy? I'm just... Shut up, tie him up. Who? What happened wasn't clear. Just that Director Kim Young-hoon unsheathed his sword at a fast speed. Shaku. On Deja. One elder's wrist was slightly cut. That elder won't be able to use that hand for life. Director Kim held the sword with a gloomy face. Like 7 months ago, his body, now lean and filled with muscles, naturally assumed the posture of the sword stance he had practiced thousands, if not millions of times. It was my first martial arts school. What on earth? The 2 startled elders rushed at him, but again, Kim's sword moved too fast for the eye to see, lightly slicing the wrists of the elders. Oh well. Thud. The guardian who was approaching me also panicked. As Kim quickly approached and delivered a wrist strike, the guardian collapsed unconscious. Ugh. Damn, he's a peak master, run away. Informed the sect leader. Several disciples of the demon-slaying sect who had come with their elders panicked and ran away. Kim Young-hoon, with a stern face, spoke of me. Yun-hyun, I'm thinking of going to the Dragon Fighting Stronghold. What do you think? Dragon Fighting Stronghold, while being a faction of the unorthodox sect, isn't one known for great misdeeds. It's just a faction known for its strong martial spirit, so it doesn't seem bad. Ha, good. Then you go ahead to the Dragon Fighting Stronghold. I'll follow after dealing with the elders of the demon-slaying sect and the sect leader. Kim Young-hoon and I left the house, going in opposite directions. Hurriedly headed to the southern part of Sinking City, where the Dragon Fighting Stronghold was located, and only reached there by evening. Yun-hyun, why are you so late? Haha, you are just too fast, Director. Kim Young-hoon had already arrived at the Dragon Fighting Stronghold faster than me. I sighed softly as I looked at the blood stain on his sword. Director Kim, who used to be shocked by my violence, now carried a sword stained with blood. Though it's for survival in this world, it is inevitable that we are changed by this world. How nice it would be if we could return. Our ordinary lives on Earth, not this martial world. Suddenly, I felt the ability to return to the past was a rather useless gift. If I had to return, why not send me back to that time on Earth? Can't be helped since it's come to this. Anyway, we have to live. I smiled at Director Kim, his sword stained with blood. I'm glad you're safe, Director. 10 years passed. Kim Young-hoon, who had been betrayed by the demon-slaying sect, devoted himself to the Dragon Fighting Stronghold and was appointed as an official elder of Dragon Fighting Stronghold. Becoming an official elder, he collected even more advanced martial arts and soon became a powerful warrior, surpassing even peak masters. Now, he had earned the seat of one of the 3 great swordsmen of the world in just 10 years. However, in reality, he always concealed more than 40% of his abilities. If he fully revealed his strength, he would become the unrivaled #1 in the world, the foremost person in Yingyo, and I had no doubt about that. Ignoring our age difference, I decided to address him as Hyung-nim. He created a martial arts technique that suited me perfectly and taught it to me. This is the Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. It's named for its intent of slicing even the giant mountain. If you master it, you too can become a peak master. Along with the sword technique, he also created Dragon Vein Kai method, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, an advanced internal energy method. It was first-class martial art, different from the simple third or second-class ones. The problem was, but Yun-hyun, you are really a bit dull. My terrible martial talent. Even though he, the greatest martial artist, personally created a technique suited for me and taught it in detail, I was still barely hanging on third class even after a year. I can't help it, everyone has talents in different fields. Over the past 10 years, Kim Young-hoon practiced martial arts and I studied medicine. I studied acupuncture points, acupuncture methods, and medical treatments in addition to the herbal medicine I had learned earlier. Thanks to this, I was able to set up an official medical hall and act as a doctor. Maybe it was due to the herbal knowledge I had previously learned. I was able to progress much faster in the field of medicine than in martial arts. By the way, aren't you going to marry? Well, I have to wait for the opportunity. The rough atmosphere of Dragon Fighting Stronghold made marriage an undesirable option. There were even young ladies who ran away, pale-faced, when they heard I worked in the medical hall of Dragon Fighting Stronghold. I might have to leave Dragon Fighting Stronghold for the sake of my brother's marriage. Are you really leaving because of me? Just joking. Rather, Dragon Fighting Stronghold feels too cramped. Indeed, having achieved the title of one of the 3 great swordsmen of the world within 10 years, and possessing the hidden strength of the #1 in the world, his words made sense. I'm thinking of leaving Dragon Fighting Stronghold to establish a new organization. What do you think? A new organization? Yes, the Woolen Alliance, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. A group that will unite the many factions of Yangyo and mediate the complicated political situations. What do you think? Will you join me? Of course I will. We are from the same hometown. That's right, people from the same hometown. We shouldn't part ways. Thus, Kim Young-hoon and I, having been in this world for 10 years, left Dragon Fighting Stronghold to establish the Woolen Alliance. Kim Young-hoon left Dragon Fighting Stronghold, and for 2 years, he traveled around Yangyo, challenging and breaking the signboards of major factions in each area. In the 3rd year, he finally succeeded in taking down the signboards of all the factions. He truly earned the title of the #1 person in the world, and established the Woolen Alliance with the fame of #1, uniting the factions of the martial world. Naturally, he was the first leader of the Woolen Alliance, and I assisted him as the chief strategist. 7 years passed after the establishment of the Woolen Alliance. It had been 20 years since we landed in this world. My martial arts skill had progressed from barely hanging on 3rd class to comfortably being at that level. Although I had 1st class inner energy due to consuming many medicinal herbs in my position as strategist, my actual skill was still just at the fringe of 3rd class. However, Kim Young-hoon was different. Kuo, in the dark secret room. I stood as Kim Young-hoon protector, waiting for him to finish his energy circulation. That's when it happened. Wu-wung. Light shone, and above his head, 5 circles of energy gathered. After a while, the 5 spheres of energy were inhaled through his nose and mouth. The realm of 5 energies converging to the origin. Tuk wuda tik tuk. Soon after, his body began to twist significantly, and his bones and flesh started to contort. That is, wuda tik tuk. His body transformed into an ideal form. Complete transformation. Pad. For a moment, there's a bright light, and then a completely different person stood before me. Wrinkles and white hair were gone, and the bald head had grown lush hair. The owner of that vibrant body, brimming with vitality, was completely different from the person I knew. Hyung-nim. Kim Young-hoon, having undergone a complete transformation, seemed to have successfully rejuvenated. Now, he looked much younger than even me. Truly the best. Look at you, brother. You seem to be brimming with vitality. It feels like you can do anything. You'll probably get married before me, Hyung-nim. That was true. Ever since I was appointed as chief strategist in the Woolen Alliance, I had been insanely busy, not even having the time for dating, let alone marriage. Hey, what are you talking about me get married? But it seemed like he had no thoughts about marriage either. I've been married on Earth and the first 3 years were good, but after that it was really, no, I better not talk about it. Kim Young-hoon was a married man who had been a director on Earth. It seemed he had no intention of ever marrying again, even after becoming the #1 husband in the world, given his past experiences with his wife. But Haing-nim, the world will be shocked to know you've undergone a complete transformation. Ha, indeed, but now it's time to gradually pass on the leadership of the Woolen Alliance to the next leader. There's no one who meets your standards, Haing-nim. The leader of the Woolen Alliance, one must have a certain level of martial arts, but there isn't a single person who understands the way of martial arts. You're just too much of a genius, Haing-nim. It's not that other people are stupid. Still, 1 year after Kim Young-hoon's complete transformation, Haing-nim passed on the position of the leader of the Woolen Alliance to the next generation. I too wanted to retire with Haing-nim, but since the second leader of the Woolen Alliance was facing difficulties in managing the alliance, I ended up being forced to continue to sit as the chief strategist. And so another 10 years passed. It has been 30 years since I arrived in this world. My age was now approaching 60. As for my martial arts skills, while my internal strength was abundant, my actual skill level had barely reached the very end of the third grade. The Woolen Alliance went through the second leader and reached the time of the third leader, and I finally managed to retire after frankly training a successor and passing the position to the second strategist. Kim Young-hoon retired from his position as the leader of the Woolen Alliance and traveled around Yeongyo, often disappearing for months. Because of this, he did not even attend my retirement ceremony. I saw Kim Young-hoon's face again a year after retiring as a strategist. I bought a manor in Sakyong City and was leisurely reading medical books there. Trudge. What's this? Who's there? Ugh, Haing-nim. Do you look like a beggar? And why didn't you come to my retirement ceremony? Were you enjoying your travels around the world so much? Haing-nim. The man I saw after a long time was in a beggar's appearance, pale-faced, and had lost all his overwhelming self-confidence. What happened, Haing-nim? Thump. He lay down on the floor of my manor, looking up at the sky, and spoke. Yoon-haen, I thought I was truly blessed with the talents of martial arts. But you are a genius, aren't you? Yes, I'm definitely a martial arts genius. There probably isn't a single person in Yeongyo, no, among ordinary mortals, who can match my martial talents. Ordinary mortals? How is Haing-nim an ordinary mortal? You are the #1 in the world. I encountered cultivators. Don't you remember, 30 years ago, those monsters who flew in the sky and kidnapped our companions? I fell silent. The cultivators. Working as the chief strategist of the Woolen Alliance, I had met them a few times. They were lurking in Yeongyo's political and even royal circles, manipulating the entire country of Yeongyo. After the establishment of the Woolen Alliance to control the martial world, they wanted to get their hands on the Woolen Alliance as well. Willing to oppose them, knowing that it would mean fighting the entire country of Yeongyo, I agreed to join hands with them. With their indirect support, we were able to significantly expand the power of the Woolen Alliance. However, they demanded that martial artists should not be able to harm cultivators, and because of this decree, members of the Woolen Alliance never had the chance to confront them. And, after stepping down as the leader of the Woolen Alliance, Kim Young-hoon went in search of cultivators. Those cultivators are really hard to find. Even if I do manage to find one and try to engage them in combat, they use annoying techniques like illusions or flying to escape, preventing a proper fight. But this time, I finally succeeded in facing them head-on. So did you win? I won. If you had said that during your time as the leader of the Woolen Alliance, I would have grabbed the back of my neck in disbelief. Kim Young-hoon chuckled bitterly, sticking out his tongue. In a life-worth struggle against a cultivator who had reached the stage of Kai building, I barely managed to inflict a scratch on his fingertip. He said that even a mere touch on his body would count as my victory, so I guess it was win in a way. Was this cultivator one of the 10 greatest masters among the cultivators? No. He got up and looked dejected. He said that the Kai building stage is considered the second lowest level in the cultivation world. For a martial artist, it's equivalent to a second tier fair. What? That's unbelievable. In both my past and present lives, I knew that cultivators were formidable beings. Above the martial artists, there existed these incredibly powerful cultivators. But having seen his martial prowess for 30 years, I knew. His martial arts truly reached the heavens. Not just as a figure of speech, Kim Young-hoon could literally perform martial arts in the sky using levitation. He could slice through solid iron as if it were tofu. He had such a martial art genius. He only managed to scratch a cultivator who was at the second lowest level in their hierarchy. I knew this world was like a Zhangxia novel. I knew about the genre of Zhangxia, but I only knew it as a genre, not the details. I called the world a Zhangxia-like world because of the existence of cultivators. But I hadn't thought much about how strong they really were. The monsters who kidnapped our colleagues 30 years ago, I had considered them as divine beings rather than cultivators. It's unbelievable that a human can be strong enough to toy with you, Haing-nim. I thought so too, but I was just a frog in the well. The cultivators we've seen lurking around in Yeongyo are the lowest in the cultivation hierarchy. Those at the very bottom, ironically, meddle with the mundane world. He sighed deeply. I will continue to confront these cultivators, and I will create a martial art that can face them. I must. I have the talent of a heavenly martial artist like no other in this world after all. With that, Kim Young-hoon left, his eyes blazing with determination. I was so shocked by his words that I didn't step outside for a while. And from that day on, I began to investigate these cultivators with all my might. Using my connections, I met with cultivators lurking within the Woolen Alliance, in politics, business, and even the royal family, learning about their world and their ways. The more I learned about cultivators, the more I realized that the extent of their realm was beyond my imagination. Cultivators, like martial artists who focus on physical prowess and internal energy, their goal is to become immortals through cultivation. Even the lowest cultivators were as strong as peak martial artists, meddling in various affairs. As their cultivation level increased, they could control weather, natural disasters, and gradually become almost godlike. Learning about these terrifying beings, I continued my martial arts training out of fear. The dragon-like beings we saw 30 years ago. They were not divine beings, but humans who achieved such states through cultivation. More unbelievable was that these beings are still struggling to ascend to higher realms, where even more terrifying beings exist. However, I was witness to such unbelievable tale myself, so I couldn't simply dismiss it as a joke. I knew my colleagues had become formidable beings, but I hadn't realized the extent. They were becoming truly terrifying entities. The more I learned about cultivators, the more I realized how insignificant the power we had acquired was. No matter how high our martial arts become, cultivators were monsters who could move mountains and alter landscapes. No matter how many times I undergo regression, I could never reach the level of cultivator. Cultivators require a spiritual root to begin their journey, something those without it can never achieve. Regression might not end with this life, but I don't know. I just thought of it as another chance at life and lived my best. Even if there's another life after this, we can never stand against cultivators. The more I interacted with cultivators and delved into ancient texts about them, the more powerless I felt. Amidst the feelings of powerlessness and pressure, I continued to train in martial arts. Swinging a sword with my aging body somehow cleared my mind a bit. Thus, another year passed. As I performed the severing mountain swordsmanship and regulated my breath, I had barely managed to reach the level of a second-tier martial artist. Around that time, I encountered my changed brother again. Eyeing him, the man I met for a long time looked like a wild hermit, with long, unkempt hair and a bushy beard. It's been a while, Yunhan. Yes, it's been years since we last saw each other. We've only been in touch through letters. Did the information I sent about the cultivation world help you? It did somewhat. Were you able to develop a martial art to defeat the cultivators? I've completed the martial art I had been conceptualizing. Well, I gasped in awe. If a martial arts genius like him said so, it meant his martial arts could definitely confront cultivators. Surely, your martial art must have transcended the heavens. No. His face, however, bore an unusually solemn look. My martial arts can only go this far. What do you mean? I've come to bid you farewell today. Eyeing him, his face, once filled with pride and hope, was now completely shrouded in darkness. Today, I'm going to join a cultivation sect as a disciple, probably starting from the very bottom. Haha. No, what do you mean? The past 10 years, using information about cultivators, I sought them out, fought them, and developed martial arts to counter them. And then, I met a being known as a core formation cultivator. His story continued. Fighting him and unleashing all my insights, I managed to sever the core formation cultivator's left hand, but he simply attached a talisman and his hand regrew. Right after that, I was completely toyed with by him. He said that he admired my will and would accept me into his cultivation sect. After alluding to him, I realized this is the limit of what martial arts can reach. Martial arts cannot take you any higher. Whether you practice for 100 or 1,000 years, it's all the same. So now, I've decided to become a cultivator and walk a new path. Hearing his words, I felt my lips trembling. There was so much I wanted to say, but nothing I could say. Then, a rather foolish question escaped my lips. Isn't it impossible to become a cultivator without a spiritual root? The core formation cultivator said. To my foolish question came a shocking reply. The stage of 5 energies converging to the origin that martial artists achieve corresponds to the 5-element spiritual root that cultivators are born with. Precisely, when a mortal achieves the 5 energies converging to the origin through martial arts, they awaken the spiritual root. These that cultivators are born with, mortals can only wake through a lifetime of martial arts exploration. He looked up at the sky with a bleak expression. I have a genius of martial arts, but only of martial arts. After staring at the sky for a while, he got up. I must go now to pursue a higher realm. Having finished speaking, young Hoon, my brother, vanished using a movement technique. The book was left in its place. I picked up the book he left behind with a dazed expression. The title was Record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. It was the martial art he developed while seeking out cultivators for the past decade. I read each page of his insights. Frankly, to me, barely hanging on as a second-tier martial artist, it seemed like grasping at straws. I could feel his emotions as he left his martial art and his resolve to give up his path and become a cultivator. The preface of the book contained his request to me. Brother Seo Yunhayan, please pass on this martial art to future generations, making it a lifeline for them to survive in front of the natural disasters known as cultivators. Read and reread his insights, engraving them in my mind. Though I couldn't understand it no matter how many times I read it. I did it to feel his last will. Hi, Nim, you left me behind, where are you going? At first, he was just my boss. But over 40 years, he had become my true brother. From that day on, I continued my training even more diligently, desperate trying to understand even a bit of the knowledge he had left behind. However, my aging body gradually became weaker. Over the years, I managed to reach the level of a second-tier martial artist, no longer just clinging to this rank by a thread. But from that point on, my body rapidly declined due to inevitable aging. Coughing on my ornate bed, I thought, how ironic. It's been nearly 50 years since I came to this world. Similar to my past life, here I'm lying in bed, dying of similar illness. The only difference is the bed and the size of the house. It seems one's destiny cannot be changed. I'm going to die on the same day from the same cause. As death draws near, I can feel it. This is fate. No matter how hard a human being tries, they cannot escape their destiny. They can only comply. Frank struggles can make life a bit better, a bit more enjoyable, but one's innate fortune and destiny cannot be changed. If being human means floundering between luck and destiny, then we can only gain something within that space. Anything beyond that is unattainable. But was it really so? As I feel my life draining away, I slowly closed my eyes. Didn't want to feel the regrets of my past life. In this given time, I lived as hard as I could, but in retrospect, could I really not go beyond my destiny? Sometimes I wonder, maybe if I had struggled a little more, pushed a little harder, I could have reached further. I spent a lifetime with young Hun Hang Nim, reaching the position of the chief strategist of the Woolen Alliance. I grasped all the wealth and honor one could feel in the human world. Now, all that's left is my impending death. Do I regret it? This life was not regrettable. In fact, it was more than fulfilling. If there was one thing I regret, it's regrettable that I couldn't do anything when someone trying to leap to great heights faced an even greater wall. I'm utterly ordinary, except for having undergone one cycle of return. In terms of martial arts, I'm rather untalented. An ordinary person like me, next to someone blessed with heavenly talent, couldn't witness him surpassing the heavens. Yes, not seeing what lies beyond the heavens was my only regret. On a cold but not too chill winter day, I lay in bed, wrapping up a persistent life where I did everything I could for 50 years. That was my second return. 6 seconds I for a day. 6 seconds I for a day. Blink, blink. I can breathe again. It's not the body that was losing life force anymore. Life force is overflowing throughout my body. This is the familiar forest. I knew what had happened. I had regressed again. So regression wasn't just a one-time thing. Up until now, I had treated regression as a miraculous opportunity given to me, living faithfully. Although I had acquired the ability to regress, I didn't know the principles behind it, nor did I know how many times it could happen. But now I've undergone regression twice. Regression is not the end. There's a high probability that this won't be the end either. Infinite regression. While I was lost in thought, Section Chief John Myung-hoon in his usual manner was angrily charging at me. Deputy Manager CO, you bastard. Swoosh wish. I easily dodged John Myung-hoon's attempt to hit my cheek as he rushed towards me. He dodged. Well, swoosh. John Myung-hoon, enraged, charged at me again, but I continued to dodge his attacks easily while lost in my thoughts. Why did I regress? I looked blankly at John Myung-hoon, who was charging at me. In the last life, I had lived really hard, really faithfully. I lived a satisfying life and died peacefully. There might have been a bit of regret, but I never wanted more than that. Why did I regress? Body brimming with vitality. New opportunity I had gained. Surely it was something good, but what about I achieved over 50 years? Now it's nowhere to be found. Unrecoverable. That's right. By regressing, everything I had built up over 50 years was gone, vanished. This Deputy Manager CO, you bastard. What are you doing? How dare you keep dodging? John Myung-hoon in his audacious manner yelled and charged at me. I stepped aside easily, dodging his punch and continued to ponder. But it feels familiar. What is this familiar feeling? I see. Right. I might have been unconsciously afraid of a day like today. Regression. Certainly, it was a miraculous opportunity, a second chance. But paradoxically, I feared losing that time period through another regression. That familiar feeling was because the fear I had was now realized in front of me. Even if I was given another chance, was it right to erase that time period? I lived my life with no shame. But everything I lived for was erased by regression. That's right, maybe in my last life too I was unconsciously afraid of this power. No, I'm sure I was scared of it. Realizing that this regression ability was not a one-time thing, my fear only grew. Or should I say it became certain. This power, it negates my entire life. If this regression was the end, I could go in peace. But what if it's not? What if my regression continues forever? My entire life will be negated, and those I knew will be forever trapped in the cycle of time. That's right. I had found the true source of my regret, no my fear. It stemmed from the very power of regression itself. Then, how should I overcome this power of regression? I have to eliminate the regression ability. That power shouldn't exist. I set a long-term goal for the life, and for countless lives to come. I'll eliminate my regression ability, or ensure it never activates again. That's the long-term goal I will pursue. For that first, I need to find out the origin of this regression ability. Back on Earth, none of us had any special constitution or power. All 7 of us developed such abilities only after coming to this world, so it's likely they originated here. I used to think these powers could have existed on Earth as well, but now I'm sure they didn't. It doesn't make sense. If there were innate superpowers like calling rain and wind, and sensing things kilometers away, then Deputy Manager O and Manager Kim wouldn't have needed to work at our company. Then, the greatest possibility to eliminate the regression ability might be returning to our original world. I first specified my goal within my long-term objective. First, let's aim to return home. But how do we return home? First of all, my current abilities won't do. If I'm immortal abilities, I can't attempt anything. I need to grow stronger. Being a second-tier warrior isn't enough. I must become a cultivator. I need to become a cultivator. Yes, become a cultivator to gain long life and power. I must investigate the ascendant gate that leads to the higher realms. When the ascendant gate opens, the space in this ascendant path region becomes unstable. Then our falling into this world might also be related to it. Maybe through the ascendant gate, I could return to my original world. Become a cultivator, then head to the ascendant gate. Thus, I was able to further specify my goal. But to become a cultivator, one needs a spiritual root. Without it, a common mortal can never become a cultivator. However, I have once touched the threshold of a spiritual root. In my past life, Yakun Hyang Nim had told me, the state of 5 energies converging to the origin, achievable through martial arts by a mortal, corresponds to the 5 elements spiritual root inherent in a cultivator at birth. Reading 5 energies converging to the origin, even a common mortal can awaken their spiritual root. Right, My long-term goal is to become a cultivator, reach the Ascension Gate, find a way back home, and eliminate my regression ability. Hugh, huff, how can he be so fast, this bastard? And for a short-term goal, to gain a spiritual root necessary to become a cultivator, I have to practice martial arts to reach the state of 5 energies converging to the origin, I guess. I sighed. It's a tremendously difficult mission. Already lacking talent in martial arts, who knows how long it will take me to reach 5 energies converging to the origin. Ironically, I have to rely on my regression ability to eliminate it. I don't feel desperate as long as I have the regression ability. I have infinite opportunities. No matter how long it takes, I will definitely reach 5 energies converging to the origin. I firmly resolved, setting the direction for my future. Finally, snapping out of my thoughts, I looked at John Myung-hoon, who was gasping and sitting in front of me. Section Chief John, calm down. What's the use of getting angry in this situation? You bastard, you don't even know what you did wrong. Certainly, Section Chief John dumped all your work on me the day before, forcing me to stay up all night before the workshop. You were also supposed to drive, weren't you? Even though you knew I was sleepy, you stopped me from asking others to drive. More so during the landslide, I did everything I could. Just happened so fast that I couldn't do anything more. Don't try to shift the blame onto me with your irrational logic and think about what to do next. I let it all out like a waterfall, and then walked past John Myung-hoon towards Young-hoon Haeng-nim. Haeng-nim? No, direct Kim Young-hoon. Sorry to bother you, but may I borrow your lighter? All right. Thanks. It looks like it'll be night soon, so I'll find a place to stay for the night. As for the others, you find the car or a way out of this forest. I'll light a fire over there, so come find me by the light when it gets dark. No. After my rapid-fire speech, I headed to the cave where I had stayed last time. Then I collected branches to make a windbreak in a door and gathered firewood for the fire, preparing for the night. I also gathered fruits and herbs from nearby, cook over the fire. Sizzling sounds filled the air. I tore my underwear to make a pouch for collecting herbs, and gathered herbs like hemostatic, pain-relieving, and paralyzing herbs around the base, preparing for the fox that might come to bite my arm tomorrow. The fruits are ripe. I took the roasted fruits from under the fire, cooled them down, peeled them, and started eating. Not bad. Filling my stomach, I picked a pseudo branch and held it like a sword. Severing mountain swordsmanship. My last life. My first regression. The martial art perfectly suited to my body, created by Young-hoon Haeng-nim with his overflowing talent. Whoosh whoosh. I held the sword and swung, practicing the first to 12th form of severing mountain swordsmanship in sequence. I've lost some Dutch. In my last life, just before death, I couldn't even lift a sword properly to practice swordsmanship. Consequently, my swordsmanship regressed to barely clinging to saying right. Still, if I focus on training for about a month, I should be able to regain the feel for it. My internal energy should also be sufficient, considering the spiritual medicine scattered throughout Ascent path. How far can I grow in this life? This time, I've decided not to participate in ridiculous ventures like the Woolen Alliance. It consumed too much of my personal time. I was so consumed by work that I couldn't even visit brothels, let alone meet women. In life, I'll focus on martial arts. To become a cultivator, I first need to reach 5 energies converging to the origin and awaken a spiritual root. But with my limited talent in martial arts, reaching that state seems far off. My immediate goal is to maximize my martial arts ability. Practicing severing mountain swordsmanship, I started activating the dantian of my untrained body by breathing according to the Shinji heart method. Using the breathing technique made me feel purified and cleared my mind. Wait a minute. I suddenly recalled the martial art completed by Young-hoon Haeng-nim in my last life. Record of passing cultivation and existing martial arts. The martial art created to confront cultivators with immortal body. Young-hoon Haeng-nim devoted his entire life to creating this martial art. It was a martial art created after he became a supreme master. What if he learned this martial art right from the beginning? In my last life, I advanced Young-hoon Haeng-nim's birth as the strong son of the heaven by 40 years by teaching him advanced martial arts. Then, what if he learned the martial art he spent his life contemplating right from the beginning? I remembered the final time I saw Young-hoon Haeng-nim. Although I've set a goal to learn martial arts to obtain a spiritual root to become a cultivator, perhaps he could present another possibility to me. Thud thud. Outside the cave, I heard footsteps of others who had seen the fire I lit and came to find it. Deputy Manager, you're quite capable. When did you make this? Young-hoon Haeng-nim. Director Kim Young-hoon was the first to enter the cave. I approached him, returned the lighter, and asked casually, Director, I know some health exercises and breathing techniques. With attention in this situation, would you mind practicing with me? Chapter 7, Heavens and Talent 1. Chapter 7, Heavens and Talent 1. In this situation, I'm not interested in that. Ah, yes. Young-hoon Haeng-nim seemed more concerned about our current situation than my breathing and health exercises, and didn't show much interest in them. It can't be helped, there's plenty of time. The next day, I encountered the fox, and as it happened, it bit off one of my arms. Pain was still similar, but this time, with increased mental strength and the medical knowledge accumulated in my past life, I managed to stop the bleeding and pain by pressing on the acupoints and applying chewed herbs to the wound. We were granted the right to reside on the land by the fox. John Myung-hoon, as in the previous life, schemed and after learning everything from me, proposed to offer me to the fox. Like my previous life, I made John Myung-hoon work hard, and the next day, I made him offer blood to the snake, tormenting him diligently. On the third day, the same people as last time came and kidnapped Section Chief Oh Han-seok, Deputy Manager Kang Min-hee, and Section Chief John Myung-hoon. On the fourth day, I will take this lady with me. Say Dragon King COH, we all arrived and picked up Deputy Manager O. May I ask a question to see Dragon King? COH well looked at me with interest and asked, It seems that you are taking our Deputy Manager O with you. However, she is immortal without a spiritual root and cannot live more than 100 years. How do you intend to use her? Thank you. Spiritual quality. another term for spiritual root. In other words, by accepting Sea Dragon King blood, one would become a cultivator instantly. Perhaps, could you also give us a chance? She is from the same homeland as us. Maybe we too have unique abilities. Suddenly, my suggestion, COH Well's eyes narrowed like those of a reptile. Boom, boom, boom. Arg Doug. Collapsed, clutching my chest. Hugh Huff. Having finished speaking, he walked towards the cave entrance. Crash, boom. With a thunderous noise and flash of lightning, he disappeared from the entrance. Above the sky, a blue dragon pierced through the storm clouds and flew leisurely. What just happened? Hoon Hyung Nim and Manager Kim stared at the sky in dismay. That evening I picked some special mushrooms, roasted them over the fire, and enjoyed a last meal with Manager Kim. Then, after she awakened her abilities, a ghastly figure arrived on a cloud, just like in my previous life. As before, the figure decided to take Manager Kim with him. I prostrated before the figure and asked, Respected cultivator, our colleague Manager Kim is immortal without a spiritual root. How can she become a disciple of a cultivator like you? The old man with a hunchback chuckled and replied, Shocked by the revelation, I trembled. There's another way to become a cultivator. As he spoke, he naturally turned his gaze to Manager Kim, trying to entice her. However, being unaware of what a cultivator, spiritual root, or spiritual channel meant, she just stared blankly at him. After a brief altercation, the hunchbacked old man pointed towards us. Wooash! A dark rift opened in the space behind us, and it started pulling me and young Hoon Hyung Nim in. I gathered herbs, while young Hoon Hyung Nim, attempting to escape, was eventually caught by the power of the ghastly figure and thrown beyond. As the spatial rift closed, the last thing I saw was Manager Kim reaching out to us, before I lost consciousness, just like in my previous life. When I became conscious, I was in a dark cave. The place it was the same as before. Due to the ghastly figure's random teleportation, a minor butterfly effect had dropped us somewhere completely different. I slowly walked towards the light at the end of the cave. It's a forest. Indeed, this time we had landed in a dense forest. But without the peculiar feeling of Dang Sin Hyong, I could tell we were definitely outside of it. Sigh. I sat down and practiced the Jinja Heart method I had used for the past 3 days. Jinja Heart method is a fundamental method to activate the Danshin and feel and control Kai. It's a basic practice that most martial artists learn before starting serious martial arts training. I don't know where the place is. It could be a completely different place, not Yangyo, and it might take days or even weeks to find a populated area. Chew, chew, chew. I chewed and swallowed an 800-year-old yellow bamboo root I had dug up in Dang Sin Hyong. Wooash. Powerful energy surged through my Danshin. My past life, even though I had these roots, I couldn't consume them because the only internal energy method I knew was the Jinja Heart method. But now it's different. I've learned many useful internal energy methods as the chief strategist of the Woolen Alliance for decades. I practiced the internal energy method tailored for me by young Hoon Hyung Nim in my past life, perfectly complementing the Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Dragon Vein Kai method. Majestic energy melded with my inner energy. Controlling the powerful energy was challenging due to its intensity. But I had practiced the same method for over 40 years. I recreated the pathways of the Dragon Vein Kai method, which I had used for more than 40 years, through the meridians and acupoints. Boom, boom, boom. I cleared the block channels, and the energy circulated through my body. Although I had purified my body to some extent with the Jinja Heart method for over 2 days, my current body, tainted with instant food and nicotine, struggled to clear the channels. Sigh. After a moderate circulation, I broke off a suitable branch nearby and started sharpening it with a sharp rock infused with my internal energy. As I infused the branch internal energy and executed the Severing Mountain swordsmanship, it penetrated an old tree, cutting it in half. It should be enough to survive in the mountains for a few days. In a world not infested with monsters and spirits like Dang Sin Hyong, my swordsmanship, barely clinging to the sand level, was enough for survival. Then, Young Hoon Hyung Nim, or rather Director Kim Young Hoon, approached me in a panic. CO Deputy Manager CO, what was that just now? What happened? How did you cut the tree with a wooden sword, and that strength? What about that? After a moment's thought, I gave him a plausible explanation. It's a stroke of fate. Fate? Yes, inside that cave, I found a mysterious book. When I picked it up, it burned and its contents and energy merged with me. It seems to be a strange object created by a martial artist using the power of a cultivator to pass on his martial arts to his successors. Thanks to that, I have become the successor of that martial art. Oh wow. Oh, it was an unbelievable tale. He seemed to accept it, having experienced too many unbelievable things in the last 4 days. In this situation, where we've fallen into another world, faced a fox as big as a house, been attacked by flying ghastly figures, and even fallen into a dark spatial rift, what's not to believe? I inwardly chuckled and explained the situation to Director Kim Young-hoon. We were randomly transported by the hunchbacked old man to an entirely different place. Since there were no houses nearby, we had to keep moving until we found a village. There seem to be martial arts in this world, so I'll teach you, etc. Director Kim Young-hoon didn't look too despairing, especially after hearing, I'll teach you martial arts. I taught him the Jinja Heart method, basic vocabulary of this world, primary acupoints, and left the forest together. By observing the constellations in the night sky, I deduced our location and managed to reach a nearby city. It's Yangyo again. I arrived at one of Yangyo's cities, Yanghill City, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, feeling a strange sensation. The ghastly figure randomly throws us around, but the randomness seems to be confined to Yangyo. There are many neighboring countries like Shingzi Kingdom, Byok Country, etc. It didn't seem like the hunchback figure particularly cared about us. So why keep dropping us only within Yangyo? Is there a reason for this? Or is it just chance? If it is just a coincidence? Fate? I somehow felt more inclined to believe in the word fate than any specific reason. My last life, I died on the exact same day and time as before my regression. Does that make sense? I had lived a completely different life, with completely different medical and nutritional standards. Yet, I died at the exact same moment as before my regression. Was that my allotted lifespan? Maybe my fate was set to that point. Fate, it's a metaphysical concept, something I'd rather not think about. But maybe the concept of fate truly exists, driving all beings. For now, it's not something I can know. I shook my head and entered the city with Director Kim Young-hoon. I sold the herbs at a nearby pharmacy, used the money to buy identification plaques, clothes, and a house. Now that I've settled the basics, it's time to set short-term goals again. Initially, I aimed for the 5 energies converging to the origin as a short-term goal. Reaching that state is necessary to awaken the 5-element spiritual root and learn cultivation methods to become a cultivator. But I might not reach that state in this life. In my past life, even though I had followed Young-hoon Hyang-nem and somewhat distorted my sense of power, reaching the peak stage was not easy. The same was true for 3 flower gather at the sun and 5 energies converging to the origin. Challenging to cross each stage even within the peak end. That was the general opinion of typical peak experts. Moreover, I lacked talent in martial arts. Even with considerable effort, it might be difficult to reach even the first-rate expert level in their lifetime. So the best course of action is, I watched Director Kim Young-hoon in the backyard of our new house, practicing a version of the Severing Mountain swordsmanship he had modified into a sword dance. If practiced correctly, the Severing Mountain swordsmanship could reach the peak level within 6 months, according to Young-hoon Hyang-nem in my past life. Raise Kim Young-hoon Hyang-nem, no, Director Kim, to the peak level as quickly as possible. And then learn from him. That was the fastest way for me to reach the peak. Chapter 8, Heaven Sent Talent 2. Chapter 8, Heaven Sent Talent 2. 4 months later, Director Kim Young-hoon smoothly reached the Pinot realm. Chew, chew, chew. After consuming the yellow bamboo root I gave him, he sat cross-legged and began circulating his kai. Whoosh. As he did so, the phenomenon of 3 flower gather at the summit occurred above his head, marking his attainment of peak expert status. Haha, the world looks completely different now. Your talent is truly remarkable every time I see it. Originally, it would take Director Kim Young-hoon around 6 to 7 months to reach the peak. However, learning the Severing Mountain swordsmanship, a first-rate martial art from the beginning, seemed to lower the difficulty of reaching the peak. He achieved it 2 months earlier than I expected. Moreover, while practicing the Severing Mountain swordsmanship, he even developed a new martial art named Severing Vein Saber Method, modifying all the sword forms of the original method into saber techniques. Anyone would be astounded by his martial prowess. That's right, even I find myself quite extraordinary. I have something to give to you, Director. Admiring his incredible talent, I took out a book from my position and handed it to him. Record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. It was a martial art against cultivators, created by Director Kim Young-hoon in my past life after reaching 5 energies converging to the origin, dedicating his remaining life to it. I had reorganized it into book form during these 4 months he was trained to reach the peak. I found this martial art book in a bookstore. The owner claimed it was an incredible martial arts manual, but I couldn't understand a single word. Thinking I was scammed, I came to you for advice. Let's see. I handed him the record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. For a while his eyes widened. I could feel him trembling. What is this? What kind of martial art is this? I don't know. I see, that makes sense. Director Kim Young-hoon pressed his head hard, explaining to me. This is a martial art manual that can only be understood by those who have reached the peak. No, those who have attained 3 flowers gather at the summit beyond the pinnacle. It's terrifying. I never knew such a martial philosophy existed. Anyone who can master this art can surely become the greatest under the heavens. You've brought another incredible stroke of fate. Haha, I thought I was scammed because it sounded too fantastical, but about 3 flower gather at the summit isn't at the same level as the pinnacle realm. Martial arts manual that only those who have reached beyond the pinnacle can understand. Seeing me reach the pinnacle realm must have confused you, but even I know I'm an exceptional case. There are stages in the peak, early, middle, and late. 3 flower gather at the summit is a state that only those who have reached the late stage of the pinnacle realm can realize. I see. That was news to me. Oddly, even though I had risen to the position of chief strategist in the Woolen Alliance in my past life, I never had access to information above first class. According to martial standards, the levels of martial artists were classified as first, second, and third. Anyone who begins learning martial arts is considered third-rate. Those who have learned at least one martial technique or internal energy method and can utilize them in combat are early third-rate. Those who have learned both martial techniques and internal energy are mid-third-rate. Those who have mastered both and can use them simultaneously are late third-rate. Using both martial techniques and internal energy simultaneously is incredibly challenging. Mismanaging internal energy can lead to immense pain or mental derangement. There's no room for error. I remember it felt like splitting my head in two when I first learned martial arts. Those who overcome these difficulties and become skilled in martial arts are considered early second-rate. Those who can use both martial techniques and internal energy in combat without awkwardness are mid-second-rate. Those who can do so without hunch thought, having these abilities ingrained, are late second-rate. Over the past few months, I managed to reclaim the mid-second-rate prowess I had in my previous life. I'm about to reach late second-rate soon. Crossing the threshold of martial art proficiency and achieving completion marks the first-rate stage. When martial techniques and internal energy become fully integrated into one body, achieving freedom within martial arts, that's early first-rate. Reaching a level where the essence of martial arts is realized, refining Kai usage, and being able to project sword energy is mid-first-rate. When one's martial prowess, Chinese letter, and intent, Chinese letter, fully merge, achieving the pinnacle of swordsmanship known as the unity of sword and body, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, shortening both the time to manifest and prepare sword energy, is referred to as the late first-rate. Such information, spanning from early third rate to late first rate, was all gathered in my past life when I served as a strategist in the Martial Alliance. However, information regarding the Pinhole realm was tightly guarded. Even Young Hoon, close associate, would awkwardly smile and evade the question when I inquired. Is it because it's impossible to comprehend unless experienced? Even those who reached the extreme of late first rate would occasionally hint at, but no martial artist at the Pinhole realm ever disclosed detailed information about the Pinhole realm. By the way, Direct Kim, could you possibly explain what the Pinhole realm is like? Curious, I asked Kim Young-hoon about the Pinhole realm, but he just awkwardly laughed, giving the same response as in my previous life. Sorry, but you wouldn't understand even if I told you. I'm not making fun of you. Having premature knowledge of the peak could lead to dangerous delusions and madness. The world we see is entirely different from yours. He apologized and shifted the conversation. Now that I've reached the peak, I think I'll go around challenging sects to gauge my skills. Will you join me? Sure, why not? A month later, Kim Young-hoon had taken down the signboards of every small and mid-sized martial arts school in Yonghil City. In my previous life, the capital, Seokyung, had 7 large factions, the 4 stars 3 demons. However, most cities had 1 or at most 2 large factions. Yonghil City had 1 large faction, Kia River Sect. Since Kim Young-hoon had already taken down the signboards of all the small schools, Kia River Sect was tense even before our challenge. It's an honor to meet the famous warrior Young. Arriving at Kia River Sect, the sect leader personally greeted us. 53 small schools, 32 mid-sized schools, 11 mid-sized sects, total of 96 signboards taken by a grandmaster like you. It's an honor. I did not intend to challenge so many schools. Kim Young-hoon modestly spoke to the sect master. If there had been even one worthy opponent, a draw or a defeat, I would have stopped. Not a single one was matched for you. Indeed, after reaching the peak with the Severing Vein Saber method and awakening his latent talent, Kim Young-hoon mastered record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. None of the 96 sects in Yonghil City could withstand even 3 moves from him. I hope the Kia River sect will be different. Surely. Our faction is filled with remarkable masters fitting for warrior young level. Following the sect leader, we headed to Kia River sect's arena. The challenge was 3-round match. 3 of Kia River sect's best would face Kim Young-hoon, and if he defeated all 3, he'd take Kia River sect's signboard. Daunting challenge format for Kim Young-hoon. No matter. Confidence filled Kim Young-hoon's eyes. With record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts, I'm invincible. Since learning it, I've become an adult and others mere toddlers. Why should I fear 3 dudes coming at me? The 3-round challenge at Kia River sect began. First challenger was Kia River sect's sect leader. I didn't expect you to come out first. Kia River sect's sect leader, Mun-yek, replied with a wry smile. Not one among our elders or the best of Yonghil City's mid-tier schools can withstand you for 3 moves. Surely, you're a top master even among those at the peak. Kia River sect's elder council will face you. The gong for start of the match sounded. Mun-yek, Kia River sect's sect leader, was a renowned peak master in the city. Even the top masters from 11 mid-tier sects who were quickly defeated by Kim Young-hoon were considered inferior to Mun-yek. I watched the duel between the 2 masters, curious about the outcome. Switching. Kim Young-hoon drew his saber. Mun-yek also unsheathed his flexible sword. Attack. Kim Young-hoon charged first, straight at the sect leader. As Mun-yek swung his flexible sword, it seemed to encircle Kim Young-hoon from all sides. Wham! But then, Kim Young-hoon's body split into 7 shadows, each darting towards the weak points of Mun-yek's sword barrier. Not to let the shadows escape, sect leader Mun-yek chased after the illusion with his soft sword, like a snake pursuing its prey. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! His soft sword split into thousands of strands, seemingly slicing through the illusion. However, not one of the illusions was the real body, and in the enclosure created by the soft sword, the shadows of Kim Young-hoon vanished completely. Then it happened. Whoosh! From the sky, direct Kim Young-hoon leaped down, rotating in the air and charging towards the sect leader. Leaving 7 illusions below, his real body had leapt up into the air. Gasp! Swoosh! The blade of his saber touched the throat of Mun-yek. Ding! It was victory for direct Kim Young-hoon. The move he used to win only took 2 sets. Will the challenger continue the consecutive battles? The elder conducting the martial arts contest asked with a stern face. Direct Kim Young-hoon, without even stepping down from the arena, nodded his head. The next opponent was a bald old man with a white beard. I am Ichimbi, a grand elder of Kia River sect, currently a member of the Elder Council. He introduced himself briefly and took his stance. Ding! The bell rang again, and this time it was Elder Ichimbi who charged towards direct Kim Young-hoon. Chatter! He too wielded a soft sword as his weapon. But, ding! He too could not last more than 10 seconds before having to kneel before director Kim Young-hoon. He lasted over 3 seconds. It was testament to his immense strength that he managed to withstand direct Kim Young-hoon, who had mastered the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts for over 3 seconds. Yet direct Kim Young-hoon looked slightly disappointed. Shall we continue the consecutive battles? The elder running the contest now had a face resembling sour grapes. Let's continue. The final opponent in the series of 3 battles was an old man in plain martial clothes, with a long beard and white hair. I am Pal Jikti, the supreme elder of Kia River sect and the current head of the Elder Council. I see you've made it past the 3rd. Then did director Kim Young-hoon's eyes light up with interest at the sight of the old man, known as the supreme elder of Kia River sect. Master of 3 flower gatherer at the sun. This is the first time I've seen someone of this level in this city. It's rare for people to reach the 3rd. The vast majority live their lives only in red and blue. It's been a long time since I've met a master like you. How many other masters of 3 flowers have you met? Mostly 1 per major faction's Elder Council. There are 1 or 2 in the wilderness too. If you're curious, travel around the city of Yangyo and visit the major factions. I hear you've been challenging the mid-level factions. Keep in mind that those little fish won't help you much at our level. I appreciate the advice, senior. Third, red and blue. Pondered over the hints dropped by the old man. Why is 3 flowers referred to as the third? What are red and blue? Looking around, the other disciples and elders of Kia River sect seemed just as puzzled by the situation, staring blankly at the arena. But the sect leader and elders who had been defeated by Kim Young-hoon and stepped down from the arena look on in astonishment. It seemed impossible to understand unless one is a peak master. Then it happened. Gasping for breath, Haljikti suddenly exclaimed, sweating profusely. What kind of martial art have you mastered? This martial art is called Record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. Record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. I've never seen such a monstrous martial art in my life. Is it really meant for fighting humans? What's going on? There was no clash, was there? Kim Young-hoon smiled wryly and said, I will let you take the lead. I am envious. Be able to learn such a terrifying martial art that can overturn Kia River Sect's 300 years of history in one go. Finning his words, Paljikti adjusted his stance. Whoosh! Paljikti swung his soft sword, launching an attack. The soft sword whistled through the air, surrounding Direct Kim Young-hoon on all sides. It appeared to be the same technique used by Man Yik at first. However, Direct Kim Young-hoon didn't create illusion this time. Instead, he focused on the only open space, the sky above, and leaped into the air with his saber. Swoosh! Just then, the tip of Paljikti's soft sword shot toward the sky like an arrow. Whoosh! Clang! Director Kim Young-hoon twisted his body in midair, fighting the tip of the soft sword and escaping its enclosure. The next moment, he charged at Paljikti like a bolt of lightning, swinging his saber. Boom! Massive explosion split the ground of the martial arts field. Their weapon collided in midair, sparking flames. For a moment, I lost sight of both of them. Bang, bang, bang. With explosive sounds, Direct Kim Young-hoon's figure briefly appeared. It seemed like he was thrusting his saber, but Paljikti, almost imperceptible to the eye, dodged all the thrusts and exchanged blows with Kim Young-hoon. Boom! Paljikti's soft sword explosion blew up a corner of the martial arts field. Clang! Director Kim Young-hoon's flurry of saber energy shattered the bell beside the arena. The elder judging the contest gasped in horror and rolled away to dodge the energy. Boom! Director Kim Young-hoon stepped forward 3 times, charging at Paljikti. In those 3 steps, his stance seemed to change over to knives. But the transition was so fast it was hard to follow with the eyes. It felt more like a video screen stuttering. Damn, Peak Masters are indeed monsters. It was the same in my past life. As a close aide to the Woolen Alliance leader, I had the opportunity to see Peak Masters fight a few times. I couldn't understand a thing back then, either. Fortunately, having seen many fights then, I could at least follow with my eyes now. But other disciples, instructors, and guardians of Kia River Sect who seemed to be at similar level to me were simply staring blankly at the arena, their eyes glazed. None of them could follow the movements of the 2 masters. Whoosh, whoosh. Paljikti's soft sword cut through the air, undergoing 3 changes in the sky. Yet curiously, with every shift he made, Paljikti's body sustained slashes, and marks from the saber emerged. With each of his 3 changes packed into one technique, Direct Kim Young-hoon struck 3 times. And finally, swoosh clang, Direct Kim Young-hoon's saber cut through Paljikti's soft sword. The soft sword fell outside the arena, severed. Swoosh! Direct Kim Young-hoon's saber touched Paljikti's neck, who sighed in defeat. Accept my defeat, I'll remove the signboard of Kia River Sect. Our faction will close its doors for 3 years. I have witnessed that no martial art in Yanghill City can match that of Kia River Sect. It was a duel from which I too learned much. The 2 martial artists respectfully bowed to each other and stepped down from the arena. Let's go back, Seo Yunhan. Have you grasped how far your skill will extend? It's not my skill. Direct Kim Young-hoon's expression seemed somewhat gloomy. Record of Transcending Cultivation and Existing Martial Arts. I merely adopted the forms of this martial art as instructed. I haven't fully mastered the martial art, haven't gained freedom within it, nor grasped the intent. This martial art, whoever created it, I don't know, but I haven't surpassed the intentions of its creator. The deeper I delve into and execute this martial art, the more I feel how much of a novice I am compared to its creator. I was at a loss for words, watching him be self-critical and gloomy about his own martial art. Day's battle showed me how insignificant my skills are. As the senior advised, I will travel to various cities and seek out peak masters for duels. Will you join me? And of course, I had already decided to dedicate this life solely to the martial path. I will follow you, Hyang Nim, in my quest to become a peak master. Haha, I look forward to it. But Hyang Nim, you say, I'm a bit embarrassed. There's not much age difference between us. Haha. Isn't it better for people from the same hometown to address each other as brothers? In this life, I will surely become a peak master. Chapter 9, Heaven Sent Talent 3. Chapter 9, Heaven Sent Talent 3. For Young-hoon Hyang Nim to become the best in the world, it was truly a matter of moments. It's even faster than the last life. In just 5 years, he traveled all over Yangyo, visiting major factions in each province and city, competing against peak masters, and defeating them all. In 3 years, he secured the seat of one of the 3 great swordsmen of the world, and within 2 more years, he overcame the remaining 2 to earn the title of Yangyo's #1 warrior. Then, admiring his realm, leaders of the 4 stars 3 demons of Sakyang City who reached the 3 flowers joined forces to attack him. Fighting against them 7-1, he emerged victorious, solidifying his position as the undisputed best in the world. It feels a bit empty. You're talking from a place of being full privilege, Hyang Nim. I replied while practicing the severing mountain swordsmanship in front of him. Thanks to Young-hoon Hyang Nim's consistent guidance over the past 5 years when we weren't engaged in martial contests, my martial arts skills had improved from mid-second rate to late second rate. Now, my techniques were fully embodied, allowing me to use martial techniques and unleash internal energy effortlessly. Being full, I'm rather envious of you, Yunhan. You're in the late second stage with many opponents to test and refine yourself against. But for me, everyone's just weaker. Who am I supposed to face? You'd have the heads of the 4 stars 3 demon bursting if they heard you say that. It's a bit of an unfortunate truth. The record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts is just an extraordinarily unconventional martial arts system. It seems no martial artist can overcome it. Look up at the sky with a somewhat indifferent expression. Even the next stage, 5 energies converging to the origin, which follows 3 flower gather at the sun, seemed attainable soon enough with the martial record. Once I reach that stage, even the strongest masters of Young-Yo, who were somewhat challenging in joint attacks, will be easy to defeat. Young-Hoon Hyang Nim's eyes, sense of listlessness had settled. What should I do next? I sensed an ominous feeling. No, if Young-Hoon Hyang Nim's thoughts turned towards the Woolen Alliance, this life too would be bound to hard labor like a cow, just as in the last life. Having held a high position in my past life, and with my skills having reached late second rate this time, I could probably manage better. But that also means I'd be exploited even more. I needed to quickly think of something else to divert his thoughts. How about traveling? Traveling the martial world. I've done plenty of that traveling around Yingyo for the past 5 years. No, not in Yingyo. What about neighboring countries like Xinjiang or Byokra? They have their own martial worlds. Visiting the martial worlds of neighboring countries. Yes, there you might find masters who match Hyang Nim Tates. Though it seems unlikely anyone could reach the level of record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. After pondering for a while, he nodded in agreement. All right, a martial world tour of the neighboring countries isn't a bad idea. So, Young-Hoon Hyang Nim and I spent 6 months learning the languages and scripts of Xingzi and Byokra, touring their martial worlds. 2 more years passed. Young-Hoon Hyang Nim defeated 12 Three-Flower Peak Masters in Byokra, achieving enlightenment and reaching the 5 energies realm. Now, he has rejuvenated, becoming even younger than me. He had earned the title of the best in all 3 countries Yingyo, Byokra, and Xingzi. However, his fate didn't seem happy at all. Yunhan, what should I do now? An overwhelming sense of listlessness. The feeling of listlessness that no martial artist could match him anymore. The satisfaction of advancing towards the peak of record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. It seemed he had lost interest in the affairs of the martial world. Why don't you establish a martial faction, Hyang Nim? I suggested another task to him. A martial faction? Yes, gather talents from all over the country, teach them, and turn them into masters capable of facing Hyang Nim. Even if I train talents when they take 1 step forward, I will have already moved 10 steps ahead. That's true, unfortunately. As arrogant as it may sound, his martial arts talent was indeed at a mind-boggling level. Still, you need to compare in order to see what is short and what is long, meaning the true nature of thing can only be judged when verified yourself. Furthermore, if we have the power and wealth equivalent to a martial faction, we can invite those reclusive masters for you, Hyang Nim. That was indeed true. Of course, these reclusive masters were not martial artists, but rather the cultivators I learned about in my past life, who secretly operated throughout the martial world. The cultivators hardly interfere in personal matters. Whether the world's #1 martial artist is born or whatever, they don't care. But they always intervened in organizations that could cause disturbances in the martial world. That's why we never had the chance to encounter any cultivators while traveling across the 3 countries. Well, alright, then let's create a faction under my fame. Thus, a faction was established in the name of Young-Hoon, the world's #1 martial artist. The faction was named Palace of Martial Extremity, following the name of record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. Exhausting martial arts can also be read as extreme martial arts. The fame of the world's #1 martial artist, countless martial artists joined the faction, including 7 who had reached the pinnacle of 3 flowers. Palace of Martial Extremity quickly became the #1 action in Young-Yo, and as its vice leader, I spent 3 years stabilizing it. After 3 years, the Palace of Martial Extremity became a massive faction well known across Young-Yo. Once the house's influence reached a level that could affect the entire martial world, they came. Cultivators. Young-Hoon Hyang Nim asked upon seeing the guests who had suddenly visited us one day. What are these cultivators? I can tell they are quite uniquely spirited. They all wore robes of different colors, covering their bodies completely, and wore hats and veils that concealed their faces. The only aspect that could possibly identify them was their voice, but even that seemed to be altered by some strange spell, making their voices sound similar. One day, as Young-Hoon Hyang Nim and I suddenly faced these visitors, he was intrigued. So, you want our Palace of Martial Extremity to pledge loyalty to your organization of cultivators? Indeed. His eyes were shining. Looking at them with never-before-seen spirit, his eyes, free from listlessness, were filled with competitive spirit, sparkling brilliantly. That's correct. We are originally a clan of cultivators who cultivate the way of immortality. We do not interfere in worldly affairs, but we felt the need for minimal guidance and control over the sacred world. Thus, we have been operating in secret across royal families, financial circles, political circles, and the martial world, supporting them, endorsing them, and helping their power continue. Turn for that is not much. You just have to swear loyalty to our clan for generations, and help us when we occasionally intervene in worldly matters. How fascinating. I had no idea such a world existed. Young-Hoon Hyang Nim chuckled, looking at the 3 cultivators who had come to us. What happened if I refuse? At his reply, a faint murderous intent seemed to emanate from the 3 cultivators. We will leave today, but your faction will be shunned by all other factions. No merchant groups or family clans will seek to be your disciples. The government and the royal family will also try to bring you down by any means. If that's all, it doesn't seem very scary. Young-Hoon Hyang Nim smirked and crossed his arms. Not scared to fight against the entire Young-Yo. Truly outrageous. How dare the mortal show such arrogance in front of cultivators? The cultivator standing behind the one speaking showed his killing intent and raised his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, starlight seemed to flash and starlight poured from the cultivator hand. At the same time, young Hoon Hyan-nim's saber flashed like lightning from his waist. Boom! The side of the hall where we were talking exploded. Stay close to me, Yunhan. You'll be safe behind me. I know. I smiled wryly in the dust cloud, seeing the three cultivators showing their rage. It seemed they have a slightly different idea. How dare a mortal draw a saber against cultivators? You were the ones who attacked first. Quiet. We don't need a barking dog like you. Just kill and turn into a puppet. Talking about immortality and such, but your thoughts are no different from those of demons. The three cultivators mumbled incantations and formed hand seals. The foremost cultivator began to cast another spell. Whoosh! However, before the spell could fully unfold, it was sliced away by young Hoon Hyan-nim's saber. What is this? Before they could react, young Hoon Hyan-nim dashed into their blind spot and kicked all three in the sun. Ugh! Ugh! Daya! Three seemed to fall below the hall but slowed their descent with a strange spell midway. Their clothes were covered in dust, and the areas where young Hoon Hyan-nim had kicked them were completely torn. Listen, cultivators. Hoon Hyan-nim roared with internal energy in his voice, resonating like a lion's roar. I will not pledge loyalty to the likes of you. Make me a public enemy of the martial world or the enemy of Young Yo if you can. I'm not afraid of the likes of you coming at me. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the finger snaps he emitted hit the ground beside the cultivators with a massive sound. No one dares to stand above me. The three cultivators seethed and then used a strange spell to flee. Cautiously approached him and asked, Hyan-nim, can you handle the aftermath? How aftermath, you say? His eyes were filled with an undeniable thrill. It was almost akin to madness. What aftermath? I've realized it, Yunhan. What do you mean? The thirst that wasn't quenched no matter how many martial artists I faced with record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. The satisfaction that never came no matter how much I fought. Yes, that was the thirst I felt because I used a martial art not meant for mortals against mortals. His face was filled with excitement as he clenched his fist. Cultivators. Yes, surely this martial record is a martial art meant for defeating those cultivated scoundrels. Finally, I found the purpose of my martial art. I've discovered the intent of my martial art, and you're talking about the aftermath. This martial art is for fighting cultivators. So to grow further, I need to fight cultivators. Haha. Finally, the path to mastering the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts has become clear. I thought I had fully grasped his nature after spending a long time with him. But humans are indeed creatures that show different aspects every time. You have the martial enforcers and elders of the faction. From today, excluding you, I will expel all the mediocre ones from the faction. If those cultivator bastards are going to make a fuss, there's no leader to peacefully teach disciples. Immediately, he assembled all the disciples of the faction and sent home all those second-rate and below. He even sent away those in the first rank who had not yet mastered sword energy. Thus, only about 310 people remained in the palace of martial extremity, including 5 elders who had reached 3 flowers, 303 disciples of the first rank and above, and me, a vice leader of the late second rank. From that day, young Hoon Hyan-nim taught the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts to the elders who had reached 3 flowers gather at the sun. He also taught the first rank disciples the principles of the martial record, including sword formations and combined tactics, to hold their own against cultivators. And you should focus on reaching the first rank as soon as possible. To advance from the late second rank to the first rank, it's crucial to completely embody your martial art into your body. Every day was a hell's training routine, until the martial art called Severing Mountain Swordsmanship was completely fused into my body. After beating up and driving away the cultivators, our faction building, which had been authorized by the government, was designated as an illegal construction, and we had to leave. Furthermore, we received an order from the government to completely dissolve our faction. But, ignore it. Hyan-nim simply replied and continued to instruct the elders and disciples, and me in martial arts. A month passed after defying the government's order. We discovered 1 posters with young Hoon Hyan-nims and my faces on them in the streets. The government had issued a bounty on us, branding us as traitors. We're leaving. Young Hoon Hyan-nim again answered succinctly, take 5 elders and 300 disciples, wandering the wilderness. Bounty hunters lured by our bounty attacked us, but they were taken care of by the first-rank disciples before even reaching Hyan-nim. When the number of bounty hunters we had killed reached about 100, the major factions of the entire martial world issued a joint statement declaring us a public enemy of the martial world. Our palace of martial extremity was called Palace of Demons, and young Hoon Hyan-nim was given the nickname Extreme Demon. Our bounty increased even more, and small and medium-sized factions from all over the country joined forces to attack us. And thus 10 years passed. 10 years since we became enemies of the entire martial world. It has been 20 years since my regression. Young Hoon Hyan-nim's title had evolved from Extreme Demon to Extreme Heavenly Demon. In the martial world, we were no longer called Palace of Demons but Palace of Heavenly Demons. In these 10 years, many of the 300 disciples who experienced countless real battles had reached the peak. It was hardly due to their practical experience and continuous practice of the principles of the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts, including sword formations and united tactics. Those who hadn't reached the pinnacle realm were at the very top of first-rate martial artists, and they were known as the direct forces of the Palace of Heavenly Demons, gaining fame. Meanwhile, as the Palace of Heavenly Demons remained undefeated for 10 years, various unorthodox sects and demonic groups, and occasionally righteous factions admiring the extreme Heavenly Demon Young Hoon, joined us. The Palace of Heavenly Demons had grown enormously compared to 10 years ago. Precisely, excluding the official 310 members of the palace, the rest were merely followers attracted by our fame. From the outside, the palace now looked like a religious fiction, a vast power filled with fanaticism for the extreme Heavenly Demon. Everything had changed tremendously compared to 10 years ago. The only things unchanged were young Hoon Hyan-nim and me. Are you still barely hanging on to first rate after 10 years of practical experience, internal energy development, and continuous sword practice? Yes, Hein Nim must be pleased that you improved the record of transcending cultivation and exercising martial arts to the point of avoiding it. I still lacked talent, and he was still overflowing with it. I grumbled and continued practicing my swordsmanship. 10 years. After 10 years of diligent training, I had just managed to gain freedom in my swordsmanship, barely staying in the early first rate. But how can the vice leader of the Palace of Heavenly Demons still not use sword energy? Yunhan, do you know what your nickname is? What is my nickname? You don't have one. Since you, barely hanging on early first rate, can't do anything in important battles, no one pays attention to you, and that's why you don't have a nickname. But I'm not a direct combatant. What do you expect me to do? That's right. I hadn't participated in battle for 10 years due to my lack of talent in martial arts. Instead, I learned disguise, infiltration, instigation, mechanical traps, and espionage to assist the palace. It wasn't that I didn't want to improve my martial arts. No matter how much I train, I just can't advance. Those in the late first class are on the verge of reaching the peak for 10 years. Those in the mid-first class have been honing their skills to reach the peak for 10 years. I was the only one who barely managed to hang on to the early first class from the late second class. Of course, being first rate was equivalent to a large faction elder or a small faction sect leader, which was respectable. If I had joined a large sect, I could have secured an elder position. But in the Palace of Heavenly Demons, which had seen the principles of record of transcending cultivation and existing marital arts, and received teachings from the best martial artists for 10 years, numerous disciples were on the verge of reaching the peak. While they were just on the verge, the gap between the peak and first class was like heaven and earth. First-class martial artists could never beat those at the peak. The only way a first-class martial artist could win against a peak martial artist was if more than 50 first-class martial artists used swarm tactics to exhaust the peak master's physical and mental strength. The Palace of Heavenly Demons, where many were on the verge of the pinnacle realm, I was treated as the weak link. However, why are you the only one complaining about me, Hein Nim? Even the elders who learned direct from you recognize my contributions. Knowing my weakness, I strive to be helpful in other areas. Using my past life experience as the chief strategist of the Woolen Alliance, I gathered intelligence, infiltrated, disguised, and brought crucial information to the palace. Hein Nim, you're the only one who's too harsh on me. With being harsh on you, Yunhan, I've been guiding you for 10 years, but it's frustrating that you're still barely hanging on to first rate after all this time. No, is first rate some family dog name? Ordinary people become first rate at this age. Of course, compared to those ordinary people, I was worse. If I consider all my lifetimes, I'm well over 100 years old. Having practiced martial arts for over a century, and being only early first rate, my martial arts talent was truly dreadful. Just that my regression advantage had concealed this. I've been annoyed with the information you brought, and now this. He rubbed his head as if it hurt. That evening, Young Hoon Hein Nim and the elders gathered at his hall. Lately, there have been suspicious movements. It seems that the government and the martial world are collaborating to attack us. At Young Hoon Hein Nim words, the elders' faces twitched. The worthless things, just what do they think they are? We have 6 monsters who have mastered record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts here. It seems like a needless worry for extreme heavenly demon. Then, Young Hoon Hein Nim looked at me and gestured. I spread out the documents I had gathered through espionage and explained the situation. It's not simple. Recently, behind the government and the martial world, the Cultivator clan, which has been scheming, planning to personally intervene as we have remained uncontrolled for over 10 years. Cultivators. The vice leader brought this information. The vice leader is excellent in all aspects except martial arts, so it's believable. Was that a compliment or an insult? I coughed and explained how I got the information and the situation we were in. So, it's likely that the government and martial world will push us toward where the Cultivator clan is. What do you plan to do? I smiled and explained the strategy. Before we fall into the Cultivator hands, let's strike them first. Attack the cultivators. Yes, though they are cultivators, they are currently scattered across the country, skiing in various places. If we defeat them while they're separated, their plans will be futile. An elder asked me a question. So, have you pinpointed the location of these scheming cultivators? I'm confident that I know where over 90% of them are. As expected of the vice leader, such reliable intelligence. Actually, it was information I had desperately gathered in my past life as the chief strategist of the Woolen Alliance. It was information that could never be obtained in a situation like now, where we had become enemies of the martial world. We are planning to seek out the cultivators and engage in battle, hence everyone needs to improve their skills, especially the vice leader. I'll take responsibility and definitely make you stronger than the lowest ranks of the Palace of Heavenly Demons. Young Hoon Hein Nim petted my shoulder while laughing heartily. Haha, I saw the vice leader being scolded by the palace leader during training that morning. You've been continuing your training since then. You're really diligent, ha ha ha. Of course, it wouldn't do for the vice leader of the Palace of Heavenly Demons to be weaker than the lowest ranks of the force. The elders also laughed heartily, teasing me. And a few days later, we set out to individually defeat the cultivators scattered throughout Yongyao. Chapter 10, Heavens and Talent 4. Chapter 10, Heavens and Talent 4. The Palace of Heavenly Demons had made a move. While the entire martial world tensed up again, the Palace of Heavenly Demons merely burned down a small estate in a small city called Hog City and disappeared. People gossiped about the curious acts of the extreme Heavenly Demon, but those who knew the truth were solemn. Extreme Heavenly Demon had slaughtered a cultivator. The top echelons of the martial world, the highest ranks of the business and political realms, and the royal family. They were the ones who knew about cultivators and understood how terrifying they were. To them, the news of the extreme Heavenly Demon slaughtering cultivator was like the sky turning upside down. Yangyo was engulfed in chaos. The surface it seemed calm. All extreme Heavenly Demon Young Hoon did was burn down an estate. But those in the know were visibly shaken. The Depending on Hyang Nim's movements, the turmoil will likely escalate. Well, that level of turmoil doesn't matter. The one who had actually slain the cultivator was unbothered. The bizarre spells they cast are something that any peak master can counter once they get used to them. Slaughtering such beings won't help me further advance my understanding of the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. I need to seek out more strong ones. Don't worry about that, there are still many cultivators left. I smirked, unfolding a map of Yingyuo. Based on research from my past life, the number of cultivators lurking in Yingyuo was more than enough to satisfy Young-hoon. I'll guide us to our next target. 6 months later, piles of heavenly demons rampaged through Yingyuo, slaughtering one cultivator after another. Most of the cultivators matched an ordinary peak master in strength, and it was rare to see any as powerful as those who had reached 3 flowers gather at the sun. Therefore, not even the elders, let alone Hyang Nim, had joined the battles. It was only the peak masters of the palace of heavenly demons who exerted their power. But this isn't all. As far as I knew, cultivators we had encountered so far were the bottom rung in the cultivation hierarchy, merely dealing with menial tasks in the mortal world. In other words, even the lowest of the low among the cultivators were comparable to peak masters. It's about time the high-ranking cultivators started appearing. My prediction proved accurate. 3 months later, Palace of Heavenly Demons encountered a cultivator of a different caliber. Word has it that a group of mortals ignorant of their place are slaughtering cultivators of the clan. Is that you lot? One day, while heading to slaughter a cultivator residing in Chanjiu City, on a mountain path, a young man in blue robes blocked the way of the Palace of Heavenly Demons, smiling slyly. However, none of the Palace of Heavenly Demons members underestimated him. The tingling sensation of his aura and the pressure he exuded were signs of a powerful cultivator. According to our intelligence, it is the cultivators who plan to annihilate the Palace of Heavenly Demons in collaboration with the martial world and the government. We're just struggling to survive. If you're a messenger of the cultivated clan, convey the message. If they stop persecuting us, we will cease slaughtering cultivators. Young-hoon yelled powerfully at the young man. And then the young man's expression changed. He suddenly burst into a mad laugh. Really. Thud, thud. The young boy in blue robes and a beautiful one in blue armor walked out. All of them possessed auras similar to that of the young man. It's utterly hilarious. It seems you have a big misunderstanding. Since you made me laugh, I'll tell you one basic fact about the cultivation world. The young man spread his left hand. On it appeared the character for refined Kai. In the stages of cultivation, the lowest stage is called Kai refining. Cultivators you've been defeating until now. Are they Kai refining cultivators? No. Listen to the end. The Kai refining phase is divided into 14 levels from 1 star to 14 star. The higher the number, the closer to the next realm. A 14th level Kai refining cultivator is highly regarded in the cultivated clan, while the first level is considered the dregs. And chuckle. The young man gave a twisted smile and showed his right hand, on which the number 1 was inscribed. The ones you've been proudly defeating were just first-level Kai refining cultivators embarrassingly low, even for cultivator standards. They were assigned to handle the petty affairs of the mortal world. I was shocked as if I had been hit on the head. I never had the chance to learn such information in my past life. I knew there were stages like Kai refining, Kai building, and core formation. But to think that the cultivators lurking around, each comparable to a peak master, were actually the very bottom of the Kai refining phase. By the way, my friends and I have reached the 3rd level of Kai refining. We are a different class compared to the trash you've been dealing with. So even among 14 levels, you're just a lowy 3-star. Young-hoon interrupted him with a smirk. The same bottom dwellers mocking first level ones. That's hilariously pathetic. At least the ones I met fought me with the resolve to die. You just blabber away. Is that the extent of your cultivated skills? Eek. The young man's face contorted. Fine, you impudent fool. If you so desire, I'll show you my power. I'll demonstrate what it means to be a 3rd level Kai refining cultivator. Powerful pressure emanated from the young man and his 2 companions. But Young-hoon merely clicked his tongue and turned away. It'll be a bit troublesome. Heavenly Demon Force prepare the formation. Simultaneously, the peak masters of Palace of Heavenly Demons, trained in techniques derived from record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, surrounded the 3 cultivators. Flash. Cultivators started casting spells without chanting, their techniques shining like stars. Fast. They were indeed different from those we had encountered so far. No chanting and still such powerful spells. Typically, cultivators would always chant mantras before engaging in combat, but these ones didn't, and yet their spells were more powerful than any we'd seen. But still, yes, they were strong. But I didn't feel like we were going to lose. Because, deploy the formation. Transcending Cultivation formation open. Record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts was invincible. And everything derived from it was. The strongest. Palace of Heavenly Demons tactics, based on the teaching of the martial record, were unsurpassed. The battle ended for an hour. Thanks to the combined techniques of the peak masters, we barely managed to kill the 3 cultivators. Strong cultivators will come to us in the future. Those we just faced were only weak at the 3rd level of Kai refining phase. Still, the elders didn't need to step in. Those who have reached 3 flower gather at the summit can easily handle such opponents. But I've taught the elders the martial record. Even if strong monsters appear, it won't be a problem. Young-hoon brushed off my concern with absolute confidence. The more I see the cultivators fight, the more I'm convinced. The record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts was created to kill these creatures. No matter how strong they are, the martial record will always find their weakness. Record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. It's indeed a remarkable martial art. But I remembered my previous life. Young-hoon, the creator of the martial record. In my past life, Young-hoon Hyang Nim never intended to defeat cultivator with the record. He only described it as a lifeline to save one's life. I felt an ominous premonition about his current overconfidence and could only advise him to stay alert. Gradually, the cultivators blocking our path grew stronger. First, we faced cultivators like the young man in blue at the third level of Kai refining phase. As we swiftly cut down such foes, a fourth level cultivator came after us. A single cultivator of Kai refining 4-star faced the combined techniques of 300 pounds of heavenly demon members and was only killed by an elder who had reached 3 flowers. Next, we encountered a 6-star cultivator. The 6-star cultivator fought evenly with an elder who had reached 3 flowers, but we barely managed to win thanks to the elder's close combat strategy. Without the martial record, I would have struggled against a cultivator just 1 level lower. An elder who had reached 3 flowers testified to the toughness of the Kai refining cultivators after the battle. 2 months later, we faced a 7-star cultivator. To defeat the 7-star cultivator, 5 elders who had reached 3 flowers and learned the martial record had to join forces. Although we barely managed to kill the 7-star cultivator, the elders' faces were grim. Lord Extreme Heavenly Demon, the 7-star cultivators, even those in the mid-range were a challenge for us, if strong ones appear. Can we really defeat cultivators beyond that level? Young Hoon was unflinching in his response. Push the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts to its limits. It's a martial art designed to kill cultivators. It can find their weak points, have confidence. Time passed. After killing the 7-star cultivator, no cultivators above the 4th level approached us for a while. During that time, we established a base in Cheongbuk City and rebuilt the headquarters of the Palace of Heavenly Demons. We seized control of the area around the city and re-established our sect formally. Occasionally, cultivators of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of Kai refining phase attacked our headquarters, but that was all. The majority of the Kai refining cultivators were caught and killed by the peak masters of 3 flowers gather at the sun. Thus, a quiet period like the calm before a storm lasted for several years. As I practiced the Severing Mountain swordsmanship, I realized I had finally reached the realm I had been striving for. Beyond just seek freedom in swordsmanship, I now had the leisure to try something more. At that leisure, I honed my internal energy to its extreme. The sword in my hand felt as one. As each wick, the sword sharply cut through the air. Invisible sharp energy. Mist enveloping the sword. It was sword energy. I swung the Severing Mountain swordsmanship and tried cutting a rock the size of a person set up for practice. As each wick, the rock cleanly split in half like tofu. Finally, mid-level of 1st grade. Sword energy isn't just about enhancing the sword with internal energy. It's about refining one's martial art to its extreme, then releasing that energy. Thus, strengthening the specific characteristics of that martial art to their utmost. That's what sword energy is. The Severing Mountain swordsmanship, in this case, is a martial art with the strongest characteristic of cutting, hence the trait was significantly enhanced. With practice, the many hidden traits of the Severing Mountain swordsmanship could also be enhanced with sword energy and unleashed. It took 10 years to progress from the early stages of the 1st grade to this point. It has been 30 years since this life began. My physical age had now reached 59. I was almost 60 years old before I reached the mid-level of the 1st grade. My lifespan is only about 20 years left. And I reached the status of Peak Master within that time. I managed to reach the 1st grade Master with relentless effort and gathering information that was available to the public. But reaching the status of Peak Master is said to be an unreachable realm without extreme talent, even known to the world. The Peak Masters of Palace of Heavenly Demons were able to reach that level because they originally had tremendous talent. Is it possible in this lifetime? Look down at my wrinkled hands and sighed lightly. Let's not think about where it's possible. If what I can do is wield a sword, then I will just keep swinging it. It was when I was about to practice the Severing Mountain swordsmanship again. Boom! One of the palace's pavilions exploded. This level of explosion. It's a cultivator. As I hurriedly looked up into the sky, a cultivator standing on a leaf-shaped magical instrument was looking down at the main branch of the palace with calm eyes. Head of Palace of Heavenly Demons, the Extreme Heavenly Demon, come out and face your punishment. Cultivative voice resonated throughout the main branch. Tingling, tingling. I felt an electric sensation all over my body. Dangerous. Cultivators I had encountered so far were of a completely different dimension. I heard that the Extreme Heavenly Demon, Immortal, has killed the Kai refined juniors of my clan. As a Kai building investigator of my clan, I will deal with you. Young Hoon approached me and whispered. First, evacuate outside the palace. Notify others as well. Hying Nim, Kai building investigator, incomparable to those we've faced before. Hying Nim, are you in danger? That's unlikely. He chuckled. Anyone who has reached the state of 5 energies converting to the origin could somewhat match him, and I have reached 5 energies and continued to practice the martial record. Go. Terrifying force emanated from him. His eyes sparkled with indescribable excitement. Don't worry, I will never lose. Boom. He leaped off the ground, stepping through the air towards the Kai building cultivator floating above. Zoom. Bright light burst with a thunderous sound. Following his orders, I evacuated others and left the palace. Above the buildings, countless lights and explosions burst forth, and the figures of the Kai building cultivator and Young Hoon flickered in the air. The Kai building cultivator, riding a magical instrument in the air, was opposing Young Hoon, who was staying on the air, pressing him with the martial arts of the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. Boom. However, when the Kai building cultivator took out a giant fan the size of a yard and waved it, Young Hoon started to push back. The cultivator began to use a variety of strange magical instruments, and it seemed Young Hoon was being overpowered. Soon after, the cultivator's face paled as he tried to retreat. At that moment, Young Hoon vanished. Immediately after, the cultivator's head fell off. Are you all right, Hying Nim? The elders and I, who had been watching the battle from nearby, rushed to the site. Huff. There stood Young Hoon, panting for the first time after fighting anyone. Lord, Extreme Heavenly Demon. Hying Nim. As we hurriedly approached him, he suddenly thrust out his saber. Look. What should we look at? The blade, look at the blade. Blade, the blade was edgeless. Until now, he had never used special weapons like treasure swords. He simply bought a saber from the local blacksmith whenever he needed a new one. The mindset that a craftsman does not blame his tools, he had always displayed peerless martial arts with ordinary sabers. Until now, against any martial artist or cultivator, his weapon had never lost its edge. Young Hoon burst into hearty laughter. All this time, with the thought that a craftsman does not blame his tools, I've been using shabby weapons. Seeing that cultivator recklessly used bizarre magical weapons made me realize weapons too are part of martial artist's strength. I almost couldn't cut that monstrous Kai-building cultivator. I was just a little short on power. So he was that strong. The elder's face darkened. However, Young Hoon's face was being more than ever. Yes, he was incredibly strong. Probably anyone who hasn't reached 5 energies converging to the origin, even if they practice record of transcending cultivation and exercising martial arts, can't face him. The difference in class was too big. He naturally used defensive magic on top of defensive Kai arts, causing the edge of my saber to fall off. But his eyes were shining brightly. We can win. If we fully master the record of transcending cultivation and exercising martial arts, even those monstrous creatures can be killed. The elders too darted to show signs of hope. Martial artists too can defeat cultivators. Young Hoon, holding the edge of the saber, shouted loudly. I too, feeling some kind of hope from him, felt my heart surge. We will drive out the cultivators lurking in Yingyo and make the martial world ours. Young Hoon boldly declared, raising his sword towards the sky. Everyone was compelled to agree with his ideology. He showed them hope. 2 months passed. 50 Kai-building cultivators came at us. Chipper 11, Heaven Sent Talent 5. Chipper 11, Heaven Sent Talent 5. Is that a dream? Swoosh. Rain is falling. The sky is dyed in ink, and beneath it, an old man in blues is writing a cloud-shaped magical artifact, looking down at the ruined main hall of the Palace of Heavenly Demon. Around him, dozens of Kai-building practitioners in blue robes looked down upon the scene. Despite the rain, it seemed as if an invisible barrier surrounded them, repelling the raindrops. The center of the palace, Hyang Nim, the member of the Palace of Heavenly Demons, and the elders lay covered in blood. Coughing up blood, Hyang Nim used a broken saber as a cane and barely stood up. Monster, Kai-building late stage. The old man riding the cloud-shaped artifact looked down at him and said, You can take pride, mortal. I'm not just a simple Kai-building 14-star cultivator, but a Kai-building at great proficient, a higher realm of cultivation. You have fought unbelievably well against a practitioner almost reaching core formation and 49 others in the Kai-building. Fought well, my ass. Handling you alone was overwhelming. The rest, even if I just executed formations. Judging by your state, you seem to have reached 5 energies converting to the origin among martial artists. Correct. Coughing blood, Hyang Nim knelt on one knee. Hyang Nim. Trapped under the debris of the collapsed building, I could only watch him. I was pinned down by the debris, unable to move, when the building collapsed with a wave of Kai-building cultivator's hand. It's not a fatal injury. My self-diagnosis, based on my past life as a top-tier physician. With proper treatment, I could be up in 2 months. But right now, I couldn't even slightly assist Hyang Nim. Even if I weren't trapped, I'd be of no help. Biting my lip, I realized my own helplessness. The old man in the blue robe, who declared himself a great profession Kai-building cultivator, stroked his beard and spoke to my Hyang Nim. Although it's abominable that you killed members of my cultivate clan and deserve death, I admire your talent. I offer you the chance to become a disciple of my clan and learn cultivation methods. Cultivation methods weren't those, for your special fancy folks only. If a martial artist reaches 5 energies, even mortals awaken a similar spiritual quality. Your 5 energies converging to the origin probably corresponds to our 5 energy spiritual root. If you learn cultivation methods, you'll become a valuable asset to our clan. The other cultivators seemed taken aback by his offer. Grandfather this guy is. Before a Kai-building cultivator could voice his displeasure, the old man murmured something, like sending a telepathic message. Afterwards, the disturbed Kai-building cultivator started smirking. Indeed, mortal, you have the potential to become a cultivator, so we offer you this chance. We'll even teach you our clan's highest cultivation methods. You've achieved a great feat. Becoming a cultivator will grant you incomparable power and wisdom. They were now encouraging Hyang Nim to become a cultivator. I noticed from their eyes that they were mocking and ridiculing him. Trap. It was trap. They would accept him as a cultivator, but something was left unsaid. Coughing blood and covered in wounds, Hyang Nim stood up. Cultivation, right? That sounds good. Indeed, fighting you helped me reach an epiphany. Thanks to you, I was able to complete the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. He stomped the ground powerfully. I'll show you the extreme of the marital record. With that broken saber, your comrades are all dead too. The dead comrades of the Palace of Heavenly Demons will also wish to strike you down. Hyang Nim grasped his saber dance. That look. For a moment, I saw the overlap of Hyang Nim from my past life. Suddenly, I felt like I understood the true intention behind the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. In my past life, Hyang Nim's despairing look told me something. Whoosh! He vanished in an instant, reaching the old man's side and swung his sword. HMPH feudal, huh? As the old man tried to cast a spell, my brother's broken saber sliced through the air next to him and cut through empty space. However, something invisible seemed to have been cut. The old man was greatly flustered and lost hold of Young Hoon, who slipped past him and escaped through the encirclement of Kai-building cultivators. Indeed, this was the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts created by Young Hoon from my past life, a martial art born from despair and sorrow, created by the greatest martial artist upon encountering cultivator and falling into despair. This martial art harbored a purpose. My young brother Seo Yoon Hyan, please preserve this martial art for future generations, so they may have at least a lifeline in the face of the natural disaster known as cultivators. A secret technique to create an escape in the presence of stronger, invincible cultivators. This was the original goal pursued by the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. Cultivation immortal. Whoosh. The old man in blue robe rode a cloud-shaped magical artifact and chased after Young Hoon, and the other Kai building cultivators followed suit, each riding their own flying magical artifacts. A few remaining Kai building cultivators looked down at the ruined palace of heavenly demons. Seemed like there was a survivor down there. Their gaze on me was helpful, but one of the cultivators dismissively said, "Never mind. If they're not peak cultivators, let's leave the first and second-rate scraps and go after him. The rest can be handed over to the mortal authorities to issue a manhunt." Understood. The Kai building cultivators left me behind, soaring after Young Hoon. Indeed, I was of no interest to them, just first-rate scraps. Worthless, inconsequential, a mere mortal. Cough, lug. Weak, useless, and powerless. Gritting my teeth, I pushed the debris off me with all my might, summoning all my internal energy. Lug, weak, yet surviving due to my insignificance. Have you about it? Ha. I barely crawled out of the debris and collapsed onto the rain-soaked ground. Endlessly weak, to the extent of being of no help to anyone. Despite learning various skills like disguise, medicine, stealth, and espionage to compensate for my weakness, I was helpless against real monsters. I wailed in the rain. Squelch, squelch, squelch. For some time, I regained some strength and crawled to where Young Hoon had jumped away. The bodies of the elders and the peak cultivators of the palace of heavenly demons were strewn about. I searched among them for any possible survivors. Sadly, all the members of the house were dead. Damn it. Then something caught my eye. The spot where Young Hoon had jumped. There was something there. This is a sword mark, but it formed a shape. It was a letter. I hastily approached the sword mark and read the letters. In 15 days, at Suik Temple. Suik Temple was a deserted temple outside Cheonmyok City. The sword mark was so crudely made that only someone who knew his handwriting could understand it. I'll wait 15 days. After using my internal energy to recover in the rain, I rescued other survivors trapped under the debris, buried the elders and members of the palace in a suitable place, and addressed the remaining force. Vice Leader, what do we do now? Master Young Hoon, the palace leader, is defeated by the cultivators. We are marked as criminals in the martial world. If the authorities issue a manhunt for us. Aside, facing the desperate faces clinging to me. All that were left were those who had not reached the peak stage, only up to the late stage of first rate. All the peak experts belonging to the palace had died fighting the cultivators while deploying a battle formation. In such a situation, if the superior show panic, it leads to great chaos. These people, some might rise in rebellion and capture me to offer my head to the authorities. From today on, currently, I was nominally the superior. Like my past life, I was mid-tier first-rate warrior. In a group where everyone else was only first-rate, my skills were not to be underestimated. The palace of heavenly demon changed form. This wasn't just a state of confusion. With the disappearance of the extreme heavenly demon, Young Hoon, the focal point of the palace, the organization's future seemed bleak, and chaos was bound to escalate. As the last superior, I had present at least some sort of vision. The palace of heavenly demons is currently marked as a public enemy of the martial world, and the authorities have set bounties on most of us. The focal point, extreme heavenly demon, Young Hoon, is also currently in an unknown state of life or death. Upon hearing this, the remaining people's eyes started to look menacing. If the authorities or martial factions start to pursue us, we'll be annihilated, but there's a way. What is it? Yangyuo is vast. Therefore, it takes time and resources for news to spread throughout Yangyuo. We will exploit the gap and seize control of the martial world's information in Yangyuo. What do you mean by that? There are those among you who have learned espionage, counter-espionage, stealth, disguise, and other miscellaneous skills from me. We'll use those skills to gather information from each faction and understand the trends of the martial world, transforming the direction of the Palace of Heavenly Demons into an organization that handles information. From now on, information in the martial world will pass through our hands and be manipulated by us. Since we deal with information, even the information that the Palace of Heavenly Demons was our predecessor can be manipulated by us. We will survive by circulating, supplying, and selling false information to the authorities and martial factions. It wasn't mere bravado. In my past life, when I was the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance, all information and events of the martial world were in my hands. I was more than capable of handling information, and I even knew about many future events. My words seemed to have given some confidence to the remaining people, as the threat in their eyes began to fade. The sooner the better. Let's establish a new organizational structure and search the house building for land deeds and money. Before the night ends, we will be reborn. I quickly reorganized the remaining members and left Cheonmyok City with others that night. 15 days passed. I headed to Suik Temple as mentioned by Young Hoon. What's this? It's empty. I waited a long time. Until dawn the next day, I waited for Young Hoon. But again, the day turned to night. I turned to day, and after 3 days and nights, Young Hoon did not come. Then, I rummaged through Suik Temple and finally found a trace left by Young Hoon. Few almost missed it. I found a sword mark on the main beam of Suik Temple. Cultivators are pursuing, so I couldn't meet you and left this letter here. I jumped up to the beam, cut it down, and dropped it. The beam had dozens of small sword marks, each foreign letters. Despite the poor handwriting, I could make it out. I slowly read Young Hoon's letter. That day, I realized the true purpose of the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. I thought it was martial art created to kill cultivators, but I was completely wrong. It was made to escape from cultivators. That day, I deeply felt the despair of the creator of this martial art. Surely, the creator too must have met an overwhelming cultivator, despaired, and ended up creating a martial art not to confront but to escape from them. I could kill cultivators with this martial art only because their level was too low. I boasted that it was the greatest martial art, but I realized it has nothing to boast about. Hiding them, The tone reminded me of young Hoon from my past life. But I will continue to run away from the cultivators with my last pride. I'll see if martial arts can really not stand against cultivators, if the martial record is really only about escaping, or if I can reach beyond that. From now on, I will keep running away from cultivators, evolving the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts to its extreme as long as I can practice martial arts. It seems I won't see you for a while. Cultivators are approaching. If I survive, I'll come to you someday. That was the last sentence of the letter. I too will wait for you in the shadows, hiding them. I left Suik Temple and returned to Gyeongak, the successor to the Palace of Heavenly Demons, now reorganized as an intelligent organization. Another 10 years passed. I successfully infiltrated Gyeongak into the shadows of Yeongyo, controlling the information mark throughout Yeongyo. My decades of experience handling information in the Woolen Alliance and knowledge of the future were immensely helpful. Our intelligent organization resisted us a bit, but they eventually lost in secret battles. We were, after all, successors to the Palace of Heavenly Demons. A group formed from the remnants of faction designated as Martial World's greatest criminals, with each remnant being a first-rate master. They were of the level of large faction elders or small faction sect leaders, and abundant in our ranks. Even if others initiated secret battles, our sheer power overwhelmed them, and we easily swept away other intelligent organizations. As for peak masters who could challenge us, they had no reason to get involved in such secret battles, preferring to establish their own factions or join large factions as honorary elders or guests. Eventually, within 5 years, Gyeongak completely controlled Yeongyo's Martial World information market, erasing any information linking us to the Palace of Heavenly Demons. The next 5 years, I stabilized Gyeongak and waited patiently for Younghoon. 10 years after the annihilation of the palace, Gyeongak had firmly established itself as a leading information faction in Yeongyo. At the same time, we deceived the cultivators in believing that the remnants of the Palace of Heavenly Demons were completely eradicated, successfully separating us from the palace. As a result, we even became the privileged class in Yeongyo, supported by cultivators. 10 years, a few of the late-stage first-rate warriors had crossed the threshold into peak masters, ensuring we were not lacking in external strength. Everything was abundant. Except for one thing. My own skills. As I remember, I have about 10 years left to live. Sheng Sheng. The sword strokes of the severing mountain swordmanship sliced through the air. For 10 years busy with work, I couldn't properly train my martial arts, so my martial arts level was just at the boundary between mid and late first rate. I'm just one step away from reaching the late first rate. But that step wouldn't cross. I must reach the late first rate stage within the next 10 years, and at least grasp the clues to the Pinot realm. How long must I remain weak? I was nearing 70, but I still felt considerably weak. I aimed for at least the 5 energies converging to the origin, but I'm still not even late first rate. Why is my talent so meager? Pondering this while swinging the sword for a while, a familiar voice reached my ears. You still have a lot of distractions in your swordplay, Yunhan. I immediately turned my head. There he was, sitting there. It's been a long time hiding him. Now for the greetings, just wield your sword again. Following his instruction, I resumed the stance of the severing mountain swordmanship. That sword technique fits you like a glove. Used properly, it can even lead you to the peak. Show me. I displayed the moves of the swordmanship as he said. Watching, he pointed out corrections, and I diligently followed, improving my form. His guidance continued until nightfall, and then he disappeared like a ghost. With my eyes, I looked around, but he was nowhere to be seen. The next day, he reappeared, guiding me in martial arts, and I followed his teachings without question. 7 days and nights later, a breakthrough occurred. The sword felt fused with my being. The severing mountain swordsmanship seemed to blend into my soul, becoming a part of me. Suddenly, it felt like I could form the technique with a branch or even barehanded. Simultaneously, the sword energy naturally covered the sword, becoming much more stable. It seemed I could maintain the sword energy much longer than before. This is sword and body unity. The realm of sword and body unity, a symbol of the late first rate. You've crossed the barrier, congratulations. Hai Nim, you are truly remarkable. I genuinely admired him. A boundary I couldn't cross for years, he helped me cross in just 7 nights. But he clicked his tongue and said, I didn't give it to you. You were almost at the boundary, so I just gave you a little push on the back. Still, it wasn't easy to overcome that barrier. I've done all I can for you. Now that you've crossed the barrier, you must sort it out yourself. Of course, reaching the pinnacle will not be easy. Beyond it lies a completely different world. You must not think in terms of ordinary martial arts regarding the pinnacle realm. I've heard that all my life. No matter how much you listen, it won't be enough. I may have crossed the pinnacle barrier as if it was a joke, but for someone with your lack of talent, it will take thousands, tens of thousands of times more effort just to reach that barrier. I will keep that in mind. Right? Hoon Hyang Nim then took out a book from his robe. The title of the book was Record of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. I've supplemented some lacking parts of the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts, developed a few techniques further, and added a few more. He said a few, but the book was significantly thicker than the one I had received in my previous life. It seemed almost 3 times thicker. But still, even after gazing at cultivators, beyond ordinary martial arts, it's just a record of no significance. I never managed to surpass cultivators. I managed to somehow evade the early Kai building cultivators, and finally succeeded in cutting down a late-stage Kai building cultivator. But the core formation cultivators, they are like natural disasters. From the core formation onwards, they are akin to natural phenomena in human form. I managed to cut off one wrist of a core formation cultivator, but that was it. The wrist grew back as soon as the cultivator chanted a few spells, and I was on the verge of life and death several times. He looked up at the sky with a bitter expression. I couldn't hide my own bitter feelings. He rose to the top of the world faster than in my previous life. Even after mastering the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, his previous cycle legacy. was the same result as I had heard in my past life. Probably the creator of the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts felt the same as I did, that martial artists cannot go beyond this. He must have felt that. He brushed his face with a look of devastation. I was highly regarded by the core formation cultivator who subdued me. I was admitted to his cultivation clan. I was the best in the martial world, but in the clan I would be the junior. Haha, since entering the cultivation clan means cutting ties with the secular world, I came to see you one last time. Then if that's, why did you give us to me? I looked at the record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts with a gloomy expression and asked, after all, even if you master it, you can't reach cultivators. Haha, that's true, but... He spoke with a sorrowful expression. The future generation, to at least secure their minimum rights in front of cultivators, this martial art is left for that purpose. I don't even consider it a lifeline. It's just the minimum power for beings like us, mere mortals, to be recognized as entities by cultivators. He smiled sorrowfully and continued. There are many more cruel and brutal cultivators than you think. This martial art provides a brief moment of respite in front of such people. It's that kind of martial art. Swoosh. Suddenly, he disappeared completely from my sight. As if he had become a phantom, I was astonished. This is one of the miscellaneous techniques created while developing record of gaining cultivation and exceeding martial arts. This record, like the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts, requires the martial artist to reach the level of 3 flowers yadder at the sun. Take it to a martial artist who has reached that level, and they will recognize its value. I also left another gift for you, so continue to diligently strive and reach the pinnacle. Whoosh. After leaving these words, Young Hoon Hyang Nim never appeared in front of me again. Young Hoon Hyang Nim left something else for me. The wall of my training ground. There, sword marks were engraved, forming a martial arts technique. It was the Severing Mountain swordsmanship. But, tailored to my level having reached the late first rate, it was once again revised. The original swordsmanship, which consisted of 12 moves, had 12 more added, making a total of 24 forms. Fortunately, the added moves were connected to the original Severing Mountain swordsmanship, so it wasn't difficult to learn. Perhaps because I had reached the state of sword and body unity, the proficiency of the swordsmanship seemed to increase very quickly. Thank you, Hyang Nim. As I learned the revised swordsmanship, I quietly thanked Young Hoon Hyang Nim. My life slowly drained away. But I wielded my sword relentlessly, even with an aging body. From the late first rate, striving to break through to the pinnacle realm. I memorized the techniques of the record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, transcribed them, and secretly distributed them to major factions around Yongyo. I hoped that the peak masters who got the record would slightly improve their realm and gain strength to oppose cultivators. My body was gradually losing vitality. It no longer obeyed me as before. But I gritted my teeth and swung my sword. I can't be weak anymore. I mustn't be weak. Repeating life doesn't mean there's no meaning in a repeated life. That's why I lived this life to the fullest. And for the life I may live again. I mustn't feel powers in that lifetime. I cannot be weak. Years flew by quickly. The day I died, I was still wielding my sword. Thus, I concluded my nation life with swordsmanship. That was my third return. So phonetically, the names of the records are Walsuga Murak and Josuwal Murak respectively. However, to best show the difference between the two records, I used different words that have similar meanings and fit the context, transcending and exceeding. Chapter 12, third cycle's first day. Chapter 12, third cycle's first day. Blink. I woke and stood up. Another regression, it seems. Maybe there won't be any more regressions. That's what I thought. Is it an endless cycle of regression after all? But the more I regress, the more I lean towards the idea that my ability is not a single or finite regression, but an endless cycle of regressions. Damn it. I shook my head and looked around. Whoosh. Section Chief John's hand flew toward me. I swiftly dodged his hand and moved mine. Palabep. With a speed too fast to see, I struck Section Chief John prayer point. WH what? I quickly shut his mouth as it was annoying, striking enough prayer point to silence him. To the rapidity of my movements, not only Section Chief John, but also the onlookers were clueless about what just happened. What's going on, Section Chief John? Why is he like that? I casually touched John Myung-hoon's shoulder and said, he seemed to be paralyzed. Oh no, what a situation. We should quickly massage his body. Oh, I know a herb that's good for paralysis. I studied herbal medicine. I pulled up a sleeping herb with its roots and brought it to John Myung-hoon. Section Chief John, you are paralyzed right now. In such a situation, if you keep being paralyzed, it could be really serious. You must take this immediately. If you stay paralyzed, you might become permanently disabled. I approached John Myung-hoon, discreetly releasing the pressure point to enable him to move his mouth. Wait a moment, get the dirt off it. No, this herb is most effective in this state, and if you don't take it now, the efficacy will drop. I'll shake off some dirt, but you must take it quickly. Otherwise, you could end up permanently disabled. Emphasize the risk of permanent disability while bringing the dirt-covered herb to his mouth. Myung-hoon, although grimacing, eventually had to chew and swallow the herb along with the dirt. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing dirt was oddly satisfying. Take it as an honor. It's quite good for vitality after all. Of course, it had no effect on paralysis. It's good for vitality and has a sedative effect. Soon after, John Myung-hoon fell asleep. I released the pressure point that had paralyzed him. What a day. Weird things keep happening, and now Section Chief John is like this. His body must have been tense because of the strange occurrences. I made up some conversation, then looked around and said, it's strange though. I know quite a bit about trees, and all the trees around here are species that are hard to find in Korea. Is that so? Anyway, where did our company car fall? We're stranded. I said the trees were not Korean, gradually intending to imprint that this world is not our world. It seemed we are stranded, so I'll go see if there's a village or a road nearby. How will you do that? I shrugged and quickly climbed the tallest tree nearby. I have no internal energy, but climbing a tree is helpful with physical strength and agility, especially since I developed the ability to climb high places while learning infiltration skills in my past life. Whoosh! I quickly climbed to the top of the tree, pretended to look around a few times, then swiftly descended. How did you? What did you do before? Wow, Deputy Manager Seal, that's amazing. Did you do some kind of sport? That's incredible. Director Kim Young-hoon, Chief O, Deputy Manager Kang, Deputy Manager O, and Manager Kim admired my athletic prowess in turn. Oh, I used to climb trees a lot as a kid. Still, your athletic sense seemed very good. It's nothing, but I did see from up the tree. There are no villages or roads in sight. Heavens, you're not joking, are you? Yes, I don't want to spend the night outdoors either. There's really just forest around here. In my words, the other side in disappointment. It seemed we're stranded. It's about to get dark, so let's divide into teams to look for the car and a place to stay nearby. All right, let's do that. Knowing they would insist on finding the SUV, I divided the teams and sent some to search for the car. I went with a few others to the cave I stayed in before. Let's stay in the cave. Oh my, there's a perk cave. What a relief. I took Deputy Manager O and Manager Kim with me to build a windbreak to block the entrance of the cave. Then, I started a bonfire and roasted fruits and mushrooms. As evening fell and night came, the others saw the light of our bonfire and joined us. Wow, did you three make all this? No, we didn't do anything. Deputy Manager Seal did it all so swiftly. Yes, it was like we had a Boy Scout with us. Deputy Manager Seal, I didn't know you were so capable. I chuckled and handed them the roasted fruits and mushrooms. I learned a lot of things when I was younger. Please try these. It feels like we're on a camp trip. If only we hadn't got stranded, we would have been camping at our intended destination. There was so much meat and food in the SUV. Such a pity. But these mushrooms are real tasty, aren't they? Our roasted mushrooms were a hit, and the company employees soon fell asleep after eating them. Cradle, cradle. After laying the sleeping employees down properly, I sat in front of the bonfire and took out some yellow bamboo roots I had dug up earlier. Crunch, crunch. I had already activated my dantian with the Ginger Heart method. I vividly remembered the Dragon Vein Kai method, which had been ingrained in my meridians for 50 years in my previous life. Wung. After eating the yellow bamboo roots, I started to circulate my internal energy. Soon, a volcanic surge of energy started bubbling in my dantian. I managed the surging energy of the ginseng, using the path of the Dragon Vein Kai method. Phew. I felt a surge of strength throughout my body. I took one of the branches I had gathered and infused it with my internal energy, beginning to carve it with my bare hands. Crack, crack. As I carved the wood with my energy-covered hand, the branch quickly transformed into a clean wooden sword. Buzz, buzz. I swung the wooden sword in the air. It wasn't perfect, but not bad for practice. Phew. In my last life, I died while swinging a sword at the peak of the first rate. I thought I would gain some special enlightenment at the moment of death. It seemed too fictional to gain enlightenment at the brink of life and death. I didn't gain any enlightenment, and my realm was still just at the high end of first rate. 100 years of wielding a sword. Yet, I still hadn't reached the pinnacle realm. So far, not just the cultivators, but even the minimum condition to become a cultivator, the 5 energies converging to the origin, was far away. The record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, which could take me to the 5 energies realm, was beyond my comprehension, as I hadn't reached the required 3 flowers together at the summit realm. 3 flowers was still far off, and the pinnacle realm, which could bring me there, was even more distant. How much more training do I need? Every peak master I met said the same thing. The pinnacle realm, it's a different world from the first rate. In fact, a first-rate master could never defeat a peak master in a one-on-one martial arts battle. They literally lived in different worlds. And I entered that different world. It took me 50 years to reach the second rate from being ignorant of martial arts. Another 50 years took me from second rate to the top of first rate. The pinnacle realm, can I reach it in this lifetime? All kinds of thoughts swirled in my head. Everything I did seemed futile. I felt a profound sense of powerlessness. And when I felt powerless, I stood up. It won't disappear anyway. No matter how much I plunder, the fact that I am powerless won't change. Nor will the fact that I am a talent zealot a waste. But, if I'm going to be useless whether I worry or not, let's be a hard-working waste. Step by step, I stepped out of the cave. The night wind was cold, but the heat surged as I circulated the Dragon Vein Kai method. Buzz, buzz. I shook off my distractions and unfolded the Severing Mountain swordsmanship. The sword technique was refined by my Young-hoon Hyang Nim in the previous life, adding 12 more moves to the original 12. I unfolded all the derived moves and auxiliary techniques from the 24 techniques of Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Sharp sounds of slicing air echoed in front of the cave. Swishing. My wooden sword sliced through a falling leaf. Suddenly, as I watched the scene, a surge of determination rose in me, and I approached the floating leaf, swinging my sword again. As I didn't infuse my internal energy into the sword, the leaf simply flew upward upon being struck by the wooden sword. More and more. I cleared my mind of distractions. Chasing the leaf, I continued to execute my swordsmanship. 24 moves of Severing Mountain swordsmanship. 86 derivative techniques. Combination moves variations. Numerous strokes extended from my hands. At some point, I realized I was constantly swinging my sword at a single leaf, enraptured in ecstasy. Just a bit more, just a little more. Felt like my body was being absorbed into the martial art. Is this enlightenment? Buzz, buzz. Seeming within reach, yet elusive. Just like how I couldn't catch that leaf without internal energy. For how long did I swing my sword mindlessly? Suddenly, I realized dawn was breaking. I had been up all night. Just a little more, just a bit more. One more step was all it took. Dawn breaks. Lash. Swoosh. My plain wooden sword cleanly sliced through the hovering leaf. Not a withered leaf, but a fresh green one. I'm almost there, almost. Then suddenly I felt my left arm trembling. This is... Ignoring the trembling and continuing with the sword dance, or stopping for a moment. No, it can't be. Enlightenment is just around the corner. My eyes became bloodshot. But my arm trembled too much. Damn it. Eventually, I had to put down the sword. Gasp, huff. And then I understood why my arm trembled. Because I'm a regressor. At this time, at the moment, knowing what's about to happen, I had involuntarily anticipated the pain of the fox soon to bite my arm and trembled in advance. Damn it. I picked up the sword again and resumed the sword dance. However, enlightenment did not come. As if it had run away the moment I dropped the sword. Damn it. What was I afraid of? What exactly? The path to the peak was right in front of me. I bit my lip hard enough to bleed. If I see the way Tao in the morning, dying in the evening is of no concern. Chinese let, Chinese let, Chinese let, Chinese let, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. I felt aggrieved. A once-in-a-lifetime enlightenment, carelessly lost due to needless fear. Yeah. I screamed and deeply resolved in my heart. From today onward, even if I die in the evening, I will not give up the way I could attain in the morning. Holding the sword, I made this vow. Chapter 13, Talent abandoned by the heavens one. Chapter 13, Talent abandoned by the heavens one. I gave my arm to the fox that approached me that morning, cutting it off myself. It was a symbolic act of cutting off any future hesitation. After eating my arm, the fox allowed us to stay and then left. Without paying attention to the others, I went to a quiet part of the forest and continued to swing my sword, striving to regain that enlightenment. But a day passed, then two, and on the third day, when the cultivators came and kidnapped my colleagues, even though I swung my sword relentlessly without eating, sleeping, or resting, the enlightenment did not return. I stopped only on the fourth day, right after Sea Dragon King COH kidnapped Deputy Menjero. I prepared a feast for Manager Kim and Kim Young-hoon, who were sitting in despair, adding spices to the grilled mushrooms. The three of us ate the feast and shared our last conversation. Soon after, Manager Kim awakened her abilities, and from afar, an old man riding a giant puppet appeared. The old man, after a brief struggle with Manager Kim, pushed me and Kim Young-hoon into a spatial rift, and we were thrown away. I closed my eyes for the last time, seeing Manager Kim reaching out to us. When I opened my eyes, I found myself on a tree. I used my agility to descend, and found that Kim Young-hoon was also tangled in another tree. After helping him down, I surveyed the area. This is the southwestern part of Yangyuo. In my past life, wandering through the country, managing the palace of heavenly demons in Gyeonggak, I gained confidence in roughly determining my location anywhere within Yangyuo. After about 100 years of wandering around Yangyuo. Of course, I didn't know every nook and cranny of the country, but I could generally figure out where I was. Wake up, Director. I woke up Kim Young-hoon and explained the situation to him. He seemed panicked but accepted it reasonably after all that had happened. Together, we headed to the nearest city, while I taught him letters in the language along the way. After a few days, we reached the nearest city, Hobuk City. We sold medicinal herbs and bought a manor. I taught him literacy, language, and the severing vein saber technique, a saber technique he created in his past life by modifying my severing mountain swordsmanship. After following my teachings, he became a peak master in just 3 months. It feels a bit empty. Some spend their entire lives barely reaching the top of first rate, while others reach the peak in just 3 months. And to think he's achieved 3 flower gathers at the sun. I watched him eating a yellow bamboo root and the floating 3 flowers above his head. Sigh. After he finished his cultivation, he stood up with a relaxed expression. Haha, I think I could even beat you now, Deputy Menjero. I watched him energetic and felt bittersweet inside. He is the Young-hoon Hyang-nim I knew from my past life. Now mentally, he was much younger than me. If we go by the time we lived, I'm old enough to be Director Kim Young-hoon's great-grandfather. Watching his excitement, I thought about not accompanying him in this life. Director, I have something to tell you. Something? Oh sure, don't worry, I'll teach you the martial art well. Starting today, I will go my separate ways from you, Director. What? He looked at me bewildered. Why, Deputy Menjero, no, Seo Yunhan. Exactly as I said, I plan to travel separately from you, Director. Why? Because memories of Young-hoon Hyang-nim from my past lives flashed through my mind. The first life, where he rose to prominence as the leader of the Woolen Alliance but eventually learned about the world of cultivators, fought them, despaired, and collapsed. The second life, where he established the world's best faction, rebelled against the cultivators, massacred them, but eventually gave up the path of martial arts and chose to become a cultivator himself. Probably it would be the same in this life. This life too, he would rise to prominence, learn martial arts, fight cultivators, despair in front of them, and choose to become a cultivator. I no longer wanted to see him despair. I am, but I couldn't say that. I want to travel the world and elevate my realm. But I can teach you that too. I want to do it alone. No, you can't. How can I live without you? It'll be fine, Director. I've taught you writing, language, and martial arts. You've become a peak master on your own. You don't have to worry anymore. But, he looked dejected. I'm going to be separated from my fellow countrymen again. It seemed the shock of being transported to another world, and losing all his colleagues in a short time had not yet fully subsided. Then let's meet once every 2 years at this house. How about that? After persuading the gloomed Kim Young-hoon, I parted ways with him and left the city. Being by his side, guided by the world's greatest martial expert, I could reach the pinnacle realm faster. However, I no longer wanted to see him despair. After leaving the city, I looked around the landscape. First, I should go to Sakyong City. I thought of visiting the 4 stars 3 demons of the capital of Yangyuo. With many excellent peel cultivators in Sakyong City's 7 sects, I thought I might receive their healing. I'll try some martial art duels. But of course, I had no intention of messing with big sects like the 4 Stars 3 demons. It's better not to touch such places until I become a peak master, as it would bring trouble. I went to a small sect on the outskirts of Siakyung City, Hall of 8 Respects. Hall of 8 Respects was a medium-sized sect in Siakyung City, and its leader was a top-notch first-rate expert. When I arrived at the Hall of 8 Respects, 2 gatekeepers blocked my way. What brings you to the Hall of 8 Respects? Dressed in fancy martial robes bought with money from selling herbs, the gatekeepers were polite to me. I returned their greeting and stated my purpose. I've come to request a martial art duel at the Hall of 8 Respects. At my words, the gatekeeper's eyebrows twitched. Our hall isn't a place where just anyone can come. Whoosh! I swiftly unsheathed my sword and sliced through the gatekeeper's clothes without touching him. The sword energy cut through his front garment. Realizing I had used sword energy, the gatekeeper's faces turned pale. Sword energy. A first-rate master. Do I still look like just anyone to you? The 2 gatekeepers asked me to wait and went inside the Hall of 8 Respects. After a while, one of the guards, sweating profusely, returned to the gate. Please come inside, the master awaits you. I followed the gatekeeper into the Hall of 8 Respects and towards the sparring ground inside the main building. There, a middle-aged man with a long beard was waiting with a 9-section whip in hand. Well, I wondered who the first-rate master was, but I didn't expect such a young hero. I am Co. Yoon Hyan, a humble and unknown warrior. I'm honored to meet the master of the Hall of 8 Respects. Ha, such a young hero, and yet your martial arts spirit is not ordinary. Your martial arts spirit is also extraordinary, master. Please bestow your teaching upon this humble warrior. With brief courtesies, we began our sparring match. Clang. The master of the Hall of 8 Respects initiated the first move. His 9-section whip struck like a serpent, movements full of discipline. It felt as if his martial arts had become one with him. I countered his attacks using the moves of the Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Simultaneously, the master of the Hall of 8 Respects launched a kick from behind his whip. Whoosh! I ducked his kick and attacked with a lower stance, breaking through his guard. Clang! His whip fell towards me, but I quickly stepped back and assumed a defensive stance. Your sword form and momentum are completely unified. Sword by unity, late first rate. You two have completely melded your martial arts into your being, master. I'm learning a lot from this. Ha! He sighed while looking at me. To reach such a state at such a young age, you truly are a genius. Genius? I let out a bitter smile. Surely to outsiders, I am an immense genius. Being in the late stage of first-rate mastery in my late 20s is indeed a miracle. If you consider that even first-rate mastery takes decades for ordinary people to reach, I must seem like a divine prodigy from the outside. A heaven-sent talent. But I knew the truth. I was not a genius bestowed by heaven. I was not a genius at all. Thank you for praising my inadequate talent. To me, being called a genius was not a compliment. While geniuses are rare in the world, mediocrity abounds. Being compared to a genius, despite being a mediocre who couldn't even reach the first rate in a lifetime without the advantage of regression, would be nothing short of deception. Thus, I decided to embrace the title of genius. I will now use sword energy. Go ahead, I will give it my all too. At the same time, we both lunged towards each other. Severing Mountain swordsmanship. First move. Transcending peaks, Chinese letter. I swung my sword from left to right at mid-level, creating a cramped moon-shaped sword energy that sliced towards the master of the Hall of 8 Respects. He dodged my attack by bending his waist, but countered with a low stance using his whip. Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Second move. Entering Mountain, Chinese letter. Swishing. I quickly switched to a low stance, countering his whip at the same height. Our weapon clashed, sending off sparks. Boom. The master of the Hall of 8 Respects leaped into the air and struck down with his whip. Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Third move. Ascending vein, Chinese letter. I raised my sword from the low position, deflecting his whip and preparing to counterattack. Fourth move, Chinese letter. Flowing ridge, Chinese letter. I gently thrust my sword in a fluid motion. He tried to block with his whip, but my sword twisted and spiraled, piercing through his defenses. He narrowly dodged my thrust, but the spiraling sword energy grazed his garment. Seizing the opportunity, I continued with my next moves. Fifth move, Bold Cliff, Chinese letter. Sixth move, Train Stone, Chinese letter. Twirling the sword like a dance, creating an impenetrable whirl of sword strokes, I gradually increased my sword speed. Whirling. Seventh move, Deep Mountain, Chinese letter. Using the rotational force, I launched an attack. The master of the Hall of 8 Respects tried to strike me down with his 9-section whip, but thanks to the strange variation developed from the 6th move, I managed to infiltrate his guard. After breaching his defense, I twisted my body from lower right to upper left and made my strike. Whoosh! The master of the Hall of 8 Respects managed to avoid my sword strike by turning a full circle, but my sword energy sliced through the front of his garment. Simultaneously, he used his momentum from the turn to lash out his 9-section whip towards me. 8th move, Secluded Valley, Chinese letter. I swung my sword again, deflecting the master's whip, effectively neutralizing the force within it. Whoosh! The master stepped back and swung his whip 3 times in succession. I counted by raising my sword to the upper left. 9th move, Landscape Painting, Chinese letter. Striking down to the lower right, then again using my internal energy to strike to the upper right and again to the lower left 3 times in a row. Total of 6 strikes successfully parried his whip. I raised my sword in a high stance, pulling up my internal energy. 10th move, Dragon Vein, Chinese letter. Internal energy from the Dragon Vein Kai method surged explosively. An enormous force filled my sword, slashing towards the master with a fierce momentum. Ugh. Boom. The master countered with his whip, and our whips collided, creating a sound like an exploding hand. Ugh. The master grimaced from the shock transmitted through his fingertips and spun around, lashing his whip towards me. 4 times. His whip attack came at me 4 times. 11th move, cliff edge, Chinese letter. Crack. Applied the technique of a 1,000-pound weight to my sword, filled with internal energy. The sword became incredibly heavy. Simultaneously, the sword energy embedded in the sword pierced through the sparring ground floor. I slashed upwards through the ground, striking the master. Arg. Swoosh. Even though my sword was stuck in the ground, it moved swiftly. As soon as it was freed, the speed was incomparably faster than before. The master, taken aback by the sudden increase in speed, was sliced by my sword across his garment again. It's time to finish this. 12th move, 7 lights emerging peak, Chinese letter. The sun rises behind the mountains, illuminating the world with its light. A stream of sword energy flowed beyond the 11th move. Clang. Finally, the master's whip was cut by my sword energy and fell outside the sparring ground. I am defeated. It was a good opportunity. I respectfully bowed to him and then left the Hall of 8 Respects. The Hall of 8 Respects, even in my past life, was known for its upright practices and not resorting to underhanded tactics. My plan was to challenge honorable factions like the Hall of 8 Respects in future sparrings, gaining some renown before facing the more dubious factions. Continuing these duels, I was determined to reach the pinnacle realm in this lifetime. In this life, I will make it happen for sure. Chapter 14, Talent Abandoned by the Heaven Sioux. Chapter 14, Talent Abandoned by the Heaven Sioux. Toward 4 more mid-sized factions in Dakyong City. Among them, I lost the sparring matches at Yunryubo and Hwyomun, but won at Gijibang and Ugolbo. Having gained some modest fame, I then visited mid-sized factions classified as part of the unorthodox sects, including the Hoying faction. Recently, I heard about a young elite swordsman challenging others to duels throughout Dakyong City. It turns out to be you. The Hoying faction, known as an unorthodox sect in Dakyong City, greeted me with a hearty laugh as soon as I arrived. The faction leader of Hoying, an old man with a long beard and wearing a gray robe, seemed like a hermit due to his unique aura. The elders of Hoying also carried a cultivator-like air. Unfortunately, I've injured my right arm in the past few days, so I will not be able to spar. Instead, the elders of our faction will take on this challenge. Following the faction leader's words, a robust-looking middle-aged man with a pleasant smile stood up. I am Teak Jakyop, the first elder of the faction, and I will be your opponent. I too request a good match. Shortly after, we stood on the sparring stage and assumed our starting stances. Let the duel. Boom. Begin. Before the overseeing faction leader could even announce the start, Teak Jakyop charged at me with his saber, initiating the attack. So, this is the nature of the unorthodox sects. Unperturbed, I infused my sword with energy and countered his attack. Severing mountain swordsmanship, second move, entering mountain Chinese letter. Swoosh. I ducked under his charging saber in a mid-stance and then, with a low stance, aimed to slash at his lower body. Whack. However, Jakyop nimbly leapt into the air, evading my sword and plunged down with his saber. Facing it head-on is dangerous, but retreating would only put me under constant pressure. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 8th move, secluded valley, Chinese letter. Whoosh. Clang. I countered his saber with my sword, diverting the direction of his forceful strike. The saber, narrowly missing me, made a thunderous noise as it shattered the ground of the sparring stage. I seized the brief moment right after Jakyop's strike to launch a counterattack. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 5th move, bold cliff, Chinese letter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I twirled on the spot, like forming a sword dance, creating an impenetrable defense with my sword movements. Jakyop took a step back to avoid getting entangled, and I didn't miss the chance to thrust forward again. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 4th move, flowing ridge, letter F9CA. Boom. The undulating sword movements, like the ridges of a mountain, surged towards Jakyop. Jakyop swung his saber to fend off my attack, but the sword energy writhed and snaked its way into his guard. Now to finish it off. FFT. At that moment, something tiny and sharp shot precisely towards my eye. I was startled and dodged, retricting my sword. A needle. It was Tiny Needle. Jakyop had fired it from his mouth, a hidden needle mechanism at his disposal. This too is part of my martial arts, so I hope you won't take offense. Jakyop, with his amiable smile, came at me again with his saber. I felt refreshed. The unorthodox sects used many unusual tactics. Clearly, based on pure martial arts, Jakyop was several levels below the master of the Hall of 8 Respects. Had I pressed on with my sword a bit more, I could have disarmed him completely. But with such unexpected techniques like the hidden needle, his actual combat ability might be higher than that of a race martial artist. Such experiences, I couldn't have gained them by the side of young Hoon Hangnim. He was the best in the world, a noble and upright hero. Though he was called the extreme demon in my past life, it was because he defied cultivators, not because he was sinister. Thus, sparring with him always involved pure martial artistry, lacking in dealing regarding such unpredictable situations. Moving forward, my experience would grow through countless duels with unorthodox sects. While I wasn't without real combat experience in my past life, it was mostly large-scale battles, confrontations with cultivators, or following young Hoon Hangnim and raiding government offices. I hadn't had much experience in such direct confrontations with unorthodox sects, especially not with an elite from the unorthodox sects like this. Clang, clang, clang. Jakyop's saber slashed at me 3 times in quick succession. At the same time, PF50. He continuously shot those barely visible thin needles at me, which was quite distracting. Alright, let's end this. I decided to play my trump card. In dealing with such troublesome types, it's best to crush them in one go. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 9th move, landscape painting, Chinese letter. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 6th move, strange stone, Chinese letter. Combining 6 diagonal slashes with variations, I accelerated the sword movement. Flash. Slashing attacks countered both the incoming needles and the saber, finding an opening amid the intermingled variations. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 7th move, deep mountain Chinese letter. I charged into the opening and twisted from lower right to up left, slashing upwards at him. Swoosh! I only sliced the garment as it was a sparring match, and thus emerged as the winner of the duel. Challenger Seo Yunheim wins. Good duel indeed, haha. I learned much from it. I respectfully bowed to Jirkyo and was about to leave the sparring stage when something happened. Faction leader of Hoying, stroking his beard, loudly announced. Then, let's proceed with a consecutive duel let F99A, right away. What? Surprised, I questioned him. What do you mean by a consecutive duel? I wasn't informed of this beforehand. Did I not mention it? I thought I clearly suggested a series of 3 consecutive duels and you agreed, didn't you? Everyone, you heard me say that right. Yes, the leader is right. I heard it clearly too. The elders of Hoying unanimously nodded, and I couldn't hide my frustration. These people, this is what being part of the unorthodox sect means. Did they never intend to let me win and leave? You not suppose if I win and leave, I plan to spread rumors about Hoying dishonor. Don't worry, young one. Faction leader smiled benignly. You'll be slightly wounded in our faction duel, develop gangrene from the wound, and eventually die. We'll take good care of you, but despite our best efforts, you'll unfortunately pass away. You're all mad. Their way of thinking was entirely different. Did you have no intention of letting me leave if I won? Did our Hoying faction ever appear to be a righteous sect to you? We are an illegal organization that has not been officially recognized by the authorities. Coming to an illegal organization and requesting a duel is akin to storing in a band's lair. Well, I just laughed wryly. I knew that. The martial world is said to be divided between the righteous and the unorthodox faction. It was actually overwhelmingly dominated by the righteous faction. Fundamentally, the term righteous faction refers to martial sects that have mastered the orthodox martial arts. However, in Yangyo, the righteous faction specifically means martial arts schools that have received official authorization from the government authorities. On the other hand, the unorthodox faction signifies groups of warriors who band together to engage in illegal activities. As such, the unorthodox faction could never operate openly, unlike the righteous faction, which always stood in the light. Most unorthodox organizations were not officially recognized or authorized by the government authorities. Obviously, by conventional standards, my act of requesting a duel with an illegal organization was insane. It was no different from storing into a bandit hideout to challenge them to a duel. Of course, the martial sects within the city, unlike bandit hideouts, did have some similarities with regular righteous sects, but essentially they were no different, making my action a bizarre act. However, not all unorthodox factions are crazy illegal organizations. From what I know, some still have a sense of pride as martial artists. It seems Hoying is not one of them. My intrusion into the unorthodox faction to request a duel was not without thought. Based on information I gathered from my previous life, I sought out unorthodox organizations that maintained the pride of martial sects, and Hoying was one of them. Twitch. My words, the eyebrows of Hoying's leader twitched. Pride doesn't put food on the table. Not doing despicable acts doesn't make a sect prosperous. What I think doesn't matter to you, but those who lack even the minimum pride will remain in the same place all their lives. Of course, I could say this because I knew that Hoying would transform into a righteous sect in a few years. Still, it changes nothing. As the dominant force in this area, we have a duty to take care of a fool who dared to request a duel with us. Click, 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 click. Excluding the first elder, 10 elders of Hoying surrounded me. Let's start the second continued battle. You talk well. 10 against 1 in a duel. The thought process of these unorthodox people were ridiculous, but after all, I came here for this. I smirked and extended my sword towards the 10 elders surrounding me. Come at me, I will accept it. Thus the duel began. In Sakyang City, a young martial artist began to make a name for himself. He went to the unorthodox faction Hoying to request a duel and became the subject of ridicule, requesting a duel with an illegal organization. It was no different from challenging a bandit hideout. Everyone expected the young martial artist to be found dead the next day. A day passed, and people speculated that the martial artist had been killed. 2 days passed, and rumors spread that Hoying had killed the martial artist and buried his body beneath their sect. The 3rd day, people mourned the death of the young martial artist. However, on the evening of the 3rd day, the martial artist emerged from Hoying's stronghold, covered in blood. He then went to an inn, ordered noodles and dumplings, and immediately went to another sect to request another duel. Later, it was revealed that Hoying had engaged in endless continuous battles with the martial artist. Dozens of Hoying's fighters took turns battling the martial artist, day and night, without rest. The young martial artists fought all of them, defeating every one of them over 3 days and nights. Hoying, true to their unorthodox nature, even had those who had been defeated and recovered rejoin the battle, but the martial artist crippled anyone who tried to challenge him again. Finally, on the 3rd day, all the unorthodox masters of Hoying combined forces to face the young martial artist, but he overcame them all and escaped from Hoying. Immediately after eating noodles, the martial artist went on to challenge another sect. The young martial artist's insane actions became the talk of Sakyang City, and he was given a fitting nickname, the infinite fighting spirit Seo Yunhan. That was me. Slurp. After rolling through 33 small sects in Sakyang City and eating noodles at an inn, I reflected on my experiences. Dueling with righteous factions doesn't exhaust me as much as those with unorthodox factions. During my last encounter at Hoying, I almost lost my life. Those Shama brutes. Fatigued Jakyo, who first lost to me, returned to the duel arena after regaining his strength when I became fatigued from continuous fighting. When their despicable tactics became blatant, I started using underhanded methods too. Pretending to clean my sword, I secretly applied poison from toxic herbs onto the blade. In my past life, when I became chief strategist of the Woolen Alliance, I had studied medicine and reached the level of a top-class physician, and also worked at the Meadow Hall of Fighting Dragon Stronghold. but being a top-class physician also meant being a top-class prisoner. The line between healing and killing was indeed very thin. Fighting with poison made the battle much easier. As soon as my sword, smeared with poison, grazed any of Ho Ying's fighters, they immediately collapsed, falling at the mouth. Eventually, Ho Ying started using poison against me too. However, I was a top-class physician. Their basic and cheap poison couldn't affect me. Poison used by Ho Ying could easily be neutralized by antidotes and medicinal herbs I had prepared in advance. The leader of Ho Ying, in his fury, gathered all their combatants to keep me captive for 3 days and nights. That mad old man felt like endless waves of underlings were being thrown at me, as if they had cloning technology. The fighters of Ho Ying, upon realizing their continuous losses, eventually resorted to openly attacking me with spears and arrows, forming battle formations. If I hadn't taken hostages, I would have really been killed. In the end, I had to rush at the leader of Ho Ying, overpower him, and take him hostage to save my life. But even that was not enough, as the elders of Ho Ying ignored their leader's plight and continued to order my death, forcing me to fight the entire cycle on the last day. If I hadn't used poison, hostages, stimulants, and narcotics, I would have been dead. The last day, I was so exhausted that I consumed stimulants like a madman. Even after escaping Ho Ying, I was still under the influence of stimulants, strong enough to request another duel at another righteous sect without any problem. Sigh. Thinking back on that day, I couldn't help but sigh. Apart from Ho Ying, other unorthodox sects were similarly ruthless. Initially, they seemed to agree to a fair duel, but as soon as I won, they forced continuous battles. If I continued to win, the surrounding disciples would draw their hidden weapons and attack me all at once. In such ways, many unorthodox underlings would drain my strength. I would then consume stimulants, spread poison, and fight back against the unorthodox attackers. When my strength was completely drained, I would flee with all my might. If I had enough strength left, I would fight against the entire unorthodox faction, defeat them, and then leave. After such a duel, I would take more stimulants and request another duel at a nearby righteous sect. There was no fear for my life in the righteous sects, so it didn't matter whether I won or lost. Afterward, whether I lost or won, I would ask to spend the night at the righteous sect. Inside their premises, I didn't have to worry about attacks from the unorthodox factions, so I could rest peacefully. In this manner, I roamed through numerous righteous and unorthodox sects in Sikyang City, dueling like a madman. While I was called the crazy lunatic, infant fighting spirit by the public, I didn't care. I lack talent. The path to the pinnacle I seek to reach is impossibly distant from my talent. Therefore, I must constantly fight, crossing the boundaries of life and death. That's how I must reach that realm. What must one do to overcome a wall with that talent? Go mad. If one lacks talent, one must possess madness. That's the only way for a dullard to behold the same world as a genius. And so, I ransacked not just Sikyang City but all over Yangyo, visiting numerous righteous and unorthodox sects, dueling relentlessly. 2 years passed in that manner. It's been a while. I arrived at our first house in the mountain where I had promised to meet Kim Young-hoon. Over the past 2 years, my reputation has spread throughout Yangyo, especially after causing a stir in various sects of Sikyang City. Consequently, the 4 stars 3 demons of Sikyang City even attempted to recruit me, which I neatly declined. Taking on organizational responsibilities inevitably eats in personal time, and with my limited talent, that could prevent me from overcoming the pinnacle barrier in this lifetime. During these 2 years of causing chaos, I engaged in duels with the righteous factions and accumulated real combat experience under the guise of duels with the unorthodox factions. There were even times when I narrowly escaped death after being ambushed by bounty hunters in inns, set upon me by the unorthodox factions. My real combat experience has grown tremendously, to the point where I can confidently claim at least a 10% chance of winning against any late first-rate expert, regardless of their strength. However, I still can't even see the wall of the pinnacle realm, let alone reach it. How much more do I need to achieve to attain this pinnacle realm? Sighing, I entered the house to keep my appointment with Kim Young-hoon. Haha, who do we have here if not the famous infant fighting spirit Seo Yoon-hyun? He greeted me in martial world jargon. I'm also honored to meet the renowned Young-hoon, I replied with a salute. This Young-hoon title never sits right with me. What's wrong with this world that there's no Kim clan? Well, if you dislike Young-hoon, you might have to be called Ji-hoon instead, I suggested jokingly. Tusk, not in my liking, he grumbled. What's there not to like? Young-hoon, one of the 3 great warriors, the absolute mountain saber. Indeed, Kim Young-hoon, who had mastered the record of gaining cultivation and exceeding martial arts, had reached the status of one of the 3 great warriors in just 2 years in his life. He'd grown even faster than his previous self. Could this life's Kim Young-hoon defeat a cultivator? His martial arts, inheriting the enlightenment that the previous Kim Young-hoon had wrung out of his entire life, were strengthening much faster than before. Maybe. Yes, maybe he could become even stronger. Enough small talk, let's have a duel after a long time. Haha, I'm honored to face the blade of one of the 3 great warriors. We entered the indoor duel arena and began our duel. Ordinary techniques are useless against Kim Young-hoon. I began with full sincerity from the start. Severing mountain swordsmanship, first move, transcending peaks. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 12th move, 7 lights emerging from the peak. I charged at him, performing a horizontal slash, followed by 7 streaks of sword energy beyond the slash. Your skills have improved compared to 2 years ago, he noted. Whoosh! Kim Young-hoon, without even drawing his saber, casually swung the sheathed blade and dispersed all my sword energy in thin air. But still, it's clumsy. I'll have to show you something new. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 13th move. Joy of mountains and peaks. I spun rapidly on the spot, slashing thrice, then raised my sword high and brought it down thrice. Cross-directional slashes rained down on Kim Young-hoon. The 13th move of severing mountain swordsmanship. Each one was technique worthy of being called a decisive move. He can't dodge this. But Kim Young-hoon, without attempting to evade, extended his sheathed saber and, with a slow, smooth motion, diagonally swept his blade twice from below to above, effortlessly neutralizing my sword energy. Then, a strike that cannot be neutralized. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 14th move. Kim mountain hard heaven. Whoosh! My whole body's energy greatly intensified. Just internal energy flowed through my meridians and into my sword. Energy as vast as a mountain, and the heart as vast as heaven. Originally formless sword energy started to condense, faintly taking shape. Form of sword silk, which should only be possible at the Pinot realm, was forcibly manifested. Executed the move, slashing diagonally upwards from right to left. Guang. Formidable sword energy flew towards Kim Young-hoon. He raised his sheathed saber and precisely targeted a spot in my sword energy. In an instant, Chang, the intensified sword energy scattered in all directions, dissipating into nothingness. I stared at him in disbelief for a moment. Mountain. Hard Heaven had always been my signature decisive technique, capable of splitting any opponent or technique in half with its terrifying power. I believed it would be effective even against peak-level masters. However, seeing it neutralized in an instant by his move brought a wave of frustration I couldn't help but feel. Your power is too dispersed. Concentrate your sword energy more intensely and with single intent, he advised. Thank you for the advice. Now it's my turn. Without giving me a chance to react, he assumed his stance and softly announced his technique. Severing Vein Saber, fourth move, Mountain Wind. Swoosh. It's coming. I quickly executed a technique to counter Mountain Wind. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. 15th move. Layered Mountain. I swung my sword. The sword energy emitted in one stroke split into 3. Swing again, the 3 split into 9. Swing yet again, the 9 split into 27. Continuing to perform the sword dance, I further split my sword energy. Soon, the space in front of me became densely filled with sword energy, like a thicket of thorns. Bang! The thrust of the mountain wind, nearly invisible, couldn't penetrate the wall of sword energy formed by layered mountains and dissipated. But after executing layered mountains, I was drenched in cold sweat, barely managing to stay upright. The mental strain was immense. Splitting sword energy requires significant concentration. Turning the energy into hundreds of pieces, forming a wall like a thicket of thorns with layered mountains, brought an exhaustion like my brain was melting. Decisive moves are not named lightly. They are the culmination of martial art masters' extreme concentration and lifelong determination. Ordinary martial arts might contain 1 or 2 such terrifying decisive moves, but Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, improved by my previous life's Young-hoon Hang-nem, had 12 more. Same talent indeed. This meant that every time I executed a move beyond the 12th of Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, I felt overwhelming fatigue. Effective, yes, but exhausting. With this momentum, I launched into the next technique, charging at Kim Young-hoon. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. 16th move. Mountain Tiger. From lower left to up right. From lower right to up left. 4 times each. Total of 8 slashes rained down towards him. Similar to the 9th move, Landscape Painting, where slashes are scattered in all directions, the move Mountain Tiger concentrated the power of slashes into one pinpoint spot. Each of the 8 slashes had to converge precisely on one point, requiring significant concentration. Your lower body is exposed. However, Kim Young-hoon targeted my legs with a lower stance, completely breaking through the Mountain Tiger. Whom, Kug. Struck by his sheathed saber, I fell to the ground. It seemed I won. Yes, congratulations. I sheathed my sword and stood up, thanking him. His critique seemed to reveal some flaws in my techniques. While he pointed out my weaknesses and areas for improvement, which I took to heart. After guiding me in duels for 10 nights, he promised to meet again and left. I, too, set off for my next series of duels. And so, time flowed like a river and 3 years passed. It's been 5 years since my return. Not on the day we planned to meet, but after a duel with a mid-sized sect in Chengju City, Kim Young-hoon found me. It's been a while, infant fighting madman Seo Yoon-han. Kim Young-hoon, is that you? Haha, it might be a bit awkward. It's the way it is. Over 3 years, my nickname changed from Fighting Spirit to Fighting Madman. My real combat experience increased even more, and my reputation grew. I also increased my underhanded skills like poison and hidden weapons while dealing with the unorthodox factions. Scars from the past years dotted my body, proving my experiences, but my martial arts level remained the same, still a late first rate. The wall of the Pinot realm was nowhere in sight. Yet, the Kim Young-hoon I met again had complete change. His appearance was that of a man in his 20s. Rejuvenation, all that means. He had already reached the realm of 5 energies converging to the origin, a state of youthful rejuvenation. I felt a tinge of emptiness. While some barely improved their skills after years of relentless real combat, others advanced to the next level just by activating their inherent talent. Haha, reaching the 5 energies realm rejuvenated my body. I've reached a realm completely different from the 3 flowers gather at the sun stage. That's how it turned out. What brings you here? Didn't we meet just a year ago? We were supposed to meet every 2 years. 2 years after parting, and then 2 years again. We met each time, and it had been only a year since our last meeting. Well, after reading 5 energies, I traveled around Yungyo, challenging various major sects to duels, and realized something. What is it? Turns out that I've reached the absolute of martial arts in Yungyo. No one could match even a fraction of my power. So I thought. He made a subtle addition. Now, as the top martial artist, I plan to run a sector organization. I'll offer you a position if you're interested. I'm fine as I am now. He seemed to be caught in the throes of the Woolen Alliance leader's syndrome. Accepting his offer would likely land me in a role like an advisor or division head, busy with organizational work. With my reputation and skills being unparalleled compared to my past lives, taking on such roles would make organization management easier. But I can't afford to have my time taken away for organizational duties. While a genius reaches 5 energies converting to the origin in 5 years, a dullard like me barely makes any progress. Every minute, every second is precious for me to reach the Pinot realm. Therefore, I cannot allow my time to be taken away. Facing my curt refusal, Kim Young-hoon sighed and left, a bit impressed. He mentioned that it might be difficult to meet as often once he starts his organization, and added that if I joined him, he could always spar and guide me. No matter how good the conditions are, I won't join this time. I had already received countless guidance and sparring sessions from him in past lives. Now, what I need more is a wealth of real combat experience. Even young Hoon, my hiring him in a past life, advised me to undergo numerous real battles once I reached the late first rate. Joining him now would actually be a loss. I decided to observe his journey from afar in the life, and continued my endless series of duels. Chapter 15, Talent Abandoned by the Heavens 3. Chapter 15, Talent Abandoned by the Heavens 3. Listen to the sound of the rain while take shelter in a cave. 15 years. 15 years have passed in a blink of an eye. It's been 15 years since Kim Young-hoon established the Woolen Alliance and became its first leader. Within 3 years, he had brought all of Young-Yo's martial world under his control with the title of the strongest under heaven. Chaotic right sex stabilized, and numerous martial artists praised his achievements. However, for a few years after that, he seemed to seclude himself from the affairs of the Woolen Alliance, engrossed in something else. Probably the cultivators came for him. Shocked by the power of cultivators, he must have been busy dealing with them using record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts. The 5th year of his reign as the Alliance leader, he suddenly retired and disappeared, announcing his retreat to a remote mountain. I roughly understood the situation. He must have left to confront the cultivators hiding in the mountains, and those skiing in the shadows of the entire martial world. In the 10th year, there was no news of Young-hoon, the first Woolen Alliance leader, anywhere. Is he dead? Or, like in my previous lives, is he still alive, relentlessly pursued by cultivators? Oddly, I thought I wouldn't be too sad even if he were dead. Why is that? After 15 years of relentless dueling, just as scars have marked my face. Scars might have also etched into my heart. Within those scars, he might have become a faint existence in my life. During these 15 years as my body and heart changed, so did my nickname. Infinite Fighting Madman to Infinite Fighting Monster. But nothing else had changed. I was still a late first-rate martial artist, and the Pinot realm was still out of sight. Still, how long more? I yelled at the murky sky, pouring rain, feeling inexplicable suffocation. How long must I keep swinging my sword? When will it be enough? Why is it that some gain enlightenment by swinging their sword while others only gain scars? The guy offered no answer. For 20 years since my return, I've been fighting, killing, and training nonstop for 20 years. I've never let go of my sword, not even for a moment. But when will you acknowledge me? Why don't I get even a single moment of enlightenment? I screamed madly at the sky. But still, the sky only poured rain. After a while, my own screams echoed back to me. I know it's my fault. Yes, everything is. The first day of my return. Because I couldn't overcome the fear of facing the fox and dropped my sword. If I had continued back then, perhaps I could have reached the Pinot realm that very day. Because I failed to grasp that enlightenment, I'm still like the sword chasing the leaves. Still stuck in the realm. To learn the way in the morning, and to be content with death in the evening. Because I failed to cherish that sentiment. Cracked. I clenched my teeth, drew my sword in the cave, and practiced severing mountain swordsmanship again. Over and over. The sword strokes I had executed countless times flowed from my hands. The moves and secret techniques from the 1st to the 24th all came out, proving the flaws that had been shown for 15 years. Trying to perfect the sword strokes. Yet, nothing has changed. And it seemed nothing will change. What more do you want from me? I couldn't bear the torment and sat down after performing the sword strokes. Now, there were no more weaknesses in my sword strokes. No more room for improvement was visible. But still, the Pinot realm was nowhere in sight. Why must I still remain in this state? With these questions and anger, I just sat there, wailing in pain. The rain stopped. I left the cave and went to the originally planned destination, the Bangham sect in Soyol County, completed my spar and came out. The sect leader and elders of Bangham, and I had 3 rounds of spars. And I defeated all of them within 5 moves. They were all late first-rate masters like me, but now no one of my level could block or break through my sword moves. My reputation had spread across Young-yo's martial world over the years, and studies on my swordsmanship were conducted everywhere. As a result, countermeasures to my swordsmanship were spread far and wide. I sought out numerous martial artists who had discovered these countermeasures and dueled with them, only to develop countermeasures in response. Thus, the flaws in my swordsmanship gradually disappeared, and today, my severing mountain swordsmanship has almost reached flawlessness. Even peak masters of the major sects praised my evolved swordsmanship. But still, I could not measure up to peak masters. I have dueled with peak masters. Yet, even with my near-flawless swordsmanship, I could not defeat them. Deploying poison and hidden weapons was in vain. Despite having developed countermeasures, the peak masters effortlessly dismantled my sword moves as soon as I executed them. Without a chance to deploy the countermeasures, they overpowered me, and I was inevitably defeated in duels against them. What exactly is the barrier that separates first-rate from peak masters? Despite numerous defeats, I still couldn't grasp what it takes to reach the Pinot realm. I tried everything I had read about in old martial arts novels, from circulating my internal energy through every tiny blood vessel in my body, practicing external skills. I even fought non-human beasts. Yet, I remained a first-rate martial artist. I had no idea what the Pinot realm even was. My internal energy strength deepened, my array of tricks grew, my swordsmanship became more powerful, and my fame increased slightly. Still, I remained unchanged. Feeling utterly despondent, I went to an inn to order some drinks. That's when it happened. A man wearing a bamboo hat joined me at my table unfed. You seem troubled, sir. I'm just frustrated because I can't see a way forward. I understand that feeling all too well, doing everything you need to, but there's no path in front of you. It feels suffocating, a massive pressure choking you. But just staying like that won't make a path appear. no matter how much you rage and scream, a non-existent path won't just emerge. So, what can you do but try everything under the sun to find a different way? I soon realized who he was. How about it? Does it describe your current state of mind? Yes, great master. I'm not sure why the first leader of the Woolen Alliance would empathize with someone like me. It was Kim Young-hoon, whom I hadn't seen in 15 years. He took off his bamboo hat, showing a faint smile. His face looked somewhat haggard. It's been a long time, Yoon-han. Indeed it has. We shared a small laugh and ordered drinks. What have you been doing all these years? In this world, there are beings called cultivators, just like the monsters we saw flying in the sky when we first arrived in this world. He shared with me his experiences of fighting against cultivators. I could handle up to the Kai building stage cultivators with my martial arts, but those at the core formation were akin to disasters. I barely managed to escape from a core formation cultivator by severing his hand. I noticed something different from my past lives. He escaped from a core formation cultivator. In my past lives, he simply lost to them. But this time, the outcome was different. He had successfully escaped from a core formation cultivator. The record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, he'd passed his previous life limits. And much earlier, at least 20 years sooner. My heart started to race. Maybe in this life, martial artists could indeed defeat cultivators. I encouraged him with a faint excitement. You will surely defeat the core formation cultivators, great master. Haha, we shall see. He seemed a bit pessimistic, but I thought it was entirely possible from my perspective. After all, his martial talent was truly a gift from heaven. Different from me. A talent given by heaven. A talent abandoned by heaven. That's the difference between him and me. I might not reach the pinnacle realm, but he will surely discover a higher realm in this life. Your words are like gold plating my face, Yoon-han. Maybe you believe this because you haven't witnessed the power of core formation cultivator. Anyway, that's not why I'm here today. Why did you come? Well, to leave a will with you. What? The expression was serious. In the future, I will seek out core formation cultivators and challenge them. Through these challenges, I will hone my talents to the extreme and discover a way for martial artists to confront these cultivators. I will prove that the martial arts of our world can ascend even higher. Due to this, my life will become incredibly unstable. If I'm still alive, I will visit you every 5 years and entrust you with the insights I gain each time I survive these challenges. Thump. He handed me a book with no title. It contained the insights I gained while escaping a battle with a core formation cultivator. I've added some content to the record of gaining cultivation and exceeding martial art based on these insights. Please keep the book safe and pass it on to future generations. So that someday, our descendants can stand against the cultivators who roam the skies with human bodies. Prepare the way for them. This is the will I entrust to you. I will keep it safe. Thank you. He smiled faintly, took a sip of his drink, and stood up. It seems you are also frustrated, unable to cross the barrier from late first rate to the peak. Direct training might be meaningless at this point. Let me give you a task. Try to maintain your sword energy all day. It might help. Thank you. I bowed to him with a fist and home salute. Shortly after, Kim Young-hoon completely disappeared from my sight. Not by flying or using any extraordinary methods, but as if vanishing like a mirage. Just like the last image I saw of Young-hoon hanging Nim in my past life. He had already reached the realm I saw in my past life. Maybe in this life, he can truly pass the limits of martial artists. I looked up at the sky. Although it was still cloudy from the rain, the clouds had lightened, and patches of blue sky peeked through. Yes, I too shall continue to persevere. 6 months had passed since Kim Young-hoon and I parted ways again. Whoosh. Ugh. I had been attempting the task he left me with. I maintained sword energy all day, but eventually I had to release it due to the exhaustion of my concentration. How on earth can I maintain sword energy all day? It wasn't just an issue of depleting my internal energy. Sword energy had a fundamental requirement for reaching a state of unity with the sword. In other words, maintaining sword energy all day meant maintaining this unity all day. Even compared to fighting against unorthodox sect members all day long, maintaining this state is difficult. Of course, it was theoretically possible. Being one with the sword means completely internalizing the swordsmanship you are practicing. If you can embody the principles of that swordsmanship in your actions all day, then it's possible. In theory. But maintaining it while eating, relieving oneself, and even talking. That's hardly something a normal person's mental strength can handle. Even peak masters don't do this as far as I know. Honestly, maintaining unity with the sword all day is madness. Even peak masters would protest and tell you to stop immediately if they heard of such a thing. But if you don't go mad, you can't reach it. Yes, something even peak masters don't know. They probably didn't do such things to become peak masters either. But I have to, because I lack talent. A slow learner to catch up with a genius. I have to be more insane than the genius. Vroom. I steadied my breath and infused my sword with energy again. I have to be much, much crazier than genius. I felt my brain almost burning up. I could feel my energy channel twisting. Maybe I'll die from overexertion before Kim Young-hoon doing this insane training. But so be it. If only I could gain enlightenment in the morning. As I maintained my sword energy longer, my breath quickened, and my energy channel surged. I had started to feel empty, and my thoughts became unclear. I had been infusing sword energy since lunch, maintaining it until evening. I'd gladly die in the evening. I kept maintaining my sword energy and went to a small sect to challenge them to a duel. It's been a long time. The same for you. Another 5 years had passed. Kim Young-hoon visited me again. You look pale. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Your vital energy seems to be depleting. This is what it takes to reach the pinnacle realm. Indeed. Even after practicing maintaining sword energy all day for 5 years and experiencing endless duels and real battles, I was still a late first-rate martial artist. The barrier to the next realm simply did not appear. I still couldn't grasp it. Kim Young-hoon looked a bit incredulous at my words. With a small wrinkle forming on his rejuvenated, taut forehead, he asked, "You haven't stopped training, yet you haven't ascended to the next level." Yes. Well, thanks to that, my understanding of sword energy is now far superior to that of my peers. Now, I could infuse sword energy into not just sword, but also in chopsticks, branches, paper, and cloth, using them like a sword. Against first-rate martial artists of the same realm, my combat experience and understanding of sword energy alone gave me a winning chance of 30%, regardless of their martial arts. Yet, I still couldn't last more than 3 seconds against peak masters. Gaze shifted to my hand holding the sword. How strange. You've become one with your sword more than ever before, yet you haven't reached the pinnacle realm. I thought the tech I gave you would be sufficient for someone with your practical experience to reach the next stage. Look, I smiled bitterly. Yes, this is my talent. Talent discarded by the heavens. Sigh, don't be too disheartened. With your determination, you'll surely reach the pinnacle realm someday. Honestly, I didn't expect you to actually accomplish such a crazy task. Thank you. I softly smiled, infusing my sword with energy. Now, I could maintain sword energy without a break for half a day. After that, though, my head would start to hurt, and my energy channels would surge chaotically. I could still push it for another half a day in that state. As I did so, my energy channels would begin to twist, and I'd start to bleed from my nose about once every hour. Yet, I could still endure it with my willpower. But knowing that pushing beyond that might lead to death, I didn't force myself further. I don't want to die pointlessly, without even a glimmer of enlightenment. I stopped maintaining sword energy and took a rest at that point. If I can really maintain sword energy all day without strain, maybe a path will appear then. Yes, I hope you succeed in here. After chatting, Kim Young-hoon handed me another untitled book. It contained the insights I gained while battling and escaping from a core formation cultivator. I've managed to gauge my abilities precisely and endured the cultivator's techniques as long as possible before escaping. Insights from just escaping isn't much. I was slightly surprised, looking at the thickness of the book, comparable to the complete volume of record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts. Core formation cultivator is akin to a natural disaster. These insights are natural. Well, I was amazed as I received the insights. I'll keep it safe for future generations. Thank you, Yoon-han. He laughed heartily, drank his liquor, and then stood up. Then I'll go and search for core formation cultivators again. I hope we can meet again next time. And for your next task, try to always keep in mind all of the surrounding scenery you pass by. All the surrounding scenery. Yes, in battle or martial arts spars, you always keep the surrounding terrain and features in mind to utilize them. Now, try to do that all the time, not just during battles. That's what Taki said this time, like the previous one about maintaining sword energy, seemed insane. It was essentially asking me to become a human CCTV, keeping constant spatial awareness. I hope my head doesn't explode. I shook my head, clearing these foreboding thoughts. Alright, Kim Young-hoon, who reached a realm never before attained by any martial artist, has a reason for setting such tasks. From that day forward, I began to memorize everything I saw, and the location of every object and feature in my surroundings. 30 years since my return. And 5 years of constantly keeping spatial awareness. Now, I can proudly say that my understanding of sword energy is higher than anyone else's. Maintaining sword energy all the time, an insane feat, has become second nature to me, except when sleeping. Spatial awareness, though initially painful, has become a habit. At first, my head felt like it would split, but it became manageable as I adapted. I can guarantee a 40% winning rate against other first-rate martial artists of the same realm relying on my spatial awareness, combat experience, and understanding of sword energy alone. And the most encouraging thing, I successfully lasted 4 seconds against a peak master. It was an encouraging achievement. It meant that I could exchange at least one more move with peak masters. Yes, I'm growing, albeit slowly. Someday, I will surely reach the pinnacle realm. I met Kim Young-hoon again. Seeing Kim Young-hoon after a long time, I noticed he had acquired a scar or two on his face. Those scars, they're from battling a core formation cultivator. It was astonishing. Until now, across several lifetimes, he had never sustained scars. He had never been injured while mastering martial arts. Even when fighting against cultivators, he never bore a scar from any near-fatal wounds. Such a scarred appearance was a rare sight to see on him. This time, but contrary to the scars, his face was full of life. I managed to cut off the hands of a core formation cultivator twice in a row, and I still managed to escape. You should have seen it. The dignified cultivator enraged and losing his mind after being bested by a mere mortal. I was genuinely astonished. He was gradually surpassing the limits of martial artists. Little by little, it's being passed down. Not only I, but also a genius of the millennium, benefits from my return. Bit by bit, slowly overcoming their limits and paving a path beyond. Clack. I accepted the insights he handed me, insights gained while he repeatedly cut off the hands of a core formation cultivator. I passed these insights on to Kim Young-hoon in the next life. Maybe he'll break his limbs again, given his heaven-sent martial talent. Continuously exploring new paths might someday possibly bring martial artists to dominate the world of cultivators. My primary goal has always been to reach the state of 5 energies converging to the origin, become a cultivator, elevate my realm, and return to the previous world to live a life without the ability to return. So, defeating cultivators as a martial artist wasn't my life's sole purpose. But watching his feat made me wonder. Martial arts. How far can such martial prowess, achievable by the human body and not cultivators, really go? Such questions and expectations welled up in me. I'll take care of these insights as well. I accepted his insights, and Kim Young-hoon smiled wryly as he raised his glass. But you, there was a hint of sympathy in his gaze as he looked at me. You still haven't reached the pinnacle realm. Can you tell just by looking? Yes, I can tell just by your gaze. You'll understand once you reach the peak. In fact, constantly maintaining sword energy or keep spatial awareness active is merely an attempt to mimic the one gained in the pinnacle realm using your physical senses. But despite mimicking the pinnacle realm to that extent, I don't understand why your vision hasn't progressed beyond mere imitation. Look, he sighed softly. I knew your talent was dull, but this is almost as if you're inherently unsuited for martial arts. Look, Kim Young-hoon took another drink as he saw my downcast expression. I too drank silently. All right then, I have no choice but to keep trying to make you mimic the vision of the peak, as you've been doing. You remember the space, so now remember the sounds, the temperature and touch on your skin, even the taste. Activate all your senses continuously, training them to their limits, constantly absorbing information. In that state, keep maintaining sword energy and continue to experience real battles. This is the only way for someone without talent like you to enter the realm of the peak. The vision of peak masters. Why are you telling me these things? Until now, martial artists at the pinnacle realm have never spoken about it to those below first rate, because explaining it would be incomprehensible to them, potentially leading to delusions. There's only one case where they impart information about the pinnacle realm to first-rate masters. Is it because I can reach the pinnacle realm? At the top of first rate. For those who are looking to the realm of the pinnacle. The super first-rate martial artists. Honestly, I don't understand why you're still a late first-rate looking at your hands. Kim Young-hoon looked at my hand holding the sword. You wouldn't know, but martial artists in the pinnacle realm have a completely different vision from those below. It's the same with 3 flowers gather at the sun and 5 energies converging to the origin, and from my perspective, at the extreme of 5 energies. Your sword and hand are half melted into each other. Usually, a first-rate martial artist reaches the peak at this point, but I don't understand why your vision hasn't opened yet. That's why I'm giving you this fragmented information. My sword and hand are half melted into each other. I looked at my hand. It just seemed to be resting on the sword scabbard. It wasn't actually so. But what he mentioned was something I had recently started to feel. As if the sword and my hand had melted into one. But can a master at the level of 5 energies read my thoughts? It's far. How far do I have to go to reach that realm? No, don't think about that. Thank you. I will continue to train tirelessly based on your valuable advice. Nod. He softly smiled and nodded, then vanished like a phantom right before my eyes. Finishing the meal I ordered at the inn, I stood up. Remember the space and next. Yes, let's remember the sound. I began to absorb every bit of miscellaneous noise around me into my mind. Felt like my brain would explode, but this too would become familiar. As the sounds became more familiar, next, I would remember information about temperature, humidity, touch. Then information about taste. Absorbing and reabsorbing countless pieces of information, while continuously experiencing real battles. I will definitely reach the pinnacle realm. Chapter 16, Talent Abandoned by the Heavens 4. Chapter 16, Talent Abandoned by the Heavens 4. Absorbing and comprehending information about every space I traversed was not an ordinary task. It was dizzying, especially when combined with the practice of maintaining constant sword energy. Now, this task included perceiving auditory information from every moment I passed through. It wasn't just about perceiving auditory information from noisy streets. Rustle, rustle. The sound of clothes brushing against each other. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps. Huff, huff, huff. The sound of breathing. I had consciously perceived all these sounds continuously. Dizzying. Doing all this simultaneously, I felt not just a headache but dizziness to the point of near collapse. I wondered if I could even engage in martial duels in this state. Especially now, when there are hardly insects left to duel with. For about 30 years, I traveled all over Yingyo, challenging almost every small and medium sex to duels. Occasionally, I even visited major sects for duels. As a result, there was hardly a place in Yingyo I hadn't been to. I now resorted to battling bandits and water bandits rampaging through Yingyo, capturing them. The problem was these evil men never fought fairly, especially when chased down. The most desperate ones even resorted to throwing explosive pellets they somehow acquired. In this dizzy state, I had to fight such men. Can I even preserve my life? Sigh. I sighed and firmly gripped my sword. After all, this was the path I chose. Even if I die, I will walk this path. I looked at the sick books piled up in front of me. You survived again this time. Yes, this time as well. 15 years had passed. 45 years since my return. In the meantime, I met Kim Young-hoon 3 more times and received 3 more sets of insights, making a total of 6 volumes of insights from Kim Young-hoon. During this time, I mastered processing not only visual and auditory information, but also touch, taste, and smell continuously and inaudibly. Now, when I met a martial artist of late first rate, my understanding of the 5 senses, sword energy, and immense practical experience allowed me to start with a 70% chance of winning against martial artists of the same level. Of course, this was without considering the power of my martial arts. Including that, my winning probability reached 99%. If it was a real fight allowing the use of toxins and hidden weapons, I could guarantee victory against any late first-rate martial artist. Moreover, with the ability to process information using the 5 senses and my understanding of constantly using sword energy, I could now face a peak master for about 10 to 1 exchanges. Of course, it was difficult to continue beyond that. That was the end. I still hadn't become a peak master. Still. My existence has spread among the core formation cultivators. It seems I'm wanted. 2 core formation cultivators laid a trap and waited for me. I barely escaped. Still, I managed to inflict a small wound on the cheek of one of them. You've gained even more insights. What insights? Despite all this, I still can't properly confront core formation cultivators. Assuming I don't run away, I can't even last 100 exchanges against them. It's impossible to inflict any meaningful damage. He gazed at the sky with a sense of futility and mused. Honestly, I sometimes wonder whether the extreme of 5 energies converging to the origin I've reached is the for martial artists. Perhaps the martial artist who created record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts had similar thoughts. No matter how hard we try, it's impossible to defeat cultivators with martial arts. I quietly looked at Kim Young-hoon. Despite writing a sick book full of astounding insights, he held a small teacup, his face etched with a hollow smile. Clearly, he possessed talent given by the heavens. And I, talent abandoned by the heavens. Clearly, he and I were in starkly opposite situations. Yet somehow, I saw my reflection in Kim Young-hoon. Myself, who could not grasp even a hint of the Pinhole realm despite numerous lifetimes of effort. A situation where no possibility of defeating cultivators appeared despite repeated lifetimes. Clearly, a genius given by the heavens and a dullard abandoned by the heavens. Why then did we seem so similar? By the way, I still don't understand why I haven't reached the Pinhole realm. It's frustrating for me too. Kim Young-hoon looked at me with a slightly bitter expression. Why can't you reach that realm despite mimicking the world of peak masters, including sword energy? I can't grasp what's missing. He let out a hollow laugh and stood up. Let's have a sparring session after a long time. That sounds like good news. Kim Young-hoon and I left the house and headed towards a nearby forest. Upon reaching a suitable clearing, I unsheathed my sword without a word. The sword energy, which I had been maintaining continuously for 7 days and nights, flickered on my sword. Your understanding of sword energy is considerable. You quickly reach the stage of sword silk once you attain the Pinhole realm, Kim Young-hoon observed, noticing the aura of my sword. I smiled bitterly. The hypothesis after reaching the Pinhole realm was meaningless. It was already the 45th year since my return. I only had about 5 years of life left, and the likelihood of becoming a peak master within that time was slim. A realm that I couldn't reach despite dedicating my entire life. Would any special enlightenment come within these 5 years? Then let's begin. I took up a fighting dance, my expression intense. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 16th move. Mountain tiger. Swoosh. 6 sword energies from the upper left to the lower right. 6 from the upper right to the lower left. Total of 12 sword energies converged towards Kim Young-hoon's heart. Ting. Kim Young-hoon didn't even draw his saber. He simply flicked his finger and my technique dissipated instantly. However, I didn't panic and immediately launched another move. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 12th move. 9 lights emerging peak. A more evolved sword technique that sent 9 sword energies away. You've significantly reduced your vulnerabilities. Swoosh. Kim Young-hoon quickly deployed his movement technique, dodging all my sword energies and quietly commended me. I didn't respond but quickly took another fighting stance. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 17th move. Mountain and valley formation. Boom bang bang. I sent sword energies in all directions, absorbing them into the earth with the principle of infiltration, and then detonating them after a delay, a decisive move of the severing mountain swordsmanship. Boom bang. The surrounding terrain transformed under my will. Sword energies emerging from the ground surged towards Kim Young-hoon. Whoosh. But when he swiped his finger horizontally, the sword energies I launched lost their power and scattered into the air. Severing vein saber method, 8th move, mountain scream. Whoosh. He extended his finger towards me again. Boom. The saber energy emanating from his finger overturned the ground as it surged towards me. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 18th move. Echoing valley. Whoosh. I infused sword energy into my sword, and simultaneously I withdrew all force from it. Though it sounded absurd, echoing valley required just that. I filled my sword with energy while maintaining its form, removing all intent and miscellaneous forces, leaving only a hollow form of energy. With all my concentration, I maintained the emptiness of my sword and faced the incoming saber energy. GRR. Immense pressure traveled up my arm, but simultaneously, the saber energy that surged towards me was absorbed into my sword. I emptied my intent from the sword and filled it with the opponent's intent. Then, with a swift turn, I exerted all my strength to fling the energy in another direction. Boom. The mountain screamed Kim Young-hoon, launched, destroyed several trees, and shattered a huge rock. Hugh. I sweat profusely and trembling. Echoing Valley was originally a counterattack technique that absorbed the opponent's energy and intent, returning it back to them. However, I could only manage to deflect the attack. Still far off. Gritting my teeth, I took up my stance again and charged. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 19th move. Mountain Echo's Valley responds. Whoosh. My sword vibrated, and my sword energy morphed into waves, spreading in all directions before suddenly converging towards Kim Young-hoon. An inescapable decisive technique. But he just smiled, lifting his hand, and saber energy burst from his fingertips. Whoosh bang bang bang. Spinning and dancing, he flicked his hand each time, deflecting the converging sword energies. Whoosh thump thump thump. He deflected countless sword energies, and then extended his finger towards me again. Severing vein saber method, 9th move, Dragon's Mound. Rumble. The fearsome saber energy, twisting like a dragon, flew towards me. Can I withstand it? No. Even trying to deflect it with my sword would tear me apart due to the intricate changes in this technique. I need to take a risk. I confronted head on. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 20th move. 9 mountains, 8 seas. I spun and played with my sword, once, twice, thrice, then again. With each spin, the speed and power of my sword grew exponentially. After 9 spins, the power within my sword had become terrifyingly immense. With every bit of my being, I slashed at the oncoming saber energy in all directions. Boom! A massive explosion sounded, and I witnessed my sword shatter. Flung backward by the shockwave, I crashed into a large tree, spitting blood and kneeling. My defeat was evident. Damn it, what seems to be the problem? Kim Young-hoon sighed softly. I don't know, I can't fathom why you're still in this realm. You should have become a peak master long ago. What do you mean? I asked, catching my breath. It was absurd. I had never even come close to enlightenment, let alone reach the Pinot realm. Intriguing, why is this happening? After pondering, Kim Young-hoon looked at me thoughtfully and suggested, perhaps you lack a catalyst. A catalyst? Yes, a catalyst, like desperation or a driving force, something that would put your talent beyond its limits with extreme concentration. What kind of catalyst are you talking about? Cut him off, yelling furiously with veins bulging in my eyes. I've wielded a sword for over 50 years, my entire life. I've longed to transcend to the next realm. You're telling me I need to be more desperate. How much more? I screamed as if in agony, disregarding the pain in my entire body. I struggled my whole life to break free from being frustrated. What am I lacking? What more do I need to do? I've unblocked all my meridians. I even sleep with my hand on my sword, flowing sword energy. I've reached a point where I even collect and process information in my dreams. But why? Why? Why won't the heavens show me the next realm? Why? I thrashed about, screaming at the sky. I knew it was undignified for someone nearly 70. But, having pursued the sword and yearned for the Pinot realm all my life, yet never even grasping what that realm might be, how could I not be in anguish? Why? Just why? Suddenly I looked up at the sky. Kim Young-hoon watched me with a heavy heart, then flicked his finger towards the tree I had crashed into. Splat! Immediately, a significant volume of martial arts techniques filled the tree. I've created martial arts to supplement your weaknesses during our spar. It's hardly a consolation, but I hope you'll master them and find some peace. After speaking, Kim Young-hoon disappeared like a phantom again. I gazed at the sky for a while, before turning my attention to the martial art techniques he left. There were two, Mountain Lord martial arts and Transcending Peak Step. In just a short sparring session, he had effortlessly created two martial arts. I marveled at his incredible talent for martial arts, and slowly studied the two techniques. Mountain Lord martial arts was body technique. It dealt with pressuring the enemy with the presence of a Mountain Lord, creating movements like a tire. Transcending Peak Step was a footwork technique. Uniquely, it allowed one to take any step and assume the stance of the first move of severing mountain swordsmanship, transcending peaks. Given the nature of severing mountain swordsmanship, any subsequent move could follow, allowing for endless combinations. Using Mountain Lord martial arts and transcending peaks step together, it would be possible to pressure the enemy with the presence of a Mountain Lord and relentlessly attack with transcending peak step. A technique to dry up and kill the opponent. These two perfectly complement the severing mountain swordsmanship. So, they were also relatively easy to learn. I suddenly reflected on my martial prowess. Now, against a first-rate martial artist, I can guarantee a 100% win rate without resorting to tricks. I had completely passed the first-rate level. Yet, I still hadn't reached the Pinot realm. Somewhere between first-rate and the pinnacle. That was my current level of skill. How long must I remain in this realm? Catalyst. I mulled over Kim Young-hoon's words. What am I lacking? I couldn't figure it out. Time flowed on like a river. Once again, 50 years have passed since my return. My days were numbered. I had surpassed the first-rate level, but was still not at the Pinot realm. I was tired of wielding the sword. In my past life, I swung my sword until my dying breath. But in this life, despite being more skilled than before, swinging the sword felt burdensome. I guess the reason. There's no meaning to it, that's why. For 50 years I wielded the sword. Yet I never became a peak master. What's the point of swinging the sword when death is near? It would all be the same anyway. You see, I'm dead. That day, I swung my sword and looked up at the sky. Kim Young-hoon hadn't appeared for almost 5 years. The last time we met, he was being pursued by Cultivation cultivators. Perhaps he was caught and killed by one or two of them. This must be our fate, his and mine. When was I to do? Perhaps in a few days, my vital energy would be exhausted and I would die. Even now, swinging the sword was an act of willpower. To overcome, whoosh, the limits, whoosh, as a human, whoosh, there's only so far you can go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I sighed and gazed aimlessly at the sky. With my talent struggling all this time was my limit, and his talent too had its limits. Yes, starting from the next life, I should try a different approach. Knowing that I couldn't become a peak in a lifetime, I might as well beg cultivators for some elixir to retain spiritual quality. That would be the best I could do. Even if mortals struggle, they can't escape the destiny set by the heavens. Cough. Suddenly, Kim Young-hoon appeared beside me like a phantom. Coughing up blood. Cough, cough. What nonsense are you spouting, Seo Yunhan? No, it's not that. Cough, begging. Despite coughing up blood, he was laughing. Both his arms were severed and one eye was missing, scarred by a cut. Damn it, what happened? You're in bad shape. I was startled by his sudden appearance and hurried to check his pulse and fed medical tools. Then something grabbed my nape. Hey, what is this? Weren't his arms severed? Something invisible was holding my nape. Kim Young-hoon, despite coughing up blood, was laughing hysterically. Look, the price for blowing out one of the core formation cultivator's arms. I have inflicted significant damage on a core formation cultivator. What? I have seen the realm beyond the 5 energies converging to the origin with my own 2 eyes. He continued speaking while spewing blood. I reached it by risking my life, burning my life. Look, Yunhan, I traveled hundreds of miles to show you. I decided to entrust my last words to you. Whoosh. Above Kim Young-hoon's head, concentration of saber energy formed. I wasn't particularly surprised. Projecting internal energy into the air was a feat he'd shown several times after reaching the Pinot realm. Gradually, the sword energy began to shine and change. It was Gankai. Something he'd done even in the 5 energy realm. But then, the Gankai began to change again. The Gankai started compressing into a sphere. It was change I'd never seen before in my several lifetimes following Kim Young-hoon. Like the day he first entered the 5 energies realm. Small spheres hovered above his head. The Genkai morphed into a small spherical shape. With this, I could blow off a core formation cultivator's arm. Before, I could only fight Kai building cultivators using ambushes or surprise attacks, but with this, I can face them head-on in a battle of strength. Look, Yunhan, this is the result of surpassing the martial arts of the martial world I've pursued my whole life. Whoosh! Kim Young-hoon launched the spherical mass of Genkai towards the back of my house. Boom! An enormous explosion sounded, and the house I had built with all the money I had gathered over 50 years was destroyed in a second. My house. For a moment, I felt a mix of numbness and rage, but I managed to suppress it and examined the power of the martial art he displayed. The three-story building exploded completely. There's hardly any debris left. Luckily, there were no servants around, otherwise it could have killed hundreds in one blow. Most importantly, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of saber marks in the remaining debris. That Genkai sphere contained tens of thousands of saber energies. Power is unimaginable. It's stronger than any martial art Kim Young-hoon has shown since reaching the 5 energies realm. His claim about being able to confront cultivators in a head-on battle of strength seemed plausible. Moreover, his martial arts, which began with record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts, were primarily designed for ambush and escape, so ambushing a core formation cultivator with this could have easily blown off an arm. I came to show you Yunhan. He whispered faintly, reciting some martial formulas. Remember, these formulas, they are the essence of my realization compressed. Please pass on my martial arts to future generations. Don't speak, I'll treat you. I applied pressure points to stop his bleeding and was about to take him to a nearby doctor. Whoosh! A middle-aged man in blue robes appeared in the sky above my house. I found you, extreme monster, so you've been hiding here. Listen, mortal, the man has committed grave crimes against the celestial clan of cultivators. Leave him and go. You've come to punish him. Yes, don't tell me you're an associate of the extreme monster planning to protect him. Useless. Thud. Before the man could finish speaking, I hoisted Kim Young-hoon on my back and dashed towards a nearby mountain range. Tusk, he seemed to be an associate of the extreme monster. Didn't he hear from the extreme monster about the cultivators? The middle-aged man's voice seemed to echo everywhere. Ah, well, let's enjoy this last bit of entertainment. Run if you can. Swoosh. The direction where the middle-aged man was, light burst, and several black masses fell to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The masses that fell to the ground rose up and started chasing after me. Are those corpses? Moving corpses. Jiangxi Chinese zombies. Ada. GRRR. Wyerg. The Jiangxi chased after me. Like old me, these dead things didn't tire and kept charging. By the way, Extreme Monster is that nickname given by the cultivators. Unique. Devs kept talking to keep the barely conscious Kim Young-hoon awake while fleeing. Two monsters being chased by Jiangxi in their old age. What a peculiar sight. Damn it, I knew that would happen when you started picking fights with those cultivators. But if you were going to do that, you should have won outright. Why just blow off an arm? What's the point? Jiangxi that had gotten close extended its claws at me. Damn it, corpses are immune to poison. Thwack. I threw a hidden weapon, hitting the Jiangxi's ankle joint precisely. The Jiangxi stumbled and fell, and I took the opportunity to flee even further. Shouldn't you be carrying me and running given you've reverted to the young buddy? I'm out of breath. Why are your arms cut off anyway? The Jiangxi relentlessly pursued me. I gritted my teeth and kept running. Morning passed, noon passed, and night fell. How many times had the sun risen and set? Huff, huff. I ended up cornered in a dead end. A large cliff behind me blocked the way, and Jiangxi surrounded me in front. Amazing. A mere mortal withstanding my Jiangxi for 3 days and nights. Huff and huff. I looked up at the middle-aged man floating in the sky, gasping for breath. Now, you have nowhere to run, and there's no need. The extreme monster is already dead, isn't he? Mortal. Huff and huff. Sweat poured down like rain. My legs trembled. But with the last of my willpower from 50 years of training, I spoke to the cultivator. I know. Any frustrated doctor can recognize a corpse. That Kim Young-hoon, the madman, died of excessive bleeding. I know that. Then why did you run? Mortal, I'm only interested in the extreme monster's head. Your insignificant life means nothing to me. You should have just left the body and fled. I laughed crazily and slowly laid down Kim Young-hoon's body. This man was my martial arts mister. Is it right to hand over my master's body to an outsider, even if you are a cultivator? Severing mountain swordsmanship. Dragon Vein Kai method. Mountain Lord martial arts and transcending peak step. And everything else that helped me reach this level. It was all thanks to Kim Young-hoon's teachings. He was fellow countryman and also my martial arts mister. If you want my master's head, you'll have to take mine first. How dare you speak so boldly to a practitioner of the Tao? You've got some nerve. It seems like your vital energy is depleting and you don't have much time left. Are you being brave because you're about to die? My shout seemed to irk the middle-aged man in blue robes. These mortals, ignorant of what it means to be a Taoist cultivator, it seems they don't understand what we are capable of. Are you not afraid of death? Or do you not value your life? In that case, I'll show you. Cultivators of the Tao have the power to inflict suffering worse than death. The man in blue robes began muttering some incantation, extending his hand towards me. I hastily dodged, anticipating an attack, but his spell targeted not me but something else. What is this? Cultivator's spell had settled into Kim Young-hoon's corpse, and the dead man began to rise again. The surrounding Jiangxi each detached an arm and threw it towards the reanimating corpse of Kim Young-hoon. The arm of the Jiangxi attached to the shoulders of Kim Young-hoon's corpse. A Jiangxi. Cultivator had turned Kim Young-hoon into a Jiangxi with his spell. You wretched mortal, how dare you scream in the presence of a Taoist cultivator? Now pay the price. Go on, extreme monster, kill this disciple of yours with your own hands. Corpse of Kim Young-hoon staggered and then lunged at me. I quickly drew my sword to block his strike and retreated. This vile cultivator. dishonor the spirit of the deceased in such a way. I gritted my teeth, blocking each attack from the transformed Jiangxi. Fortunately, he can't use his martial arts from his lifetime. It was only pushing me with the strength and speed of Jiangxi. Naturally, the strength infused by the cultivator seemed formidable, imposing tremendous burden on my aged body with its sheer power and speed. Damn it, damn it. With each strike of my sword, my eyes reddened in rage. Every slash I made at Kim Young-hoon body felt like a tremendous insult. I'm sorry, but I steeled my heart and took my fighting stance. If this is how it is, let's end it quickly. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 21st move. Heavenly Lake. Old memories rushed in. Why is the 21st move of Severing mountain swordsmanship called Heavenly Lake? All other stances have names related to valleys, peaks, or mountains, but why this one? Early in his life, I had asked Kim Young-hoon, wondering if he knew that the revised Severing mountain swordsmanship included this stamp by his previous cycle self. Heavenly Lake, it reminds me of Beektu Mountain's Heavenly Lake. Beektu Mountain. Ah yes, does the world also have a Heavenly Lake like Beektu Mountain? Or maybe someone from Korea like us named this move? I guess so. Heavenly Lake, Chinese letter. Vast lake reflecting the sky. Vast pool located at the highest mountain peak. The spirit of that terrain naturally emanated from me. The imagery of Heavenly Lake, along with the countless memories of being taught martial arts by Kim Young-hoon, came to mind. The essence of Severing mountain swordsmanship flowed through my memory. The Heavenly Lake holds the myriad form of the heavens, yet it itself never changes. In essence, the symbolized heaven represents the object I contend with. The lake that contained it signified my single strike. Crash. Sword energy swept over Kim Young-hoon's entire body, and my sword was sheathed back into its scabbard. In an instant, his movements froze. The 21st move of Severing mountain swordsmanship, Heavenly Lake, is a technique that momentarily suppresses the opponent's movements by drawing in all the power flowing through their meridians into my sword energy, tripping it within my sword. A skill that could only be executed by someone who is both a first-rate doctor and an expert in the 8 extraordinary meridians. Martial art exclusively tailored for me, an extraordinary move that no one but I could perform. Rumble. Then the sheathed sword, the briefly stolen power surged. Left alone, it would eventually dissipate, but I chose to preserve this energy and resume the stance for the next move. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 20th move. Excluding the 23rd and 24th moves, which are more conceptual and theoretical. The true secret technique, Chinese letter, of Severing mountain swordsmanship. If the corpse is intact, it could be used by the cultivator as a zombie. Therefore, I have to leave no corpse behind. Rest in peace. Severing mountain swordsmanship. The secret technique. Severing mountain. The content of the Severing mountain swordsmanship secret technique was not grandiose. True to its purpose of cutting through mountains, it was simply about making brute sword cuts. Starting from the first move, transcending peaks, all the way to the 21st move, Heavenly Lake, pouring all the moves at once on the opponent. That was the secret technique of Severing mountain swordsmanship, Severing mountain. First move, transcending peaks. With the unsheathing of the sword, I rode the flow of power stolen from Kim Young-hoon's body, cutting him horizontally. The second move, entering mountain. Quickly switching to lower stance to strike his legs. The third move, ascending vein. Cutting upward while holding the sword from the lower stance. The fourth move, flowing ridge. Sending winding sword energy to stab. The fifth move, bold cliff. Rotating and delivering several slashing strikes. The sixth move, strange stone. Changing the grip and adding a deceptive move. The seventh move, deep mountain. Turning into a defensive posture and cutting diagonally upward. The eighth move, secluded valley. Twisting and nullifying the opponent's force aimed at me. The ninth move, landscape painting. Delivering diagonal sword energy strikes from left and right, totaling 6 slashes. 10th move, dragon vein. Drawing up energy to make a large cut. The 11th move, cliff edge. Cutting again from below upward. 12th move, 9 lights emerging peak. Sending 9 stream of sword energy beyond. By this point, Kim Young-hoon's body was completely tattered. Completely obliterated. So that the cultivator could not revive any part and desecrate the spirit. Even in its tattered state, it writhed and attacked me again. Tremendous power and speed. I must avoid it. No, what's the point of avoiding? My life is already at its end. Life already destined for death. At this moment, to ensure that my master's legacy is no longer insulted, burn everything. Egg. 13th move, joy of mountains and peaks. Breaking down 5 slashes and then another 5. 10 slashes in total, enveloping him from all directions. Kaida. Janky's hand broke through the barrage of slashes, attacking me. I'm going to die. I can't die yet. More, just a bit more. Draw more energy. My brain processed and input information faster. Surrounding space, sound, smell, the humidity and temperature, the taste of blood on my tongue. Felt like my brain would explode. Let it burst. More and more. Until my brain burns completely. The 14th move, Kai Mountain Hard Heaven. Dragon Vein Kai Meth surged, and my momentum grew immense. Simultaneously, sword energy condensed, taking the form of sword silk. In this situation, a direct strike was inevitable. And then, crackle, my brain, under the pressure of impending death, burst through something. Is this my imagination? Red and blue. All the color of the world vanished, leaving only these two. Red and blue. Is this? Red line extended from Kim Young-hoon's fingertips to my head. Instinctively, I sensed it was. Whoosh. I avoided the attack with minimal movement and raised my sword. The blue line stretched from my sword to his ribs. Instinctively, I sensed it was. Entranced, I followed the blue line with my sword. Flash. My sword cut through his upper body. Somehow, Kim Young-hoon's face seemed to be smiling faintly. Seeing that faint smile, I repeated a thought I had before. Genius bestowed by heaven, and a dunce abandoned by heaven. Poles apart, yet we seemed alike. The reason was, because in the fate given by the heavens, we both struggled desperately. Here, there are neither geniuses nor dunces. Only those who spent their lives resisting fate, and those who will die doing the same. Yes, as long as we live in the fate given by the heavens, talent is irrelevant. We are similar humans. Is this how you're ending it? On his corpse, it seemed Kim Young-hoon's face from his living days was reflected. Of course not. As if bewitched, I continued to unleash my sword. 15th move, Layered Mountains. Thousands of sword energies thinly split, becoming a storm that enveloped his entire body. Defensive move originally used to nullify the opponent's energy evolved into a lethal strike, optimized for the situation. 16th move, Mountain Tiger. The claws and fangs of the tiger living in the layered mountains concentrated at a single point, tearing through his body. 17th move, Mountain and Valley Transformation. Sword energy sent to the ground changed the terrain, shaking his foundation. The 18th move, Echoing Valley. Emptying my intent in the sword energy to counter and strike back. The 19th move, Mountain's Echoes, Valley Respond. Sword energy transformed into a wave, delivering a strike that he couldn't avoid, shredding his body. 20th move, 9 Mountains, 8 Seas. Rotating several times on the spot and delivering cuts in all directions, tearing apart his form. The 21st move, Heavenly Lake. Swinging the sword again, gathering all the waves, flows, and power I had unleashed into the sword. Rumble. Power of all the waves, flows, and power from the 20 moves of severing mountain swordsmanship were gathered. Vast energy was pressed inside the sheathed sword. I unsheathed my sword again, just like at the beginning, concentrating all the power into a single slashing strike. Severing mountain swordsmanship. My 22nd move. The secret I make. Severing mountain. The essence of severing mountain swordsmanship in a single strike. Leading this final strike, I saw that the passing of my lay before my eyes. Ah yes, this is the end. Flash. With my strike, Kim Young-hoon's body completely shattered, shattering in all directions. Now, even if Cultivator comes, his body cannot be further disarrayed. Thus, I ascended to the new realm I had longed for, and concluded this tenacious life. That was my 4th return, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Chapter 17, 4th cycle, 1st day. Chapter 17, 4th cycle, 1st day. I opened my eyes. A familiar feeling. Another regression, it seems. I recalled the last moments of my past life, resisting until the very end. Finally, I have ascended. Yes, I'm fully conscious now. In that last moment, I reached the peak. Overwhelmed with excitement, I looked up at the sky, oblivious to my surroundings, and shouted. Finally, at last, I had reached the long-coveted peak. Buzz. Familiar sound echoes. John Young-hoon, face I haven't seen in a while, is there. But I didn't even glance in his direction, just closed my eyes again. Swoosh. John Young-hoon's hand cuts through the air towards me. Feeling his movement, I awakened that sensation I had reached just before dying. I can see it. Even with my eyes closed, it's vivid. A red trajectory was aimed at my cheek. With my eyes still shut, I dodged John Young-hoon's slap with the upward movement. The guy dodged it. Whoosh, whoosh. John Young-hoon swung his hand several more times, but I, still with closed eyes, dodged every one of his strikes with minimal movement. I can see it, John Young-hoon's next move, the direction of his hand, it's clearly visible. Past, I could dodge someone like John Young-hoon without even looking, but that was all based on decades of martial arts training and predicting where he'll strike. But now it's different. Red thread lines reveal his path. Whether my eyes are open or closed, these thread lines are vividly present. This is not prediction, but more like premonition. This the Peak Master. I finally understood why a first drop master, even when outnumbering the enemy, could never defeat a Peak Master. It's visible. The direction and trajectory of attacks by inferior first-rate warriors are clearly visible. How could they win if their attacks can't even touch a Peak Master? To confront a Peak Master, a first-rate warrior would need to attack with dozens of people in a swarm strategy, setting aside the direction and trajectory of the attack. I set my determination and faced John Young-hoon, who was rushing towards me. At the same time, the red lines indicating his trajectory disappeared, and my vision was filled with blue lines. Face, shoulders, chest, arm, flank, stomach, lower abdomen, pelvis, legs, knees, feet. Blue line densely targeted dozens of spots. Instinctively, I knew. These blue lines indicate the opponent's vulnerabilities and the optimal path for my attack. The gap in combat skills between me and John Young-hoon must be so vast that so many vulnerabilities are exposed. So that's it, the red and blue back then. A master of 3 flowers, the first I've seen in this city besides myself. 3 flowers aren't common. Most live their lives only in red and blue. I too haven't met a master like you in a long time. Conversation between Kim Young-hoon and Pal Jik-ti, Supreme Elder of the Kia Rift sect, during my second regression. Pal Jik-ti indeed mentioned red and blue back then. At the time, I didn't understand a word, but now I do. It was talking about the vision that Peak Masters see. The red line to read the opponent's attack. The blue line for the optimal attack. This dual-colored world where one can exchange gaps was the world of Peak Masters, the red and blue world he mentioned. When I reached this conclusion, drip, what? I suddenly felt a nosebleed. At the same time, I felt pain. It hurts, as if my brain is burning. Damn, does using this overload the brain? I quickly sealed the ache points of John Young-hoon, who was rushing at me, quickly deactivated, and put him to sleep with sleep-inducing herbs. There was pain the moment I activated, but I ignored it. However, as the usage time extended, the pain intensified, eventually feeling like my brain was burning. The time I used in the scuffle with John Young-hoon was mere moments, and yet the pain is this intense. What's the problem? After pondering for a while, I calmed my still confused colleagues, took them to a cave, lit a fire, cooked fruits and grilled mushrooms, and put them to sleep. The sun set and all my colleagues were asleep. I sat outside the cave and organized my thoughts. Let's sort out what Pinnacle Realm is all about. Pinnacle Realm essentially overloads the brain to visualize and rid the opponent's path of combat. Even for a blind person, if they can rid the opponent's path, two colors vividly appear in their mind as if experiencing it. It's more than visualization. It's like my brain arbitrarily colors the paths I foresee in blue and red. Using this vision, I can read every movement of my opponent and target their vulnerabilities with the optimal path. This is why, in my past life, Kim Young-hoon's constant application of maximized senses to me seemed like an imitation of the Pinnacle Realm. I indirectly calculated the opponent's path by maximizing the senses. But due to my lack of talent, I only awakened to this Pinnacle Realm at the very end, despite having imitated it. Amazing. Once again, I looked at the world through the vision of the Pinnacle Realm. Watching the leaves fall at night, I envisioned the blue lines. Hundreds, thousands of blue threads appeared, directed at the leaves. I grabbed a nearby branch and swung it towards the leaves. The branch was blunt, not even shaped like a sword. Even the leaves, fresh and fluttering in the night breeze, were not easy targets. Yet, the moment I struck the leaves with the branch, following the optimal path the blue lines showed, they were sliced. Cracked. Leaves were cut cleanly in half by the blunt branch, not imbued with any internal energy. The first day of my regression in my previous life, I had briefly reached this state. I was unconscious then, but now my consciousness is clear. I stood up, holding the branch, and danced with it as if it were a sword. As I danced amidst the fluttering leaves, they all were cut by the branch. Swift wish. Countless sword stroke pierced the leaves. Thousands of optimal paths extended before my eyes. I closed my eyes, imagining the fluttering leaves as first-rate masters. With no internal energy and only a slightly thick branch in hand, could I defeat so many first-rate masters. I can win. First-rate masters, each armed with their weapons, charged at me. Spears, sword, hidden weapons, maces, polearm fists, lances, broadswords, and countless other weapons assaulted me. But I wasn't afraid. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Continuously dancing with my sword, I dodged the first-rate master weapons and linked the optimal sword paths. With my single sword stroke, their techniques were dismantled, their balance destroyed, and all were defeated. When I opened my eyes, there were numerous split leaves around me. Drip. Despite the nosebleed and the burning sensation in my brain from using the vision, I felt exhilarated. I am now a peak master. I stopped the nosebleed with a medicinal herb, then wandered around digging up centuries-old yellow bamboo roots. Perhaps the inability to maintain the vision for long is due to the lack of internal energy. A certain level of internal energy is necessary to endure and extend the duration of the vision. After digging up the roots, I chewed and swallowed them right there, leaving only a few for Kim Young-hoon. Now that I had ascended to a peak master, there was no need to seal them. Yellow bamboo roots, I'll leave just a couple for Kim Young-hoon and consume the rest. There were about 10 roots around my vicinity in Ascension Path, and probably more if I expanded my search, but it wasn't necessary. I consumed 8 yellow bamboo roots, excluding the 2 for Kim Young-hoon. Girdling. Guided by the Dragon Vein Kai method, the immense spiritual power of the yellow bamboo roots surged through my meridians. An immense reserve of internal energy accumulated in an instant. I had more internal energy now than in my previous life, where I had practiced for 50 years. Shall I try again? I had massive internal energy. I activated the Peak Master's Vision again. I practiced with the vision for about an hour with no significant issues. The burning discomfort started after about a meal's time. That's lit about an hour and a half. No matter how much internal power I had, it only delayed the onset of pain. It didn't eliminate it. The only way is to repeatedly train using the Peak Master's Vision. To reduce the burning pain and gradually acclimate my brain to the vision. Endless training is the answer. I might not be a genius, but this is the best way for someone not born with talent. This life's goal is to first overcome the burning pain when using the Peak Master's Vision and ultimately 3 flowers gather at the summit. Reach the 3 flowers gather at the summit, also known as the pinnacle of pinnacle. I won't aim for the 5 energies converging to the origin realm in the life. The 3 flowers gather at the summit is already challenging enough. The realm of 3 flowers was somewhat graspable. As the Supreme Elder of Kia Riverside said, the third. Red symbolizes the enemy's intent, blue my intent. Beside these, there is a third color, the line that separates the 3 flowers gather at the summit from the rest of the pinnacle realm. The third, though I can't quite grasp what it is. The leap from first rate to peak felt insurmountable, but reading the 3 flowers gather at the summit from the peak seemed slightly easier. Smiling, I looked at Kim Young-hoon sleeping in the cave. Surely, I'll be able to learn much more from him now. Having reached the peak, the level of teaching I could receive from Kim Young-hoon would be incomparable to when I was just a first-rate master. Moreover, I possessed the 6 volumes of insights and the final formula left by the previous Kim Young-hoon. Life's Kim Young-hoon will certainly have passed the one from before. I, too, in this life, will achieve the 3 flowers gather at the summit and get closer to being a true cultivator. With that resolution, I peacefully watched the rising morning sun in front of the cave. Chapter 18, Peak Master 1. Chapter 18, Peak Master 1. The morning dawned. As in previous regressions, the 3-tailed fox as large as a house, the supposed ruler of this forest, came to visit us. I bowed simply to the fox and offered my arm, proposing his tribute. During this, a curiosity struck me. Did I see red lines on the fox? As the fox drooled over my arm, I activated the vision of Peak Master. I then witnessed a terrifying sight. Red everywhere. The whole world around me was covered in red. I gasped. If humans had shown me trajectories in the shape of lines, the fox was different. From the center of its forehead, crimson light engulfed everything around. It wasn't just lines. It was more than a surface. It was a 3-dimensional form with the red light devouring the surrounding space. I can't win. Acknowledging the fox's red light its domain, I could only extend my arm in awe. Crunch, crunch. Even as the fox chewed up my arm, I could only groan in astonishment, observing its domain. What is this? How can space be filled with red light like this? I couldn't understand. What kind of creature was this? And then, a few days later, the arrival of cultivators made me wear an astonished expression again. Red. The three monsters who came to retrieve John Myung-hoon, Oh Hyun-seok, and Kang Min-hee were similar to the fox, with red light emanating from them, engulfing the space around. That's when I understood the difference between cultivators and martial artists. In martial arts at best, their paths and intents form lines, but with cultivators for some reason, their intents take over the entire space. I imagine fighting those cultivators in a space dominated by their red light. I can't win. I understood why even the lowest cultivators were on par with a peak master. Even without actual combat experience, if they can dominate space with their intents like that, it's impossible for a peak master to read a cultivator's intentions. Conversely, within their dominated space, cultivator would know everything like the back of their hand. It was a complete mismatch in terms of compatibility. The next day, after they took my colleagues, I seized the opportunity to ask Sea Dragon King Coh Weal, who came for Deputy Manager Oh Hi-seo. I have a question for Lord Sea Dragon King. After briefly explaining what I saw, I asked about the cultivator's rid territory. Coh Weal laughed and explained to me. Thank you. Since our conversation was in the language of Ying-yo, Kim Young-hoon and others seemed to not understand. Shortly after Coh Weal left, a hunchback grotesque figure appeared to take Manager Kim away, pushing me and Kim Young-hoon into a space rift. I lost consciousness again. Splash. Thank you. Gurgling, bubbling. I suddenly found myself engulfed in a current, snapped to my senses and struggled. What that is? It was underwater. Gulp, gulp. Regaining my senses, I swam toward the light above. Having learned to swim decently in my past life while hunting water bandits, I had no problem swimming. Puff damn it, last time it was tree, now it's underwater. What variety? It was likely Yangyo again, but the problem was I was randomly dropped somewhere in Yangyo. Looking around, it was a large lake. Wait, where's Kim Young-hoon? While scanning the surroundings, I suddenly looked down into the lake. I saw Kim Young-hoon with bubbles escaping his mouth, singing below. Damn, he'll die if I leave him. I quickly swam down, lifted Kim Young-hoon and swam back to the surface. The shore, I laid Kim Young-hoon down and used act pressure to force the water out of his lungs and stomach. Bloosha. Kim Young-hoon spat out water from his mouth and nose and seemed to regain consciousness after a while. I gasped, where is this? We're completely somewhere else. After briefly explaining the situation to him, we surveyed our surroundings. Judging by the location, this must be Chicken Head Lake Chinese letter, I mused. The lake was named so because, from above, it resembled the head of chicken. 4 lifetimes, there was no place in Yangyo I didn't know. Nearby should be Chango City. Ugh, what do we do if we've fallen completely somewhere else? Are there any people around? It seems so. Look, there's a building over there. Oh, really? I pointed to a waterborne building erected at the corner of Chicken Head Lake. I can swim, so I'll go to that building and borrow some clothes, money, and food. Wait, will they understand you? Actually, I've learned Chinese and it seems to work well enough. I'll teach you later. After making an excuse, I swam toward the building. If my memory serves me right, the building was the den of Chicken Waterway Fort, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Place I had raided in my past life. The head of Chicken Waterway Fort was a late first-rate master, and the vice leader was mid-first-rate. The other 4 major bandits seemed to be barely first-rate. The rest were insignificant, mostly between third and second-rate. Still, I had previously used poison due to their numbers. Splash. A few second-rate water bandits keeping watch at the den shouted upon seeing me. Hey, who are you, man? Who's this crazy guy swimming the Chicken Waterway Fort? Is he trying to join the fort or what? Looks like a newbie. Hello. I ignored their remarks and slowly approached the building. Then, one of the bandits started to lower his trousers. Hey newbie, if you want to enter the main house, you have to undergo hazing. Drip, drip. A yellow stream accompanied by a foul smell came towards me. Droplets of the yellow liquid splashed on my head. The guy aimed directly at my head, trying to hit me with it. Splat, splat. Calmly taking the hit, I climbed up Chicken Waterway Fort. But, thump, thump. How dare you come up here? Won't you go back down? Man, hurry up and take the holy water baptism from the brother. The low-rank bandits pushed me with wooden sticks, trying to push me back into the water. I ignored their attacks and eventually made it up to the fort. Damn it, I told you not to come up. Bandit with a wooden stick charged at me. Whack. KRR. I kicked his ankle at an invisible speed, knocking him down. Decent enough. I picked up the wooden stick he dropped, weighted in my hand, and held onto it. First you, how many have you killed in Chicken Waterway Fort? You damn bastard. I've killed more than 50 with my own hands. Thwack. I didn't wait for his full response and swung the stick, beheading him. Next, you guys, how many have you killed so far? What the hell is he doing? Swoosh, swoosh. The remaining bandits drew their swords without hesitation and charged at me. Seeing no hesitation in your stabs, you must have killed a lot. Swoosh, swoosh. I swung the stick again, cleanly slicing the charging bandits and dropping them into the water. Ugh, wait a minute. The last one left was the bandit who had urinated on me. I'm a newbie in Chicken Waterway Fort. I haven't killed anyone yet. The others called you brother. Please spare. Whoosh. Swoosh. I cleanly cut him from his lower parts to his head. Splat. After washing off the dirty urine with the blood of the bandits, I entered deeper into the fort. Bandits were wildly smoking cigarettes and drugs, drinking and playing with women. The women, mostly hatchet, were tied up and bruised. Haha, what's that? Bandit noticed me covered in blood and rubbed his eyes. What's this? What kind of guy is this? Hey, grab your weapons. Looks like we have a guest. Though drunk, they were used to killing people and naturally took positions with their weapons. There's no need to ask about those inside. Whoosh. I fused the wooden stick with sword energy. Die, all of you. What are you doing? Welcome the guest. Yeah. Heli up. The front, above, and both sides, the water bandits, each holding a weapon, rushed towards me. And the division of Peak Master. Red lines were prevalent all around. Lined were the trajectories of attacks aimed at me. Oh, this is what it feels to be at the peak. It felt somewhat ludicrous, knowing in advance that none of them would touch me. I closed my eyes. For facing such people, sight was unnecessary. With my eyes closed, not listening to any sound, not paying attention to touch, focusing only on the red lines, I raised the stick in my hand. First move, transcending peaks. Swoosh. Bending my waist, I dodged the weapon of the first three, then swung my sword horizontally, bisecting them. Second move, entering mountain. Switching to a lower stance, I cut off the legs of 5 bandits charging from around. Third move, ascending vein. In the lower stance, I adjusted my grip on the sword and swung upwards. Then, using the transcending peak step, I leaped into the middle of the bandits and swung my sword again. Transcending peaks, entering mountain, ascending vein. Continuously using these 3 basic techniques, I avoided the red lines and extended my sword energy in the direction the blue lines indicated, cutting them all down. Transcending peaks, entering mountain, ascending vein. Ascending vein, entering mountain, ascending vein. Transcending peaks, ascending vein, entering mountain. Whoosh, food bush. With minimal movement, I cut down all the bandits. When no more red lines aimed at me were visible, I opened my eyes to find a sea of blood around me. Larg. Looking to one side, the leader of Chicken Waterway Fort was writhing, trying to crawl out. From my memory, he was a late first-rate master. Among those I had Rex cut down, he was one of them. Hey. I approached the nearly dead leader and spoke to him. Aye, Peak Master, spare me. Hey, I have one question for you. How long have I been fighting in this place? About 1 moment. All right, thanks, Die. Wow, wait, the money where I hid it. Swoosh. I didn't wait for his answer and beheaded him. I already knew where you hid your private funds from my last visit. Leaving the leader's head, I freed the Thai women and went to the prison, releasing those who seemed to be captives. Thank you, great hero. Thank you for avenging us against those damn water bandits. I nodded to the captives and women thanking me, and went to the leader's room to take out 2 of the most decent-looking sets of clothes. Then, I broke the wall of the leader's room and took out a small wooden chest containing his hidden funds. When I opened the chest, there were 3 silver ingots inside. He was a thrifty bandit. I changed out of my blood-stained clothes into the leader's clothes and boarded a rowboat attached to the fort. Gee, our great hero, if you could tell me your name or title, I will surely repay you. Name or title? When one of the freed captives asked, I wondered, scratching my head. I haven't regressed for long, so I didn't spend much time yet. After a moment of thought, I brought up the title I used in my past life. My title is Infinite Fighting Monster. That's all you need to know. Thank you, great hero. I will surely repay you someday. I understand till I'm off then, so make sure you all get out safely. To avoid any further hassle, I rowed the boat back to the lakeshore. Kim Young-hoon was waiting for me there. Oh, you changed your clothes? Yes, the owner was kind enough to give them to me. I told him our situation, and he even lent us money. Such a simple and kind person. It's refreshing to see such countryside generosity. We should thank the owner. I couldn't see the house well from afar, but what kind of place was it? As far as I heard, it's like something made by local fishermen, a place made for easier fishing, something like that. Is that so? That's quite interesting. I half listened to Kim Young-hoon, and together we head towards the nearby Chango City. In my past life, it took about a day to raid Chicken Waterway Fort and annihilate them. The 2 involved pre-poisoning them and setting fire to Chicken Waterway Fort, kill as many possible with carbon monoxide poisoning. Even with all that, it took a day to annihilate them. But now, fighting in the Pinnacle Realm, I wiped them all out in just a moment. All that with just a wooden stick. That was the difference between peak and first rate. In my previous life as a first-rate warrior, I obtained things suitable for first rate. Now as a peak master, I can obtain things befitting a peak master. It hadn't been long since I regressed. But this life seemed more promising than any previous one. Chapter 19, Peak Master 2. Chapter 19, Peak Master 2. Together with Kim Young-hoon, I headed to Chango City and used the money looted from the bandits to create identity plaques and buy a mentor. There, I taught him literacy and martial arts. About 2 months later, he's growing faster. Slightly bemused, I watched Kim Young-hoon consuming yellow bamboo roots and entering the realm of 3 flowers gather at the sun. It seemed that my ascension to a peak master and earnestly imparting a first-rate martial art, severing vein save method, had spurred such rapid growth. It's a bit anticlimactic, but it was always like this. While some spent a lifetime reading the Pinnacle Realm, others, with the guidance of peak master and first-rate martial arts, leapfrogged the Pinnacle Realm and directly entered 3 flowers. Soon, 3 flower-like energies were absorbed through his nose and mouth, and Kim Young-hoon half opened his eyes. His eye gleamed with wisdom. Congratulations on reading 3 flowers gather at the sun. To think you achieved it before even fully learning literacy. I find it astonishing myself, who knew I had such martial talent. I looked at Kim Young-hoon impassively. A hint of competitive spirit arose in me. Up until now, after Kim Young-hoon reached 3 flowers, I never really sparred with him. It was always him guiding me in practice spars. What about now? Me, having ascended to peak master, and Kim Young-hoon, who has just reached 3 flowers. Firstly, congratulations. How about a sparring match? Haha, sparring sounds good. Somehow I feel I might win this time. He drew his saber, igniting his competitive spirit. I drew my sword as well. In the manner of practice art, two peak masters began their duel. Ping! I launched my killing intent at Kim Young-hoon. Dozens of blue lines attached themselves to him. Dozens of optimal paths targeted him. Then, Kim Young-hoon readjusted his stance. Dozens of blue lines disappeared. His weaknesses vanished, rendering all my potential attacks useless. Wong! Simultaneously, hundreds of red thread lines targeted me. I shifted my stance to eliminate my vulnerabilities, and prepared to counterattack Kim Young-hoon's moves. As I did, the red lines extending from him receded. How entwined our red and blue lines must have been. Kim Young-hoon initiated the attack. Severing Vein Saber Mountain Wind. Ping! Piercing attack with astonishing speed. Yet from that pierce, hundreds more red lines branched out. Sign of numerous follow-up moves. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Strange Stone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I spun in place, taking a defensive and offensive posture, blocking his thrust. Severing Vein Saber Grand White. His thrust twisted in midair, slashing from my upper right to lower left. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Transcending Peaks. Countered his saber with a horizontal slash, then recalculated dozens of paths. My blue line targeted his head, waist, and legs. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Entering Mountain. Wong! I switched to a lower stance and aimed for his leg. In that brief moment, dozens of blue and red lines exchanged between us. Severing Vein Saber Dragon Mount. Similar to Severing Mountain Swordsmanship Flowing Ridge, but with more intricate variations, the technique descended upon me. In that brief moment, dozens more thread lines exchanged in the air between us. We had already exchanged dozens of moves in this imaginary realm. Dodge? No dodging would keep putting me back. That would lead to defeat. It doesn't matter. It's just a sparring match. But a surge of competitiveness rose within me. Why? Alright, in this life, this might be my only chance to beat Kim Young-hoon. From now on, he will grow exponentially like a fish in water or a runaway train. Next time we spar, he'll be beyond my reach. This time, when he's just ascended to 3 flowers, is my last chance in the life to defeat him. Yes, let's win. Even if it means using everything I have. I quickly moved my hand, grabbing a hidden weapon from my sleeve. Infinite Fighting Hidden Weapon Technique, Direct Snake. Pivot. The small weapon I launched from my hand flew towards Kim Young-hoon's face. He dodged quickly, his face showing surprise. But that gave me an opening in his stance. Ting. I deflected his saber and went on the offensive. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Flowing Ridge. F-Wood. The serpentine sword energy shot towards him. It's blocked. Red lines drawn at an angle that could deflect my sword. At the same time, a new branch extends from that line aiming for my shoulder. After deflecting counterattack. Swishing. Simultaneously, I pull out another weapon from my sleeve. Holding the weapon, the number of blue lines I can use doubles. His red line changes. The red branch that stretched from his saber to my shoulder now shifts towards my weapon. Only after deflecting my weapon does the red branch stretch back towards me. Good, but it's still not enough. I have more real combat experience. Dragon Vein, Kai Mountain, Hard Heaven, Cliff Edge. I incorporate 3 techniques into one movement. With Dragon Vein, I rapidly circulate my internal energy to strengthen my sword energy. Simultaneously, I open all the meridians in my body with Kai Mountain, Hard Heaven to further strengthen the energy. With Cliff Edge, I vary the speed of my sword to make it difficult to react. Swishing. Sword silk formed at the tip of my sword, materializing the internal energy. However, despite unleashing my enhanced sword energy, Kim Young-hoon swiftly retreated using a stepping technique, avoiding a direct hit. My sword only grazed his chest, causing a small scratch. That's it, I've got the momentum. Mountain Lord's Martial Arts, Transcending Peak Step. I charged with the momentum of a Mountain Lord, proting with Transcending Peak Step, then using Mountain Tiger to feign multiple strikes while actually using a diversion tactic to engage in a melee. At the same time, ping ping. I launched the weapon in my other hand while clashing blades with him. Though I'm pushing him back, Kim Young-hoon finds an opportunity to counterattack, extending several red lines. Treating it as real combat, I seize every opportunity. From throwing sand from the ground, spitting hidden needles, and persisting with tricky attacks, Kim Young-hoon, gradually cornered, infuses more energy into his saber with frustration. Wong. The momentum shifts. Dangerous. Something big is coming. I'll show you the realm of 3 flowers gather at the summit. Wong. The energy in his saber begins to transform. The tangible saber energy condenses, forming tangible threads like silk, evolving once again. That's the energy enveloping his saber fully materializes, emitting a bright white light. Saber silk. Ta. Bright white light engulfs everything in front of me. If I clash with it, my sword will likely be cut in 2. Any peak master would face the same fate. But my Severing Mountain Swordsmanship was created by a genius of the era who had reached the absolute of martial arts. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Echoing Valley. Technique that shook off even Kim Young-hoon's energy in the previous life. It's his energy at this early stage of 3 flowers gather at the sun. It's possible. Wong. Remove intent from the sword, make it empty, and then accept the opponent's force. Reversed. Kwang. Receive Kim Young-hoon's energy and counter it back at him. Loud explosion follows, and Kim Young-hoon stepped back 3 paces. Highly impressive. Thwung. Kim Young-hoon's saber splits in 2. Inside, I'm shocked. He counted my reversal with his energy in that short time. By my calculations, when I countered with Echoing Valley, he should have been thrown back, his saber shattered. But in that moment, he recaptured his saber energy and countered with it. I admit defeat. My weapon is broken, a disgrace for any warrior. You're quite skilled, aren't you? Don't worry. From now on, I will never be able to beat you again. I sheathe my sword and speak humbly. After today's duel, I won't be able to beat Kim Young-hoon in my next life either. He grew in real time during the fight and will become stronger after consolidating his insights. Fighting me, he gained near-real combat experience and will soon become one of the top 3 great warriors. Actually, I've prepared a congratulatory gift for you reading the Pinot Realm. Oh, wasn't this duel the gift? Is there more? Yes, here. Entered the house and gave him 6 books I had prepared. This is Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture. I bought it from an old man. The minimum requirement is 3 flowers gathering at the sun. I read it but couldn't understand, so I'm giving it to you. Oh, what a fortunate encounter. I'll read it gratefully. Insight gained from the record of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts were maximized by Kim Young-hoon of the previous cycle and organized into various profound realizations. I handed him the books not as records called Dal-Innis, but as scriptures called Young-Innis. Now, with the Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture, he will become so strong that I can't even dare to face him. After teaching him more literacy and language for about a month, I went on to earn a living by slaughtering bandit groups and unorthodox sects near Changho City and capturing wanted criminals. Once Young-hoon had learned all the characters, he spent about 4 months training crazily while looking at the 6 volumes of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture, his expression half-dazed. 4 months passed like this. Young-hoon Hyung, I've earned some money. I returned home with a bounty from capturing a famous late-stage master bandit near Changho City. But Kim Young-hoon was not at home. What did he go out? He had been reading the scripture and training martial arts as if possessed, but today he was nowhere to be found in the house. It seemed like he has left the house entirely. That's when it happened. Swoosh. Suddenly, Kim Young-hoon appeared out of thin air like a ghost. What the? Haha, I tried using one of the techniques written in the scripture, and you really couldn't find me. This book is indeed an incredible martial arts text. Young-hoon Hyung, that's? Asked him with a trembling voice. The strange technique was one that Kim Young-hoon of previous cycles only managed to use after reading the absolute of martial arts. But now, the current Kim Young-hoon, who had not even been training for a year, was using it. It's one of the techniques written in Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture. Normally, it would be much easier to use upon reading 5 energies converging to the origin, but I've been focusing solely on this technique for the past few days. Even though I'm only in the realm of 3 flowers, I somehow managed to use this technique. So you haven't reached the 5 energy state yet? Do you think reading the 5 energies is a joke? Just following the insights written in the scripture will take at least 5 years. By the way, this technique is really fearsome. Even you, a peak master, couldn't note it. If I wanted, I could assassinate anyone. I was speechless at his talent and just stared at him for a moment. By the way, I'm planning to go out and gain real combat experience in the martial world. Will you come with me? The martial world, you say? After pondering for a moment, I shook my head. No, I'm fine, Young-hoon Hyung. What do you mean? I want to stabilize my realm a bit more. Well, that makes sense. You're still at the Uri Pinot realm and can't even use the sword silk Chinese letter yet. Yes, it seems you'll have to go alone, Young-hoon Hyung. I said so, deciding to part ways with him for a while. The reason was just as I said. Being at the early stage of the Pinot realm, I needed time to stabilize my skills. Following him and watching duels between great masters would be good, but it wasn't what I needed at the moment. At least until I reached the mid-stage of the Pinot realm, training through trial and error and repetition was the answer. First, I need to get used to entering the vision of Peak Master all day long. While Kim Young-hoon went out to challenge various sects, I practiced becoming accustomed to the vision of Peak Master. My practice opponents were the unorthodox sect groups near Changho City. They were numerous, tenacious, and most importantly, it didn't matter if they were killed, making them perfect practice targets. The one in front is about to shoot a poison dart. There's one attacking with a spear from behind. There's someone trying to entangle my ankle with a whip from the diagonal right rear. Numerous red lines rushed towards me. I dodged all sorts of attacks from the approaching unorthodox sect members, annihilating them with minimal movement. When fighting unorthodox sect martial artists, I always blindfolded myself and plugged my ears before seeking them out. After all, I could kill all of them in the vision of Peak Master without any senses. For about 3 years, I trained by capturing gangs of evil martial artists, bandits, and robbers near Changho City. Finally, I was able to enter the world of the Pinot realm all day without feeling my brain burning. My brain had completely adapted to this world. I even learned how to maintain the vision of Peak Master all day without using internal energy. After 3 years of practice fighting unorthodox sect martial artists, I finally succeeded in fully entering the world of a Peak Master. At the same time, my financial situation improved significantly with the bounties collected in Changho City, and my nickname Infinite Fighting Spirit started to spread again. There were even those who wanted to become my disciples or follow me as martial artists. Of course, this was nothing compared to Kim Young-hoon. In another 3 years, Kim Young-hoon received the title of the strongest blade in Yangyo and ascended to the position of the #1 person in Yangyo martial arts. The strongest in the Mario world. It was a realm reached by someone who had only been practicing martial arts for 3 to 4 years. The number of Kim Young-hoon's followers, and those who wanted to become his disciples, was incomparably greater than mine. Probably by now, it was time for Kim Young-hoon to be hit with the Woolen Alliance leader illness. It was always the position that came with becoming the #1 person in the world. Sure enough, Kim Young-hoon came to me again and proposed the position of deputy leader of the Woolen Alliance. Of course, knowing the future of working like a cow, I flatly refused and made an appropriate excuse. Young-hoon Hyung, I'm now going to try entering the Imperial Court. What, the Imperial Court? Yes, the reason I'm refusing your offer is to help you from the position of an official by joining the Imperial Court. Please understand. Young brother CEO, I'm truly grateful. Of course, there was a different ulterior motive for my decision to join the Imperial Court. If I join the Imperial Court, I'll have more contact with the Cultivator clan. I was the chief strategist of the Woolen Alliance and the head of the intelligence organization Gyeonggak in my previous lives. According to the information I had learned at that time, the Imperial Court was more deeply entwined with the Cultivate clan than any other group in Yangyo. There were even rumors that the Yangyo Imperial family was a collateral branch of the Cultivate clan. I first applied to the Yangyo military. The military gladly accepted my application as a famous peak master in the martial world, and I quickly gained recognition, rising to the position of general. From that position, I applied to the Imperial Guard and passed without any problems. It was the result I achieved in 5 years after returning. Your mission is to secretly guard His Majesty the Emperor and protect him with your life. As a peak master, you should be able to do that much right. Yes, I will keep that in mind. I joined the Shadow Guards and, after 4 months of training in stealth and living techniques, was deployed to guard the Emperor. There, I discovered a surprising fact. The Emperor is a cultivator. Wrong. I could see the red aura surrounding the Emperor, centered around his forehead. As the cultivator's divine consciousness, the Emperor was originally a cultivator. The fact became even more certain after meeting several princes and princesses of the Imperial family. The majority of the members of the Imperial family were cultivators with divine consciousness. But it seemed they're not high-ranking cultivators. They're all nowhere near that fox. They seem to be, at best, cultivators of the Kai refining level. I don't understand why I, a peak master, have to guard them. The Emperor's aura, casually revealed, was definitely not just first star of Kai refining. With that level of skill, the Emperor might be stronger than the entire Shadow Guards combined. Maybe the Shadow Guard exists because he's too lazy to deal with assassins himself. Fortunately, the Emperor was the person in the Imperial family most at risk of assassination. Almost every night, assassin came, and I had to fight them off every night. Is it good that I'm gaining real combat experience almost every day? Thus, I accumulated real combat experience as the Emperor Guard, spending 5 years as a member of the Shadow Guard. Are you managing well as the Wuhan Alliance leader? In a small secret room, I was playing Go with Kim Young-hoon and asked. As the Emperor's Guard, I was officially forbidden from meeting him, the Wuhan Alliance leader, so we had to meet secretly like this. Isn't it a headache? It would have been less painful if you had joined me. You're about to become younger than me, aren't you? What's the problem? Haha, Will. He smiled meaningfully in response to my question. It was about time for him to undergo rejuvenation. In fact, considering the timing, it was somewhat late. The 3 flowers are just around the corner for you. It seems your internal energy has improved remarkably. Congratulations. Cutting down assassins beside the Emperor, how could my skills not improve? Assassins coming to kill the Emperor ranged from low peak masters to those at the realm of 3 flowers. Most of the time, the assassins were of a similar realm to mine, allowing me to freely engage in real battles with them. So you seem to be doing well as the Emperor Guard. Don't even mention it. Every time I gauge the Emperor's skill, I feel a sense of doubt. The Emperor being cultivator, that's really something hardly seemed worth guarding. Over the past few years, Kim Young-hoon had become aware of the existence of cultivators and seemed eager to face them. By the way, Young-hoon Hyung, what do you think of these cultivators? Normally, at this point, Kim Young-hoon would have been eager to find and confront them. However, the current Kim Young-hoon did seem to show such intentions. To my question, he drank from his cup and said, what to say? Of course I'd like to fight them, but I haven't yet fully comprehended all 6 volumes of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts scripture, especially the final phrases written in it. The final phrases written in the scripture were the realizations that Kim Young-hoon had gained at the end of the previous life. The realizations written in the scripture are such that I can't even attempt confronting them before I've fully mastered it. That's why I plan to delve into those phrases and then seek out cultivators. By then, I should be able to sit down from being the Wuhan Alliance leader. I see. By the way, your skills seem to have improved a bit. Kim Young-hoon smiled and poured more liquor into his cup. He's infusing his internal energy into the liquor, along with the alcohol. The man is unbelievable. I drew my sword from my waist. Let's see you handle this. Whoosh. He threw the liquor cup. Strangely, not a single drop of liquor spilled from the cup. It looked like a light liquor cup, but I gathered all my internal energy and focused on the cup. Over the past 5 years, having fought continuously, I successfully transitioned from the early stage to the mid-stage peak. If the early stage of the Pinnacle Realm was about seeing one line upon entering that world, from the mid-stage onwards, it became possible to see both red and blue lines simultaneously. Until now, I had to give up seeing the blue line in order to see the red line, and vice versa. However, as I further entered into the Pinnacle Realm, it became possible to see both the red and blue lines at the same time. Swishing. With the vision of Peak Master, I could see countless red lines extending from the cup. At the same time, the optimal paths I could take to counter it appeared as blue lines. Through this liquor cup, Kim Young-hoon was revealing his intent and engaging in dozens of exchanges with me. When I tried to strike with transcending peaks, the trajectory of the red line changed vertically. When I tried to strike upwards with ascending vein, the red line's trajectory became elusive, changing erratically. And when I tried to create chaos with landscape painting, the red line precisely targeted the gaps in my chaos and aimed for my weaknesses. In that instant, after a fight of exchanging blows with Kim Young-hoon, I managed to create a single path that penetrated his defense. Severing mountain swordsmanship, flowing ridge. Ziyang. Although the sword tip collided with the liquor cup, a storm blew, shaking the room. Realizing the internal energy in the cup was dissolved by flowing ridge, I quickly sheathed my sword and stretched out my hand to catch the falling cup. Luckily, not a drop of liquor was spilled. Phew, should you be playing with food? What? Besides, you've improved significantly. The realm of sword silk is just around the corner. Sword silk, Chinese letter. Sword energy compresses akin to a silk thread, the first step where the originally formless sword energy materializes. In his past life, Kim Young-hoon thought that, given my high understanding of sword energy, I would quickly reach the level of sword silk once I ascended to the Pinnacle Realm. He overestimated my talent. Even now, 10 years after my return, I have yet to realize the state of sword silk. Thankfully, after reaching the mid-stage of the Pinnacle Realm, I can see a glimmer of hope. It was fortunate that it wasn't as difficult as the transition from the late first rate to the Pinot realm. Well, anyway, didn't I say I was on the verge of reaching the 5 energy state? Yes, you did. In fact, I'm at a level where I can challenge the 5 energy realm at any time. However, if someone attacks me while I'm challenging the 5 energy realm, I would be helpless, so I need to call someone trustworthy to guard me. So you're asking me to guard you? Haha, yes. I went with Kim Young-hoon to his secluded training room. There's no one as trustworthy as someone from the same hometown. Of course, let's get started. Alright. Kim Young-hoon sat in the middle of the training room and began his deep meditation. Change began to occur in his energy. Entered the vision of peak masters and observed the red lines around him. Felt like it was something I needed to do. The red lines of peak masters usually connect their arms to their weapons. However, the red line between Kim Young-hoon's hand and his saber began to change. That is, dozens of branches extended from the red line. Simultaneously, his red line seemed to cover everything around him. If I were to enter that space, I felt like I would be sliced by Kim Young-hoon's attack immediately. A peak master, unless insane, would not dare enter that space. No, that's not it. I noticed a familiar change and my pupils constricted. The red line covering all around Kim Young-hoon began to fill in the gaps. The surrounding gradually became a red domain. It looks like the divine consciousness of the cultivators. The red domain centered around the cultivators' foreheads. It looked just like their consciousness. Whoosh! Kim Young-hoon's domain became clear, with not a single gap remaining. When the form of the domain stabilized into a sphere about half a jang approx, 1.67 m, in radius centered around his forehead. The energy around him seemed to be sucked in, forming a certain flow within his domains. These flows slowly merged, forming 5 spheres above his head. A phenomenon that occurs when transitioning to the 5 energies converging to the origin. I had never observed the transition to the 5 energy state so closely before. In fact, during my first rate days, it was impossible to observe such subtle flows of energy. It was only after becoming a peak master, my ability to read others' energy dramatically improved, allowing me to observe this phenomenon. Ah, what a pity. I suddenly felt a sense of regret. If I had reached the realm of 3 flowers, I might have been able to see much more. For now, let's closely observe his current state. Intently focus on the 5 spheres. The flow within them. The principle of how these 5 spheres revolve around each other. The principle behind the spheres floating above Kim Young-hoon's head. Although I didn't understand everything, these fragments of realization seemed enough to give me a sense of the sort so. Then it happened. It says raw. 5 spheres crumbled, transforming into 5 colored energy. The 5 colored energy entered Kim Young-hoon's nose and mouth, and his body began to change. Crack creak. His body twisted. Kim Young-hoon's bones and flesh changed, and the wrinkles on his skin disappeared. Simultaneously, lush hair grew on his previously bald head. Creak crack. Whoosh. All the energy in the training room seemed to be sucked into him, and he half opened his eyes. I've safely reached the 5 origin converting to the origin. Congratulations, you've undergone rejuvenation. He looked younger than me in his 20s. I had seen this scene in my past life, but this time I gained much from it. It's a pity for you. If you had reached 3 flowers, you could have seen much more. I was just thinking that. What can I do? It's my fault for having limited skills. But it must have been somewhat helpful, so think it over once you return. He seemed to like his now lush hair, tugging it. Suddenly, I asked him a question. You must have encountered 1 or 2 cultivators, right? Young-hoon Hyang. Yes. Right now, to my eyes, the consciousness they possess and the domain you form seem very similar. Do you think there's a connection? After pondering for a moment, he spoke. It seemed likely. Within this domain, I think I can fight equally with those Kai refining stage cultivators. Using the martial arts from the gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts scripture, I might even be able to fight against higher level cultivators. Perhaps those who have reached the 5 energy state might share a similar field of vision with cultivators. I see. Through his answer, I could roughly imagine why those who have reached the 5 energy state in martial arts obtain the same kind of consciousness as cultivators. Obtaining the same consciousness as the cultivators, it might be possible to train like them. The world seen by the first rate is different from the peak realm. The world seen by the Pinot realm and 3 flowers is also different. The world seen by 3 flowers gather at the sun, and the 5 energies converging to the origin is entirely different. The reason why those who have reached the 5 energy state can train in cultivator techniques might be because they can see areas invisible to ordinary people. This experience will help when I reach the 5 energies realm in the future. After receiving some martial arts guidance from Kim Young-hoon that day and chatting for a bit, I returned to the Imperial Palace. I mulled over the situation he showed me when he ascended to the 5 energies and gathered my realizations. A few days passed. That day too, I was guarding the Emperor's bedroom in the darkness. It says someone approached from the darkness, riding in the distance. It was an assassin again. The peak master. Judging by their energy, he had just reached the Pinot realm. However, I didn't let my guard down. Although I was slightly stronger, the difference between the mid and early stages of the Pinot realm was not as significant as between first rate and peak. Moreover, the opponent was a master of assassination, daring enough to attempt assassinating the Emperor. Swoosh! A red line appeared from the darkness and lunged at me, guarding the Emperor's bedroom. Clang! I deflected the dagger with my sword and threw a hidden weapon at the assassin's ankle. The assassin hastily dodged my hidden weapon and stabbed at me again with his dagger. Our exchange is intertwined. My blue line and his red line crossed in the air. Strange. I should be focused on the fight, yet I couldn't stop thinking about the situation when Kim Young-hoon ascended to 5 energies. At the same time, I began to ponder about sword energy. Sword energy indicates the beginning of achieving unification with the sword. In the mid-stage of the first rate, one manifests sword energy and begins to reach the threshold of unification with the sword. The late stage of the first red, one achieves complete unification with the sword and can use proper sword energy. Why, in a life-worth situation, am I thinking about sword energy and the image of Kim Young-hoon ascending to 5 energies? One ascends to the pinnacle realm and constantly sees the optimal path. As long as you follow that path, sword energy never extinguishes. That's why Kim Young-hoon in my past life advised me to train to maintain sword energy all day long. My optimal path is ultimately the limit my swordsmanship points to. Sword energy is the extreme manifestation of my swordsmanship's characteristics through unification with the sword. Swordsmanship is sword energy. These were my feelings during my martial arts training. Wait, no, something's off. But suddenly, I felt something was wrong with my thinking. The assassin stabbed at me 3 times in a row, and I deflected their dagger with landscape painting before destabilizing their balance with the entering mountain. His red line stretched towards me and then split. After stabbing, he will change his move. I blocked his intention with my blue line and engaged in a struggle. If swordsmanship is sword energy, then what's the significance of a martial artist? Couldn't cultivators just create moving puppets or zombies, teach them swordsmanship, and have them use sword energy? Haven't I heard about inanimate objects using sword energy in my several lifetimes? Sword energy is not just swordsmanship. Then what is sword energy? While exchanging blows with the assassin, his red line pierced through my blue line. The dagger aimed precisely at my forehead. Sword energy is. I remembered the scene when Kim Young-hoon entered 5 energies, a red domain forming around his forehead. Ah, that's it. Though sword energy is created by swordsmanship. At its core, it's ultimately about the human. The intent of the martial artist wielding the sword. Simultaneously, I fully understood the true nature of the red and blue lines I had seen. Not just the optimal path or the opponent's intention of attack. It's the intent of martial artists unfolding their martial arts. The direction of their intent. Realizing this, I felt a strange sensation in my hand holding the sword. As if veins were growing from the sword into my skin, entering my hand. Not just a simple unification with the sword, but a stickier, more profound unification. Instinctively, I pushed more intent into the sword, deepening the unification. Until now, I thought sword energy was the same as swordsmanship. But I realized that swordsmanship is completed together with the martial artist, who unfolds it. Therefore, wherever the intent of the martial artist goes, even if it deviates from the swordsmanship, it will still be swordsmanship. Whoosh! I swung my sword wildly at the assassin. Before, if I deviated from the severing mountain swordsmanship, the power of my sword energy would significantly weaken. But now, even when I swing my sword randomly, the power of my sword energy doesn't decrease at all. No, this isn't the end. I knew that my realization was not just this. I continued to focus on sword energy. Until recently, to evolve sword energy, I had to momentarily strengthen the energy with techniques like Kai Mountain, Heart Heaven. It's different now. I continue to infuse the sword energy with intent. In the world of the peak, I saw my sword gradually envelop in blue light. At some point, reaching a critical moment, my blue light enveloped sword transformed into the blue thread of the pinnacle realm. In reality, I was holding a sword, but in the vision of peaks, I was holding a blue thread. Ah, this is sword silk, proof of maturity in the mid-stage of the pinnacle realm. Kinning. In reality, my intangible sword energy became thin like a silk thread, subtly materializing. After about 10 years in the pinnacle realm, I reached the mid-peak stage and could freely use sword silk. Chapter 20, Peak Master 3. Chapter 20, Peak Master 3. I looked at the sword silk I had awakened. The realm of sword silk, Chinese letter, also known as sword aura, Chinese letter. The materialization of sword aura was a realm every swordsman dreamed of. Of course, there was the overwhelmingly superior sword gang, Chinese letter, but since sword gang was a realm only reachable by masters who had reached 3 flower gather at the sun, it was half legendary in the martial world. The realm of sword aura, much more accessible than sword gang, was the object of envy for many. Seeing my sword aura, the assassin seemed daunted, their energy diminishing. I took advantage of this and engaged them again in combat. Blue and red lines crossed in the air. Our intents tested each other. Assassin dagger lunged at me. Simultaneously, 5 red lines extended from the tip of their dagger. It meant that there could be at least 5 follow-up moves derived from this attack. However, I held sword silk. In the world of peak masters, my sword had transformed, resembling a thread. The assassin's eyes, my sword must have appeared like a red thread. Transformation of sword energy into sword silk is not just about increased power. Swoosh! The tip of the sword now a blue thread, several blue threads extended, creating paths. There were far more than the paths I had created before. As I slightly twisted my wrist, adjusting the tip of the sword, the position of the blue threads moved in unison. The perturned blue thread lines moved. Being this, the assassin's eyes widened in shock. Last time, when I fought with Kim Young-hoon, it was fortunate he had only recently reached 3 flowers, and that too by directly skiing over the pinnacle realm. If he had fought me in the same manner, I would have been defeated instantly. I could project far more paths more freely. Though they seemed to fend off my sword for a while, eventually, the paths extending from my side were far more numerous, and they began to be pushed back as Tay tried to calculate my moves. Mountain Lord Martial Arts, Chinese letter. Press forward with the momentum of the Mountain Lord. Transcending peak step, Chinese letter. Darting again from the first move, continuously linging techniques. Drain and kill the opponent. Clang. For a while, our sword and dagger collided. The assassin seemed to fight to the end. However, having become much more skilled in handling sword aura and intent, I eventually defeated them in our struggle, allowing me to land a strike. Thud! My leg struck the assassin's waist. The assassin fell to the side, dropping the dagger, and their mask came off. Oh, a familiar face. The assassin was one of the recently appointed female attendants of the Emperor. Seeing the roughly 20-year-old's face, I marveled quietly. Such talent to be a peak master at that age. You could have reached 3 flower gather at the summit if you had lived longer. My brother was more talented, but because of the Emperor. Oh, are you trying to appeal to emotion? You are the infinite fighting monster, correct? You're making a mistake. People are dying because of the Emperor's orders. He. Swoosh. Didn't listen further and cut off the assassin's head. Sorry, but this position doesn't allow for much listening. I felt a slight regret for having to eliminate such talent, and with the help of others, cleaned up the scene. Despite the noise aside until a moment ago, the Emperor in the bedroom seemed not to stir. I heard that Cultivator had installed a soundproofing spell in the Emperor's bedroom for the light-sleeping Emperor. Thanks to that, the Shadow Guards could fight assassins without being reprimanded for noise. Though, it seemed the Emperor himself set up that spell, not a random cultivator. In fact, no one in the Shadow Guard was unaware that the Emperor was cultivator. In the eyes of Peakmaster, the consciousness of a cultivator was visible. But everyone just silently guarded the Emperor as it was their given duty. However, were there always so many assassination attempts on the Emperor? Establishing a Shadow Guard like us was also a recent event. I heard that the frequency of sending assassins to the Emperor had also increased recently. As chief strategist of the Woolen Alliance and leader of an information organization in my past lives, I had never heard of such things. After all, the Imperial Court had no reason to advertise the increase in assassination attempts. Why have there been more recent assassination attempts on the Emperor? Yo had been enjoying an unprecedented peace recently. Of course, the poor are still poor, but at least ordinary people weren't turning into bandits or anything of that sort. Considering the level of civilization akin to medieval China, that's quite decent. Moreover, in the state of Yangyo, the nobles humbly bow and obey in front of the powerful royal authority of the Cultivate clan, leading to a very strong centralized power. If there was an insane organization bold enough to attempt the assassination of the Emperor, could it be the martial arts factions? Given the poor relations between the government and certain martial arts factions, this was the only assumption I could make. But strangely, during my past lives as the chief strategist of the Woolen Alliance and leader of an intelligent group, I never heard of such incidents. Not the martial arts factions. Then who would be sending assassins so persistently and frequently to threaten the Emperor, especially someone like the assassin just now, someone who knew my alias? Furthermore, their command of the Yangyo's language was quite proficient. From this, I could infer that they were neither assassins from the neighboring countries of Byokra or Shingxi. They are people of Yangyo. People from Yangyo are sending assassins to kill the Emperor on a regular basis. Although I wanted to interrogate the assassins, they were to be executed immediately before they could say anything, as per the protocol. Well, I can slowly figure it out. By staying in the royal palace and gradually gaining the Emperor's trust, I would be able to gather the necessary information over time. I hid in the darks again, organizing my thoughts. After guarding the Emperor for 10 years, I constantly guarded him and earned his trust. With that authority, I was able to learn information from various parts of the royal palace. Of course, I couldn't learn core information, but I was able to learn a lot that could only be known from the government offices. For example, the 33rd year of Heian Hallandar, thanks to His Majesty the Emperor's race, the number of orphans and beggars greatly decreased, eliminating the influx of bandits. Consequently, praises for His Majesty never ceased throughout Yangyo. Census conducted by the government offices. The census was a matter directly related to taxation and was controlled only by the government offices. I couldn't properly access such information even with my stat and math lives. Now that I had become part of the Emperor's Guard, I was granted the authority to view the census records. Not only beggars, but also the number of poor peasants decreased. In my past lives, I never looked into the number of orphans, beggars, or poor peasants. However, upon seeing the census records in the royal palace, I realized something was amiss. How would the number of orphans, beggars, and poor peasants decrease like this? It wasn't simply about helping the poor and creating livelihoods for them. Many of these people simply disappeared, just vanished. Did they starve to death? But the numbers recorded in the ledgers were far too large for mass starvation. If such a large number had died of starvation, I would have known about it in my past lives. Not starvation, they were simply. There were no records of bandit attacks either, and during my time leading the intelligence group, I had never heard of bandit gangs specifically targeting and killing the poor. If such cruel bandits were rampant, I would have known. I looked into a few more pieces of information, and methodically compiled them with my past lives knowledge. Strategist in the Woolen Alliance, Kim Young-hoon and I eradicated the unorthodox factions throughout Yangyo and established a just world. Furthermore, when I founded the intelligence organization, Wyongak, it was strangely easy to quickly defeat other dark intelligence organizations in secret battles. The common point in both lives was that, as life went on, it became easier to eradicate unorthodox factions. Towards the latter part of life, many factions, like the Hoying faction group that mass attacked MC when he challenged them to a spar, suddenly transformed from unorthodox factions to regular ones. Unorthodox factions are fundamentally illegal organizations. Like bandits and pirates, these factions often start with beggars, orphans, and poor peasants turning to robbery out of hunger. As bandit gangs and pirate groups gradually gather experience, power, and funds, they grow in size, sneak into cities, and start engaging in illegal activities, becoming proper unorthodox factions. Perhaps the ease of eradicating unorthodox factions in my past lives was because, if the content of this census is accurate, the new blood that would have been part of the unorthodox factions, the poor, suddenly, leading to reduced size of the factions and their subsequent suppression. If that's the case, where did all these poor people go? As I compiled the information, a foreboding feeling came over me. The Cultivate clan. This case seemed to be related to the Cultivate clan. The recent increase in assassination, attempts on the Emperor, and the establishment of the Shadow Guard. It all seemed to have some connection with the disappearance of the poor people. A few years ago, like the assassin with the dagger I met, there were assassins who, due to their lack of proper education, spilled their guts before dying. Most of these assassins said the same thing before dying. You know how many commoners have died because of the Emperor? It was strange. Current emperor, while not a sage king, was decent enough to rule the country. His reign did not worsen Yangyo, nor lead to numerous deaths. In a peaceful country like this, why would assassins say such things? Cultivate clan. This is related to the Cultivate clan. The only thing I couldn't find out, even after digging this deep, was regarding the Cultivate clan. It seems I will have to leave the investigation beyond the point. To Kim Young-hoon. The retirement ceremony of Kim Young-hoon, the first Woolen Alliance leader, was held. He stepped down from the position of leader amidst the congratulations and regrets of many. Many lamented his retirement, but his eyes were full of refreshment. Naturally, as his stepping down from the position of Woolen Alliance leader meant he had fully understood the sixth volume of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture, especially the final realizations. Feeling refreshed, I see. I was waiting in Kim Young-hoon's room and asked him when I saw him. Wow. Someone sneaked in, so I thought it was an assassin, but it was you. The Shadow Guard is becoming more and more like an assassin. Well, we're becoming more like those assassins we face, but now that you've retired from the Woolen Alliance, what will you do? You know, and still ask. Having fully understood the scriptures, I will now seek out the Cultivate clan to fight and gather combat experience. I will move beyond the 5 energies converging at the origin. Have you completely achieved the accomplishments written in the scripture? At my question, Kim Young-hoon shook his head and spoke. No, not yet. Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture is not so much a martial art as it is a kind of martial arts system. You know, we don't call third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, peak as martial arts. They are the standards and stages of martial arts. The scripture describes the next stage after 5 energies. It tells you how to reach that next stage, what kind of training is correct at 5 energy stage, and so on. While I have understood all of the scripture, I haven't internalized it to move beyond 5 energies. From now on, I plan to fight against the Cultivate clan to gain combat experience and reach the beyond. I see. I nodded and then told him. Actually, working in the Royal Palace recently, I've noticed something very suspicious. I explained to him about the information and conclusions I had gathered. Hence, I believe the Cultivate clan behind the Royal Palace is using the royal family and government offices to kidnap or slaughter the poor. But since I am a member of the Shadow Guards, unless I apply for leave like this, it's difficult to leave the capital. Even if I do, I can't freely investigate the Cultivate clan. Therefore, I would like you, Young-hoon Hyung, to go and gather information regarding the Cultivate clan. That's definitely worth looking into, but even I honestly don't know where to find cultivators. Don't worry about that, I will provide you with the information. Having worked in the Royal Palace, I had learned the locations of several places where cultivators lived, which I did not know in my past lives. I'll give you the information, and I'd like you, Young-hoon Hyung, to go and extract information from them. Alright, I'll do that. I'll go and see what they are up to. I decided to thoroughly unravel the schemes of the Cultivated clan through Kim Young-hoon. Recently, the number of assassins has decreased a bit. For nearly 10 years, assassins came almost incessantly, but recently their frequency has been gradually decreasing. Moreover, the skills of the assassins who came had greatly diminished from the peak level of about the first rate. First-rate masters are now just practice targets for the new recruits. Well, thinking about it, it was impossible for the assassin side to infinitely produce peak masters. If they kept sending them and getting killed, they would eventually run out of high-quality assassins to send. Having worked in the Shadow Guard for 15 years, my rank has risen, and I've been promoted to deputy leader. If the leader retires due to aging, I'm set to become the next leader. But if we keep getting only low-grade assassins like this, our Shadow Guard becomes redundant. That's when I noticed something stirring in the distance. An assassin. What level of mastery might this assassin have? If it's around first rate, the new recruits should handle it. So, I entered the world of peak martial artists to gauge the assassin level of skill. Red glow filled the space, table, and circular. The round form of the assassin consciousness was slowly approaching. Cultivator of these crazy. The madman, seeing the decline in peak martial artists, directly sent a cultivator to assassinate. Suddenly, the entire secret Shadow Guard assembled in front of the Emperor's chamber, having recognized the domain of the cultivator. It's a cultivator, everyone get ready. The leader of the secret Shadow Guard raised his halberd with a tense voice. Despite being called assassin, the cultivator's stealth techniques and perception methods were a mess by the standards of martial artists. Clearly, they had only roughly learned these techniques. However, I grew more tense seeing this. How did they infiltrate the Imperial Palace with such sloppy skills? They must be hiding something. Noticing us, the cultivator who was approaching stopped. Are you all peak martial artists? Annoying. Peak masters all seem immune to stealth techniques. Is it because of that irritating vision of theirs? Without a second thought of hiding, the cultivator dropped his invisibility and blatantly walked out. With your eyes, you should recognize I'm a cultivator. If you value your lives, get lost. No one reacted or responded to his words. Tusk, do you think you can take me on, relying on numbers? You'll only meet a dog's death. One last warning. The limit of you peak martial artists is at best against a Kai refining first-star cultivator. I'm a great second-star cultivator. The air around him stirred as he pulled out a talisman. Just as there's a significant difference between first-rate and peak, there's a huge gap between Kai refining first-star and second-star cultivators. If you don't leave now. We didn't let him talk further and quickly charged towards him. My thrown weapon hit an invisible barrier in front of the cultivator, indicating he was casting defensive spells. The peak martial artist attacked him. He scattered talismans into the air, which transformed into bright white flying daggers heading towards us. You fools, I have several talismans to support my assassination today. When the cultivator scattered several talismans, a strong repulsion was felt. The leader and I, excluding the others, cut through the repulsion with our energy-infused weapons and held our ground, while the rest were thrown back. Are you the strongest of the pack? Again, the cultivator took out a talisman. Flames appeared above his hand. If it hits, it'll turn us to ash. I couldn't ignore my survival instincts and retreated, escaping the cultivator's area of influence. I couldn't predict his attacks from within his domain, as it was impossible to read his intent due to the overlapping red color. Conversely, if I retreat too far, I'd be at disadvantage against the cultivator adept at long-range attacks. He's forcing a fight that's advantageous to him. Compatibility between martial artists and cultivators is extremely bad. A fireball hit a pillar behind me but didn't spread much and was quickly extinguished, indicating the cultivator didn't want the situation to escalate. I signaled a few of the faster members of the Shadow Guard to escape the cultivated vicinity and call for reinforcements. Where do you think you're going? You can't escape. Dark shadow burst out as the cultivator waved another glowing talisman, forming a barrier that enclosed us. Sound will not escape this barrier. After I kill all of you, I'll take care of the Mac Clan Branch family. The cultivator took out dozens of talismans. Damn it, what a shit situation. If it weren't for the talismans he brought, we might have been able to kill him with a combined attack from the leader and me. But with those talismans, he was demonstrating far more power than his actual skill level. If only I had reached the 3-flower stage. The strength of 3 flowers, I had shattered the cultivator's defensive spells and split him in two. But I was only at the mid-peak and hadn't yet grasped the 3 flowers. But maybe. Leader, I have a plan. What is it? Create a moment for me to approach the cultivator. Just one single moment. I'll try to inflict a fatal wound on the cultivator. I'll trust you. The leader nodded and charged at the cultivator with his halberd, creating an opportunity for me. I took poison from a bottle at my waist and applied it to my sword. I can break through his defense and graze him with his sword. We would win. I joined the attack on the cultivator. The cultivator scattered talismans in the air, which turned into bright white flying daggers aimed at us. I rushed towards the cultivator. The white daggers targeted my forehead. The leader's halberd spun and deflected the daggers aimed at me. The cultivator then hurled a fire spill at me. The recruit, a dual sword user, crossed his swords and sent energy to intercept the fire spell, altering its course. I was now within 3 yards of the cultivator, entering the cultivator's domain now. I couldn't guarantee my life inside there. I couldn't see his intent due to the red surroundings. A jumpy edge. Tense wind blew, pushing me away. Using the initial form of severing mountain swordsmanship, I cut through the wind's weak points and entered the cultivator's area of consciousness. I couldn't see the enemy's intent. Then, my last life's experience, maximizing all senses like spatial form, hearing, touch, and smell, helped me indirectly calculate the enemy's attacks. Left and right. I felt vibrations in the air on both sides. Something was coming. Leader, go now. Capture him. One of the guards towed the spell on the right, while the leader shattered the one on the left with his halberd. And, front. I sent the change directly in front. Temperature and humidity were different. The cultivator's domain, white ice materialized in the air, forming an arrow. Severing mountain swordsmanship, entering mountain. I quickly switched to a lower stance and narrowly avoided it, then launched an attack. But right in front of me was the cultivator's defense spell. As expected, even as I launched a surprise attack, the cultivator looked bored. Absolute leader. I'll wipe that languid expression off your face. I smirked, infusing different moves into my attack. Severing mountain swordsmanship, Kai Mountain, Heaven's Sky. The flow of the sword silk quickened and strengthened. My entire body's energy pathway momentarily opened, further amplifying the sword silk. And then, I'll squeeze out all the energy in my body. Focusing on the energy pathways, I drained all my energy into my sword. Absurd energy of yellow bamboo roots of hundreds of years infused into my sword. The sword silk evolved in an instant. Flash. Sword gang. Brief moment, less than a second, the light on my sword pierced through the cultivator's defensive spell like tofu. Chapter 21, Peak Master 4. Chapter 21, Peak Master 4. Cut. Fight. Squeezing out every bit of my willpower, I lunged at the cultivator's leg with my sword. The cultivator, who had been relaxed until now, contorted his face in shock as my sword gang penetrated his defensive spells. Then, shut crack crack. The sword gang, created by draining all my internal energy, extinguished like a candle in the wind. My energy was insufficient. Despite pouring decades worth of internal energy into it, lacking enlightenment, I couldn't maintain the sword gang for more than a second. My sword barely nicked the cultivator's leg, cutting through his clothes and inflicting a minor wound. Ugh. The sword gang extinguished, my sword could no longer penetrate his defensive spell. Simultaneously, the backlash of using all my internal energy hit me, causing blood to spill from my mouth, draining my strength, and leaving me collapsed on the spot. Cough, cough. Blood splattered with each cough. Felt like my insides were being churned. You filthy mortal. Enraged by my attack, the cultivator scattered talismans that transformed into glowing daggers, stabbing my arms and legs. Ugh, narg. I endured the pain trying to grasp my sword, but the cultivator stomped on my hand. You filthy mortal scum. Thump, thump, thump. He stomped on my hand mercilessly, spreading a more powerful defensive barrier around us. How dare you attempt to cut me? You of all people. I'm a noble descendant of the cultivated clan, not someone lowly mortals like you can touch. How dare you? After crushing my hand for a while, he reached into his pouch and scattered another handful of talismans. I planned to toy with you before killing the Mac Clan branch family, but I've changed my mind. I'll tear all of you mortals to shreds like insects. Flames engulfed the talismans, transforming them into fireballs, and started shooting towards the guards. Watch carefully, insect. You'll see all your comrades torn to death before I chew you up. You insects, no matter how much you struggle, are meaningless before cultivators. Cough, cough. More blood gushed out of me. My internal organs were shaken from expending all my internal energy at once, blurring my vision. But my hearing was still clear enough to catch a few words. Insect. Meaningless. Yes, I'm nothing but an insect. Compared to those truly talented, to the cultivators. But, I struggled. With my crushed hand, I grabbed the cultivator's ankle. I may be an insect, but even an insect's struggle is not meaningless. You filthy thing, let go of me. Fire erupted in the cultivator's hand again. It would have incinerated me instantly, but it's time. The fireball extinguished as time passed. What? Why isn't it? Blood flowed from the cultivator's eyes, nose, and mouth. The Hoyan works. I smirked at the bewildered cultivator, grabbed his ankle tighter, and pulled hard. He collapsed. Antidote. He reached for his pouch. Thud. I knocked the pouch away. Gurgle. Blood foam rose from his mouth as he tried to chant a spell. But I wasn't going to let him. I climbed on top of him, shoving my crushed hand into his mouth, preventing him from chanting. You see, your death will be just as meaningless as those you look down upon. After struggling for a while, the cultivator died. His dead body wasn't much different from the insects he had looked down upon all his life. In death, everyone is equal. The defensive barrier collapsed. The leader and other guards, having watched from outside, quick came to me. The black barrier set by the cultivator disappeared, and I lost consciousness, seeing this as my last sight. When I opened my eyes, I was in my room. The leader was beside me, smoking a pipe. You're awake. Yes, but is it okay to smoke tobacco next to a patient? What are you talking about? Tobacco is a healthy herb. Can't believe this, I thought, remembering this was a medieval-like era. How's the situation with that cultivator? You killed him yourself, Deputy Leader Co. Yoon Hyan. He's dead. I've reported to His Majesty that you bravely sacrificed yourself to kill the cultivator, so don't worry. I've completed my mission today as well. I nodded, checking my buddy's condition. My right hand was still numb, and there was some damage to my vital energy channels, but it was stable. The wounds from the cultivator's daggers had all healed. Emperor ordered the Imperial Physician to treat you. Be thankful for His Majesty's grace. The Imperial Physician healed me cleanly. I wish I could learn his medical skills. I admired the physician's skill and circulated my internal energy. Lying in bed, my body felt a bit refreshed. About your right hand. The leader looked at my hand and hesitated. It might still be usable, but not like before, is what the physician said. It's not fully healed, so don't strain it. For all, it was the hand that the cultivator had crushed and chewed. Honestly, I didn't expect it to be fine. Just being able to use it is a blessing. Good. You're positive, which is great. Also, His Majesty was impressed by your bravery and decided to award you. Since the Shadow Guard can't be officially rewarded, he asked me to pass this on. I hereby present you with an award on behalf of the Emperor. I kneeled as I received a small silk box from the squad leader. His Majesty decrees, Deputy Leader Co. Yoon Hyan, for bravely protecting the sacred throne, we grant this reward to remind you of your heavy responsibility. Inside the silk box was a small pill with a red hue. It's said to be made from the same ingredients as the pills eaten by Kai refining cultivators during their transition to Kai building. I don't understand it all, but I realized what the pill was. Leftovers from a pill. Working in a medical center, I knew that leftover materials from making elixirs were often used for detox or sold to fake spiritualists. It's said to extend life by about 10 years when taken by mortals. 10 years. I was astonished. Just leftovers can extend life by 10 years. The pill looked different now. Be forever grateful for the Emperor's grace. After he left, I thought, the Imperial family sure knows welfare. I planned to take the pill when my life was almost over, this its full effect. Always grateful for His Majesty's grace. 10 years later. 30 years since my return. Pain in my hand had become familiar. My swordsmanship and hidden weapon skills improved, and I was close to uncovering the cultivator's secret. Cultivators of the Jin clan hide in powerful formations. They gather talented mortals and train them to peak masters for assassination. I understood why I never heard of these peak masters in my previous lives. If the Jin clan rises to power again, maybe it'll be slightly better than these filthy Mac cultivators. I decided to focus more on my martial arts and Kim Young-hoon movements. Just then, click. Figure entered through the window. Young-hoon Hyun. Kim Young-hun had entered the palace at night. I was just reading your letter, knowing about the cultivator's domain. He interrupted. That letter was sent a month ago, but I've discovered something more critical in the past month. There are two cultivated clans in this country, the Mackley and the Jin. The Mackley clan ousted the Jin clan a century ago. Since then, the Jin clan has been planning to assassinate the Emperor using peak masters trained from mortals. Yes, I know that. But do you know why the Jin clan could produce so many peak masters? They forced the spirits of the dead family members of the assassins into the assassin, sacrificing their vitality to enhance their talents. The Mackley clan is worse. For 20-30 years, they've been capturing the poor to make a forbidden elixir that extends cultivators' lives using their blood and vital energy. Horrified, I shouted. Mac clan is eating people. Instantly decided to join Kim Young-hoon in fighting these heinous cultivators. That night, I left the palace with Kim Young-hoon, ready to fight against the corrupt Mac clan. Chapter 22, Refining 1. Chapter 22, Refining 1. Following Kim Young-hoon, I left the Imperial Palace and arrived at a small manor on the outskirts of Seakyung City. There, I found a gathering of martial artists who had followed Kim Young-hoon. These people are. I was impressed by the caliber of warriors Kim Young-hoon had assembled. Members of the 4-star 3 demons, there are elders from various major sects too. It seemed he had used his connection from his days as the Woolen Alliance leader to gather elders from the 7 major sects of Seakyung City's 4-star 3 demon, and elders from some of the major sects in Yangyo. All of them were peak masters, capable of using the sword silk, and there were over 10 who had reached the level of 3 flower gatherer at the sun. Without the cultivators, this force could even overthrow the Imperial family. As I admired their strength, some of them glared at me, probing me with their red intents targeting my neck, forehead, and vital points. What is this, some kind of test? I responded with my intent, pointing at their vital points in kind. In a brief moment, I exchanged blows with several major sect elders. Who is this person brought by the former Alliance leader, the world's #1 warrior? I've never seen such a master in Seakyung City. This man is Co. Yoon Hyan, my young brother. He was a renowned peak master in the Changho City area about 20 years ago. He recently joined us after leaving his role in the Shadow Guards. At his words, some elders seemed displeased. Why bring someone from the government, especially someone from the imperial family? Can we really trust him if he might still be loyal to the emperor? I can't trust anyone from the government. It seemed the martial sects naturally had prejudices against government officials due to generally poor relations. Wait, everyone come down. Though he served under the emperor, he has completely betrayed the emperor after hearing my offer. Isn't that right, Seo? That's right. If you want, I can even curse the emperor. I cleared my throat and let loose the frustrations I had been holding against the emperor. Emperor Mackley Young, you despicable man, treating your subordinates like dogs while you comfortably sleep in your chamber, shameless and lazy, I'll expose your family's atrocities to the world. Having guarded the emperor and seen him sleep comfortably in his chamber with a soundproof barrier while Assess attacked, I had often been annoyed. I never had the mindset to be loyal to the emperor of Yingyo. In fact, I even harbored some resentment towards the emperor. After my rant against the emperor, the hostility in the eyes of the gathered peak masters seemed to soften. Well, if he's a spy, he wouldn't curse the emperor so freely. Igniting their acceptance, I felt a sense of achievement. Once the recognition was settled, Kim Young-hoon addressed the gathered martial artists. Listen, as I said before, the current imperial family and the cultivated clan behind them, the Mackley clan, have abandoned their humanity and sucked the lifeblood of countless commoners. They are no different from cannibalistic devil path cultivator. We've gathered enough allies. Starting today, we'll join hands with the Mack clan's opposition, the Jin cultivated clan, and bring down the Mack clan strongholds. He continued his explanation. The Jin clan will support us from behind. We'll follow their lead to find the hidden domains of the Mack clan and destroy their elixir-making furnaces where they grind commoners into pills. I hope you, the great master gathered here, will join us in this righteous cause. There was no loud response, just silent nods. Then, let's move quickly to bring down those wicked cultivators. I followed Kim Young-hoon out of Sakyang City. In a small valley northeast of the city, known as Amika, we met a group of red-robed cultivators waiting for us. These must be the Jin clan cultivators. I see they're quite capable, commented an elderly cultivator among them. If you kept your promise, I brought allies, now let's take down those vile cultivators. Yes, the Wade Mackley clan must be eradicated from Yongyo. Now let's open the portal to the Mack clan's domain. As the elder formed hand seals, the valley landscape began to distort. Follow us closely, we're about to breach the Mack clan's formations. We followed the cultivators into the twisting path, and soon the distorted valley disappeared, leading us into a small village. It smells. Upon entering, the stench of blood and decaying bodies filled the air. Everywhere, the smell of blood and rotting corpses permeated the air. Intruders, the Jins are attacking. Dang. Bell tolled from a watchtower in the village. Simultaneously, cultivators in blue robes emerged from the thatched houses and began pouring hand seals. Blue barrier enveloped the entire village, blocking our entry. You may have brought some martial artists, but you, Jin clan scum, dare not enter here. The barrier looked robust at first glance. The thickness of the blue light barrier was hundreds of times thicker than the flimsy defense spell I had shattered with my energy in a previous encounter. That's when it happened. Step. Kim Young-hoon stepped forward. Elder, who is immortal? Can we really trust him? The sounds of chattering cultivators in red robes from the Jin clan were heard from behind. The elder in red robes paused for a moment before responding. He may be immortal, but he's different. It may be hard to believe, but he matched me in combat without being overpowered. Moreover, his techniques sometimes surpass my defenses. Kim Young-hoon began to gather his internal energy. Both I and the other peak masters, even those who had reached 3 flowers gather at the sun, widened our eyes, eager to witness Kim Young-hoon technique. Whoosh! As he raised his hand, internal energy began to coalesce in the air. The energy gradually condensed into a form of Genkai. Tremendous power emanating from the energy force made us, as well as the Jin clan cultivators, flinch. However, the transformation of Genkai was not the end. That is, I watched wide-eyed as Kim Young-hoon continued. Genkai started to condense. Rumble. That is, in my past life, Kim Young-hoon had pursued the state in a friendly chase. Rumble. The realm beyond 5 energies converging to the origin. The realm he had strived for, until the very end was now unfolding from his hands once again. The Genkai solidified, taking the form of a small sphere. Everyone present could feel it. Being hit by that sphere would leave few unscathed. The strike that had burst the arm of core formation cultivator in the past life. The technique that could confront a Kai-building cultivator head-on. The sphere of Genkai, directed by Kim Young-hoon's gesture, flew towards the barrier created by the cultivators. Boom! Bright light flashed and a fierce windstorm ensued. The cultivators, each in their own way, performed spells to avoid being swept away by the storm, while we, peak masters, relied on our leg strength or cut through the wind to witness the spectacle. It was visible. Hundreds, no, thousands, tens of thousands of Gangsei burst from the sphere, slicing through the barrier. The world of peak masters, tens of thousands of intents danced in unimaginable trajectories. Robed elder from the Jin clan, seemingly having unpleasant memories associated with the sphere, showed discomfort. As the windstorm subsided and the light faded, a giant hole appeared in the center of the barrier. Everyone enter. Yes, elder. The Jin clan cultivators, each using their flying spells, entered through the hole Kim Young-hoon had created. I also drew our weapons and entered through the breach in the barrier. Stop them, block the Jins. Wait, first stop those martial artists. Swishing. The sword energy of Peak Master, who had reached 3 flowers, instantly pierced through the defensive spell of Cultivator, who had been speaking, and slit his throat. Immortal has broken through a cultivator's spell. The pinnacle realm of martial artists retreat to the rear. Kai refined cultivators release the Jiangxi. Simultaneously, dark Jiangxi started emerging from various places in the village. Bang! The Jiangxi rushed toward the peak masters. Their speed was faster than ours, and their strength far superior. However, I can see it. The optimal trajectory of the Jiangxi's attacks was clearly visible. Interesting. I hadn't considered it before, but those lines represent intent. Does that mean the Jiangxi, already dead and turned into vengeful spirits, still possess intent? I dodged the hand of Jiangxi rushing towards me, then, using Deep Mountain, I cut diagonally in thought. Is it just the intent of their controllers? No, it doesn't seem just that. But if Jiangxi have intent, why can't they use sword energy? While cutting through the Jiangxi, I noticed a cultivator preparing a spell. Swoosh! I swiftly released a hidden weapon towards the cultivator, foring hand seals. Clang! The weapon rebounded off the cultivator's defensive spell, but inexperienced in combat, he cancelled his spell preparation at the sound. Judging by the size of his consciousness, about Kai refining for a star. I cut down the Jiangxi in my way and charged towards the cultivator, unleashing my sword silk. Clang! With each strike of my sword silk, visible cracks appeared in the cultivator defense. This is pathetically weak compared to the spells used by the Kai refining second star cultivator I fought before. Although that cultivator had artificially inflated his abilities with talisman, his defensive spell was still his own ability. Clang clang. Several strikes, the distracted cultivator defense shattered. Hick, spare me, please spare me. I only did what the clan asked me to. I didn't want to do it, I'm actually. What is this? I asked. Please, I'll tell you everything. This is the primary refinement. I furrowed my brow. Primary refinement? Yes. We extract the essence and vital energy from mortals, and collect it in this formation for primary refinement into S blood. The blood is then sent to the clan's higher-ups for further refinement in higher domains. There, they mix the S blood, refine it again through secondary, tertiary, and quaternary processes, until finally they create fresh blood by combining thousands of mortal blood and energy, from which they concoct revival pills, Chinese letter, for the core formation elders. Great mister, I did nothing wrong. If you wish, I'll give you all the S blood I've refined. It's a powerful supplement, and consuming it could increase your internal energy. Thank you. I looked at him with a sneer. You've made it easier for me to kill you without hesitation. W what? Thud. Instead of using my sword, I infused my fist with energy and burst the cultivator's head. There had been some hesitation. Even if they were devil path cultivators, perhaps there were those who lived peacefully, cultivating in this village. In this village there is no good person. There can't be. I cast aside all hesitation, and drew my sword towards the cultivators in blue robes controlling Jiangxi. You all have no right to live. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Cut mountain hard heaven. My energy channel fully open, I unleashed the enhanced sword silk, cutting down the attacking Jiangxi in one swoop, and charged towards the blue-robed cultivators. Die, all of you. The battle ended quickly. The center of the village, a Kai building cultivator from the Makli clan, was swiftly killed by the combined attack of the Jin clan elder and Kim Young-hoon. The Kai building cultivator defeated, Kim Young-hoon went around slicing through Jiangxi and up cultivators with his energy spheres. Haha, excellent. As expected of a Makli clan cultivator, their pockets are deep. I made the right decision joining this raid. The Jin clan cultivators, having finished looting the corpses of the Makli clan cultivators, were rummaging through their belongings. The Jin clan elder was searching through the body of the Kai building stage cultivator. Those cultivators are going too far. How can they think of looting bodies after killing them? In contrast, I and the other peak masters were visibly uncomfortable. Though I had experience in plundering weapons and wealth after killing unorthodox martial artists, I had never actively searched bodies in such a manner. Well, it's natural for the victor to claim the spoils. You mortals might not understand, but taking the spoils is also a way to honor the defeated, spoke a Jin clan cultivator, slightly flushed, trying to justify their actions. But the more he spoke, the stiffer our expression became. Enough. It's better to leave them be. After all, they are just dead. Wouldn't it be better to leave quickly? Just then, Kim Young-hoon approached us. Wait, we have something to do. What, are you also after the spoils? Ignoring the cultivator words, Kim Young-hoon spoke to us. In the houses of the cultivators, there are bodies of sacrificed commoners. We should at least bury them so they don't remain exposed like that. What do you think, masters? That's right. We forgot about them. We entered the houses where the Makli clan cultivators had lived, dragged out the body of the commoners, and one by one buried them. Let them be, they're just dead. Isn't it better to leave quickly? The Jin clan elder, having finished looting, looked annoyed at Kim Young-hoon, who was digging the ground to bury the bodies. However, neither Kim Young-hoon nor any of us paid attention to him, continuing to silently bury the bodies. How much time had passed? After burying all the numerous bodies, we recited a short rite led by Kim Young-hoon, and prayed they would rest in peace and not become evil spirits. We then left the village. Chapter 23, Refining 2. Chapter 23, Refining 2. Kim Hyung. What is it? Why are the cultivators so heartless? How would I know that? I frowned, thinking about the conduct of cultivators. The monsters we encountered at the beginning of the regression, who ignored everything we said. The cruel method of pill-making by the Makli clan. And the cultivators of the Jin clan who rummaged through the dead and criticized us for trying to bury them. I can understand searching the bodies 100 times over. But why do they think burying the dead is a waste of time? Why are their thought processes so different? Perhaps, since they have been seeing the world of the five energies converging to the origin from birth, their way of thinking is different from ours. Plus, they've spent their whole lives not treating mortals as humans. I sighed, frustrated. Cultivators of the Jin clan informed us of the next gathering place and left the village, closing the formation of the Makli clan territory and flying away on their flying devices. We were currently following them. A difference in perspective. Or is it the inherent arrogance of cultivators? Or is it that all cultivators turn out that way? I wondered if it was right for me to become a cultivator. We continued to follow the guidance of the Jin clan cultivators, destroying one stronghold of the Makli clan after another. 5 years had passed since I left the Imperial Palace. Ah, look, Yunhan, it's your face. I saw my face on a one poster, wandering around the marketplace. Not just mine. Kim Young-hoon, as well as countless martial arts masters who followed him, were on one posters. The charge was treason. Treason. What nonsense. After all, it's just the lower forces of the Cultivator clan. Even if they issue one posters, we can walk around the streets without any problems, thanks to the facial manipulation technique you created. That's good to hear. Over the past 5 years, I had developed a technique called reverse appearance technique, using my metal knowledge and transformational skills to manipulate facial muscles and change appearances. Thanks to that, we could walk around the streets freely, even though we were wanted. So where's the next stronghold? It's on the western side of Lion City, on the hills. One of Mac Clan's pill-making furnaces is located there. This time, the furnace we are going to destroy is especially huge, so there will probably be a lot more cultivators from the Mac clan. That's likely. From what I've heard, there are also a significant number of peak martial artists raised by the Mac clan. They are not just simple Jingshi but actual peak martial artists, so we need to be a bit more cautious. Peak martial artists. I looked up at this guy. 35 years since regression. It took around 10 years to reach the mid-stage of the pinnacle realm since the regression, and now, 25 years later. My realm had not changed. My talent not enough to reach the 3-flower getter at the sun. 3-flower getter at the sun. Kim Young-hoon and other experts of that realm have been consistently giving me clues regarding it. The third color. Red thread signifying hostility. Blue thread signifying self-intent. Beyond that, the need to find and see the third color to reach that realm. But, in a fight there's me and you. What else is there beyond that? There's definitely something beyond me and you. The very existence of the 3-flower realm itself proves it. Ugh. Ignoring the screen pain in my hand, I held the sword and felt the thread of those around me as I walked down the street. I can see other threads. I can see my own threads. But beyond that, no matter how hard I look, I can't see anything. Enlightenment still hasn't come. Even when I asked Kim Young-hoon about 3-flower getter at the sun, I couldn't understand his words well. Originally, when Kim Young-hoon reached the peak, he didn't go through the early or middle stages but directly achieved 3 flowers. Asking him about transitioning from the middle stage to 3 flowers was nonsensical. Of course, I asked other masters of 3-flower how to transition into it, but the answers I got were: immerse yourself in the state of selflessness. Understand that there is no you and no me. Contemplate the purity of martial arts. All of these answers were metaphysical in nature. Someone is staying in the place because they don't want to fall into a state of selflessness. Ignoring the tearing pain in my hands, I swung my sword for years. No matter how much I maintained the unity of sword and body, and fought life-threatening battles multiple times, the miracle of suddenly leaping to a higher realm never happened to me. While it wasn't as despairing as when I first reached the peak, climbing higher required tremendous talent and effort again. There are many masters at the peak here. The stronghold of the Mackley clan, located to the west of Lion City. If there are many masters, I might gain something by fighting them. Somehow, I felt that the stronghold discovered by the Jin clan this time seemed like a trap. It was a judgment I made after hearing from one of the Jin clan cultivators about how they found the stronghold and its level of force. The Mac clan wants to capture Kim Young-hoon as well as the Jin clan. And me, a traitor to the Imperial family. That's why I thought this time they would be fully prepared to face us. But I'm not worried. I glanced at Kim Young-hoon walking beside me. He had been writing a book recently. The title of the book was Secrets of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts. Condensing the deep understanding of the 6 volumes of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts scripture, and integrating it into one complete book of understanding, he had said. Like the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts, record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, and gazing cultivation and exceeding martial scriptures, it was a book of profound knowledge that I couldn't understand even when I looked at it. But one thing was certain. Kim Young-hoon had surpassed his previous life realm. Such a person could now inflict significant damage on a core formation cultivator and quickly escape. Trap is of no use. It would easily destroy their stronghold this time as well. Lion City is the place I fell in my very first life before regression. It had been a very long time since I had visited. Here I made soap, gathered herbs, brewed liquor, begged robbers to spare my life. Memories of those miserable times came flooding back. Let's go west. Yes. I wonder if the daughter of the Jew family has been born. The house of Lord Jiam still filled with servants strutting around arrogantly. I wonder if the permanent tree of the Sung family still bears fruit well. After looking at Lion City for a while, I ran west following Kim Young-hoon. Memories that no one but I remember. Memories that only I know of, changed by my power of regression. Miraculous, incredibly grateful ability. But that's why this ability has to disappear. These memories that only I will know will continue to accumulate, and the more they do, the harder it will be for my mind to endure. Hence, I will definitely go to the previous world and eliminate this power. Until then, I will strive to be human. As a human, I will live a human life. Absolutely. I will not become corrupted by evil paths like the cultivators of the Mackley clan, nor act against human morals. Of course, those filthy evil path bastards, they can't make me damn less. Those who violate human morals as long as I can reach them must be punished. Tatit. Eyeing at the destination with Kim Young-hoon, there were already Jin clan cultivators in red robes and other peak masters gathered. The opinion that this Mackley clan stronghold is likely a trap came out in the Jin clan's Elder Council. Therefore, 1/3 of the Jin clan's Elder Council has personally come forward. Thus, you martial artists must also fight with all your might. Among the red robe cultivators, a considerable number of Kai building cultivators with substantial consciousness were mixed in. Understand, do not worry, I always fight with my best. I'm good, then let's open the formation. Wrong. One of the elders of the Jin clan completed a hand seal, the air began to distort. We followed the elders of the Jin clan into the formation, and soon saw the village, just like before. The village was about twice the size of any territory of the Maki clan we had seen before, with not just straw houses, but also a significant number of tile mansions. And then, it was a trap after all. Cultivators of the Maki clan were forming a formation and seeing spells in front of the village. Sealed Chinese letter. Cultivators of the Maki clan simultaneously formed their hand seals and shouted an incantation. At the same time, an enormous barrier, unlike any we had seen before, surrounded the territory of the Maki clan. Water Chinese letter. Simultaneously, dozens of cultivators formed another hand seal and used a different spell. Shaya. A massive surge of water gushed from behind the cultivators, rushing towards us outside the barrier. The water reeked of rotten corpses, and I had a feeling that even a single drop touching me would be disastrous. Elders to the front. The Kai-building cultivators of the Jin clan stepped forward and formed their hand seals. Flame Chinese letter. Hwaruru. A wall of flames appeared. The giant wall of fire blocked the water flow and began to evaporate it. Push forward. Chidi. As the cultivators of the Jin clan stepped forward one by one, the giant wall of fire also moved forward in sync. Mortals, we will clear the way, so break through the barrier. Understood. Pang. Kim Young-hoon sprinted forward, kicking off the ground. He leapt into the air and, stepping on thin air, headed towards the barrier. Wung. As Kim Young-hoon extended his hand, energy seemed to gather in it, and a sphere of Gang-kai burst forth from his palm. That must be the realm Kim Young-hoon achieved by condensing and integrating the 6 volumes of the scripture. The Gang-kai didn't gather chaotically in the air, but was released cleanly from his body, forming a sphere in an instant. I don't know for sure, but he must have reached and surpassed the realm the previous Kim Young-hoon set foot in. Preparation time for compressing Gang-kai is much shorter than last time. Before the battle began, I remembered the secrets of gating cultivation and exceeding martial arts that Kim Young-hoon had given me. I passed the technique on to Kim Young-hoon in the next life. He would surpass the realm again. Kwang. Kim Young-hoon launched the sphere at the barrier. A loud explosion roared and a gust of wind blew. However, this time the barrier only shook slightly and remained steadfast. As expected, the Maki clan was thoroughly prepared this time. Kim Young-hoon, without any sign of panic, extended his palm again. And another sphere of Gang-kai burst forth. Kwang. The barrier was hit by consecutive explosions. Cracks began to form in the barrier. Kim Young-hoon extended his palm once more. Kwang. More cracks appeared in the barrier. Kim Young-hoon extended his palm again. With each attack, more and more cracks appeared in the barrier. At some point, packing, unable to withstand Kim Young-hoon's attacks any longer, a hole was blown open in the barrier. Everyone head towards the barrier. Burn down the Maki business. Cultivators of the Jin clan rushed towards the hole created by Kim Young-hoon, and the peak masters also rushed through the gap into the inside of the barrier. Die, you devils. When I, too, ended the barrier with my sword. Pang! The sound of air tearing apart, and something long rushed towards me. It was a halberd. Kong! I exerted sword silk and blocked the halberd. I could see the face of the person holding the halberd in front of me. I couldn't stop my pupils from shaking. Leader of the Shadow Guards. My former superior was blocking me. Behind him, the members of the Shadow Guards were lined up, holding various weapons. It's been a while. I don't know a traitor like you. Vroom. The leader swung his halberd. 7 red threads emanated from his halberd. I countered his red threads with my own blue threads. My blue and his red crossed in the air. A traitor, you say. Leader, do you know what the current imperial family is doing? I know. Vroom. He swung his halberd again. I parried his halberd with my threads while dodging and swinging my sword silk. No, and yet you're loyal. Is that what a human should do? Before being human, we are the limbs of His Majesty the Emperor. Limbs do not think. They move as commanded. Since His Majesty has ordered me to kiss you, I will not think either. How frustrating. In the eyes of the Emperor, mortals like us are not the same human as him. We are not his people but livestock he raises. Leader spun with his halberd, thrusting it 3 times, then extended Kaisilk towards me. I danced the transcendent peak step to dodge leader attacks and countered with landscape painting, covering my sword with sword silk and striking back at his Kaisilk. Loyalty should be given to someone deserving, not to him. All that comes from serving him is the death of helpless criminals. Our threads of red and blue entwined. Break through my defense, leader aimed his knee at my waist. Kyuka. I was hit by leader's kick and floated in the air, turning once before landing. He's improved, the leader. He's in the realm of 3 flowers. Is it different for you? Leader asked me with a gloom face. Those from the Jin clan who you are with, are they different? They're better than those devils. No, the Jin clan you're with are also cultivators. The only difference from the current imperial family is the degree. They both see mortals as bugs. You think you're on the side of justice. Wrong. It's just a matter of scope and degree. Those people will also grind down the people of Yingyo. They're no different but all the same. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he swung his halberd, the wind seemed to be sucked into the lead chest. The Kaisilk swirled and shot towards me. I can't block it. Like my Kai Mountain, hard heaven, an attack that can't be stopped even if anticipated. If there's no difference, at least I won't turn my back on the loyalty I've given now. The movement of his halberd converged to one point and shot towards me. Kaisilk on his halberd strengthened and began to evolve. Pad. Brilliant light burst forth. Gang-kai. If that's your belief. Seeing the Gang-kai rushing towards me, I relaxed the power in my sword. I will respect that as well. As I removed my intent, the sword silk around my sword disappeared, leaving only pure sword energy. I placed my sword against the incoming halberd, absorbing its power into my sword. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Echoing valley. Pride flickered in the leader's eyes. I rotated, redirecting his gang Kai back at him. Flash. Light flashed, and where the storm of light subsided, leader stood, his right hand severed. I've lost. Your swordsmanship is always hard to predict, no matter how many times I see it. It is a swordsmanship I am still lacking in. Still lacking. Impossible. Even your move just now had the enlightenment of 3 flowers gather at the sun. It was the most beautiful technique I've ever seen. He smirked. I spent my life practicing martial arts, hoping to reach 3 flowers, but once I did, I realized I was just a lesser version of cultivator. Unless it's the legendary realm of 5 energies converging to the origin, martial arts will always be secondary to cultivators. Ha, see you, Yunhayan. You understand. Nothing matters in front of cultivators. There's nothing in martial arts matters. All that's left is the meaning I give to it. I chose loyalty, and my object of loyalty happened to be the current emperor. He smiled steadily. That you and I have different beliefs is a shame, only. Cough, cough. Leader coughed up blood and collapsed. No more life flowed from him. He was dead. Why didn't you join the fight? I asked the other members of the Shadow Guards. If they had intervened while I was fighting Leader, I might have died. It was Leader's request. If we joined, Deputy Leader would start using hidden weapons and poison, so he asked us to let him have a pure martial duel. You still call me Deputy Leader. Once a superior, always a superior. Once loyalty is given, it is forever. Yes, you two remain loyal to the current Imperial family. I gave a sad smile to my former subordinates. I am sorry. I might have to kill you today. Pabet. As soon as I finished speaking, all members of the Shadow Guard drew their weapons and charged at me. Chaku. First, I scattered poison and drew out hidden weapons. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique. Double killing technique. Pying. I threw 2 hidden weapons, each coated with a different poison, at the Shadow Guards. All 11 Shadow Guards avoided the poison hidden weapons with minimal movements. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Landscape painting. Entering mountain. Flowing ridge. Deep mountain. After wielding my sword in the landscape painting style, I shifted to a low stance, aimed for balance, and made a serpentine thrust for control. I then lunged in for the attack. However, the Shadow Guards quickly dodged and each wielded their weapons against me. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique. Triple-headed snake. Shaku. I fitted 3 hidden weapons on my left hand and swung them like a whip at the closest guard. Swinging 3 times to create distance, I coated the hidden weapons with poison and fired them in succession. Pying. While the 3 Shadow Guards who were charging at me dodged the hidden weapons, others leaped over them, swinging their weapons. Sword blade, curved sword, chainsword, dagger. Different weapons rushed towards me. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Drain stone. Boom. I spun my body, wielding my sword in an all-encompassing defensive and offensive posture. At the same time, I took out poison powder from my pocket and spread it around. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique. Luminary snake mist. Amongst the poison powder, I sent other poison hidden weapons targeting the Shadow Guards, taking advantage of their moment of distraction to dodge the hidden weapons. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Entering mountain. I shifted to a low stance to aim for balance. Ugh. Damn. To be at the same level as a mid-peak master. Truly the skills of Deputy Leader. Crack. I took out and chewed an antidote pill while gripping my sword tightly enough to break my hand. Ignoring the pain that felt as if my hand would break, I spoke. Don't open your mouth. Use your energy-sensing technique if you want to live. The poison powder I just spread doesn't poison through the skin. Quickly applying paralysis powder to a cloth, I covered the sword blade and prepared another move. It's not a sword technique, but a saber technique. But since they share the same root, they can be used similarly. Severing vein saber method. Mountain wind. 5 consecutive strikes. Pying. A series of thrusts at terrifying speed, too fast to react, cut through the air 5 times. Duck Gurk. 5 members of the secret guards collapsed after being hit by my sword, coated with paralysis powder. Sig left. As I faced the 6 Shadow Guards charging at me, I grasped another hidden weapon. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique. Red Snake. I threw 3 hidden weapons at the approaching soldier wielding dual swords, each time differently. The first targeted his forehead. The second, immediately following, aimed at his ankle. The third, following that, targeted his lower abdomen. The trajectory of these hidden weapons was akin to a red snake. Ting. His dual swords deflected 2 hidden weapons, but he couldn't deflect the third. I swiftly charged in, using transcending peak steps and employing transcending peaks. Chaku. The front of the Shadow Guard chest slightly cut, he soon collapsed from paralysis. Are you going to keep coming at me? Asked the remaining members. Truly the skills of Deputy Leader. Truly a seasoned veteran. The difference in skills coming from that vast combat experience is simply insurmountable. They smiled at me, each holding a spear, moonblade, dual heavy sword, staff, and sword. If all cultivators are the same anyway, let's at least be good to the one we're currently loyal to, they said, agreeing with Leader's view. I smiled bitterly. That's right. And if the Jin clan regained control of the Imperial family, the situation for mortals like us might not change. But still, just maybe, it could be a little better. With that slim hope, I pushed on with my actions. Come at me, all of you. The staff swung at me. A spear pierced towards me. The moonblade swung from the opposite side of the staff. The guy wielding the dual blood sword swing his swords from the opposite side of the spear. The guy with the sword leaps up as if flying and strikes down at me. Meanwhile, countless thread trajectories target me. Red and blue lines draw numerous orbs around me. It felt like my brain was going to burn. How can I escape this crisis? How can I? Just then, amidst those numerous trajectories, I suddenly saw a third color. Puck. The spear grazed my waist. The energy on the spear tore the flesh from my waist. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique. Triple-headed snake. Pying. I put 3 hidden weapons on my fingers, each coated with paralysis poison, and threw one at the shadow guard who swung the spear. My hidden weapon easily penetrated his trajectory and hit his shoulder. The staff spin targeting my head. I threw a hidden weapon to alter the trajectory of the staff, and then threw the last hidden weapon at the guy who threw the staff. Again, my hidden weapon easily penetrated his trajectory and embedded in his thigh. 2 of the guards became incapacitated. 3 left. I see something. Between their threads and mine. The third color neither red nor blue. Shuck. The dual broadswords swing from right to left below. I bent my waist to dodge the broadsword. But a long cut appeared from my forehead to my left jaw from the sword energy on the broadsword. The moon blade targets my waist. If I dodge upwards, I'll become a target for the guy striking from above, and if I dodge downwards, I'll be cut by the dual broadswords preparing their next move. But amidst the red and blue threads, in this life-worth fight, my focus was on the emerging third color. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Secluded valley. Heaven Lake. Using the secluded valley, I twisted and deflected the trajectory of the guy striking down with the sword, and with Heaven Lake, I momentarily stopped the action of the guy swinging the moon blade. In the meantime, the dual broadswords wielder who had completed his next move swung his broadswords at me again. In an instant, I threw hidden weapons coated with paralysis poison at the arms and legs of the shadow guards with the moon blade and sword. Then, I swiftly extended my sword toward the dual broadsword soldier. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Echoing valley. Between the blue and red. The color that appeared was purple. The shadow guards in my thread. That purple color, whose origin was indiscernible, showed me a new path between him and me. I followed this new path, countering the dual broadsword soldier move with echoing valley. Kong. My sword cleanly sliced through his dual broadswords. As his weapon was severed, the god seemed about to draw a dagger and charge, but I was faster in throwing my hidden weapon. Ki-Kuke, it was that movement, as if I was facing leader. You could have killed all of us. It would have been much easier and painless. Why did you choose such a difficult path? Even if you didn't kill us, it would have been easier to subdue us if you were prepared to sever an arm or leg. I briefly replied to the fallen dual broadsword soldier. You called me deputy leader. Kuke, you are an interesting person. That movement just now, it looks similar to leaders, an attack that suddenly breaks through the trajectories. I didn't see a red line, but suddenly the ability to penetrate the trajectory. Did you gain a new perspective? Have you reached 3 flowers gather at the summit? I shook my head bitterly at the question. No, I'm sorry, but I haven't reached that realm. Then, I'm getting a sense of it, slowly entering that realm. The third color. Purple thread was sometimes visible, sometimes not. Didn't appear consistently. Oh, to see purple consistently, I would need to continue fighting life-worth battles. Just then, someone approached me. Someone familiar to me. From my time in the Shadow Guards, someone I had guarded a few times and my job more difficult. The Crown Prince, Meklihayan. It's amazing. Deputy Leader's skills are to the extent. There was a reason why my father sent me. It's been a while, Your Highness. If you've been watching since earlier, why didn't you intervene? Why intervene? It wouldn't be fun if I did. And don't call me Your Highness today. I'm here representing a branch of the Mackley clan, not as a member of the Imperial family. Fun. You realize the entire Shadow Guards could have died at my hands. Is that fun for you, Your Highness? Don't call me Your Highness. Well, since you keep calling me that, I'll tell you something. You know why I became the Crown Prince. Crown Prince began to expand his domain. His red thread started to engulf the surrounding space. I reached the same Kai refining 4 stars as my father at a young age. Regardless of 3 flowers gather at the summit or whatever, they can barely compete against Kai refining 1st, 2nd, and 3rd star. You think you, who is not even in the 3 flowers gather at the summit, can defeat me? I'll ask again, do you find this fun? TCH, it's not fun. Enough talk, come at me. As always, that annoying guy who used to bother the Shadow Guards when I was guarding the Emperor. He always questioned our necessity while speaking arrogantly. But he had the right to be arrogant. Because he was strong. So strong that not even a group of peak martial artists could stand against him. Even ordinary 3 flowers gather at the Summit Masters would have to risk their lives against him. However, I hadn't entered 3 flowers, just barely staying into its boundary. Fighting against him would sure lead to my death. But why? I can feel a smile forming on my lips. Ah, yes. Because it's okay even if I die. I've grasped the clue to enlightenment, so what does it matter if I die the next moment? Take care, all members of the Shadow Guards. I'm now going to die. I attained the way in the morning. So it's fine if I die in the evening. To embody this enlightenment, I'm going to die today. I ran towards the Emperor's son, the Crown Prince, with my sword in hand. Seeing the faint purple thread, I felt like I could do something I never dared to attempt even after several regressions. I swung my sword. The martial art that had always been in my head, but I could never understand. Record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. As I entered the red divine consciousness of the Crown Prince, I used the martial art I had long longed for. Record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. The next moment, Seo Yunhan's form appeared like a phantom. Chapter 24, Refining 3. Chapter 24, Refining 3. New world appears before my eyes. Though I haven't fully entered that world yet, I sense that once I do, everything will change drastically. The purple thread. Familiarizing myself with the direction this new path points to, I recall the formula of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Up to now, I memorized the formula but couldn't understand a single word. That's why, even possessing this divine technique, understanding it was impossible. Now, however, the moment I saw the path of purple, somehow, I felt I could understand record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Now, I understand why everyone who read record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts called it an absurd martial art. Yes, this is a martial art that could completely overturn the history of martial arts in Yangyo. Basis might be for escaping and ambushing cultivators. But if used properly, this would be undoubtedly a martial art meant to capture and kill those cultivators. A few cycle back, there was Kim Young-hoon's assessment of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts after mastering it. Yes, used properly, it's indeed a martial art capable of killing cultivators. The formula of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts crosses my mind. Phrase incomprehensible before staying into the realm of 3 flower gather at the sun. But now I understand. Colors represent intent, spirit, will, etc. Tagging the colors themselves mean tagging the opponent's intent directly. Beyond exchanging intent trajectories, tagging the intent themselves, and furthermore, cutting through the opponent's very consciousness, is the essence of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. One who uses it as a basis can enter a cultivator blind splits and strike. The divine technique Kim Young-hoon showed, which made him disappear like a phantom, wasn't his agility but the record that quickly sliced through my consciousness, making it impossible for me to perceive him momentarily. Shuk. My sword dives into the flow of the Crown Prince's consciousness. Every human consciousness has its fibers. With the gaps in the fibers through the purple thread, I concentrate my intent following the formula of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, and slice into his consciousness. Potter. The edges of his consciousness split. Though I stand before him, in his eyes, I must appear to have vanished like a phantom. I've entered the cultivator's blind spot. Ordinary martial artists can't perceive intent due to completely being dominated by a cultivator's conscious domain. Conversely, a cultivator can detect every movement of a martial artist who enters their realm of consciousness. But record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts allows one to penetrate the cultivator's blind spot, rendering even cultivators unable to track a martial artist's actions. Martial art that momentarily equalizes martial artists with cultivators. This is martial art created by mortals to transcend the cultivators. Quickly slicing through the fibers of the Crown Prince's consciousness, I approach him closely and raise my sword. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Transcending peaks. Potter. My sword, covered in sword silk, precisely darts the Crown Prince's neck. Then, the sound of clashing metal resounds. Kong. Translucent defensive spells suddenly cover him. Hyuk, what trick did you play? Prized by my sudden appearance and close-range attack, he formed a spell seal. Kwang. And she writhes, changing the flow of the surrounding air. Purung. I'm thrown backwards by a strong recoil, and a small whirlwind starts raining around the Crown Prince. Fun tricks, but I'll show you they won't work on a true cultivator. Payung. Several wind blades shoot out from the whirlwind covering him. I hastily retreat, dodging outside the Crown Prince's domain of consciousness. From outside his realm, the flow of intent becomes clear. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Train stone. Boom, boom, boom. Defensive and offensive stance, I deflect all incoming wind blades and prepare to re-enter his domain. However, as the Crown Prince forms another spell seal, a wind bullet as big as my upper body shoots towards me from the whirlwind. I need to dodge. Frowning, I deploy my agility technique and escape among the houses within the Mac clan's territory. Quan quan quan. The wind bullet collapses several straw houses, and corpses and streams of blood from mortals spill out. I need to approach the whirlwind. Observing the Crown Prince's whirlwind, I click my dung. Every strand of that wind is a wind blade. If I approach, I'll be shredded. Even if I manage to approach by cutting through his consciousness, if I can't penetrate the whirlwind, I can't deliver a strike. No, hold on. Even if I penetrate the whirlwind, the Crown Prince's defensive spell remains. My sword silk isn't enough to penetrate his spell. How can I break through all of it? Quan quan quan. I dodge through the alleys of the village, using the houses of cultivators as a shield against the Crown Prince's attacks. Dodging isn't a problem, as long as I keep observing the flow of his intent from outside his domain. However, fundamentally, the internal energy of martial arts is more impure compared to cultivator's spiritual power, so no matter how much internal energy a martial artist has, they will tire much quicker than a cultivator. I can't drag this out. I need to finish this quickly. And to do that, right now, I must ascend to 3 flower gather at the summit. I must see the clue and ascend now, with the resolve to die. Tied, climbing onto the roof of a house with my transcending peak step, I thrust my sword at the wind bullet the Crown Prince shoots. Buwung, Kwang, cutting upwards with ascending vein, the wind bullets split in half and fly off in different directions. Jing, jing, jing. My hand is trembling. Indeed, the power contained in the wind bullets were formidable. The hand holding my sword ached unbearably. I'll keep receiving those attacks. I gave up on dodging and continued to thrust my sword at his wind bullets and wind blades. 10 of the wind bullets and wind blades is directed at me. I observe the attack coming from both sides and prepare my stance. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Landscape painting. Diagonal slashes extend left and right, cutting through the approaching wind blades and wind bullets. But beyond, even more endless wind blades rush in. They don't stop. I keep wielding my sword and perform sword moves. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Joy of mountains and peaks. Flowing ridge. Train stone. Bold cliff. Amidst continuous rotation. Piercing and slicing the wind bullets. Attack and block in a defensive and offensive stance. While doing so, I begin to approach step by step again. Shuk shuk. I cautiously advance, inching forward with measured steps. Shoulder, waist, cheek, thigh. The flesh touched by the wind blades turn to tatters. HMPH dare to come at me, die. Crown Prince forms a spell seal, and the whirlwind rises, as numerous wind blades begin to merge. Soon, they form the shape of a giant bird. Deep red consciousness aims at me. Terrifying killing intent pierces the entire space I stand in. I can't block it. I can't dodge it. The moment it flies at me, I'll die. I instinctively know. But for some reason, I'm not worried. Just aimlessly follow the faint purple thread between the red. What does purple mean? Blue is the thread of self-protection. Thus, it extends from me. Red is the thread of killing intent. Thus, it extends from the enemy. Then what is purple? Purple is... Suddenly, I feel as if the red and blue threads are mingling, somewhat forming a tai chi. Though blue is weaker compared to red, it mixes with red. And between red and blue, purple thread opens a path. Purple is the color born from the mix of blue and red. Hostility and self-will. The will to protect oneself and the will to kill. Why can these two intent mix? Suddenly, looking at the stance I've taken, I'm amazed. Facing this fearsome attack, I've adopted the Severing Mountain swordsmanship for a move, transcending peaks. Do I no longer want to live? No, that's not it. I've always wanted to live. Then, the current stance also means my will to live has guided me towards it. Alright, it isn't just a simple transcending peaks. Transcending peaks mark both the beginning and end of the Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Therefore, it can also be the initial form of the ultimate technique, Severing Mountain Chinese letter. Kiek. The giant bird flies towards me. Initiate the 22nd form of Severing Mountain swordsmanship, Severing Mountain Chinese letter. Transcending peaks, Chinese letter. Entering mountain, Chinese letter. Ascending vein, Chinese letter. Flowing ridge, Chinese letter. Boulder cliff, Chinese letter. Range stone, Chinese letter. Deep mountain, Chinese letter. Secluded valley, Chinese letter. Landscape painting, Chinese letter. Dragon vein, let F9C4. Cliff edge, Chinese letter. 12 lights emerging peak, Chinese letter. I slash horizontally, then vertically again holding the sword high and piercing crookedly, then I rotate in a defensive and offensive stance, adjusting and charging forward with an upward slash. I twist and neutralize the opponent's power, slashing diagonally several times. In an instant, I intensify the sword silk with a rapid vertical slash, then change the speed, slashing upwards and firing 12 streams of sword silk. All of this happens in a flash. I frantically wield the Severing Mountain swordsmanship, relentlessly pursuing the purple thread. The power of the giant bird intensifies. The wind blades emitting from its body leave scars and cuts all over my body. My vision blurs, perhaps due to too much blood loss. A little more, just a little more. Keep moving the sword. Get even one step closer to that color. Even if I die the next moment. If I lack talent. Joy of mountains and peaks, letter F95C Chinese letter F95C Chinese letter. Kai mountain, hard heaven, Chinese letter. Layered mountain, Chinese letter. Mountain tiger, Chinese letter. Mountain and valley formation, letter F959 Chinese letter. Echoing valley, Chinese letter. I must go crazy. It's okay to die now. So please show me the way. In that moment, I see a massive red intent aiming at me and think, maybe in the context of martial arts, there is no me or others. Until now, I've always thought others' intents were invariably red. But if I change my perspective from the other's point of view, their intent is blue and mine is red. I used to think the world of peak martial artists only consisted of others' intents and mine. But maybe that's a mistaken thought. Others' intent and my intent. It's just a matter of perspective and maybe they're all the same color. Close and then open my eyes. Changing perspectives, my intent appears red and the giant bird's intent blue. When I blink again, the colors return to normal, but I understand. If intent is essentially the same, what remains is only my martial arts. The boundaries between my color and the crown prince's colors start to fade. Red and blue melt into each other, and before me, the world seems to be drenched in purple. My body is hurrying into tatters in real time, but concurrently, I enter a strange state of ecstasy. Martial arts are never complete on their own. Martial arts need a partner to dance with. I see. I finally understand the realm of three flowers gather at the sun. A realm of connection. A realm where the boundary between the opponent's intent and mine disappears, allowing me to read their intent more directly and meticulously. By understanding the opponent's intent, I can ensure that all my movements and techniques are flawless. I mirror all my techniques in the Crown Prince's intent, fully understanding how much energy I've wasted. How many unnecessary movements I made while executing sword moves. Hoo! I take a deep breath. Gather all the internal energy I've carelessly scattered while executing my sword moves. The Shadow Guards, paralyzed by paralyzing powder, watched the duel between Xiao Yunhaiyan and the Crown Prince from the ground. A seasoned veteran with overwhelming practical experience despite his young age. That was the assessment of Xiao Yunhaiyan when he joined the Shadow Guard. Such an experienced master had been refining his skills for decades. But everyone in the Shadow Guards thought he couldn't beat the Crown Prince. Because he was a cultivator. A being of different class from martial artists. Indeed, Xiao Yunhaiyan was becoming tattered in real time while fighting the Crown Prince. He was spewing blood, covered in wounds and holes torn in his body. Yet he did not give up and steadily moved forward, step by step. Everyone knew. This desperate struggle was futile. Suddenly, the Shadow Guards were astounded. Yunhaiyan began to execute his swordmanship. It looked more like a sword dance. A series of movements, clean without any superfluity. But what astounded them was what happened next. Xiao Yunhaiyan's intent became increasingly refined to the point where even the mid-pintle guards failed to grasp an understanding. His intent, which had spread out around him, suddenly converged into 3 points. TH3. Of his head 3 flowers bloomed. 3 flowers gather at the summit. 3 flowers that momentarily lingered above his head were soon sucked into his nose and mouth. Who up? All the wasted energy returned at once. Internal energy spent while executing the Severing Mountain swordsmanship is instantly replenished. I felt like I understood why Leader said that Echoing Valley was linked to 3 Flower Gather at the Sun. Technique that receives and counters the opponent's power. In a sense, it was a practice of exchanging intents with the opponent, ultimately leading to connection. Thank you, Hein Nim. I expressed my deep gratitude to Kim Young-hoon from my past life and continue to swing my sword. There's no you or me. Only martial arts itself exists here. I felt like I understood why 3 Flower Gather at the Sun masters spoke to enter a state of no mind. Not a metaphysical answer, but advice to reach a state where neither your intent nor the others exists. Mountain echoes. Valley respond Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Mountains 8 seas Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The state of no mind, I unleash my sword. In executing sword moves, not even a single bit of wasted movement exists. The realm of purple, beyond blue and red, I continue to infuse my sword with intent. If there is no you or me in martial arts, then there is neither your intent or mine. The sword silk become one with the sword, infusing it with energy. Sword silk is the realization of sword intent. Then next, sword intent should connect with the intent flowing through the world. Pad. The sword silk evolves. The faint aura surrounding the sword thickens and starts to emit a radiance. Look as if the sword was adorned with starlight. Sword gang. I couldn't sustain the sword gang for more than a second with my strength alone, even when pouring all my internal energy into it, became clear in the realm of 3 flowers. Because martial arts aren't just about using one's own strength. The opponent's intent. And the intent of the world must connect to truly complete martial arts. Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Heaven Lake. I become like a clear lake, sweeping through the flow of the giant bird with my sword. Though it was a spell body without meridians and channels, I felt like I could understand the giant bird structure. The flow of intent inside the giant bird was clear to see. The power of the giant bird was sucked into my sword in an instant, and I executed the ultimate technique of the Severing Mountain swordsmanship while sheathing my sword. Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Ultimate move. Severing Mountain. Jack. Sheathing the sword again, I unleashed towards the giant bird. My sword was clearly adorned with bright sword gang. Chung. The sword gang shatters the giant bird. Who? I hid my breath. I look at the crown prince, grinding his teeth within the whirlwind with clear eyes. Hayu, don't be happy just because you broke one spell. Take this. Numerous wind blades merge, transforming into a giant dragon this time. But I no longer felt that these would kill me. Tatit. I charge at him with the transcending peak step. Kuong. The wind dragon roars and flies towards me. In the midst of executing the foot technique, I realized something more. Mountain Lord martial arts and transcending peak step were one technique all along. Until now, I didn't realize it due to my lack of talent. It was only after reaching the state of 3 flowers that I finally understood. The intention Kim Young-hoon had left in this foot technique when he created it. Mountain Lord Chinese letter, transcend great peaks, Chinese letter. And then it soars. Mountain Lord soaring flight, Chinese letter. I leaped up, avoiding the wind dragon, and entered the Crown Prince's domain. Be nervous, Your Highness. Now, there were no more constraints in executing the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. The moment I entered his domain, I felt the flow of his consciousness sweeping over my entire body. Using secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, I sharply honed my intent and cut through his consciousness directly. Just moments ago, I was cutting unconsciously in ecstasy, but now I was fully aware and executing in single form. Resorting to tricks again, but do you really think you can penetrate this whirlwind? The whirlwind surrounding the Crown Prince. It was the culmination of a spell made of thousands, even tens of thousands of wind blades. Yet I feel a newfound confidence. I can cut through it. The weakest point of the spell. The spot where the rotation of the wind blades was weakest. I shot towards that spot. Kong. Dozens, hundreds of wind blades seemed to shoot towards me. But I did not flinch, sensing their intent. I felt it. Kong Keng Keng. Landscape painting, Chinese letter. Dozens of slashes extended in all directions, shedding the wind blades, and I successfully penetrated the inside of the whirlwind. Inside, the Crown Prince's consciousness was denser and harder to cut. No matter. At the distance, my sword can reach him. I infused my sword with sword gang. Potter. Bright white light burst from my sword, shocking the Crown Prince who just noticed me. Before, I couldn't pierce the defensive spell with sword silk. But sword gang would be different. Kwang. My single sword stroke shattered the Crown Prince's defensive spell like glass. Kruak. Jack. My sword tore a part of his neck. Pad. Crown Prince hurriedly executed a wind spell to dodge my sword. The first time, fear seemed to surface in his eyes. He don't come stay away. Potter. I lunged at him with the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts, cutting through his consciousness again. As I disappeared from his sight, his complexion turned deathly pale. Go away, get away from me. Qua. A gust of wind howled. He blindly scattered wind in all directions due to not seeing me, but I quickly sliced through the wind and approached him again. Jack. Using sword gang, I aimed at him once more. Crown Prince screamed and used another spell, narrowly surviving one more. Just die. Potter. He chanted a spell, forming another incantation once again. Spells in the forms of giant bird, wind dragon, phoenix, and killing burst forth. Now fully grounded in 3 flower gather at the sun, and using record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts, they were useless against me. Shaku. I rushed towards the giant bird with deep mountain slicing it, then pierced the wind dragon with flowing ridge. Dodging other spells with Mountain Lord's soaring flight, I chased after the prince. Once again, he used powerful spells to escape from me. The situation had reversed. Who huck you orc? Crown Prince miserably ran away, continuously pouring incantations. Compared to me, who uses my internal energy without any waste, the Crown Prince, who had kept casting large-scale spells that never hit, now turned pale. Jew, just die, please, just die, Hua. The next strike, I'll end it. I took the stance of Kai Mountain, hard heaven, and took a breath. Ha-ha, KRK. While fleeing, the Crown Prince suddenly changed direction, leading with a spell. Kai Mountain, hard heaven. Shuk. My sword gang extends and aimed at his legs, severing them. Krayak, damn it, a mere martial artist, why a martial artist? In agony from his severed legs, he grits the teeth at me. Do you think what you're doing is right? Do you think the Jin clan you're with is any different? I silently raised my sword towards him. Haha, that's right, you received the blessing pill from 5 years ago. The blessing pill is made of the same material as the revival pill. You know what the Kai building pill is, the one that Kai refining cultivators eat to ascend to Kai building right. I raised my sword towards the battling prince. The Kai building pill is made using 100 years of human vital energy and essence as one of its ingredients. You think there's a Kai building cultivator who ascended without eating a Kai building pill? Over 99% of Kai building cultivators ascend by consuming Kai building pills. The Jin clan you follow is no different in the end. They all consume human lives. Since you've eaten the blessing pill, you're no different. Puck. I kicked the Crown Prince in the chest. He coughed up blood, struggling to breathe. But I too had to gasp for air. I had lost too much blood. There were places where flesh had been completely torn away, and I was losing sensation in my thigh. I glanced down at the Crown Prince coughing on the ground, then took out a silk box from my pocket. I looked at the blessing pill inside. Lustrous pill with a hint of red. Legendary elixir said to extend a permanent life by 10 years. Today, I realized the true nature of the red hue in the blessing pill. Tug. Crunch. I throw the filthy pill beside the Crown Prince and crush it under my foot. Don't worry, I have no intention of ever consuming such filthy pills made by you cultivators. Flames roared and raged. The Mac clan base was now engulfed in flames by the fire spells of the Jin clan cultivators. Above, a battle was raging among Kai building cultivators. Kim Young-hoon was also engaged in that battle. I need to hurry and help, but I have been able to move a bit more if I had taken the blessing pill. But I have no regrets. I don't want to touch a filthy pill made at the expense of human lives. Slowing, I raised my sword. Farewell. I struck down at the Crown Prince. Shuk. What's happening? Why is my body upside down? I suddenly realized that my neck felt empty. I see, my head has been cut off. It was due to a wind blade that suddenly shot from the necklace the Crown Prince was wearing. A wind blade I couldn't possibly block or dodge. I need to cut. Finally reaching that realm. Be a little more helpful. Is this how I die? No, it's not. Even if I die like this, let me be of some help. Despite achieving the realm I longed for, to die without doing anything. I'll cut. Even if I die, I'll keep cutting. Huck. MacLion, the Crown Prince of Yeonggyo, gasped for breath upon witnessing the decapitated body of Seo Yunhan. I survived. A life-saving magical instrument given to the Crown Prince of Yeonggyo. A one-time use magical instrument capable of delivering a blow equivalent to a Kai building cultivator was activated. Ha-ha. He laughed maniacally. I won. I beat this mortal. You can never challenge the authority of cultivators. Ha-ha-ha, kook, cuck. He coughed up blood. He had used too many powerful spells successively. His spiritual power was depleted, and he couldn't move his legs. I need to recover my spiritual power with spirit stones. He looked up at the sky. Among the martial artists who came with Seo Yunhan, there was a monster who was confronting Kai building level elders head-on. I shouldn't have come to gain merit. I need to escape before it's too late. Then it happened. Wriggle. Seo Yunhan's decapitated body began to move. What? MacLion dumbfoundedly watched the body. Body without a head, now a dumping stance. What's going on, no Nuo? Without any spiritual power controlling its movements, it wasn't a Jiangxi. Why is he moving? Tried to stand and flee, but his legs wouldn't move. Then, Seo Yunhan's intent captured his consciousness. This is obsession. An overwhelming obsession to cut down the opponent in front of him, no matter what, was raging within Seo Yunhan's body. Nonsense, how can a mere mortal have such obsession? Seo Yunhan's corpse took on a sword stance. Though his corpse could not gather energy into the sword, MacLion was now powerless, unable to move, and had even used up his one-time life-saving magical device. The sword began to move. This is nonsense. How can a mere mortal possess such tenacity? How can such a thing be possible? Why won't you give up even in death? It was Seo Yunhan's body. The body he honed in martial arts all his life. The hands that held the sword so tightly through decades of arduous training. His lifelong dedication to refining his martial arts, even in death, moved his body on its own, performing a distant task. Why won't you give up? Why resist even in death? Swoosh. Yunhan's sword cleanly sliced off the upper part of MacLihan's mouth. His mouth remained agape in disbelief until his death, and his eyes were filled with incredulity and fear until the end. Yunhan's head, even severed, bore a faint smile. Thus ended the life of man who had relentlessly refined himself. It was Seo Yunhan's fifth return. Anyway, the fourth cycle is now over. What did y'all think of it? I feel Seo Yunhan's character and determination is deepening every cycle. In the third cycle, Seo Yunhan engraved the concept that the untalented must go mad in order to advance. In this cycle, Seo Yunhan engraved the concept that if he can gain enlightenment in the morning, he is fine with death in the evening, meaning Seo Yunhan must train and pursue martial arts with death as a consequence. What will he engrave in the next? The next cycle is one of my favorites. It might be a tad bit slow in the middle, but trust me, it'll be worth it in the end. Chapter 25, 5th cycle's first day. Chapter 25, 5th cycle's first day. As I opened my eyes, a familiar scent filled the air. It was the forest ascension path. I've returned again. First, I swiftly pressed the sleep acupoint on John Myung-hoon, who was trying to say something to me, making him fall deeply asleep at an invisible speed. I'm not sure if I succeeded in cutting down the ground prints. It seemed like my body had moved, but I wasn't certain. Did I manage to be of any help? I hadn't known cultivators had such things. Naturally, thinking I had reached a new realm, I was too complacent. Just as martial artists often hide 30% of their true power and keep life-saving herbs a secret, it would make sense for cultivators to have something similar. He didn't use it until the very end. It seemed more like an external object rather than his own power, probably a type of magical device. Next time, when confronting a cultivator, I'll need to check for such life-saving devices first. I gathered my thoughts, feeling the vitality coursing through my young body. The regression was evident. In my last life, I reached 3 flower gather at the summit. It was an achievement I had always dreamed of. It was also the goal I desperately wanted to achieve in my previous life. But I died too soon. In all my past lives, I had died according to my natural lifespan, living for about 50 years each time, steadily achieving and advancing. However, in the 4th cycle, I died before my time for the first time. It's a pity. Had I lived a few decades more and further refined my enlightenment, I might have even reached 5 energies converging to the origin. It's over, no use dwelling on it. I sighed softly, shaking my head. It was all in the past now. Being granted another life was a miracle, and I silently expressed gratitude for this new life. Look at this deputy manager CEO. Section Chief John doesn't wake up no matter how hard we shake him. And where are we now? Kim Young-hoon and Chief Oh Hyun-seok were holding the pale John Myung-hoon and worried. I've studied Oriental medicine before, so let me take his pulse. Really? I'll trust you then. Pretending to take John Myung-hoon's pulse, I pressed his acupoint again to wake him up. Where is this? Before he could fully regain consciousness, I pressed his sleep acupoint, putting him back to sleep. Seeing that he just woke up, it seems he was just sleeping. He might have been accumulating fatigue. That's a relief then. But shouldn't we wake him up? He doesn't even know what's going on. Ignoring the discussion between Kim Young-hoon and Oh Hyun-seok about whether to wake John Myung-hoon, I pointed to a large tree nearby. I'll climb up that tree to see if there's anything around. Without waiting for their response, I approached the tree and executed the martial arts I had realized in my last life. Mountain Lord martial art and transcending peak steps true form. Mountain Lord soaring flight. Whoosh! Just like a tiger leaping over a great mountain, I swiftly climbed up the tree branches and came back down. Wow, Deputy Manager CEO, that's amazing. When did you learn that? I casually explained that there was nothing around and persuaded everyone to go to the cave. Then, after making a windbreak and preparing campfire in the cave, I continued to consolidate the realization of 3 flowers gather at the summit, constantly connecting with the opponent. When I first entered 3 flowers, it was only connection with the opponent I was fighting. However, the more I became accustomed to it, it seemed possible to connect not only with enemies, but also with nearby allies and structures. This ability had maximized. Eventually, I could read the myriad intents flowing through the world, connect not only with living beings, but also with the world itself. That would probably be the realm of 5 energies converging to the origin. I smiled lightly as I made an educated guess about the realm of 5 energies. I burst into laughter. Oh Hyun-seok, who was gathering branches for the campfire, looked at me curiously. Why are you laughing? Oh, nothing, just remembered something funny. I had always thought that reaching the peak of 3 flowers was the ultimate end. But 3 flowers was not the end. Rather, it was just the beginning of the journey towards 5 energies. I guess it's the same with 5 energies converging to the origin. The end is just the start of a new beginning. I'm still so weak. However, someday I will definitely reach there. The beginning will reach the end. Naturally, my goal in the life is 5 energies. Now, only 1 step is left to become a cultivator. Soon it was night. All my colleagues at the company had fallen asleep. John Myung-hoon, who had been sleeping all day, tried to wake up, but I knocked him out again by hitting the back of his neck. Leaving my colleagues behind, I went outside the cave, dug up yellow bamboo roots, and channeled internal power. Then I chose a pseudo branch and carved it into a wooden sword. When I infused energy and intent into it, a white sword gang formed on the wooden sword. It certainly wasn't the sturdy body I had trained for a lifetime in my past life. However, no longer did my grip ache even when holding a sword. Good, a new life. Right after death, which always strikes at the last moment, the life that follows feels so grateful. I closed my eyes for a moment and contemplated my body. Looking at the sword gang, I sniffed the scent carried by the wind. It's over there. Tatted. Using Mountain Lord's soaring flight, I climbed onto a tree and ran towards the direction of the scent, jumping across trees. Shoot us. Every time I stepped, it seemed like trees passed by me in an instant. This unforgettable scent. The giant rural area far away. There was a fox. As soon as I visually confirmed the fox territory, tension swirled throughout my body. Its domain was over 30 Jang 100m in radius, centered around the fox. Core formation. Now, I could roughly gauge the level of the opponent by the size of their domain. In my last life, I once glimpsed at the core formation cultivator of the Jin clan, and his domain was about that size. Maintaining the vision of Peakmaster, I observed the fox territory, shimmering in purple. Then, as if the fox sensed something strange, it opened its eyes. Shuck. I quickly refined my intent to cut off the fox's position, erasing my presence. The fox looked around for a while, but, not finding anything unusual, closed its eyes and fell asleep again. It's a good thing I was far outside its domain. I had been inside the fox's domain, it would have been impossible. Like the consciousness of a lower-level practitioner at Chirifying, consciousness of a core formation being was much denser and richer. It was doubtful whether I could even find an intent in that gap to secretly cut. As expected, I can't face the fox with my current level. The difference in level was absurd. Not mentioning killing the fox, but even to escape, I need to reach 5 energies. For that, it would be presumptuous to even try to penetrate those dense layers of consciousness. First, I need to practice the state of 3 flowers a bit. As I focused on the giant purple area before me, the purple area began to turn red, distinguishing my consciousness from the fox's. The state of 3 flowers, intent could simply appear purple, but like this, I could also perceive the other consciousness by dividing into red and blue. After integrating and separating the purple, blue, and red intents for a while, I slowly descended to the ground, and took a step towards where the fox was. Shuck. With each step, I simultaneously cut through the fox's consciousness again. Another step. One more. Gradually approaching the fox's domain, I continuously sharpened my intent. I can't enter inside of the domain, but it's possible to get as close as I can. How close can I get to the fox? Consciousness seemed to dominate space based on some sort of boundary, but in fact, that boundary was not clear. Even though it looked like there were boundaries when viewed with the vision of Peak Master, in reality, a faint consciousness was constantly flowing beyond that. I was approaching the fox by cutting through that faint consciousness. How capable am I? How far can I reach? Where am I now? It was an opportunity to test myself, and at the same time, understand and train in the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. Buwung buwung. My wooden sword split the air, barely cutting through the faint consciousness of the fox. With each step, sweat dripped from my entire body. With each division of countless consciousnesses, my heart pounded with tension. No, I can do more. I took another step. Only 30 steps left to the fox's domain. When I took another step, cutting through the consciousness. Wuwung. The fox's consciousness intensified. It had sensed something was off. I quickly cut through the consciousness and stepped into the fox's blind spot. It's far. If I were Kim Young-hoon from my past life, I could have easily passed the distance and entered the fox's domain. But this was my limit. 9 steps to the proper inner area of the consciousness domain. That was my current level. No, it's not. I gritted my teeth. I can go further. With all my concentration, I saw even more consciousnesses. Quitting, I swung my sword again. Whoosh. Consciousness was cut again by the intent on my sword. Is that my limit? Then what am I supposed to do? My original limit was much lower. Far from getting close to the fox, I was always waiting in the cave to be torn apart. I've constantly overcome my limits to reach this point. This time too, I will overcome my limit. Squeeze out your brain. Until the brain busts into flames. It's comfortable now that I'm used to the peak state, but when I first reached the peak state, I had to constantly endure my brain burning. It felt like my brain was on fire. More details of the consciousness became visible. I took another step. The distance till the inner area of the fox's domain was gradually closing. 27 steps, 25 steps, 22 steps, 20 steps, 15 steps, and 10 steps. Maybe because I overloaded my brain too much, my brain was screaming. Tension exceeding the limit had my muscles and body tightly contracted. One more step and I'll really be caught. The next step was where the color of the fox's consciousness faintly leaked out. If I go one step further, I might be caught by the fox. Well, what does it matter? Though sweat poured down my entire body, I smirked. If I can take one more step, I don't mind dying. My body screamed madly. It felt like smoke would come out of my brain. If you want to live, squeeze out more. I'm a dunce. So when the opportunity comes, if I don't squeeze out all my ability, I can't move forward. I can't move forward without dying. Blood rushed to my brain. At the same time, I was able to move half a step further. Half a step. Originally, I tried to take one more step, but my body instinctively prevented me from going any further. But I've crossed the limit. I wasn't caught. Fox was still asleep, and my body had gone far beyond what I thought was my limit. I smirked and quietly killed my presence, cutting through consciousness and stepping back. It was the end for the life. The next life, I might be able to go a little deeper. Having completely escaped the influence of the fox's consciousness, I thought as I ran back to the cave. Next time, even more. I'll go deeper. Drip. As I arrived at the cave, blood flowed from my nose. It seemed to be due to overloading my brain. But even with the feeling of collapsing from exhaustion, I smiled, showing my teeth. Ha. The life. The first day I woke up. I had succeeded in overcoming another limit. I will continue to surpass my limits and surely reach the next realm. The 5th regression. 5 energies converting to the origin seemed to be in sight. Chapter 26, Live 1. Chapter 26, Live 1. The events of the following day were similar to before. A fox appeared, bit my arm, and the next day a snake came asking for blood. The day after, a trio of cultivators appeared, healed my arm, and kidnapped my colleagues. The 4th day, the Sea Dragon King took away Deputy Manager O, and the strange hunter took away Manager Kim. As usual, Kim Young-hoon and I were pushed into a spatial rift and lost consciousness. Their places. When I opened my eyes, it was an unfamiliar ceiling. A ceiling. Startled, I quickly get up and looked around. Kim Young-hoon was sprawled nearby. It seemed we hadn't been out of the rift for long. I knew we'd be randomly transported somewhere in Yangyo, but being transported into someone's room is a first. Slightly amused, I pick up Kim Young-hoon and try to leave the room. Bang. And then I lock eyes with a woman passing by the door, who clearly looks like a maid. A thief. Damn it. I quickly tap the maid's sleep acupoint and hurry out of the room. Is this a mansion? It seems to be a mansion of someone quite powerful. Hey there, the villains went that way. That villain knocked me out, and no, anyway, he came out of the ladies' room. Far away, I hear the voice of the maid I had knocked out. It seemed we had fallen into the room of the lady of the mansion. Damn, this is crazy. Why do we always end up in places like this when we fall? Thinking this, I was about to escape hearing Kim Young-hoon. How dare you sneak into the house of Lord Hyo-suman? You must be a mad thief. Two elite warriors looking like guards were rushing towards me. Wait, Hyo-suman. Pause when I hear that name. That name was one of the pieces of information I had come across in my past life when digging into the imperial family's information. Lord Hyo, one of the top 5 corrupt officials in Yangyo, known for his extreme exploitation of the people. He's been audited several times by the central government, but he always bribed the auditors and used his connection to slip away. His exploitation was so severe that he used his power to take bribes from other families on their wedding nights and turn landowners into tenant farmers, and nobody could say anything against him. Alright, a memorable piece of trash, that's why I remember his name. Turn my steps away from escaping and head back into the mansion. If he's such scum, he'll have enough wealth to last a lifetime, so barring a bit won't be a problem. I quickly entered Hyo-suman's inner chambers and began rummaging through the house. Some of Hyo-suman's private soldiers tried to threaten me, but I put them all to sleep with sleep acupoints and continued searching. Searching for a while, I found 12 gold toads in a wooden chest hidden by Hyo-suman. This should be useful. I tucked the chest with the gold toads into my arms, gathered a few more coins, and then left Hyo-suman's house. Afterward, one posters with my face circulated in Chiaoyang City, where Hyo-suman's mansion was, but I changed my appearance using a technique and bought a manor to stay in. The manor, I taught Kim Young-hoon literacy and martial arts. A month passed like that. Shuash. I chuckled as I looked at the 3 flowers floating above Kim Young-hoon's head. It's been a month now. A month since I, having reached the state of 3 flowers gathered at the sun, started personally guiding Kim Young-hoon. Once he accumulated some internal energy, Kim Young-hoon reached the same state of me. The higher the state of a teacher, the shorter the learning time for the student. And though he reached 3 flowers in a month, Kim Young-hoon had not finished learning literacy. Haha, I never knew I had such talent, to reach this state before learning the language and literacy. Since you have reached 3 flowers, I have a gift for you. Oh, what is it? A secret manual integrating the 6 volumes of Gazing Cultivation, an exceeding martial arts scripture created by Kim Young-hoon in my past life. Secrets of Gazing Cultivation and exceeding martial arts. This Kim Young-hoon will reach even greater heights in this life. And he will evolve the secret manual again. I passed the secret manual to him and taught him the language and letters of Yingyo, then sat in the manor looking up at the sky. What should I do in this life? I've wandered around the martial world to establish factions, followed Kim Young-hoon, and even entered the imperial family. I do want to concentrate more on martial arts training this time. But I couldn't just ignore the ruthless deeds of the Mac clan family. What could be a way to stop the Mac clan and still train in martial arts? For some thought, I quickly found the answer. The Jin clan. Yes, cultivators of the Jin clan, who were trying to drive the Mac clan out of Yingyo. In this life, I should cooperate with the Jin clan. Just like in the latter part of my previous life, helping the Jin clan would indirectly hinder Mac clan's activities. After deciding to visit the Jin clan, I went to Kim Young-hoon. I will go my own way from now on. Why, what happened? I just want to wonder a bit. Kim Young-hoon seemed a bit anxious like before, but I reassured him and left Chiaoyang City. I had agreed to meet here once every 5 years, so there would be no problem in meeting again. I started heading towards the territory of the Jin clan. The secret base of the Jin clan was located in a valley called Surak, north of Chang'o City, near the Yangyo's eastern region that borders Byokra. It was a place I had visited a few times in my past life. As far as I know, I heard it was where the lower-rank cultivators of the Jin clan stayed. Finding a suitable place, I waited for someone to come out of Surak Valley. A few days of waiting went by. Finally, I saw a man in a red robe coming out of Surak Valley. Around him, his conscience dominated the space. Cultivator of the Jin clan. I secretly followed him. After arriving in Chang'o City, the man went into a tavern and began ordering food and drinks. Good, time to get closer. I casually joined him and ordered more good drinks. Who are you? Haha, I saw you look lonely, so I came to drink. I'll pay for the drinks. Well, if you're really paying. After ordering enough food and drinks to break the table, we chatted. When he was somewhat drunk, I subtly steered the conversation towards cultivators. Soon, the inebriated Jin clan cultivator confessed to me that he was cultivator and had come to the secular world for a mission. Truly impressive. Cultivator, I'd have no regrets working with such a noble lineage of cultivators. Well, but in our home, there are already too many mortals like you. When he seemed to reject my offer, I showed him the 12 gold toads I had stolen from Lord Hyo. If I could work under a cultivated clan, I could give these toads to you. Staring blankly at the gold toads for a moment, the Jin clan cultivator coughed and accepted the wooden chest I offered. Well, I'll mention it to the elders of my family. Haha, thank you, I'll rely on you. I smiled amiably and obtained a promise from him. The next day, though he seemed a bit troubled sobering up, he couldn't resist the temptation of the gold toads and pretended to take me to his clan, before casting a flame spell at me. He wanted the gold toads but didn't want to introduce me to the clan. The guy seemed to be in the first star of Kai refining. I frowned, split his flame spell with my sword, and shattered his defensive technique with my sword yang. What are you doing? Oh, I die. If you don't want to introduce me to your clan, just say so. You think I'm some mortal to be taken lightly. Hi, Hick. I glared at the Jin clan cultivator and grabbed him by the collar. Good, I'll use this as an excuse to make him take me to his clan. I nudged him to spit out 6 of the gold toads he had taken. Now that you've accepted 6 gold toads, you will guide me properly, right? I'm counting on a proper introduction this time. Alright, I'll introduce you to the elders of the Cultivate clan. I had no idea you were a master of 3 flowers gatherer at the summit. Stuttering, he guided me. I learned that his mission was to deliver a letter to the Jin Clan territory in Enough City. Together, we arrived at Jin Clan's secret base near Yangho City in Yangyo. After delivering the letter to an older Kai refined cultivator, he introduced me. Hearing that I was master of 3 flowers, the eyes of the older Kai refined cultivator lit up. Good timing. Someone of your caliber is certainly qualified to serve the clan. Haha, we needed an instructor to teach martial arts to mortals. 3 flowers at the summit, that's a high realm for mortal, correct? Yes, I dare not compare to the clan, but I have reached a high level of immortals like myself. Good, follow me. I followed him to a training ground in the Jin Clan's territory. There, children around 16 were practicing. The instructor seemed to be at the Europinal realm, struggling with a large number of kids. The education of these mortal children was entrusted to that instructor, but it seems he isn't doing well. You seem to have a higher level of martial arts, so you could teach them better, correct? Yes, leave it to me. I was quite pleased with the task of teaching kids. It wouldn't take too much of my training time. Especially since entering 3 flowers, I needed to study more about intent. Teaching kids would allow me to explore their intentsu. By the way, why are these kids learning martial arts? Oh, that's because... The Kai refined cultivator stroked his beard and explained. Recently, many cultivation sects that dominated the cultivation world suddenly disappeared. I don't know the details, but it's said that cultivators above core formation suddenly vanished. So currently, the cultivation world is like the calm before the storm. Cultivator who reaches beyond core formation, the fastest will become the authority, and their cultivate clan could become the leading faction. Current cultivation world seemed calm on the surface, but is in a state of fierce hidden battles. Those ruthless Mac clan are extending the lives of core formation cultivators with forbidden elixirs, creating an opportunity for their elders to reach beyond their realm. So that's what happened. I roughly guessed the chain of events that had occurred. The Ascending Gate, which opened once every 1,000 years. Many high-ranking cultivators and sects gathered at Ascending Path, challenged the Ascending Gate, leaving only core formation cultivators in the current cultivation world. The cultivator who reached the next realm fastest could control the cultivation world, so the Mac clan was draining the vital blood of mortals to extend the lives and cultivation of the core formation cultivators in their clan. I thought it was no big deal whether those monsters ascended or not, but it turned out to be the starting point of all these events. I nodded, listening to the Kai refined cultivator's explanation. The Mac clan, that devilish clan, needs a vast amount of mortal blood for the process of creating their forbidden elixir. Because of that, disappearances are increasing everywhere in Yangyo. These kids are survivors rescued by our Jin clan. They all harbor immense resentment towards the Mac clan and the current imperial family for killing their relatives. Our Jin clan wants to prevent the Mac clan from making the elixir by draining mortals' vital blood and stop their core formation cultivators from passing the realm. Through the interests of the cultivator clan and these kids align. Then these kids. We plan to first reclaim Yangyo from the Mac clan and prevent them from indiscriminately capturing mortals. As part of that, we're planning to assassinate the current emperor of Yangyo, Mac Young. I felt a chill hearing the next words. These kids have all volunteered as assassins. Can you teach them martial arts? That's when I realized the true nature of the unsettling feeling. I had to teach the kids whom I had personally beheaded in my past life. Chapter 27, Life 2. Chapter 27, Life 2. I dumbfoundedly checked the faces of the children one by one. I seemed to recognize some of them. Is there no other work? Other work, what do you mean? I am also skilled in medicine. I'm good at handling information and confident in administrative tasks, or I can take charge of poison or medicine production, or... That's enough. The production of medicine and poison is not something a mere mortal can offer to cultivator, and we already have enough people for information and administration. As a martial arts of the 3 flowers gatherer at the Summit Realm, you'd be more useful as a martial arts instructor. Is there no other job for a martial artist of 3 flowers? This, the eyebrows of the elderly Kyrofin twitched. Are you objecting? Didn't you want to work with the cultivator clan? No, I misspoke. I sighed softly and reluctantly accepted his offer. If this is fate, the children whose necks I had personally severed. Now, I was to train those same children. What an ironic fate. I approached the instructor, who was teaching the basic martial arts form to the children. Now, strike down from there, then immediately follow up with a straight. Excuse me, are you the martial arts instructor for these children? Who are you? The instructor was demonstrating with a dagger, and as soon as I saw his martial arts form, I recognized it instantly. The dagger technique used by the assassins in my past life, it was taught by the man. As soon as he realized I was a martial artist, he seemed eager to test his skills against mine, emitting red intent. However, I quickly merged my intent with his, covering his intent with purple. His intent was completely visible to me. A world where all other colors disappeared. Only blue, red, and purple intents intermingled in the empty space. I cut off all his intents and penetrated his guard with mine. I tried to defend hastily, but I relentlessly attacked his intended position with my intent. After a while, having been pushed back in the struggle of intents, he sighed deeply and bowed to me. Phew, I didn't recognize a master of 3 flowers. Please forgive me. Yes, I am the martial arts instructor Jacques Reiho. I am Co. Yunhan. Nice to meet you. I was appointed as a martial arts instructor by the true cultivators of the Jin clan. So, can you tell me how far you've taught them so I can adjust accordingly? So you're the new instructor. His face brightened noticeably. Ha, come this way then. He pointed to a small hut next to the training ground, apparently his quarters. Everyone, repeat the same movement 500 times. I'll be back after entertaining the guest. After assigning the children a seemingly meaningless repetitive task, he led me to the hut. The inside of the hut was simple. There wasn't much that could be considered his belongings. First, let me pour you a cup of tea, but you seem quite young for a 3-flower master. Are you perhaps in the legendary realm of rejuvenation? Not rejuvenation, just think of it as a unique method. I see. Even among cultivators, all sorts of strange spells circulate, so a youth restoring method isn't surprising. It seemed like the cultivated clan brought in a new expert since I'm not making much progress. As he prepared the tea, I turned my gaze outside. Is teaching not going well? The kids have plenty of will. Of course, they've all lost their parents and siblings to the Mackley cultivated clan and they're told they can seek revenge. But will is one thing and the kids are. Tusk. CHRRK. Placed a small cup in front of me and poured the tea. They lack talent. They weren't selected for talent, just orphan children taken for training, so it's strange if they had any. The most talented child I've seen can probably only reach early first rate. Maybe they can use sword energy at best. That's their limit. And yet, the cultivated clan thinks I'm not teaching well enough and keeps pestering me. I'm already losing personal training time to those kids as it is. It's driving me mad, so my motivation to teach is dropping. I tried to resign, but the clan insists I can't leave until a new instructor is found. But honestly, the cultivated clan seems to want at least a peak master as an instructor. Where can you find peak masters as common as neighborhood dogs? I might be sick here, but I was once a renowned eccentric in the martial world. As he presented the tea, I asked while savoring the aroma. So, instruct Jock, now that I've arrived, are you planning to resign? Yes, something like that. I've talked too much. I laid some foundation so you should manage fine. I came for the high salary, but I don't want to waste time teaching those kids anymore. I'll be on my way then. Finning his tea, Jock Reho quickly packed his things and left the hut. He seemed very eager to avoid further teaching responsibilities. I didn't expect this. I thought I would at least be able to teach alongside him, but on the first day, the other instructor ran away. What kind of person is he? I finished my tea with a sense of disbelief and went out to the training ground. The children were still repetitively practicing stag motions with their daggers. Everyone stopped. When I shouted with my internal energy, the children looked at me in surprise. Former instructor Jack Reho resigned and left. Now, I am your new martial arts. I was about to say instructor, but swallowed my words and said, Martial arts master, from today I will be teaching you. At my words, they all stopped their movements, stood in their spots in a well-arranged posture, and saluted me with a martial art bow. I thought he taught them the basics, but did he teach them how to hold great? By my estimate, there were about 500 children. According to Jiak Reho, besides this place, there were other training grounds where assassins were being trained. Why did he teach saluting to assassins? After clearing my mind of these thoughts, I went down to the training ground and approached the child at the front. What's your name? My name is 14. I asked for your name, not your number. Don't you have a name given by your parents? At the mention of parents, the child's breathing seemed to become slightly rougher. Menho. All right. Everyone except Menho go to the side of the training ground and rest. From now on, I'll be examining each of your levels. At my command, the children seemed to stir briefly before sitting down next to the training ground. Come at me. Attack me with the intent to kill as if I were a cultivator of the Mac clan. Manho hesitated for a moment, then glared at me and kicked the ground, throwing sand in my eyes. Good judgment. He knows he can't compete in strength, so he attacks by blinding me with sand. However, useless against a peak master. Closed my eyes and sensed Manho's intent, kicking the end of his dagger and disarming him. I understand your level, you may go. Next you come out. The next child to come out hesitated briefly before saluting me. Don't salute. Would you salute your enemy in a real fight? Attack me with the intention to kill. Child grabbed a backslash's dagger and thrust it at me quickly. I moved slightly, dodged, and disarmed him. Good thrust. What's your name? YOLO. All right, YOLO, go back. Next come out. I continued to call the children out for sparring to assess their levels. By the time I called the 233rd child and was about to call the next one, I was startled. I was startled to see the face of the next child who came out. She was a girl and quite pretty, but her expression was filled with murderous intent. I knew that face. The day I realized Sword Silk. She was the female assassin I had personally beheaded. What's your name? KHWA. All right, attack. Swoosh. KHWA attacked me with quick hand movements, thrusting her dagger. She was among the fastest I had seen. But, something off. I deflected KHWA's dagger with the tip of my foot and thought. Fast, but that's all. Her form was poor, and her internal energy was weak. Third rate and early third rate at that. She has some talent among the children, but no real talent. This level of talent would only be slightly above average in a local dojo. How could such talent have threatened me in my past life? Did the cultivators use some strange ability? In my past life, Kim Young-hoon had mentioned that spirits were used to awaken the assassin talents. Force awakening of talent. I don't know how that works, so it's hard to predict their future growth. I finished my thoughts, sent KHWA back, and continued testing the children. By the time I had tested all 500 children, it was evening. There are 8 of them. The number of children I had personally beheaded and confirmed in my past life. Adding the assassins whose faces I hadn't seen, the number would be much more. I felt a complex emotion. In my past life, I had merely done my duty, but in this life, that duty feels like a sin. Can't help it, the past is the past. If I can't wash away this unease, then I'll do my duty to the best of my ability in this life too. Listen well, everyone. From now on, you'll come out one by one and demonstrate martial arts in front of me, starting with Manho. Instructor. Call me master or teacher. Yes, master. The previous instructor used to let us practice internal energy after sunset. Internal energy. I chuckled and said, Listen, everyone, you are all dullards. From my sparring with you, I've realized you can never reach the pinnacle realm of martial arts, not even first rate through normal training. To reach that level, you must become mad. Only with madness and ambition beyond a genius is there a glimmer of hope. From today, you won't practice internal energy even after sunset. You'll only start internal energy training when you can perform martial art moves as natural as breathing. You can't return to your quarters until you meet my standards either, whether it's night or day, without proper training. If you can't do at least one thing correctly, there will be no rest for you. Again, start by demonstrating martial arts in front of me, one person at a time. I started with Manho and continued to have the children demonstrate their martial arts in turn. They are all basically trained in dagger martial arts, probably influenced by the previous instructor. I watched the children demonstrate their martial arts and thought, but dagger martial arts are not suitable for everyone. Some are better with swords, some with spears, and others with maces. Some say that martial arts are too flashy or have large movements for assassination. But that nonsense. The leader of the Shadow Guards wielded a large halberd and still protected the Emperor in the shadows. Assassins don't have to use only small weapons. I thought of pseudo weapons for each child while watching their martial arts demonstration. Manho suits a great sword, Yolo a spear, and Khwa is good with daggers. I recalled the martial art manuals I had seen during my time as the chief strategist of the Wuan Alliance and thought of martial arts suitable for the weapons. After the martial arts demonstration, I had the disciple cut down nearby trees to carve weapons suitable for the martial arts they would learn. After they had made crude weapons from wood, I taught them weapon techniques and martial arts. Once they memorized the appropriate martial art forms, weapons, and training methods, dawn was breaking again. The children, having learned the basic form of the martial arts I taught, swung their weapons with faces that looked like they were about to collapse. By noon, children began to collapse from exhaustion in the training ground. I pulled out the exhausted ones, laid them down in a cool place, and used acupuncture to activate their life force and energy, enhancing their self-healing ability. Eventually, all the children in the training ground fainted. I pulled them all out and used acupuncture to activate their life force, then went to find the Cultivate clan. The Cultivate clan had an internal financial manager who managed the clan's assets like gold and silver that were used in the mortal world. I went to the external financial manager. I need new weapons. What kind? The types are. I took out a paper with the types of weapons I had listed and handed it to the external financial manager, who was from the mortal world. The external financial manager looked at the paper and growled at me, glaring. Are you crazy? You want all this? Just one of each. The Cultivator clan is rich, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Still there's a limit. And not just weapons, but also some herbs. What herbs? What herbs? Herbs to aid in training recovery. I definitely said I wanted them. If the children's martial arts progress is hindered, it's all your fault. What? How can that be? External financial manager seemed flustered, but eventually agreed to my request for weapons and herbs. A few days later, I received the herbs and weapons, distributed them to the disciples, and taught them how to properly wield the weapons. They trained with the weapons I chose until they were exhausted, and then I fed them medicines I had made to recover their strength. After about a year of teaching, the eyes of the disciples were filled with venom. Now, they could all follow the basic moves of their weapon techniques even with their eyes closed. At that time, I finally taught them internal energy cultivation methods. Of course, I didn't let them sit comfortably and practice internal energy. They had trained with their weapons, combining form and practice. Another year passed, and the eyes of the disciples were filled with a murderous intent to kill me. Now they've all grown to late third grade. Excluding the time for meals and necessary daily tasks, my disciple practiced martial arts incessantly, without a moment to rest. There was no time set aside for sleep. They trained continuously from sunrise to sunset, and then from sunrise again, only resting when they fainted from exhaustion. Their bodies did not easily succumb to harm, thanks to the herbs sent from the Cultivate clan, which I used to make medicine, and my use of acupuncture to prevent exhaustion-related damage. They were kept in good health. I allowed them to rest fully only twice a month, and the rest of the time was dedicated to relentless training, and more training. Thanks to my, perhaps, insane teaching methods, all my disciples reached the early stages of the second tier in just 3 years. I'm glad they've all filled well. I thought that as I sparred with my disciple today. The training was grueling to the point of nausea, but none of them ever gave up. Their deep-seated anger towards the Mackley clan, responsible for the death of their families, must be driving them. Whoosh! Swinging a great sword, a disciple named He Wung followed my movements with eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Yet I closed my eyes, dodged his sword, and kicked his legs. Your lower body is exposed. Thud. But the disciple didn't flinch, continuing his attack even as his leg was kicked. Good, he's Ronin spirit. I dodged the sword again, and then thrust my hand deep into his side. Cough. Next. The next opponent was a girl named Chingya. I heard she had watched her parents turn into a pool of blood at the hands of a cultivator. Swishing. Chingya, wielding hidden weapons in both hands, launched them at me. I had personally taught her my infant fighting hidden weapon technique. The initial form of double killing snake is not used like that. You need to create a very slight delay. I caught all the hidden weapons she threw and returned them, advising her. Though they all showed remarkable growth compared to 3 years ago, they still fell short in my eyes. But they all have more talent than I do. When I was third tier, it took me 10 years just to barely step into the next realm. Of course, back in my days, there were no peak master or crazy martial arts training schedules. Even the time to practice martial arts was limited, but these children were still better than me. Even I, at their stage, had only taken a single step forward, while they had leaped across realms. I wasn't just idling. While overseeing my disciples' martial arts, I continuously operated the vision of peak master every day, delving into the world of intent and observing consciousness. While teaching, I used the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts to its limits, observing the results and analyzing the pattern of consciousness. My efforts in delving deeper into intent were not in vain. Only recently, within the realm of 3 flowers gathered at the summit, was I able to take enough step forward. As I grew accustomed to handling intent and practicing the record, I discovered the world beyond the 3 colors, finding the next color. The 4th color. I discovered it the day after an endless sparring session with my disciples, on one of their bi-monthly rest days. This intent was not as clear as the others. Unlike intent during combat, it did not take the form of thread, and the actions it led to were not precise. Compared to the intentions I had felt so far, it was utterly alien. Yet paradoxically, it was precisely because it was so alien that I could detect it. The color of the fourth intent was pale pink. The name of this intent was love. The loving intent stretched from Manho to KHWA. How pure. I was quite surprised when I discovered the intent. Think that love could blossom even during such grueling training. Of course, besides Manho, several other disciples also had loving intent towards others. Humans are truly remarkable. Even in hellish conditions, emotion can bloom. That's what it means to be human. I continued to observe my disciples' intents and oversee their martial arts training. Years had passed since I discovered the intent of love. Having become adept in understanding intent, I discovered a fifth intent in just 2 years. This new intent was a dark crimson hue. Its name was hatred. The intent of hatred had been so naturally mixed with my disciples' intents that it took me some time to notice. The intent of hatred was faintly directed towards me, occasionally towards each other, but mostly it extended towards some unseen place. It was probably directed towards the cultivators of the Mac clan. Intriguing. The intent discovered after 3 flowers seemed somewhat removed from martial arts. Yet why does one find such emotions in the pursuit of martial arts? In combat, how can these emotions be of any significance? The promised time is approaching. The day to meet Kim Young-hoon was drawing near. The first time in a long while, I left the Jin clan territory and headed to Chaoyang City. As I entered the manor I had bought previously, Kim Young-hoon was waiting for me. It's been a while, see you, Yoon-hyun. I couldn't find you anywhere for 5 years. Where have you been? Well, I just went to a quiet mountain village, by the way, Kim Hyung. I asked him, measuring his intent. Have you reached the edge of 3 flowers gather at the sun, or have you already stepped into the next realm? He was on the verge of reaching 5 energies converging to the origin. Ha, it seems so. Challenging the greatest in the world, I found myself at 5 energies before I knew it. It's all thanks to the secrets of gating cultivation and exceeding martial arts. It truly deserves to be called divine martial arts. Secret Methods was indeed a tremendous martial art. The minimum entry requirement was 3 flowers, and even I, who had reached that realm, found it difficult and only studied its lesser counterpart, the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. Anyway, thanks to the secret methods I've come this far, and you've made some progress too. Yes, I've successfully discovered the 4th and 5th intent. Ha, congratulations. It's definitely fascinating, isn't it? The world of martial arts. Just when I thought I had finally reached the end, it turned out to be just the beginning of discovering more intent. How joyful. Joy? Do I find joy in martial arts? I'm not sure. I've just been mindlessly challenging myself. Perhaps that's the source of Kim Young-hoon's talent. I asked him what I had been curious about. By the way, Kim Hyung, I've never considered emotions like love or hatred in my martial arts practice. I've always thought they were useless in exerting force. Indeed, they don't help in combat. But why do we discover these emotions while pursuing martial arts? Kim Young-hoon pondered my question for a moment, then drew his saber with a grin. What use is there in only talking? Let's have a match. Haha, as expected of Kim Hyung. Swoosh. Yes, that's what it means to be a martial artist. Swish. Kim Young-hoon's intent shot towards me. Red line entwined with my intent, turning purple. I read his intent, understood his purpose, and swung my sword. Covering vein save method. Mountain wind. Beyond the purple intent that connected us, it seemed like I could hear Kim Young-hoon's martial art moves. Swish. An incredibly fast thrust aimed at me. Covering mountain swordsmanship. Entering mountain. Boom. I switched to a low stand to dodge his thrust and then. Covering mountain swordsmanship. Kim mountain hard hiven. I opened my meridians and extended the length of my sword, aimed for Kim Young-hoon's ankle. Covering vein save method. Mountain echo. Ting. The sound of the saber resonated. Kim Young-hoon's energy vibrated through his saber blade. The subtly vibrating blade aimed straight at my sword silk. I mustn't let it touch. My sword silk wouldn't be able to handle it. Boom. I infused my sword silk with intent, connecting with Kim Young-hoon's intent and turning it into sword yang. Boom. As his vibrating saber touched my sword yang visibly faded and its speed slowed. If I hadn't converted it to sword yang, it wouldn't just have dispersed. The sword silk would have shattered, and the impact would have reached me. Kim Young-hoon's intent spread widely. Covering vein saber method. Mountain sound. The energy flowing from his saber spread out like waves, seemingly resonating in all directions, but ultimately focusing a single powerful blow at me. Such a technique couldn't be blocked by ordinary martial arts. Covering mountain swordsmanship. Mountain echo's value response. I also transformed my sword energy into a waveform, neutralizing his technique. Beyond mountain sound, numerous intense world as Kim Young-hoon slowly approached. Exhorting. His steps were free, yet each movement avoided even the slightest disturbance in the air, approaching along the utmost efficient trajectory. Covering vein save method. Mountain bird. His movement was akin to a small bird. As I read the trajectory of his intent and prepared to respond to his next move. The depths of Kim Young-hoon's emotions, the intent of love burst forth, intertwined with the trajectory of intent I was trying to discern. Simultaneously, the trajectory of intent I had been reading became a chaotic mess, making it difficult to understand. As he approached with Mountain Bird, his saber was already swinging right in front of me. What? To counter his trajectory, I first used Transcendent Peak Step to pressurize his movements and responded to his Mountain Bird. Kim Young-hoon came closer to me. He seemed to smile slightly and thrust his saber. Covering vein save method. Mountain opening. C8 walk. Numerous saber blades whirled around. Countered with landscape painting and exchanged blows with him. From one technique to the next, his intent surged forth and my intent countered his. With every exchange of techniques, countless lines intersected in the world of intent, engaging in a battle of harmony. It was when my blue thread blocked his red trajectory. Whoosh! Kim Young-hoon's red trajectory turned into a dark crimson hue. The intent of hatred. Intent of hatred easily penetrated my blue intent and disrupted my inner harmony, leading to an actual collision between my sword and his saber. The energy on his saber blazed as if on fire. Just like in the world of intent, his blade cut through my sword and aimed straight for my heart. Boom! Our sparring ended there. What was that just now? You saw it, didn't you? Kim Young-hoon smiled. Emotion can be infused in martial arts. Couldn't calm my shaken mind for a moment and asked him in return. Does it mean that martial arts are alive when you say emotion exists in martial arts? He smiled and asked back. What do you think, is martial arts alive? No. I spoke of what I felt while practicing martial arts, the realization I had when I understood sword silk. Martial arts are not alive. It's me who's alive, and it's only martial arts when I infuse my intent into it. Right. The sword isn't alive, but the martial arts wielding and swinging it is alive. Sword silk is the intent infused by the martial artist, and the sword gang is the communication of that intent with the world. Then, he continued, if infusing our own intent into martial arts means that martial arts becomes a part of ourselves, then emotions like love and hatred, integral to our being, are also part of us. Even though you said that they have no meaning in the pursuit of martial arts, we are ultimately made of such emotions. Somehow it made sense. Martial arts aren't alive, but the human wielding them is. What makes up that human are emotions. So the more we delve into martial arts, we also deepen our understanding of ourselves, exploring the very core of our existence. If understanding oneself reaches a certain level, like I just did, it's possible to influence the trajectory of intent. Thank you for the advice. If blue and red is the level of survival instinct and purple is the level of true understanding, then the colors beyond them are about ourselves. And he looked up at the sky and said, when we understand all the colors that humans possess, we earn the right to see the colors beyond human reach. That is, 5 energies converging to the origin. Kim Young-hoon nodded. Thanks to the secrets of gazing, cultivation, and exceeding martial arts, I'm qualified to challenge 5 energies. So I wonder, could you stand guard for me? I nodded. Of course. The manner where no one else was present, Kim Young-hoon immediately sat in meditation and began his challenge to transcend the realm. I also watched intently, hoping to see him cross over. The vision of Peak Master. Blue and red. Beyond is the vision of 3 flowers. Purple and many other different colors. Those are the colors Kim Young-hoon has realized. In my sight, only pale pink and dark crimson of Kim Young-hoon's intents were visible. However, I could guess his other intents through these 2 hues. Intents not visible to me, writhing beyond love and hatred. His red intent began to branch out. Up to this point, it was sight I had seen in my past life. But now, having reached 3 flowers, I saw another realm. The intent of love and hatred intertwined, filling the gaps in his red intent. They began to connect. Many other invisible intents must be doing the same. The red intent expanded, the dark crimson brushed past, and the pale pink filled the interior. Beautiful. Eventually, all his intent converged and overtook the surrounding area. Energy from the surrounding was drawn in. Though I couldn't see it in detail, I surmised that Kim Young-hoon was already seeing another world. The energies gathered around him soon clustered above his head into 5 circles, then merged into a 5-colored cloud that flowed into Kim Young-hoon's mouth and nose. A moment later, crackle, Kim Young-hoon's body began a transformation, undergoing a metamorphosis. I observed the process, pushing my brain to its limits. His skin cleared, wrinkles smoothed out. Dead cells revived, and hair grew on his head. His aged face became younger, even younger than mine. Complete rejuvenation. Kim Young-hoon, who had succeeded in rejuvenation, half opened his eyes. Did you see it, Yoon-han? Yes, it's beautiful. I hope it was helpful to you. Thank you. I bowed to him in gratitude. The scene I had just witnessed would be immensely helpful for when I reached 5 energies converging to the origin. I spent a few days discussing martial arts with him, and then returned to the Jinglan territory. On the way back, I realized another intent. The color was gold. It was the intent of joy. Chapter 28, Life 3. Chapter 28, Life 3. My disciples were growing rapidly. The 6th year of my health training regime, they had grown to mid-second red. At meeting Kim Young-hoon, I realized something. Handling martial arts ultimately means handling humans, and humans are essentially made of emotions. Since then, significant growth has occurred in me. I have discovered a few more intentions. Gold joy, Chinese letter. Blood red anger, Chinese letter. Dark blue sorrow, Chinese letter. Violet pleasure, Chinese letter. Pale pink love, Chinese letter. Dark crimson hatred, Chinese letter. Based on these 6 intentions, I have been steadily growing. How peculiar. I thought the realm of 5 energies converging to the origin would be the most challenging and treacherous of all realms. Surprisingly, I found myself progressing sequentially toward the realm of 5 energies. Why is that? As I walked among my disciples, observing the fabric of their intentions, I felt there were many more colors within humans. It was just my inability to see beyond, but even that would someday be possible if I continued to train in the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, and reflected deeply. Why? What makes the realm of 5 energies different from other realms? I was pondering the when. And Chuck Seo, you were here. An old man of the Jin clan at Kairfine arrived on a flying device. He was in charge of the assassination squads, checking on the disciple progress at regular intervals. What brings you here today? It's not your usual visit. Well, the higher-ups of the clan have been hoping to see some results soon. Results, you mean? You must be talking about deploying them for assassinations. Hearing this, my face crunched up. That's nonsensical. These kids are only at mid-second red. Even the palace guards are peak masters. They wouldn't stand a chance and would be beheaded before even getting close. I know, the higher-ups are somewhat aware too, but they don't want to delay any longer. We've been preparing for a time like this. Preparing? Follow me. I Followed him on the flying device to somewhere within the Jin clan's domain. The place, a hidden warehouse, had an eerie aura swirling around it. The old man led me inside the warehouse. Inside were thousands of crystal balls lined up in rows. This is... I've heard that masters of 3-flower gather at the sun, like cultivators, have some intuition even if they aren't fully conscious. You see it. Although I couldn't see it clearly, I noticed strange intents writhing inside the crystal balls. Dark blue, dark crimson, and bright red hues were swirling around. It seems something is suffering inside. Yes, these are the souls of your disciples' families, the remnants collected by us after the Mac clan cultivator drained their blood and vitality. The old man caressed a ball and said, I've informed all the other instructors seeking different groups. From today, we'll infuse each child with the soul of their kin, forcibly stimulating their updantion in the forehead. This will enable them to fully awaken their talents. Of course, their lifespan will be shortened a bit, and there might be some mental issues, but it's not a major problem, as long as they know who their assassination target is. I refuse. I glared at him. My training methods are sufficient for them to grow stronger. Even if they grow stronger through such external methods, they can't reach the pinnacle realm. HMPH, I know you trained them well. The groups trained by other instructors are barely late third rate. Still, they can't even match the weeks of the Kai refining for a star. Rather than that, it's better to use external methods to elevate them to a higher realm sooner. But you said it would cause mental issues and shorten their lifespan. Those kids are assistants. They were all warned in advance that while they could avenge their parents, they might die. They don't plan to live long. I barely restrained myself from punting the cultivator's face. Warn those young, ignorant kids and not their consent. How absurd is that? Is there a risk of death from receiving this treatment? Don't worry. Why do you think we went to the trouble of collecting the souls of mortals? They are all souls of their kin. Even if they've become vengeful spirits, they'll recognize their blood, so there won't be any deaths. Understood. I gritted my teeth inwardly and left the warehouse. I headed to the training ground and shouted at my disciples. Everyone listen. Despite my call, the disciples didn't stop training. I had instructed them to do so. They just listened while continuing their training. But I spoke to them again. Stop your training for a moment. I have something important to say. Then, all the disciples stopped and looked at me. I relayed to them what I had learned from the assassination overseer. So, you will now receive the souls of your kin to awaken your talents and train for assassination, but I made eye contact with each disciple and continued. If anyone does not wish to, I will ensure they don't have to receive a soul. Those who don't want to become assassins, I will negotiate with the cultivated clan to let them out as external forces. But before I could finish, all my disciples answered in unison. We don't care when we die if it's for revenge. Blood red and dark crimson intents burst forth around them. From every single one of them. Is this really the right thing to do? I bit my lips softly. Their eyes were all bloodshot. I couldn't understand them. I never experienced losing someone dear in such a brutal way at a young age. I couldn't fully understand the depth of their anger and hatred. I could only confirm that they had anger and hatred. All right. I nodded, accepting their will. Do as you wish. There was no one in this place who didn't want revenge. That night, cultivators from the Jin land came and took my disciples away. Even then, no one said they wouldn't receive the souls or gave up on assassination. Despite explaining the side effects, they were all resolute. The sun dawned the next day. Is everyone all right? I looked around and asked. Their intents seemed a bit more clouded. We're fine. In their eyes, there was now a strange madness that hadn't been there before. I bit my lips softly and resumed training. 4 years passed. As I aged, I dodged the hidden weapons flying towards me and exchanged blows with Xingya. Somewhat matured, she raised red intent, recognizing her own trajectory and reading mine. Chang, chang, chang. I deflected her weapons and then pointed my blade at her chin. That's enough, go back in. Yes. She briefly greeted me and returned to her place. For sparring with the next disciple, I sent them back as well. In the past 4 years, all my disciples had become peak masters. They had reached a realm I had barely achieved in several lifetimes, but I felt neither admiration nor pride in their advancement. In exchange for their radical awakening of talents, their lifespan was significantly shortened. Their lifespan would continue to decrease as long as they harbored souls. Additionally, their eyes no longer showed any vitality. Their eyes now flowed with ghostly energy, and sometimes their murderous intent even startled me. Moreover, I knew their links even better. These kids in the state can never go beyond mid-peak. In fact, they won't even realize their intent at mid-peak. In short, they could never use sword silk. I knew, if these kids infiltrated the Imperial Palace, they would be doomed against the Shadow Guards. Is it right to send them on assassinations? Recently, that thought dominated my mind. Until now, I had been training them out of slight guilt from my past life, and the responsibility of being their master. But now my thoughts changed. The more I practiced the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts, and felt the fabric of intent, the deeper I delved into 3 flowers, feeling more and more intense. The longer I spent time with my disciples. These children are alive. The more I vividly felt the life in my disciples. Despite the dense ghostly energy, and even more intense, murderous, and poisonous hands. Still, Manho likes KHWA. Lo is happiest when eating dumplings. She emits happy intent when resting. KHWA, diligent in martial arts, feels faint joy when praised by me. Jin remembers his parents when he sees dandelions and becomes sad. Jin Sam dislikes when I correct his posture. Huya has been yearning for one of the good-looking young masters of the Cultivate clan ever since she saw him. All of them are alive, and I felt like I could never bear to see them die. Master, when can we participate in assassinations? Manho, after finishing sparring with me, asked. The other disciples also pricked up their ears, curious about my answer. I smiled wryly and said, "You'd be severely beaten even by the weakest of the Emperor's guards. Each of the shadow guards is equivalent to the head of a major sect or an elder. You are at least 1, 2, or 3 level below them. What nonsense are you spouting regarding assassinations?" But if all 500 of us rush in, it might be worth a try, right? Looked at Manho as if he was talking nonsense and said, "Is it assassination if 500 people rush in? It's a war. The Jin clan wants to assassinate Mak Li Yong quickly and silently, not start a war. Why don't we try waging a war without the support of the Jin clan?" He scratched his head with an annoyed look. I recalled the time when I was in the Shadow Guards, and all the members gathered to face a master of 3 flowers. The Shadow Guards can eliminate even a master of my level once they pass the test. Stop these pointless thoughts and focus more on your training. Up until now, the Jin clan had been sending assassins from other areas to the Imperial family one by one. Already, these assassins from other areas had surpassed the skills of their martial arts instructors through force talent, waiting using resentful spirits. But I still hadn't sent any of my disciples for assassination, using their underachievement as an excuse. However, I knew their skill better than anyone. The disciples, to whom I had taught all my medical and poise skills, each had the combat power of a mid-level peak master. More than 5 of them attacked together. They could potentially assassinate the Emperor by breaking through the Shadow Guards. But they can't come back alive. I wish for my disciples to return alive. What's the use of killing the Emperor? The Emperor is a cultivator thrall. Considering the size of his consciousness, he's about a 4th or 5th star Kai refined cultivator. Moreover, like the Crown Prince, he probably has 1 or 2 life-saving devices and techniques at his disposal. Even if 2 or 3 of them sacrifice themselves to kill the Emperor, it will certainly cause a significant disturbance, tricking not only the Shadow Guards but also the Emperor's personal guards. Going to kill the Emperor meant, at the same time, going to die. If I had this mindset from the beginning, I would have given them maps of the palace and secret passages, prepared all the poison and medicine I could make, and sent them for assassination. Then I would have come to terms with it. But now I cannot do that anymore, because I realized that these children are alive. They each have their own life. A few days later, I headed back to Xiaoliang City to keep my appointment with Kim Young-hoon. "It's been a long time, Yoon-hyun." "It's been a long time, Kim Hyung. It seems your level has risen again," I said, looking at the sphere of Gang Kai spinning around him. He had apparently reached a new realm, surpassing secrets of gating cultivation and exceeding martial arts. "Yes, I've successfully reached the stage of viewing Gang Kai compressor sphere. Now there's almost nothing to fear, and you too." Kim Young-hoon's eyes sparkled as he looked at me. "Amazing, you've already mastered 6 of the 7 emotions." "Yes, the progress is surprisingly fast. Of course, it's just 6 out of the thousands, if not millions, of intent." "Ah, just 6, you say? The 7 emotions are the most basic intents. Excluding the survival instincts of blue and red, the 7 emotions are the foundation of intent. From these 7 basic intents, human emotions, ranging in the thousands and millions, are formed." He showed me the flow of his intent, dividing them intricately as if to explain. "If you've mastered the 6 basic intent, you'll continue to discover new shades just by observing the derived intents." "I see. Thank you for the advice. But about the enlightenment in 3 flowers gather at the summit?" I asked him something I was curious about. "You think you're progressing fast?" "Yes." "You?" I felt somewhat embarrassed by Kim Young-hoon's question, a man who had reached 5 energies from 3 flowers in just 5 years. But I nodded. Considering my talent, I should have been discovering the colors much more slowly. In fact, at the beginning, I was prepared to go through 2 or 3 regresses to reach 5 energies. It was surprising how fast I was discovering the colors. "Well, honestly, I'm not sure if you're fast. But if you say so, maybe you have a special aptitude for 3 flowers." I shook my head. That doesn't seem right. I really had no talent for martial arts. So why am I so suited for 3 flowers? "Indeed, compared to me, you're lacking, but your growth seems a bit faster than other masters of 3 flowers I've seen. Strange, from what I've observed. Enlightenment in 3 flowers tends to favor old people." "What?" I asked, slightly surprised. "Age. From 3 flowers onwards, not only martial arts but also one's life becomes important. It's a stage where you excavate the 7 emotions constituting life and contemplate the millions of intents derived from them. The more experiences and feelings one has from living a long life, the more advantageous it is in the enlightenment of 3 flowers." Actually, I thought that the reason I reached 5 energies from 3 flowers in just 5 years was because I'm quite old. I was a manager in a major corporation after all, thinking back to my younger days when I struggled to save our company. Kim Young-hoon seemed to reminisce about his company days for the first time in a while. Listening to him, I finally understood my enlightenment. It wasn't that I was fast. It wasn't that I was fast in observing 6 intents over 10 years. It would have been strange if I hadn't realized that much at my age. In terms of physical age, I'm 39 years old. But mentally, I'm as old as Kim Young-hoon's ancestor. I've lived several different lives over hundreds of years through multiple regressions. There might be no one older than me in the martial world of Yingyo. In fact, compared to other masters of 3 flowers, I had a much more advantageous condition, but my talent was so terribly poor that I was only able to achieve enlightenment at this rate. Should I be happy? I was in the best condition to gain enlightenment in 3 flowers. Thanks to that, I'm realizing intents and understanding intents faster than ever in my life. But my talent is so terribly poor that in the same time, when others would have realized thousands or even tens of thousands of intents, I only realized 6. If Kim Young-hoon had lived the same time as me, he would have moved from 3 flowers to 5 energies in 2 or 3 seconds. I felt a bit odd. By the way, about the information you've sent me over the past few years. Over the past few years, I've been sending Kim Young-hoon information about cultivators while teaching my disciples. Especially about a few places in the territory of Mak Li clan and the places they connect to. Thanks to that information, I was able to end the territory of the Mak Li clan. Is that so? Anger gradually appeared in his eyes. They are committing atrocious acts hidden behind a formation in a secret place. They are making elixir out of humans. He continued with his angry explanation. So, will you join me in dealing with these atrocious cultivators, those people they shouldn't be alive in this world? Yes, you're right, but it will be impossible for you alone to kill them all. Of course, that's why I'm gathering willing people. That won't be enough. I looked him in the eye and said, use poison to fight poison. Punch evil, we need to use another evil. I told him about the Jin clan. Cultivating clan opposed to the current imperial family, Mac clan. The previous imperial family of Yangyou. Somewhat better cultivating clan than the openly devilish Mac clan. How about reaching out to them? Certainly, it's better than challenging them barehanded. He pondered for a moment and then accepted my request. I headed with Kim Young-hoon to the territory of the Jin clan. You seem like a new cultivator. What brings you to the Jin clan territory? An elderly cultivator from Yangyou, guarding the formation of the Jin clan territory, asked Kim Young-hoon. He must have recognized Kim Young-hoon consciousness. Cultivator, I'm a martial artist. A martial artist? Stop joking and state your purpose for being in the territory. Kim Young-hoon calmly explained his purpose, and the old man's face changed to a look of disdain. You're really a martial artist, not cultivator. You seem to have learned martial arts without knowing you were born with spiritual roots. How about joining our clan as an external member? Without even learning cultivation methods, and not even being a first-star Kai refined cultivator, but having such a large consciousness indicates you have potential. Did you even listen to me? I'm here to stop the wicked deeds of the Mac clan and join forces with you. PH, how do you confront cultivators with mere martial arts? Don't talk nonsense. Think about becoming an external member, as I said. Kim Young-hoon looked at the old cultivator for a moment, then drew his saber from its sheath. I sighed softly. He lost his temper. Put that saber away. The moment you swing it at me, you'll turn to ashes. Boom. Wham. Kim Young-hoon's action was brief. He sent his Genkai flying toward the formation covering the Jin clan territory. A huge crack appeared in one corner of the formation, due to his bundle of Genkai. Seeing this, the old Kai refined cultivator just opened his mouth in shock and stared. After that, Kim Young-hoon's demands were easily met. Kai building cultivator from the Jin clan assessed his strength, and after being beaten up by Kim Young-hoon gang's fear to the point of getting dusty on a rainy day, had to acknowledge his prowess. The Jin clan, Kim Young-hoon was recognized as a cultivator of Kai building stage and strength. Having gained the Jin clan's approval, Kim Young-hoon was recognized as a combatant of the clan, gaining the authority to roam around the territory. I took Kim Young-hoon to the training grounds where my disciples were. These are the kids, Kim Hyung. Why do these kids have several souls in one body? That is, as I explained about the disciples, subtle anger appeared in Kim Young-hoon's eyes. Honestly, they might seem better than the Mac clan, but from your explanation, I'm not sure if these guys are really any better. Instead of helping the spirits of the dead rest in peace, they put them into the body of their kin, shortening their kin's lifespan. Well, according to them, the spirits can fulfill their grudges through the body of their kin. PH, nonsense. The dead should entrust their future to the living and rest in peace. This is just another way of decorating the dead. That's right. That's why I brought you here, Kim Hyung. Looked at the trained disciples and asked Kim Young-hoon, you please help detach the spirits attached to my disabled buddies, so they can finally go to the afterlife. Kim Young-hoon shook his head after looking at my disciples for a while. It's going to be tough. With secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, it's possible to interfere with spirits. Anyone who has reached 5 energies can do it, but these kids are clinging to the souls of their own family members. They probably don't want to be separated from their families. In this state, it's hard even for my martial arts. The only way is for kids to let go themselves, or they die and go to the afterlife together. I see. If there's someone they trust enough to open up their hearts, it might be possible through them. But in this state, even cultivator won't have much of a way. The kids are clinging to their families themselves. He clicked his tongue and left, apologizing for not being able to help. Kim Young-hoon was going to wander the martial world, gathering like-minded peak masters and 3 flower martial artists. I sat quietly, watching my disciples train. I'm sorry, Kim Hyung, I too can't be of any help to these kids. The Jin clan was starting to put pressure on me. They were suggesting that it's time to send someone for an assassination attempt. I proposed sending a group of 20 for the assassination, but it was rejected as being too noisy and unnecessary. In fact, bringing Kim Young-hoon this time was also part of getting out of that pressure. I'm sorry. There's nothing else I can do. I quietly closed my eyes while watching the movements of my disciples in tents in the training ground. Days passed like that. What's this? I used to give my disciple 2 days off a month, but after they became peak masters, I let them rest 2 days every 7 weeks. I hoped they would take a break and live a more human life, especially since they were already tired from the spirits within them. However, this time on their day off, one of my disciples, Nakyon, left a letter in my quarters and disappeared. I can't just keep spending time like this. I'm going to avenge my brother and sister. Even if I die, it doesn't matter. Thank you for everything you taught me. Damn it. I clenched my teeth and crumbled the letter in my pocket. Man-ho, did you see where Nakyon went? I asked Man-ho, the de facto leader of my disciples, about Nakyon's whereabouts. But Man-ho just kept his mouth shut. I'm asking you, tell me where Nakyon went. Man-ho, then it happened. Why are you scolding that kid for no reason? Don't be too harsh. You? I glared at the old man who had flown in on a flying device, the overseer of the assassin squad. The kid volunteered himself. He said he at least wanted to strike the Mackley clan bastards who killed his siblings. I admired his spirit and praised him. You egged him on, didn't I tell you? My disciples are far from ready for assassination. If you must send them, they should go in groups of 20. The elders of the clan were displeased to hear that there is a group that only trains and never participates in assassinations. We had to send at least one. As for 20, that's nonsense. We need to move stealthily. Sending such a large group of assassins would only give the Mackley clan more reason to act. Clench you. I gathered my weapons, poisons, and hidden weapons. Where are you going? Nakyon can't go. He had an accident today and broke both legs. He has no choice but to rest. Absolutely not. Without forming a group of at least 20, it's impossible to penetrate the shadow guards. It's a death sentence. The old man just looked at me and clicked his tongue, not stopping me. I followed Nakyon's trail and left the territory. He seemed to have covered his tracks. Apparently, he underestimated my martial arts experience. Since operating the intelligence organization Guyongak, covering and tracking trails has been my specialty. Dare to move so clumsily in front of me. I'm an old martial arts mister who has spent over 100 years in the martial world. In terms of actual combat experience, even Kim Young-hoon can't raise his head in front of me. I followed Nakyon's trail, chasing after him. Crossing mountains and valleys with mountain lords soaring flight, I began to smell Nakyon from afar. He seemed to have hidden his scent, but hiding it was meaningless against me, who could always maximize my senses. Swoosh! As I rushed towards him with the wind, a metal whip suddenly struck through the air. 3 strands of intent emanated from the whip. 3 combo moves. In a sparring match, I would have adjusted to his rhythm. But right now, I was not in the mood. Lash. The drawing of my sword gain crystallized on the blade. My single strike pierced through the gap in his intent and cut his metal whip. Thud. Come out, Nakyon. Nakyon, who had been hiding in the bushes targeting me, came out after releasing his concealment. Where are you going? Kill the trash that devoured my brother and sister. To the Imperial Palace. He nodded silently. I clicked my tongue and said, with your skills, it's impossible. The Shadow Guards are not a group to be gambled with, unless 20 of you with good synergy attack together. 20 aren't necessary. Nakyon interrupted me. With just about 9, we can kill the Emperor, but why do you keep setting such impossible conditions and sell us? Sure, 9 of you might be able to threaten the Emperor, but all of you will die. I don't care if we die. His eye blazed with fury. Do you know, did you watch your family being torn apart right in front of you? Even now in my head, my brother and sister are calling my name. They say it hurts, that it's agonizing. They beg me to resolve this grudge. You don't know this rotten feeling. Iron fell between us. We just looked at each other, not exchanging thoughts though intent. I don't know. You don't know, and yet. What I do know. I looked him in the eye and said, you like KHWA. I don't what? You dislike Manho because he seemed to be after KHWA. Caught off guard by my sudden words, he looked at me blankly. Like to eat fiddleheads, hate melons, and don't like watermelons. During breaks, you usually do wood curving. You don't mind when I correct your stance, but you get annoyed when I point out your internal energy flow. Don't you feel an immense sense of happiness when you train on a winter day, and then, after dousing yourself with cold water, take a bath in hot water? You also always feel depressed when you're alone in the toilet. I don't know how rotten you are inside. I can only see through my one-sided perspective, but through my eyes this is who you are. Nakyon's emotions surged. His various intents were revealed, showing his emotional state. You've lived like this, you're living like this, and you'll continue to live like this. I want you to stay alive. I adopted a fighting stance. Therefore, I cannot let you die. Come at me. If you can last 50 seconds against me without falling, I will let you go. After biting his lips for a while, Nakyon took out a new weapon from his bosom. Whoosh! Our intense intertwined, and a second passed. And then, my fist plunged straight into his face. Chip 29, life 4. Chip 29, life 4. 1 second. My fist dug into Nakyon's face. 2 seconds. As his intent stretched out to escape my trajectory, I attacked the blood vessels in his legs, making him roll on the ground. 3 seconds. Taking advantage of rolling on the ground, he swung a poisoned iron piece at me. I deflected the iron piece with a hidden weapon and kicked him in the face. 10 seconds. I disarmed Nakyon of all his weapons and lifted him by the scruff of his neck. You're saying you want to invade the Imperial Palace with these skills. I'm prepared to die. Even if you're prepared to die, you can't get past the Shadow Guards. You might stand a chance against the weaks among them, but if 2 or more join forces against you, you're as good as dead. Let's go back. You're not skilled enough yet. He bit his lips hard, blood dripping out. How long do I have to train? While we train, are those Shadow Guards just sleeping? Do the ones guarding the Emperor not yet stronger? Are they all fools? Nakyon shouted with veins bulging in his eyes seemingly flowing with flames. They will keep getting stronger too, then when we take our revenge. Master is right, I'm such a person. It's true I like KHWA and dislike Manho, but even if it means throwing away my entire life, I must take revenge. I looked at the child with pity. Though he appeared to be exuding energy on the outside, his intent was a dark blue hue. It was the intent of sorrow. Deep and profound. He was crying without ears. What do you expect us to do? Shuffling sounds were heard around us. I frowned. How did you get here? The overseer opened the formation for us. He said to come and help Yon. That damn overseer. I looked around annoyed. Manho he won KHWA chinga yolo hiye. About 500 of my disciples were surrounding me. You intend to hold me back so Nakyon can escape. Yes, and not just Nakyon, a few others will go too. Grinding my teeth, I glared at my disciples. Didn't I say it was suicide? You are all too weak. Nakyon spoke well. We're not the only one getting stronger. The Shadow Guards will surely continue to train and get stronger as well. So you want to go despite all this. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Fine. I spoke with a murderous intent. I'll make my position clear. I cannot send any of you, because all of you will have suffered injuries in training, needing a few days to recuperate. Even if it means making you rest forcibly, I cannot let. I drew my sword. Any of you die. Everyone wants to die for their cause. Swoosh. My sword sliced through the air. The next moment, confusion appeared in my disciple's eyes. Record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. There's a difference between those who have and haven't learned this martial art like the difference between an adult and a child. Can 500 kindergartners beat an adult? With my combat experience, swordsmanship, and poison, I was confident I could tie down a large number of peak experts. Now, I even began using the martial art of record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. Everyone, fight as if you are facing a mid-to-late stage chirophaner. Unleash a roar in all directions with lion's roar, then move stealthily, cutting off their perception. My mastery deepened, I discovered more intense. Completion rate of the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts kept rising. Now, although one was at the level of 3 flower gather at the summit, they stood no chance against me. Plug, plug, plug. I spread paralysis poison on my hidden weapons, refined intent with record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts, and scattered it in all directions. With one move, dozens of disciples fell. Don't panic, everyone, tighten up. Manho tried to take control, but I knocked him unconscious with the hilt of my sword. Check. After spreading poison dust to blur their sight and breath, I knocked out my disciples one by one. It took about 3 minutes to knock out all 500 disciples. I appeared before Nakion, who watched the battle with a shocked expression. Did you see what I just did? I didn't see. That's your level, all of your levels, you can't even perceive it. With your skills, you can't match 3 flowers experts, understand? Get up and call the servants from your estate. We need to move these guys. He briefly wore an angry expression, then closed his eyes. Understood. After a while, I moved my disabled back to the training ground with the servants. In fact, they were not weak at all. It was just that the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts, a divine record created by the genius named Kim Young-hoon to combat cultivators, was ridiculously powerful. With their level of only about 20 gathered, they could have infiltrated the imperial palace safely, assassinated the emperor, and returned unharmed. But the cultivated clan would never allow such large-scale movement. It was stupid reason saying that it gave the Mat clan an excuse to attack the Jin clan. So the Jin clan sent one, maybe 2 or 3 assassins a day, not caring how many died. Though Jin clan bastards, they don't value human life. Perhaps they see the lives of the assassins as tools in their political struggle with the Mat clan. Just tools. To Mackley we are livestock, to Jin we are tools. Watching my disciples, who had forwardly entered the Pinot realm by accepting resentful spirits, I smiled bitterly. I thought they were better than the Mat clan anyway, but it's just a difference in degree and scale. Aren't the Jin clan the same? After a while, as my disciples woke up, I looked around and said, I know your ability well. Many of you must be dissatisfied with the current situation, but with those skills, you absolutely cannot stand against the Shadow Guards. I stood up and continued. But you must be unsatisfied, thinking with your logic. Doesn't the Emperor guards it stronger as you do? Yes, that's correct, however. Whoosh! I vanished like a phantom in front of them, then reappeared. As you just saw, my martial arts exist on a different level than those of ordinary 3-flower masters. If you can master this martial art, I will allow your assassination. Of course, record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, with 3 flowers as the minimum entry requirement, would not be easy. Especially for those who had forcibly raised their realm with resentful spirits, it would be even harder than for ordinary people. However, I lied to them, giving them hope. Keep them alive with an unattainable hope. The condition to learn this martial art is to defeat me. All 500 of you can attack, ambush, poison me at night, attack me while I'm asleep, or take hostages. Whatever it takes, if even one of you defeats me, I will teach all of you this martial art. Whether they defeat me or not. If they don't reach 3 flowers, they can never enter the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. But I made a promise with an unachievable delusion. If you show the possibility of overcoming me, I will teach you martial arts of a different dimension. At the words, the intents of many disciples stirred. Anger, excitement, surprise, joy, anticipation. I see it. I could see several more hues that I couldn't before, amidst the changes in emotions. That's why there are few recluses among the masters of 3 flowers. Almost no hidden masters of 3 flowers gather at the sun in the hermit world. Most are in the councils of major factions, involved in their affairs. I used to wonder why there are no recluses practicing in isolation, but observing the fluctuating intents and emotions is the most helpful way for masters of 3 flowers. How they continuously observe intents in important positions of major actions. After making that promise to my disciples, a day passed. PFFT. While using the hood, a sword flew out from the dung heap and stabbed at me. Bold for the first day. In a flash, I threw a hidden weapon under the dung to deflect the sword, then released paralytic poison under the hood. After finishing my business, I reached under the hood. The question. Despite the unpleasant sensation, I ignored it and pulled out the paralyzed disciple. Fool, what would you have done if you died in the feces? I dragged the paralyzed disciple to a stream, pressed his acupoints to slowly release the paralysis. Tagging from dung doesn't work against a real master. You should focus more on the sword. After giving advice to the disciple, Wolyuk, who attacked me from the dung, and advice on controlling the flow of intent, I headed to the training ground. Ting. Upon arriving at the training ground, 2 disciples skilled in hidden weapons, Chingye and H1 threw their weapons at me. Swoosh. At the same time, thin threads hidden in the sand of the training ground revealed themselves, trying to bind me. Jump. I leaped into the air, dodging the hidden weapons and threads, and drew my sword. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Mountain and valley transformation. Boom. My sword edge tore through the ground. Figures of disciples who were hiding underground to ambush me were revealed, along with a few of their traps. Is this the end for the morning? Attack. However, Manho led disciple wielding swords and formed an encirclement. Their intents filled the formation, attacking me. so dense there was no space to dodge. I smiled and looked around. Is this your sword formation? A good formation that completely grinds anyone trapped inside. If the opponent was not me, it would be excellent. Mountain and Valley formation. Boom. I once again sent sword energy to the ground, disrupting the formation. Formation shape was disturbed. However, under Manho's command, the disciples quickly reformed the formation. But it was not enough. In the gap you took to reform the formation, you all died 3 times. Joshua. Mountain severing swordsmanship. Mountain echoes Valley responds. A wave like sword energy sliced the front of my disabled chest. Get your mind straight. Would you do the same in real combat? Severing mountain swordsmanship. Flowing ridge. Deep mountain. I penetrated through the gaps in their formation with flowing ridge, then made a path with deep mountain. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Joy of mountains and peaks. Simultaneously scattering fine sword energy in all directions, I induced a chaotic fight. Within that chaos, I observed the trajectory of the sword formation. I break 3 places, it'll collapse. The flow was clear. Mixing and severing vein save method, I unleashed sword energy and force. About 15 minutes later. Eventually, the sword formation led by Manho collapsed, and the disciples were gasping for breath. When forming a sword formation, too many of you are distracted. Being in a group gives you a false sense of security. The larger the group, the more you should concentrate on your position. Even when forming a sword formation, think of it as a life or death duel. Giving some advice on the sword formation and the intents and distractions of some disciples, I left the formation. Clank, clank, clank. This time, disciples skilled in long-range weapons like long swords, spears, and moonblades surrounded me. A spear formation after the sword formation, tending to drain my energy. But I laughed heartily, holding my sword. Let's see you dry. I hadn't even properly used poison or record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts yet. They were already struggling against me at this level. Could they even drain my stamina? I raised my sword and smiled at my disciples. If you can't even touch my clothes today, you'll train naked from now on. As I joked, numerous spear attacks rushed at me. I adopted a defensive stance and charged at my disciples. A month passed, spreading poison on the path I walk, not bad at all. I chewed an antidote, looking at KHWA who branched a dagger at me. The poison making my fingertips tremble and my breathing quick. You might have a chance, come at me. Whoosh! Kiachua's dagger sharply stabbed at me. At the same time, she reached out with her intent to match mine. If her opponent had been a typical peak master, it would have been worth trying. But you're struggling to fight an intent battle at your level. Master who just reached 3 flowers and can only see purple might not know, but I can see dozens of colors. Flow of intent read is incomparable to other peak masters. Even have an intent battle with me, one must at least reach 3 flowers. Ting ting ting. I deflected all of Kiachua's daggers, extending dozens of intent. Each represents the optimal movement I can make. From that movement, endless intent branched further. KHWA seemed to try to shake off my intent momentum with her own. Whoosh! My sword aimed at her chin, piercing through her intent. Good concentration and clean practice, but you lack experience. Have practiced battles with others that are close to real combat. Thank you. She pretended to salute me, then controlled a thin thread with her fingertips and threw it at me. Joshua. I extended a hidden weapon with my fingertips and cut the thread. Good, keep progressing. I praised KHWA. Month passed. Been about half a year since I promised to teach record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. Only half a year, but my disciples have made significant progress. They focused on forming fighting formations, researching ways to overpower me, and delving into surprise and ambush tactics. At the same time, to confront me, they had to continuously and tirelessly train in martial arts. Thanks to that, the side effects of reaching the pinhole realm inappropriately seemed to gradually decrease. Until now, to be honest, they were only sharing the same vision as a real peak master, but they all had flaws. But now, I could see those flaws gradually disappearing. When my disciples reached the pinhole realm by maximizing their talents using resentful spirits, I was unimpressed. However, watching them refine their movements and the flaws disappearing over time, I started to feel moved. It wasn't just the disciples who had grown. I, too, have made even more progress in my understanding of intent. After realizing 6 types of intent, I began to note hundreds, thousands of shades of intent derived from those 6. This rapid growth was speed I had never felt before. Fast? No, is this slow? I observed the countless human hues and delved into them, lost in thought. Some hues I could immediately understand their meaning, but others I had no clue what to name. However, even realizing these countless hues, there was one thing I still found hard to grasp. The last of the 7 emotions. The emotion of desire, Chinese letter. Desire. I couldn't see the color of desire no matter how hard I looked. No matter how much I observed, I couldn't even get a trace of desire. What is desire? I dodged my disabled attacks, lost in thought. What is desire? Kim Young-hoon, whom I met after a long time, said while sipping tea. He said he had almost gathered all the like-minded warriors while traveling around Yungyeo recently. Desire is a longing hidden deep within. There's no human without desire. That's why everyone expresses their desires in their own unique ways as they live. In a way, desire is the driving force of human life. What is your greatest longing? Keep pondering over it and you'll understand the color of desire. Could you tell me the color of desire? Then, at least I could try to see the color. However, Kim Young-hoon shook his head. You know this, right? The colors seen by masters of 3 flowers are similar, but each is slightly different. Both you and I might see the intent of joy as gold, but the emotion we each see has a slight color difference. Mine is pure gold and yours is golden. Right, like that. Everyone sees a slight difference in the shades of intent, especially the intent of desire. It varies greatly because everyone has different longings, so only you know what color your desire is. Thus, you have no choice but to observe your own longing. Is that so? Pondered over Kim Young-hoon's advice. What I want the most. What is it? Even after receiving his hint, I kept pondering and observing for days. On that day too, I was fighting within my disciples' fighting formation. Clang, clang, clang. Reading countless intents, finding their weaknesses, dodging and deflecting the incessant poison darts and hidden weapons. I was lost in thought. My longing. What I want in this life. Firstly, to reach 5 energies converging to the origin. But to reach 5 energies, I first need to know what desire is. But knowing desire itself became my desire. This is troublesome. Let's broaden the criteria a bit. Why do I want to reach 5 energies? To become a cultivator. Why do I want to become a cultivator? Enter the ascension gate as a cultivator and return to my original world to see if I can eliminate my regression ability. Why do I want to get rid of my regression ability? Because of my regression ability, all the lives I've built up will eventually be negated. Therefore, I need to find the origin of my regression ability to eventually escape from it. I see. Somehow, I felt like I roughly understood what my desire was. I hate that my life is negated. That means I want to live. Yes, I desire life. Don't need appetite, sexual desire, or the desire to sleep. Don't need any desire or urge in this world. I just want to live. I hope that all the lives I built will not vanish vainly in the reverse flow of time. Even though I haven't achieved everything I want, I hope my precious life, which records my achievements, is not negated by time regression. Therefore, my desire can only be life itself. While countering my disciples' moves, I might not have discovered the intent of desire. But I realized how selfish I am. Everyone, whose great sword narrowly misses in front of my eyes. Yichua's dagger stabs at my back. Jumping to dodge, Chingy from midair attacks me with a hidden weapon. I am definitely, I wish you live. Selfish person who imposes a desire on others. Desire life, so I impose life on those who wish to die. But still, because you are alive. These children, even though they desire death, are undoubtedly alive. Where's food bush? As I knock down Chingy attacking from the air, Manho and KHWA attack from both sides, and Yolo thrusts a weapon from below. Nakyon swings a metal piece pressure on my upper body, and other children scatter poison. Excellent. I couldn't escape even seeing the flow of intent. I won't be able to escape without using the ultimate technique of record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts. Whoosh! Immediately after, the children's weapon stopped right in front of me. My condition was my subjugation, not my murder. In the first place, subjugation is much harder. And who would teach them if I died? Excellent. You all have grown a lot in such a short time. I know you're hiding trump card. You could easily escape if you use it. Manho, knowing that I was holding back, said with a slightly dark face. That's right. With just this trump card, I could subdue all of you. You haven't even drawn out the 22nd move of severing mountain swordsmanship, let alone the 23rd and 24th moves. But now, I have no more flaws to point out. Teaching or sparring with you won't bring any more improvement. From now on, it's up to your enlightenment. You can't completely subdue me. If I reveal my trump card, it's too high a technique for you to comprehend. However, you all did all you could to push me this far. Dang. Suddenly, a loud bell rang from the direction of the cultivators' quarters. Along with the bell, the voice of the chief administrator of this Jin clan territory echoed throughout the domain. I had a rough idea of what it was about. Though you succeeded in cornering me, you didn't subdue me, so I'll teach you a formation derived from the martial art, not the martial art itself as originally promised. The name of the formation is Transcending Cultivation Formation, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The cycle where I formed the Heavenly Demon Army, Young-hoon Hyung derived a fighting formation from the record of Transcending Cultivation and Exhausting Martial Arts. Formation executed by late first-rate masters, powerful enough to capture a mid-to-late Kai refined cultivator. Learn this formation, and I hope you choose to live. Fusion appeared in my disciples' eyes at my tone. Eventually, I succeeded in not sending any of them for assassination. However, I could no longer resist the pressure of the Cultivate clan. At least, I managed to buy time using Kim Young-hoon and change the direction of the pressure. Now, my disciples would undertake the mission of attacking the Mac clan's territory, not assassinating the Emperor. A task both harder and easier than the Emperor's assassination. I will use everything I can to increase my disciples' chances of survival. I'll make sure you live. I realized my desire was life, but I still couldn't see the intent of desire. Maybe I didn't understand what life was. Still, even though I don't know life, I want my disciples to live. Because they are alive. That was enough. Soon, I joined my disciples in Yunryang, listening to the operation plans of Kim Young-hoon and other Kai-building cultivators. In 2 months, we were planning to start attacking the Mac clan's territory. Chapter 30, Life 5. Chapter 30, Life 5. 3 months had passed. I, dressed in black martial attire, looked around at my disciples, each hinting to their weapons. Is everyone ready? Yes. Their response was resoundingly loud. 3 months ago, at the meeting where the plan to invade the Mac clan's territory was explained. Everyone was shocked, almost losing their minds at the news that they wouldn't be killing the Emperor. It was almost a serious incident when they were subsequently informed that, while not the Emperor, they would attack another territory of the Mac clan. They all have complex feelings. They couldn't kill the Emperor they had been dreaming of, but instead, they could kill the other monsters. However, despite having the killing they wished for right before them, each of my disciples seemed to have complex feelings. It wasn't simple hatred, anger, or anticipation. It was a strained mix of emotions. I can't read what color it is. And it wasn't desire either. Looking at it, I realized something. Maybe, even if I can discern thousands of colors, I may never completely understand all the hues of human emotion. How many emotions do humans have? Who can define them? Emotions are indescribable. That's why you can't categorize them or know all their colors. Then, what exactly is the realm of 5 energies converging to the origin? The realm of 5 energies didn't seem to be just about knowing all colors. It was impossible unless one was God. But what I saw when Kim Young-hoon reached the realm of 5 energies was, from within Kim Young-hoon, infinite hues of colors came out, filling his realm. Consciousness was made up of infinite colors. Then, why do I now feel that it's impossible to fully comprehend human emotions? I don't know. It's strange. Infinity is never achievable. If it were possible, Kim Young-hoon wouldn't have been surpassed by cultivators, but would have overwhelmingly dominated them, whether at the core formation or even higher. But what I saw then was infinity. I don't understand. It was something I couldn't know just by thinking about it now. Even with my talent, I wouldn't easily understand even if Kim Young-hoon explained it to me. Then, instead of focusing on what I can't understand, I should focus on what I can do now. After conferring my disciples were ready, I distributed the special poison, an antidote I had concocted to each of them. The disciple took the poison I had mixed and put it in their sleeves or pockets. After I checked their preparations, I shouted, "Today we go to kill cultivators." Determined expression swirled on everyone's face. However, I did not want them to be merely determined. Don't think recklessly about dying. Don't plan to die alongside the cultivators. At my words, my disciples' determined expressions began to show slight irritation. Talking about living or whatnot would only irritate them further. There was no real reason I could give for why they truly need to live. Then, I need to create a goal for them to live. You may be somewhat dissatisfied that we're not attacking the Emperor, but just the lowly cultivators of the Mackley clan. But I promise you this, if you successfully destroy all the territories and strongholds of the Mackley clan, then I will trust your abilities. I promise I will join you to attack the Imperial Palace. I will help you claim the head of Emperor Mackley Young. But until then, do not die easily. Desperately survive and make sure the reason for your training isn't in vain. Absolutely. I shouted with a roar filled with determination. Survive. My justified command for survival. My disciples' eyes no longer glowed with just determination, but with resolute will and anger towards Mackley Young. Yes. Hearing their response, I led the way with over 500 disciples quietly following me, using their stealth techniques. We left the Jinglan territory and headed for the northwestern hills of Xiaomilk City. There lies a secret base of the Mackley clan. Far more than in my past life. I looked at the martial arts masters Kim Young-hoon had gathered, and the 500 peak masters who followed me, thinking. Different from my previous life, none of my disciples were forcibly elevated to half-baked peak masters. Each had gone through bone-crushing training, equipping themselves with abilities worthy of their forcibly attained realm. There won't be any prop cultivators in this territory. Most cultivated clans don't place important personnel in territories scattered across the country. Just the lowest level Kai refining cultivators of the clan, from 1st to 5th star, were sent, along with 1 or 2 higher rank Kai building cultivators to manage them. The majority of the clan's strength was deeply hidden in the main house of the cultivated clan. The territory we were about to enter was merely a primary refinery where low cultivators performed dirty elixir refining, and significant personnel were not heavily deployed. In my past life, I didn't have any disciples. In this life, hundreds of formidable masters have been added. Probably, it would be possible to simply push through without much trouble. However, unable to shake off my worries, I spoke to my disciples in a low voice. Everyone, when we enter the territory of the Mackley clan, you will witness many horrific scenes, but no matter what you see, maintain your composure. Our priority is not to get carried away in anger, but to coldly kill more cultivators and save any civilians that might still be alive. My disciples nodded slightly at my words. Shortly after, a late-stage Kai building cultivator of the Jin clan formed a hand seal in front of a hill. Open. Pa. The scenery around us distorted, and a passage to the Mackley clan territory opened up. I followed the cultivators into the territory of the Mackley clan, and I recognized the familiar landscape. A large village engulfed in a barrier. And the Mackley clan cultivators, hastily alerting others of our intrusion. It's just the beginning. Wu Weng. Once again, Kim Young-hoon was leading the vanguard. He, who had reached a new realm with the secrets of gating cultivation and exceeding martial arts, demonstrated the same divine technique as in the past. Gang Kai compressed sphere Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Kugu. Couldn't fully see the intricacies of Gang Kai compression sphere in my past life, as I was only at the mid-peak. Now, having reached 3 flower gather at the sun, I could see the numerous intents and intricacies that were previously hidden. Precise, I was only allowed to see. I still have no clue how it's done. I understood that countless intents were swirling within that sphere. But how exactly one detaches their intents and swirls them inside remains a mystery to me. Nevertheless, I watched, my eyes nearly pooping out. Finally, Quack Wang, Kim Young-hoon's powerful strike hit the barrier of the Mackley clan. The barrier burst open, creating a large hole. Cultivators, Kim Young-hoon, and about a dozen masters of 3 flowers entered through the hole first. Let's go. I too led my disciples through the hole. Attackers, take them down. These vermin-like mortals, how dare they trespass here? Pack. Cultivator who was mouthing off was swiftly struck in the head by KHWA and died. KHWA moved quickly with a dagger, confronting the cultivators. Quang. Manho swung his great sword, smashing the cultivator's defensive techniques, and Nakyon wrapped the legs of Jiangxi controlled by a cultivator with an iron whip and flung it away. Like my past life, the cultivator's village began burning overwhelmingly fast. Quack Wang. Just as I defeated a 3rd-star Kai refining cultivator. The house of a cultivator collapsed, and blood and corpses flowed out. Qingya, who mainly used hidden weapons, was the one who destroyed the house. She lifted the unconscious cultivator by the neck, then thrust him back down to the ground. Quack Wang. She struck down with internal energy, the cultivator died, almost shattered in half, and she stood amidst the corpses, silently shedding tears. Sister, she had said her family didn't die in front of her eyes, but were taken somewhere unknown. It was obvious what she must be thinking, having seen the cultivators make elixir. Her eyes seemed to be shedding red tears, with birth blood vessels. I sent a telepathic message to her, who was on the verge of going berserk in rage. After receiving my telepathy, she glanced at me briefly, then moved to capture other cultivators. I'm sorry. That was all I could do for her. You mortals, how dare you, a mere nobody? I looked at the third star Kai refining cultivator rushing towards me, yelling, and drew my sword. A mere nobody, huh? Swishing. My sword cut through the cultivator's defensive spell and aimed at his neck. The defense seemed to activate, but when I concentrated deeply on the sword energy for a moment, a bright sword light burst out. Crack swish. My sword gang shattered the cultivator's defense like glass and cut off his neck. You're also just a third star Kai refining cultivator. Early to mid-stage 3 flowers, first and second star Kai refining cultivators are manageable. Starting from 3 flowers, I could see the intricacies of intent more clearly, eliminating all vulnerabilities and using sword gang. An experienced master of 3 flowers has the power to confront 3rd to 6th star Kai refining cultivators. Moreover, due to my long life, I was advancing through the realm of 3 flowers much faster than other masters. Additionally, with the record of transcending cultivation and existing martial arts, I had stepped out of the typical relationship between cultivators and martial artists. Now, only Kai refining cultivators of 5th to 8th star were a match for me. Is this coming to an end? I passed by the corpses of cultivators, looking around the burning territory of the Maki clan. Is everyone safe? The duel between Kai building cultivator in the sky had also ended, thanks to Kim Young-hoon's efforts. We had won. Everyone survived. I spoke briefly to my disciples. Well done. And thank you for surviving. Now, let's search the houses of the cultivators, gather the bodies of the unfairly sacrificed civilians, and bury them. At my words, my disciples silently followed me, digging the ground and burying the bodies. We, led by Kim Young-hoon, briefly recited prayers in front of numerous graves. May you find peace there. After offering a brief prayer for their souls, I looked at my disciples. Their minds had become rough after seeing the brutal massacre of civilians by the cultivators. How are you all feeling? No one answered. I could read their emotions and guess their feelings. Or perhaps I couldn't. The intents emitted by my disciples were so tangled and chaotic that they were unrecognizable. However, one thing was clear. The red rage-filled intent. There was no disciple who wasn't emitting the intent of rage. Everyone feels the same, but remember, our goal is not to kill cultivators. It should be to end your revenge. What's the difference? The disciple named Jae-suk asked. I looked into his eyes and into everyone else's, then said, You'll understand later. Let's move, follow me. What's the difference? I chuckled bitterly to myself. You don't know yet. You probably don't want to know. There's nothing harder than telling someone who doesn't want to know. They'll have to learn slowly. We ran again towards another territory of the Maki clan. 6 months passed. We burned down 13 territories of the Maki clan and collected the bodies of 156,000 mortals. As time passed, the eyes of my disciples increasingly filled with bloody intentions. Their anger seemed to grow each time they saw the extreme actions of the cultivators. These mortal scum, these martial arts riffraff. Quang quang quang. Third star Kai refining cultivator struggled against my disciples' combined attack, scattering his spells wildly. But in a flash, quack wang, Ya, who quickly rushed towards the cultivator with a small scythe, swung towards the cultivator neck. Kong. The internal energy in the scythe penetrated the cultivator defense. The cultivator clenched his teeth trying to concentrate on his defense, yet, weakened from the combined attack, the light of his defense spell gradually faded. I can't die like this. How can I? How did I? How did I get to this point? Then, Shaku. Eventually, the cultivator's defense broke under the combined attack of Nakyon and Hia, and his head was severed. His face remained incredulous, unable to accept his fate even in death. Soon, the Maki clan will start to prepare as well. I organized the battlefield, cheering on my disciples. Initially, there were many 1st and 2nd star Kai refining cultivators, but now there are more 3rd and 4th star ones waiting in their territories. The Maki clan is also preparing. That wasn't good news. Even the weakest Kai refining cultivators were not to be compared with ordinary martial artists. Just a 1-star difference makes a huge impact. The number and range of spells they could use increased, as did the scope of their consciousness and the power of their attacks. If these guys keep showing up, it could be dangerous. Of course, cultivators above 7th star Kai refining were at least counted by masters of 3 flowers, and those above 9th star were dealt with by Kim Young-hoon. But as we continued to attack the territories of the Maki clan, I felt their defenses were getting increasingly stronger. Even this is done by exploiting the Jin clan's intelligence network, targeting the most vulnerable territories. If we keep attacking the Maki clan territories, we will eventually face severe consequences. What's even more frightening is that it's not yet a full-scale war between the Maki and Jin. According to the Jin clan, this level of conflict is considered an underground battle. Can it really be called an underground battle when dozens of territories are burnt down and dozens of cultivators killed? I had thought so, but apparently, to the high-ranking cultivators of the cultivated clans, the lives of the lowest-tier Kai refining cultivators are not significantly different from those of mortals. Moreover, the personnel sent with us to attack the Maki clan territories are considered mere bugs in the eyes of the upper ranks of the clan. The masters in the Pinto realm are all Kai refining cultivator level in strength, but they are still martial artists and mortals, although the Kai building cultivators of the Jin clan fight alongside us. It's always Kim Young-hoon's role to strike the decisive blow after they weaken the Kai building cultivators of the Maki clan. So far, it's been treated as a fight under the control of the 2 clans, preventing a full-scale war. The lower territories of the Maki clan that were killed by such mortals were considered too weak to be of concern by the upper ranks of the clan. But if a real full-scale war breaks out, cutting down all the cultivators of the Mackay clan, I saw my disciples gathering and burying the bodies of civilians who had been sacrificed. It was only after the battle and the burial of civilians that the blood-red intent in my disciples' eyes seemed to fade. Below 3 flowers will be too busy fleeing, and my disciples, if lucky, about 10 to 30 of them might survive. If not, they could all be annihilated. After the raid on the Mackay clan territory was over, I, along with my disciples, gathered the bodies to create graves and recited prayers under Kim Young-hoon's lead. Wong, Kim Young-hoon recited prayers. A faint light seemed to wash away the resentment and strange energy surrounding the graves. Over the past few months, Kim Young-hoon had started learning cultivation. It wasn't because his martial arts had hit a wall or he was in despair. Rather, he learned it to recite prayers for the dead and to learn the arts of comforting spirits. From Kim Young-hoon's low-level cultivation, I could vividly see the remaining spirits being led to heaven. Originally, spirits not visible to the human eye. Only those deeply accomplished in 3 flower gather at the sun, or who could rid the flow of intent could barely see souls. But the souls hit by the heavenly arts briefly floated around the graves as orbs of light before scattering into the sky. We watched this and prayed for their souls. I looked at this scene for a while, then spoke to my disciples. We have destroyed several territories of the Mackay clan so far. We have cut down countless cultivators of the Mackay clan and buried the bodies of their victims, leading their souls to heaven. I cautiously looked around at my disciples and asked, "Isn't this enough now?" At my words, there was a twitch in their expression. "What do you mean by enough?" She gasped me in a hard voice. "There are still plenty of these filthy monsters. No matter how many we kill, the resentment doesn't subside, and every time we go to the next territory, civilian bodies pour out. What do you mean by enough, master?" I looked at her with pity and asked, "Do you think the anger in your heart is entirely your own?" "What do you mean?" "All of you. Do you really think it's normal for a human to remember such clear anger from years ago?" I look at my disciples. I look at their intents. Their intents were not solely their own. Among their intents, foreign and murky ones seeped through. The resentment of relatives and family members. The Jin clan used the resentful spirits of my disabled relatives, wrongfully killed by the Mackay clan, to forcibly awaken their talents. Their lifespan had already been shortened, but if the spirits are led to heaven now, they can still live for as long as they can. I suppose what our master is talking about are the family members who are with us. Manho stepped forward and said, "That's right. No matter how many Mackay clan cultivators we slay, our boiling rage does not subside, because surely it includes the anger of our families as well. It's not just our own anger, but that is why." Manho's expression was resolute. It cannot just end our vengeance because our own anger is appeased. It can only be resolved by resolving the grudges of our families, along with them. Because it's not just my grudge, we must resolve everyone's grudges. I briefly turned my head towards the graves we had tended to. Did everyone just see that light? We did. That light just now was the souls of the victims. However, although the victim died in pain, at the moment of their passing, they scattered with a burst of light. Look again at Manho and my other disciples, and seeing the murky intents hiding in their minds, I spoke. "I won't tell you to stop right now, but at least, having taken some measure of revenge, don't you think it's time to let the dead rest? The dead now need to be released to their rightful places, don't you think?" At my words, a moment of hesitation appeared on Manho's face. But he gritted his teeth and said, "You don't understand our pain. You don't know how comforting it is for us to be able to avenge our dead families like this. The more you hold on to your family, the worse the outcome will be for both your family and yourselves. Your lifespan will continue to decrease, and your family will have to live as resentful spirits, unable to go where they belong. You're just trying to keep us alive, master." In his eyes, an indescribable hue emerged. "I don't care if we die. Even if we spend the rest of our lives cutting down the Mackay clan and die when our lifespan runs out, it's worth it if we can go to the afterlife properly with our families." For a moment, my disciples and I looked at each other. "All right, that's enough." I sighed softly. "Let's talk again later." And so, we avoided further discussion for that day. Months passed, and we continued to raid the Mackay clan territories. Many of the Mackay clan cultivators were slaughtered, and the prowess of those we faced steadily increased. The realm of the cultivators we faced had risen from Kai refining 1 to 3, 2 to 5. Damn, they're strong. I gritted my teeth as I fought a Kai refining 7-star cultivator. Sharp eyes. Unlike most mortals, you seem to have awakened senses. Mortals too can open their consciousness with enough training, right? I wonder if the jiangshi I'll make from your corpse will be as strong as a cultivator's corpse. I released sword gang at the cultivator, controlling dozens of jiangshi. There are too many of these guys. The disciples are in danger. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Mountain and valley formation. Boom. My sword gang dug into the terrain, disrupting the formation of the jiangshi. Severing vein save method. Mountain wind. Whiz. My sword gang, as fast as a beam of light, shot through the jiangshi towards the cultivator. Clang. To scratch my defense spell impressive. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Can mountain hard heaven. Whoosh. Opening my meridians wide, I greatly enhanced my sword gang and slashed diagonally. Boom. A massive sword gang tore through the cracked defense spell and split the cultivator body. What? How can a mere mortal? Crash. After completely severing the cultivator's up body, I looked around. Damn it. There were too many strong enemies. Please let them be alive. My sword cut through flames, heading towards a 4-star Kai refining cultivator attacking my disciples. The cultivator was casting wind spells, and my disciples were struggling to block them. I cut through the wind pattern and approached him with record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, swinging my sword. Flash. My sword gang surged, and the cultivator's head rolled on the ground. However, I saw several bleeding disciples as the wind cleared. You kids. Gritting my teeth, I approached them. I had stopped the bleeding with basic medical techniques I had taught them, but I knew. They're dying. There was no way to save them. Aside from the hay blood loss, some had completely twisted meridians or ruptured organs. You fool, confirmed the lat disabled face with clenched teeth. It was Nakyon, who had once recklessly left the training ground. I hold you to stop with the revenge. Heh, I'm satisfied. Finally, I can be with my family. My disabled life force was draining away. The body was getting colder. The people left here, they aren't my family.